Chapter 1, Peach Blossom Village, Sister Tao Hua. Peach Blossom Village lies beneath Longquan Mountain. A crystal-clear brook meanders down the mountainside, cascading into a small waterfall about 5 or 6 meters high at the base of the steep slope. Beneath the waterfall, the charming widow Su Tao Hua is taking a bath. The scenery is exquisite, and the figure within the water is even more enchanting. Her garments lie in a nearby bamboo basket, strikingly eye-catching. In the village, the simpleton Song Qian approaches, one hand clutching the bamboo basket and the other wielding a twig, with a mouthful of thatch. He arrives at Su Tao Hua's basket, casually picking up a scantily clad garment and admiring the patterns before setting it down to pick up another. As Su Tao Hua bathes, she suddenly catches sight of a figure, letting out a sharp scream as she hurriedly shields her body. Boo! Who's rummaging through my belongings? Hearing the cry from beneath the waterfall, Song Qian looks up with a foolish grin. Hee, Tao Hua, sister, it's me, Song Qian. Upon realizing it is merely the simpleton, Su Tao Hua breathes a sigh of relief. I thought someone was spying on me while I bathed. I didn't expect it to be you silly boy. What are you rummaging about for? Holding the small garment, Song Qian compares it to his own body. Red, pretty, I want to wear it. Seeing Song Qian's foolish demeanor causes Su Tao Hua to giggle, her body swaying with amusement. You little fool, that's for women. How can a grown man wear women's clothing? Quickly, put it down. With a silly grin, Song Qian complies and sets the garment aside. Ah, okay. Su Tao Hua, observing his simple-mindedness, internally laments the waste of such good looks. Were he a normal man, she might have felt the need to shy away, but with Song Qian, whose intellect resembles that of a 5 or 6-year-old, she feels no need to conceal herself and continues to bathe without further covering her form. Beyond food, Song Qian understands little else. However, despite his foolishness, he possesses an undeniably handsome appearance that is quite pleasing to the eye and not at all off-putting. Su Tao Hua, a typical woman who has been widowed for over 2 years, harbors the same desires as any ordinary woman. With Song Qian's sudden appearance, a daring thought crosses her mind. The parched land is in desperate need of rain. Stepping out from behind the waterfall, she glances around, ensuring no one else is present, then turns her radiant smile towards Song Qian. Come here, sister has something delicious for you. Upon hearing of food, Song Qian's eyes instantly brighten. Delicious? I want to eat candy. Su Tao Hua's smile grows even more dazzling, relishing in her clever scheme. Silly boy, I have grapes and fresh peaches. Would you like to eat some? Song Qian looks around, failing to spot any fruit, and then bends down to rummage through the bamboo basket. Where are the grapes? Where are the peaches? Su Tao Hua, somewhat speechless, inwardly chastises Song Qian for his foolishness. With a beauty such as hers merely a few meters away, how could he not find her presence delectable? The grapes and peaches are right before his eyes. If it were Wan Mozi, he would undoubtedly understand immediately. Come here, sister will conjure up some fruit for you.
Completely oblivious to the underlying meaning in Su Tao Hua's words, Song Qian naively assumes the peaches and grapes are hidden away. He chuckles foolishly and walks towards her. At the age of 23, Song Qian was not always a simpleton. His parents bestowed upon him this name with the hope that, as he matured, fortune would smile upon him, leading him to prosperity. Yet, the name always sounded rather peculiar. 2 years ago, he graduated from the Provincial Medical College, poised to embark on a successful career at Jiangxing Hospital. However, an unexpected incident altered his path. Just days before starting his new position, he and his girlfriend went out for barbecue, only to have her harassed by an unruly individual. A scuffle ensued, but the assailant resorted to a brutal tactic, seizing a wooden stool from the stall and striking him violently on the head. From that moment forth, he became a fool. Song Qian approached Su Tao Hua, grinning foolishly as he gazed at her. Peach, I want to eat peach. Faced with the handsome young man, Su Tao Hua felt a conflict within her, wrestling with the notion of being a wicked woman. Was it appropriate to deceive this simpleton into such actions? After a brief hesitation, she decided to take the plunge. After all, Song Qian was but a simpleton as long as he kept quiet afterward. All would be well. Su Tao Hua turned away and submerged herself in the pool beneath the waterfall, exposing only a delicate shoulder to him. I'm so tired for work today. My shoulder aches terribly. Could you massage it for me? I promise to buy you some candy afterward. All right. Song Qian nodded eagerly, placing his hands on Su Taohua's shoulder, gently kneading it while still pre-foolish boy. You possess an undeniable sense of strength. As the clever scheme was on the verge of fruition, Su Taohua's heart raced, her eyes narrowed, and her cherry lips slightly parted. Foolish boy, be a bit quicker. Yes, just a moment, it's almost done. Song Qian grinned foolishly, tossing his outer garment aside haphazardly. Little did he know, a moment of brilliance in life was about to unfold. Chapter 2. No bullying Sister Peach Blossom. Unbeknownst to Song Qian, his moment of bliss was on the cusp of arrival. At that moment, footsteps echoed behind him. Ah, Su Taohua, how lonely you must be to entice a fool here. Allow me to keep you company. Observing the enchanting figure in the water, Wang Mozi's eyes gleamed with a lecherous spark as he rubbed his hands together, swiftly approaching the two. After searching for quite some time, he had finally discovered Su Taohua's whereabouts. With perseverance rewarded, he was captivated by her radiant beauty, and today he was determined to win her over. Stay away. Su Taohua shrieked, submerging herself in the water. Ever since the man had departed, the lecherous Wang Mozi had been fixated on her. Yet Su Taohua had consistently rebuffed his advances. The reason was simple. Wang Mozi's appearance was far too grotesque. Despite his fear, Song Qian trembled as he spread his arms wide, shielding Su Taohua behind him. Do not bully Sister Peach Blossom. Wang Mozi took 2 steps forward, seizing Song Qian and yanking him back, causing him to tumble into the damp underbrush. Go roll in the mud. With Wang Mozi advancing, Su Taohua was filled with dread. She retreated to the center of the small pond, her head the only part visible above the surface. If you dare to act recklessly, do not blame me for being unkind. What do you mean by recklessly? Wang Mozi retorted, tearing at his own clothing in preparation to leap into the water. Your mother has already accepted 180,000 in bride price. You are my wife. Let us consummate our union ahead of schedule. As Wang Mozi prepared to take advantage of Su Taohua, Song Qian scrambled to his feet and charged at Wang Mozi from behind, wrapping his arms around him in an attempt to pull him back. You villain, do not bully Sister Peach Blossom. Wang Mozi, infuriated, twisted around and broke free from Song Qian's grasp. You foolish idiot, how dare you ruin my plans? He cursed, delivering a kick that sent Song Qian sprawling to the ground. Ouch! Song Qian cried out, curling up and clutching his head. Do not hit him, Su Taohua screamed, preparing to emerge from the water to aid Song Qian. However, as she surfaced halfway, her figure was fully exposed, forcing her to shake her head in resignation and dive back into the water. Yet, the crystal-clear water could not conceal her alluring form and graceful curves. Wang Mozi. Song Qian is merely a fool. Do not bully him. Wang Mozi's anger intensified as he heard this. Su Taohua would rather entice a fool than be with him. Did that mean he was inferior to a simpleton? The more he pondered, the more furious he became. Bullying him? I would rather kill him. Wang Mozi approached Song Qian, hoisting him up and then slamming him headfirst onto the rocks. With a resounding thud, Song Qian's agonized cries abruptly ceased. Crimson blood flowed from his head. Witnessing Wang Mozi's ruthlessness, Su Taohua could no longer concern herself with her safety. She burst from the water and forcefully shoved Wang Mozi away. You scoundrel, this is murder. Wang Mozi fixed his gaze upon Su Taohua, his throat bobbing slightly. The figure is nothing short of perfection. Seizing this opportunity, I must capture Su Taohua, whom I have long desired. This chance, bought with money, must not be squandered. That fool can perish. I am not committing murder, but rather liberating him from his suffering. Ha ha ha. Wang Mozi laughed maniacally and lunged towards Su Taohua. Taohua, Song Qian is an imbecile, utterly inept. Yet I am experienced. Allow me to accompany you. Ha ha ha. I have cherished you for quite some time. Please fulfill my wish. Su Taohua, distressed and flustered, desperately pushed against Wang Mozi. Yet, as a frail woman, she was no match for him. Regardless of her struggles, they proved futile. At that critical moment, Su Taohua seized Wang Mozi's arm and bit down fiercely, causing him to cry out in pain and release his grip. You dare bite me, you filthy dog. Wang Mozi approached Su Taohua's bamboo basket, grabbed her clothing, and swiftly returned to bind her hands and feet. You wretched woman. Once I tossed the fool into the devil's cave to feed the demons, I shall return to you. Remain here obediently. The devil's cave, as Wang Mozi referred to it, was said to harbor demons. The cave was unfathomably deep, with strange sounds emanating from within. Those who had fallen into the depths were never seen again. their remains lost to time. Thus, Longquan Mountain was also known as Demon Mountain, and Taohua Village as Devil Village. A few hundred meters from the small waterfall lay the entrance to the Devil's Cave. Generally, people avoided approaching its mouth. Upon hearing this, Su Taohua was consumed by panic. If Song Qian were to be thrown into the Devil's Cave, it would be his undoing. "Help! Wang Matzi is committing murder," she cried, her voice hoarse from desperation. In a moment of urgency, Wang Matzi seized a small garment from Su Taohua's basket and stuffed it into her mouth to silence her. He hoisted Song Qian and headed toward the Devil's Cave. After more than 10 minutes, Wang Matzi returned, panting. "Taohua, I have returned. Now we shall take flight." Su Taohua whimpered in distress, struggling fiercely. However, no matter how she fought, it was in vain. After Wang Matzi had left, she had contemplated every possible means to escape her bonds, yet all her efforts yielded no results. With her hands and feet restrained and her mouth gagged, fleeing was impossible, and cries for help went unheard. Su Taohua was enveloped in utter despair. Wang Matzi approached her, lifting her in his arms as they walked toward the water's edge. "Come now, let us play in the water like lovebirds." Chapter 3. The Lotus Immortal Emperor Su Taohua cried out pitifully, struggling desperately once more. However, with each futile attempt to escape, Wang Matzi grew increasingly exhilarated, particularly enchanted by her plaintive cries for help, which resonated in his ears like celestial music. "Be obedient and cease your struggles." Within the depths of the demonic cave, Song Qian gradually regained consciousness. As he awoke, he was met with a scene that astonished him. The cave was suffused with a faint luminescence, and at the very heart of its glow stood a mesmerizing woman clad in red. She resembled a celestial being, her beauty transcending the ordinary. "Where's this? Where am I?" Song Qian stammered, his gaze fixed upon the woman. The woman, parting her crimson lips, replied softly, "Foolish boy, this is the demonic cave. You have been cast here. Are you the legendary demon?" Song Qian inquired, simultaneously realizing that his mind was clear, no longer muddled. With a smile, the woman nodded. "I suppose one could call me a demon." Taken aback by her confirmation, Song Qian gasped. "So, those who fell into the demonic cave, along with the livestock, were consumed by you? The tales from the outside world are indeed true?" The woman chuckled lightly, refraining from a direct response. "I have cured your foolishness. And now you question me? Let us set that aside for now. You and I share a fateful connection. I shall grant you a great fortune, elevating your life to new heights. You will have wealth if you desire it, and beauty if that is your wish. Are you willing?" What man would not yearn for wealth and beauty? Song Qian finally comprehended that this woman had healed his affliction, since he was no longer foolish. How could he possibly refuse? Eagerly, he nodded. "Yes, yes, yes. I could not wish for more." Pleased, the beautiful woman nodded and smiled before saying, "Before bestowing upon you this great fortune, allow me to share a tale. My name is Hong Lian, known in the celestial realm as the Lotus Immortal Emperor. Over 2 millennia ago, a calamity befell the celestial world, resulting in countless casualties among cultivators. I was betrayed and subsequently fell to your planet, ultimately finding myself trapped in this cave. During my descent, my source Lotus and my divine consciousness Lotus were scattered upon your world." As she spoke of the lotus, Song Qian glanced down at his lotus jade pendant, only to discover that the lotus had long since come into the possession of the Lotus Immortal Emperor. This pendant, an heirloom from his ancestors, was said to be a treasure fallen from the heavens, passed down through generations to reach Song Qian. At this moment, the Lotus Immortal Emperor continued, "The lotus around your neck is my source lotus, while my divine consciousness lotus shattered into 9 pieces, each claimed by 9 stunning beauties. I intend to impart all my knowledge to you, but there is a condition. You must assist me in locating the fragments of my divine consciousness lotus." Having endured tremendous hardship over the years, Song Qian, regardless of his ability to fulfill such a task, readily agreed, smiling as he nodded. "I will comply with any request you have." Seeing Song Qian's agreement, the Lotus Immortal Emperor nodded in satisfaction. With a grand gesture, an abundance of wondrous knowledge surged into Song Qian's mind, causing him excruciating pain, as if his head might split apart, nearly overwhelming him. The 9 heavens and earthly secrets. The 18 needles of Yama, the Lotus Heavenly Eye, the Lotus Space, hypnosis, curses, and beauty retention techniques. An abundance of knowledge left Song Qian utterly astounded. "Your innate constitution is woefully inadequate. I have already implanted the supreme dragon bone within you, and your blood has been replaced with that of the 9 heavens golden phoenix. In your blue star, you are now invincible. I have discerned from your consciousness that you are not foolish, but have merely been rendered so by another. Seek vengeance upon that individual. Song Qian clutched his head, the pain threatening to overwhelm him. He could scarcely grasp what the Lotus Immortal Emperor had said. After what felt like an eternity, the agony began to subside. Thank you, Lotus Immortal Emperor. Thank you, Master. Song Qian knelt upon the ground, bowing thrice to the Lotus Immortal Emperor before rubbing his eyes and gazing upwards at her. At that moment, his pupils constricted in shock. The enchanting lady in red had transformed into an elderly woman with wispy white hair, her frail form betraying the passage of time. Were it not for her crimson attire, Song Qian would scarcely recognize her as the same person. Master, how have you become like this? The Lotus Immortal Emperor replied weakly, Song Qian. I have expended the remnants of my essence to impart my lifelong skills to you. Our fates are now irrevocably intertwined. Within 3 years, you must locate my consciousness lotus and piece it together. Only then can I awaken. Should you fail beyond this time frame, we shall both perish. Within the lotus space lies a treasure chamber where I shall enter into slumber. Countless knowledge resides there. If you encounter confusion, your consciousness may enter the chamber to seek enlightenment. Her voice dwindled, and the lotus in her hand expanded until it enveloped her body. Before Song Qian's astonished gaze, the lotus gradually diminished, becoming no larger than a thumb, before darting into his dantian. This spectacle left Song Qian utterly speechless. He touched his abdomen, finding no irregularity. After a prolonged moment, he regained his composure. Do not worry, Master. I will certainly find the fragments of your lotus and piece them together, allowing you to awaken once more. As the Lotus Immortal Emperor's form entered the lotus space, darkness engulfed the entire demon cave. Alas, how shall I escape? At that moment, Song Qian was engulfed by the oppressive darkness surrounding him. Legends spoke of the demon cave as unfathomably deep, and he had no notion of his location within the cavern or how to extricate himself from it. Wait, do I not possess the Lotus Heavenly Eye? Song Qian attempted to activate the eye with his mind. After a brief trial, elation surged within him. Oh my! The capabilities of the Lotus Heavenly Eye are astounding. It can pierce through the inky darkness. He could not contain his excitement, and his voice echoed throughout the cavern. The reverberations bouncing back and forth, lingering in the air long after he had spoken. Does this not imply that all the legacies bestowed upon me by the Lotus Immortal Emperor are indeed genuine? Am I not destined to achieve great success? Song Qian clenched his fist and struck forward with a powerful blow. The earth trembled with a thunderous roar, and countless boulders cascaded down, revealing a massive crater ahead. How terrifying! Song Qian gasped in astonishment. He had merely swung his hand casually, yet had unleashed such formidable power that it nearly caused the entire mountain to collapse. I must restrain my strength. Otherwise, with a mere flick of my fist, I could reduce an elephant to mere pulp. Amidst his elation, Song Qian was astonished by his own prowess. A question lingered in Song Qian's mind. If the Lotus Immortal Emperor had imparted her cultivation to him, and he was already so formidable, how much more powerful could she be, and yet why was she unable to escape? After a moment of contemplation, he understood. Without her divine consciousness lotus, she was unable to harness her true strength. Determined, Song Qian resolved to locate the divine consciousness lotus of the Lotus Immortal Emperor as swiftly as possible to awaken her once more. Shortly thereafter, Song Qian spotted a glimmer of light. Where there is light, there lies a path to the exit. He soon found himself directly beneath the source of illumination, in a damp area where the ground was soaked with water. Looking up, he saw that the cave entrance was no larger than a mung bean, leading him to estimate that the demon cave was at least 1,000 meters deep. How could he possibly escape from such a profound abyss? Silently invoking the Nine Heavens Qin Kuan technique, he leaped into the air. To Song Qian's astonishment, he soared out of the cave, and while airborne, he could manipulate both his speed and direction. Is this what it means to traverse the heavens and the earth? How utterly formidable! In midair, he could not help but exclaim in wonder. It was at that moment that he fully comprehended the Lotus Immortal Emperor's words. You are already invincible in this world. Armed with such unparalleled skills and an abundance of legacies, Song Qian was confident that his life was destined to take flight. Moments later, he emerged from the demon cave. Alas, Sister Taohua is in peril. I must rescue Sister Taohua. Chapter 4. The absurd request of Brother Iron Pillar Sister Peach Blossom. Please do not come to any harm. At that moment, Song Qian suddenly recalled the matter concerning Su Taohua. In a single bound, he diminished the distance, arriving beside the small waterfall in mere seconds. However, he found neither Su Taohua nor Wang Matzi. By now, twilight had descended. Song Qian searched in vain, and failing to locate the two, He could only grasp the bamboo basket and proceed towards Taohua village. Perhaps Su Taohua had already returned home. He needed to visit her residence to ascertain the situation. He could only hope that she was safe. Half an hour later, he returned to Taohua village. As he entered the village, he spotted Zhao Taizhu squatting on the stone bench at his doorstep, his face clouded with gloom as he puffed on a cigarette. Just as Song Qian was about to speak, Zhao Taizhu inquired, "Foolish Song Qian, where have you been? You're all dirty." Song Qian handed over the basket and brushed off the dust from his clothes. "I was picking mushrooms in the mountains and almost lost my way." Zhao Taizhu accepted the bamboo basket and glanced at its contents. "Not a bad haul," he remarked, yet his expression soon darkened again. For years prior, he had married the beautiful Shou Chunhua, an event that caused quite a stir in the village and elicited much envy. However, the good times were fleeting, and trouble soon followed. A year later, noticing Zhou Chunhua's unchanging condition, the couple visited the hospital for a checkup, only to discover that Zhao Taizhu suffered from infertility. In other words, the prospect of them conceiving a child was nearly impossible, and the doctor advised them to pursue in vitro fertilization. Determined to have a child, Zhao Taizhu was willing to go to any lengths. For the next 3 years, they worked tirelessly, economizing their expenses to save for the procedure, undergoing it twice at a cost of 150,000 yuan. Yet, despite their financial sacrifices, the attempts at in vitro fertilization failed. The couple became the subject of ridicule, as others claimed they were deceived by unscrupulous clinics. Disheartened, they abandoned their hopes of having a child through this method. 2 months ago, a fierce argument erupted between them. Zhou Chunhua threatened Zhao Taizhu, stating that if he remained incapable, she would seek another man to father her child, or else she would divorce him. Zhou Chunhua was remarkably beautiful, and Zhao Taizhu had no desire for divorce. In this day and age, finding a wife was no small feat, especially one as lovely as Zhou Chunhua. The entire region knew of his infertility. Should he divorce her, the chances of remarrying would be slim to none. Now, upon seeing the simple-minded Song Qian, Zhao Taizhu conceived an outrageous idea. If Zhou Chunhua sought another man to bear her child, why not consider this fool? He was so naive, he would not speak of it afterwards. Noticing Zhao Taizhu's troubled demeanor, Song Qian asked, "Did you argue with your sister-in-law again?" Zhao Taizhu, in a foul mood, failed to recognize that Song Qian spoke with remarkable fluency, no longer the simpleton he once was. He exhaled a smoke ring, discarding the stub of his cigarette on the ground and extinguishing it with his foot, letting out a long sigh. "Indeed, even you are aware of it." At this juncture, Zhao Taizhu shifted his tone. "Foolish Song Qian, could you do me a favor? Help Chunhua conceive a child, and I shall reward you with delicious food and a generous red envelope." Zhao Taizhu spoke while rummaging through his belongings, producing 200 yuan which he handed to Song Qian, saying, "Take this to buy some sweets." Song Qian was momentarily taken aback. In Taohua village, Shou Chunhua was indeed a stunning beauty. The prospect of a romantic entanglement was undeniably alluring. However, upon reflection, he inwardly scolded himself for his inappropriate thoughts. What was he thinking? Shou Chunhua was Taizhu's wife. He could not harbor such unseemly notions, much less engage in such absurdity. "Taizhu, I took a fall on the mountain, and now my mind is suddenly sharp. I am no longer a fool. This is not right. You must not act recklessly." Upon hearing this, Zhao Taizhu burst into laughter. "Is that so? That is wonderful. Brother, you're truly not foolish anymore?" Song Qian nodded earnestly. "I am indeed no longer foolish. In fact, I was once a medical student, and I can help treat your condition. Please do not put me in a difficult position." Encouraged by Song Qian's affirmative response, Zhao Taizhu grew even more jubilant, placing his strong hands firmly on Song Qian's shoulders. "Brother, since you have recovered, that is splendid news. You must assist me. I will reward you handsomely," Zhao Taizhu said, glancing back towards the house, noticing that Zhou Chunhua had not emerged, before conspiratorially draping an arm around Song Qian's shoulder. "Let us have a word over there." Reluctantly, Song Qian followed Zhao Taizhu to a secluded corner. "Taizhu, this matter is inappropriate." Zhao Taizhu, slightly discomfort, replied. "A few months ago, Chunhua was clamoring to find someone else to bear children. Rather than seeking another, why not you?" Song Qian's face flushed with embarrassment. Yet, he could not help but envision Zhou Chunhua's graceful figure. Every smile and frown was a beautiful sight to behold. "Taizhu, I can treat your illness. Please do not press me further. I can remedy your condition swiftly." Although Song Qian had studied medicine, he had never worked in a hospital, and Zhao Taizhu was skeptical of his words. Furthermore, over the past few years, Zhao Taizhu had been on medication without any improvement. How could Song Qian possibly cure him? Ignoring Song Qian's suggestion, Zhao Taizhu persisted. Let us not speak of treatment anymore. I will ask you plainly, will you help me? If you refuse, then I shall no longer consider you my brother. Zhao Taizhu's tone was resolute, leaving no room for rejection. Brother, I am earnestly pleading with you. I will ensure you do not suffer any loss. Upon success, I shall reward you with 2,000 yuan. It was not obstinacy on Zhao Taizhu's part. This matter had been on Zhou Chuanhua's mind multiple times, and she was genuinely inclined to pursue it. Otherwise, a divorce might be imminent, which Zhao Taizhu was determined to avoid. It was far better to enlist Song Qian's help. Faced with Zhao Taizhu's request, Song Qian felt a flicker of temptation. After all, at the age of 23, he was still inexperienced. Taizhu, let us set aside the issue of money for now. Will Sister Chunhua even agree? You must not let this cause discord between you. Hearing a hint of acquiescence from Song Qian, Zhao Taizhu exhaled in relief. He patted Song Qian's shoulder reassuringly. Rest assured. I have my ways. However, I still sense some discontent. No more hesitations. Zhao Taizhu exclaimed joyfully. Trust me on this matter. I assure you she will agree. As he spoke, Zhao Taizhu pulled Song Qian into the courtyard. Wait here for a moment. I shall discuss this with her and return within a few minutes. Do not leave, remember? Very well, I shall await your good news. Chapter 5. How are you? Well, I await your good news. Song Qian softly hummed in agreement. Seated on a small wooden stool in the corner, watching Zhao Taizhu's silhouette, he felt both anxious and hopeful. Zhao Taizhu's proposal truly stirred something within him. Song Qian had been present at Zhao Taizhu's wedding to Zhou Chunhua, and at that time, he vowed to seek a spouse as beautiful as Zhou Chunhua, not only striking in appearance but also understanding and compassionate. Little did he expect that Brother Taizhu would request such a favor from him. After some contemplation, Song Qian resolved that as long as Zhou Chunhua agreed, he would fully commit. After all, he had nothing to lose and no reason to be coy. His heart raced with anticipation. Inside the house, Zhou Chunhua donned her pajamas. Her figure striking yet her expression marred by displeasure. Over the years of marriage, she had truly had enough. While her friends were already welcoming their second child, she struggled with infertility. Taizhu, it seems impossible for us to conceive. Perhaps you should let me go. I do not wish to burden you any longer. Zhao Taizhu approached, taking her delicate hand in his. My love, I've been on medication. My health has improved significantly. If you grant me one more year, I assure you we will succeed. Zhou Chunhua dismissed him with a wave and a scornful glance. I can give you a maximum of 3 months. If I still do not conceive, we shall divorce and go our separate ways. Zhao Taizhu, left with no choice, could only nod in silence. Why not give it another try? Perhaps a change of pace and a lighter mood could lead to success. As he spoke, he rose and approached the cabinet, retrieving a roll of plastic tape and a dark silk scarf. Allow me to cover your eyes. Let us engage in a romantic game. No talking throughout the process. Perhaps this will bring us good fortune. Though somewhat reluctant, Zhou Chunhua acquiesced. Very well, let us consider it a diversion. Zhao Taizhu gently blindfolded her with the scarf, securing it with the tape to ensure it would not fall off and that she could not see. Shall we see if you can perceive anything? Zhou Chunhua tugged at the tape and adjusted the scarf. It's so tight. I can see nothing. Precisely, Zhao Taizhu affirmed with a smile. This is our first time playing such a game, and it requires earnest commitment. You must cooperate fully and not utter a word. If you perform well, I shall reward you with 600 yuan at the end. Zhou Chunhua chuckled. This is your promise. I assure you, 600 yuan. With a soft hum, her heart began to race with excitement. Surprisingly, she felt a thrill. Zhao Taizhu led Zhou Chunhua to the bedroom. With his assistance, she prepared herself. Taizhu, I feel so nervous. Relax. He reassured her, then shifted the topic. I'll step outside to close the door and return swiftly. Please hurry back. I feel frightened. Zhou Chunhua exclaimed with eagerness. I'll be right back, Zhao Taizhu replied before turning to leave. Outside in the courtyard, Song Qian sat on a stool, his palms sweating with nervousness. He found himself genuinely looking forward to this fortunate event. Just then, Zhao Taizhu opened the door and approached Song Qian. It transpired that Zhao Taizhu recounted the events to Song Qian, instructing him on how to act so that Zhou Chunhua would remain oblivious. Upon hearing this, Song Qian immediately raised his thumb in admiration, exclaiming, Brother, your strategy is truly remarkable. I've taken note. Zhao Taizhu further emphasized the importance of silence, warning him not to give anything away. Once the deed is accomplished, I promise you a generous reward of 2,000 yuan. Just perform well and do not let me down. For my happiness rests upon your shoulders. Song Qian, overwhelmed with anxiety, nodded silently and soon entered the room. The moment he laid eyes on Zhou Chunhua, he was engulfed by a surge of adrenaline, his mouth parched, and he swallowed hard. Zhou Chunhua's figure was absolutely stunning. Her graceful curves and skin as smooth as jade tugged at Song Qian's every nerve, leaving him utterly exhilarated. Upon hearing footsteps, Zhou Chunhua turned around and said, "Taiju, hurry up, I'm afraid of the dark." Her sudden words caught Song Qian off guard, leaving him at a loss for a response. Any utterance would instantly betray their intentions. After a brief pause, he made a shushing sound. Realizing her mistake, Zhou Chunhua nodded gently. "I forgot. You mentioned no talking. From now on, I shall remain silent." At that moment, beads of sweat adorned Song Qian's forehead, his anxiety palpable. He wiped his brow and hung his outer garment on a coat rack. However, when retracting his hand, he nearly toppled the rack. Quick to react, he steadied it. Yet the commotion was still considerable. Zhou Chunhua furrowed her brow in concern upon hearing the noise. "Hurry up, you're so clumsy. Let us move." "Shoo." Song Qian repeated his earlier gesture, hushing her once more. Zhou Chunhua found it curious, wondering why Zhao Taiju was being so serious, insisting on complete silence. "Taiju, I'm feeling anxious," she said, her voice sweet and melodic as she shifted her body. Her persistent attempts at conversation left Song Qian in utter disarray. What was he to do? In his fluster, he leaned closer to Zhou Chunhua, but his clumsiness led him to trip over her slippers, stumbling forward. Though he reacted swiftly, he still collided with Zhou Chunhua. Startled, she let out a scream. Quickly pulling away her scarf, she was taken aback upon realizing it was Song Qian. "Song Qian, how is it you?" Chapter 6. She agreed. Their eyes met, and the atmosphere became exceedingly awkward. Song Qian found himself unable to avert his gaze from Zhou Chunhua. "Sister-in-law, it's Taiju Ge who sent me," he stammered, his head bowed like a remorseful child, standing foolishly to the side. Observing Song Qian's silly demeanor, Zhou Chunhua was not angered. Instead, her tone softened. "You may step outside and call Taiju Ge in." Song Qian nodded and turned to leave. Meanwhile, Zhao Taiju had returned to the roadside, puffing on a cigarette. Leaning against a tree by the door, he exhaled smoke rings. In a bid to avoid divorce from Zhou Chunhua, he was determined to take drastic measures. Such a scenario, though somewhat absurd, was not unfamiliar to him. He was aware that a similar situation had unfolded in a neighboring village. Zhao Taiju extinguished his cigarette and thought to himself, "Song Qian, I hope that through your name, you can grant me a child. My happiness depends on you." Just as Zhao Taiju contemplated this, he heard the sound of a door opening behind him. Turning around, he spotted Song Qian approaching with his head lowered. "Is that it? Has it ended already?" Zhao Taiju mused, thinking that the lad was rather inept. Song Qian, his face flushed with embarrassment, shook his head helplessly. "It has even begun, and I've already been discovered. Perhaps it's best if I just leave." As he spoke, Song Qian prepared to turn away. Wait, Zhao Taiju exclaimed, grasping Song Qian firmly. "Don't be hasty, I'll discuss it with her. You stay here and wait for me." Song Qian shook his head vigorously like a rattle. "Brother, please don't put me in a difficult position," she wanted to agree. "Just let me go." As he said this, he attempted to push past Zhao Taiju. However, Zhao Taiju held onto him tightly. "Brother, I'm desperate. Which is why I came up with this idea. Just give me a few minutes to persuade her. She will agree. You must wait for me. I'm begging you." Caught in a dilemma, Song Qian could only nod silently. He longed to rush over to Su Taohua's house to check on her situation. Yet he found himself ensnared in this predicament, unable to leave or stay, truly a quandary. Seeing Song Qian acquiesce once more, Zhao Taiju turned and entered the house. At that moment, Zhou Chunhua sat on the edge of the bed, her face etched with worry. "Zhao Taiju, is this your idea of a game?" She picked up some tape and a scarf and hurled them towards him. In response to Zhou Chunhua's accusations, Zhao Taiju remained unperturbed. He caught the items and sat beside her. "Chunhua, you once mentioned wanting someone to assist us. Song Qian is an exceptional medical student, with commendable qualities, which is why I thought of him. Please, just agree." Zhou Chunhua was not swayed by Zhao Taiju's reasoning. "How can you even think of this? A fool is hardly a suitable choice. If we must do this, surely we need not resort to someone so inept?" To Zhou Chunhua's complaints, Zhao Taiju merely chuckled. "After my fault today, I confirmed he is fit to assist us, which is why I allowed him in. Is that so?" Zhou Chunhua inquired, her eyes widening. "If that is the case, it may be worth considering." In the picturesque Peach Blossom Village, Song Qian was renowned as a dashing young man. Standing tall at 178 centimeters, his physique adorned with well-defined muscles. Furthermore, he was a distinguished medical student in the village. Such a handsome lad was certainly worth considering. Taizhu, if you truly proceed with this, you might end up resenting me, right? I am so frightened. Zhou Chunhua tentatively inquired. Zhao Taizhu quickly shook his head, exclaiming, I would be overjoyed. How could I possibly resent you? He was still waiting outside, and it took considerable effort to persuade him. It would be a shame if he changed his mind and left. I'll go fetch him. You cooperate well. Zhou Chunhua, her face flushed with shyness, lowered her gaze and remained silent. After several seconds, she softly hummed in agreement, then turned away, unable to meet Zhao Taizhu's eyes. Seeing Zhou Chunhua acquiesce, Zhao Taizhu smiled and stood up. Wait here, I'll go call him. Just as he took a few steps, Zhou Chunhua stood up and grasped him again. Taizhu, you won't resent me, will you? Zhao Taizhu embraced Zhou Chunhua, gently patting her fragrant shoulder. How could I ever resent you? It's settled then. Just cooperate well. To soothe her, Zhao Taizhu provided an example. Do you remember that old man Wang from the neighboring village? He took in a child and raised him with great hardship, only for that child to turn out ungrateful, rejecting his adoptive father as he grew up. Wouldn't you agree? Zhou Chunhua listened intently and nodded softly. All right then, let him in. Observing Zhou Chunhua's understanding nature, Zhao Taizhu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Wait here. I'll let him in. After saying this, Zhao Taizhu turned to head outside. Just a few steps later, Zhou Chunhua added, make sure to close the door after you go out and take a stroll down the road. Such matters could be quite awkward. If Zhao Taizhu remained at home, she would find it difficult to overcome her hesitation. Understood. Zhao Taizhu turned back, enveloping Zhou Chunhua in his arms, gently encouraging her to perform well. Outside the door, as Zhao Taizhu delayed his appearance, Song Qian sensed that things were likely to fall through. A mixture of emotions swirled within him. This situation was indeed somewhat absurd. At that moment, Song Qian found himself in a quandary. He could neither leave nor stay. What if he left and Zhao Taizhu emerged only to find no one there? Yet, if he stayed and Zhou Chunhua refused, what then? However, if Zhou Chunhua agreed, Song Qian was indifferent. After all, he stood to lose nothing in such matters, especially since it was an act of kindness. Moreover, even if he helped, success was not guaranteed. As a medical student, Song Qian understood the intricacies of medicine better than anyone. If the timing coincided with those few special days, his efforts would be futile. Just as Song Qian's thoughts were in disarray, the door creaked open, and Zhao Taizhu, wearing a cheerful smile, approached him from behind. You may go in. She has agreed. Perhaps it's best to reconsider. Song Qian hesitated, feeling that this entire affair was inherently improper. No more nonsense, hurry inside. I just negotiated with her. And now you throw this into the mix. Do you expect me to kneel and beg you? Zhao Taizhu, feigning a gesture of submission, was about to kneel. Song Qian swiftly grasped his arm, urging, do not do this. Is my promise not sufficient? Releasing Zhao Taizhu, he turned to depart but was soon pursued by Zhao Taizhu, who grasped him once more. Exhibit your best performance. I have high hopes for you. Chapter 7. At one air Song Qian was momentarily perplexed. Uncertain of the meaning behind the situation, such occurrences generally unfold in a predictable manner, did they not? Zhao Taizhu, finding himself at an impasse, felt compelled to elucidate further. Upon hearing him, Song Qian's understanding dawned upon him like a flash of enlightenment. As he observed Song Qian enter the house, Zhao Taizhu finally exhaled in relief. He retrieved a cigarette, a smile gracing his lips as he lit it. After years of vexation, he finally glimpsed a glimmer of hope. After numerous tribulations, he found himself somewhat content. Zhou Chunhua was not only beautiful but also gentle and considerate. A woman of her caliber willingly residing in a place like Taohua Village was indeed a rare treasure. Should he part ways with Zhou Chunhua, Zhao Taizhu was certain he would never encounter another such stunning woman and might very well remain a bachelor for life. Moreover, he grappled with infertility. What woman would deign to consider a man like him? Exhaling clouds of smoke, a faint smile lingered on his face. After a few puffs, he deemed it inappropriate to linger outside, so he placed the cigarette between his lips, closed the door behind him, and strolled towards the western end of the village. Inside, Song Qian found Zhou Chunhua clad in a loose-fitting nightgown, seated on a small stool, her cheeks adorned with a delicate blush. Just as he was about to speak, Zhou Chunhua inquired, Little Qian, I heard from your brother Taizhu that you are no longer foolish after your fall. The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward, and Zhou Chunhua hesitated to address the crux of the matter directly. Instead, she feigned concern for Song Qian's well-being. Song Qian scratched the back of his head, feeling a tinge of embarrassment. I fell today, and inexplicably, I suddenly regained my senses. I don't know if it will happen again in the future. Zhou Chunhua rose, gently grasping Song Qian's arm. You silly child. If you're well, then you're well. How could you possibly regress? Now that you are recovered, you must cherish it. Thank you for your concern, sister-in-law. I will cherish it, Song Qian replied, his demeanor akin to that of a child, dutifully polite. To ease the tension, Zhou Chunhua continued. Your brother didn't pressure you, did he? If you are unwilling, please do not feel compelled. Song Qian shook his head. Brother Taiju did not coerce me. I simply felt somewhat uneasy about this and feared it might hurt you. He paused momentarily. Is it Taiju who urged you to do this? Perhaps we should reconsider. Song Qian's voice trembled, his heart racing like a drum. Zhou Chunhua, entwining her arm with his, exuded a subtle fragrance that enveloped him, leading him into a state of blissful reverie. Was this what one might call the sin of femininity? Zhou Chunhua gently shook her head. Taiju did not pressure me. It was my desire to act this way, although I do feel it may cause you some discomfort. What discomfort could a grown man like myself possibly experience? Song Qian replied, unable to suppress the rapid beating of his heart. The delightful aroma emanating from Zhou Chunhua heightened his senses, igniting a tempest of emotions within him. Apart from his previous girlfriend, this was the first time he had been so intimately close to a woman. Zhou Chunhua's delicate hand was soft and warm. Her voice, sweet and melodious, captivated him with every word, every gesture, and every movement. Could you turn off the light and secure the door? Zhou Chunhua requested, nodding in compliance. Song Qian rose to extinguish the light. Suddenly, the entire room was engulfed in darkness. Bang, bang, bang. Is Chunhua at home? Just then, a knocking resounded from outside, accompanied by the voice of Aunt Wang. Damn it, what is Aunt Wang doing here? Zhou Chunhua complained, her expression darkening. Sister-in-law, what should we do? Upon hearing Aunt Wang's voice, Song Qian asked nervously. He was extremely anxious, thrown into disarray. If Aunt Wang, known for her loose lips, discovered this matter, it would undoubtedly become common knowledge. This incident absolutely must not leak out. Song Qian stood there, at a loss for what to do. Just after turning off the light, he haphazardly turned it back on. Zhou Chunhua rose, her face filled with resentment. Aunt Wang, of all times, why now? I owe her nothing. Yet she comes to create a ruckus. It's truly unfortunate. Zhou Chunhua found herself in a dilemma. If she did not answer the door, Aunt Wang, with her stubborn temperament, would surely continue knocking. If she opened the door, her plans would be disrupted. Why must Aunt Wang intrude at such a critical moment? Zhou Chunhua only wished to accomplish a significant event in her life, yet it felt insurmountably difficult. Just then, Aunt Wang knocked again, her voice louder than before. Chunhua, are you at home? It's Aunt Wang. The knocking persisted, and Zhou Chunhua realized she had no choice but to open the door and send her away afterward. After a brief hesitation, she spoke softly. Xiao Qian, stay hidden inside. I'll send her away and come back to you. Song Qian nodded gently, cautioning her quietly. Be careful not to let her discover anything. Reluctantly, Zhou Chunhua stepped outside and opened the door. What do you want? I was already asleep. Aunt Wang squinted, scrutinizing Zhou Chunhua from head to toe. Why are you in your pajamas? Why are you sleeping so early? Zhou Chunhua rolled her eyes and complained. I've been feeling unwell today, so I went to bed early. You've woken me up. Throughout the conversation, Zhou Chunhua's mind was preoccupied with Song Qian. It was all Aunt Wang's fault for the interruption. Otherwise, she would have been speeding ahead, already on the highway. Aunt Wang joked, seeing you in your pajamas. You're not planning to engage in something with Taiju, are you? Her bluntness startled Zhou Chunhua, who broke into a cold sweat. Although Aunt Wang had not guessed correctly, she was close enough. After all, Zhou Chunhua's flushed cheeks could not lie. Hearing this, Zhou Chunhua panicked. What nonsense! How can you say such things? She retorted, then explained. Taiju and I had a small argument. He went outside for a smoke and hasn't returned yet. If you have something to say, please come in. Noticing that Aunt Wang had no intention of leaving, Zhou Chunhua stepped aside to let her in. Once seated in the living room, Aunt Wang finally said, Chunhua, your eyesight is quite good. Could you help me check if I have a splinter in my hand? It hurts quite a bit. With that, Aunt Wang extended her hand towards Zhou Chunhua. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chunhua felt an overwhelming discomfort. This old woman sought her out in the dead of night for such a trivial matter. Why had she not come earlier? It was truly exasperating. Nevertheless, Zhou Chunhua could not afford to display her irritation. She mustered her composure and endeavored to dismiss the visitor as swiftly as possible. She took Aunt Wang's hand and examined it closely. Indeed, a large thorn was embedded within. I shall fetch a needle to assist you in removing it. Chapter 8. I shall heed your arrangements indeed. It seems I have been pricked. This area has swelled considerably. Fortunately, I came to seek your assistance tonight. Otherwise, by tomorrow, my finger would have swollen to the size of a radish. Aunt Wang complained, examining her injury closely while gingerly rubbing it with her other hand, wincing in pain. Shou Chunhua fetched a needle to assist her in removing the splinter. In a matter of moments, the splinter was extracted. Is it merely a prick? Why the excessive drama? You're grimacing as if you're in agony. It's quite exaggerated. I assent it. After giving birth to several children, I have never heard you complain about pain like this. One might think your husband was punishing you. Zhou Chunhua teased, unable to suppress her sarcasm. Aunt Wang, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, since giving birth to that little one, I have developed an unusual sensitivity to pain. I can't quite comprehend it. With that, she continued to massage the sore spot. Zhou Chunhua retrieved a band-aid and helped her apply it. The splinter has been removed. You should return home now. As we are preparing to retire for the night, Aunt Wang, as if glued to the sofa, was reluctant to rise. What is the hurry to send me away? I see you glowing with health, not exhibiting any signs of illness. Why the urgency? Aunt Wang resisted leaving, causing Zhou Chunhua to grow anxious. I truly feel unwell. I just had an argument with Taiju and lack the spirit to engage in idle chatter. You should go home, Zhou Chunhua asserted, pulling Aunt Wang to her feet. You should indeed return home. I'm genuinely ready for sleep. The more she urged, the more Aunt Wang resisted. You mischievous child. Your incessant urging makes one wonder if there's a man hiding in your room. You shameless hussy. Zhou Chunhua retorted, threatening, if you dare to speak nonsense again, I shall tear your mouth apart. As she scolded, she added mockingly, you're the one who seems eager for a man. Perhaps you should seek out Wang Matzi. That old bachelor is quite robust. Oh, spare me. Aunt Wang grimaced at the mention of Wang Matzi. That fellow is covered in pockmarks, a sight that turns my stomach. He is short and dark, which explains why he remains a bachelor to this day. Even with the lights out, he would still appear the same, Zhou Chunhua jested. Outside, Song Qian listened intently to their conversation. Aunt Wan's loose tongue was notorious. If the old lady were to burst into the room, it would spell disaster. Cold sweat trickled down Song Qian's back. He wished he could dig a hole to escape. He contemplated slipping out through the window but feared making noise would betray his presence. At that moment, he simply hoped Aunt Wang would depart swiftly. Otherwise, the night would certainly turn disastrous. Aunt Wang was well known for her propensity to spread news far and wide once she learned of it. After several long minutes, Aunt Wang finally took her leave. Upon hearing her footsteps fade, Song Qian sighed in relief. 2 minutes later, he heard Zhou Chunhua closing the door. It was only then that Song Qian exhaled a breath he had been holding. He patted his chest, relieved, narrowly escaping a significant predicament. Seeing Zhou Chunhua re-enter, Song Qian inquired, Aunt Wang must have left entirely, correct? Zhou Chunhua smiled gently, her voice softening. She must have left, even if she returns. She won't be able to enter, as I've secured the main gate. Even our family member cannot come in. Zhou Chunhua said this, moving closer to Song Qian. Outside, on the street, Zhao Taiju glanced at his phone, noting that nearly 20 minutes had elapsed since he left home. Under normal circumstances, his wife should have completed her task by now. He withdrew his last cigarette, discarded the pack onto the ground, and lit it with his lighter. During these 20 minutes, he smoked 5 or 6 cigarettes. As a man, he felt compelled to make such a choice, driven by desperation. Had there been any other option, he would not have resorted to this. However, the deed was done, and there was little room for regret. In his mind, this choice, albeit reluctant, was preferable to divorce. He even contemplated that such action should have been taken 3 years ago, which would have spared him the exorbitant expenses associated with in vitro fertilization. Over 100,000 yuan, gone in an instant. Zhao Taiju could only hope for the success of tonight's endeavor. He exhaled smoke rings, his thoughts swirling chaotically. After finishing his cigarette, he flicked the butt away, watching it arc through the air before landing on the ground. Noticing it still smoldering, he walked over and extinguished it with his foot. At that moment, his phone rang. Taiju, come back. It's done. Upon hearing Zhou Chunhua's voice, Zhao Taiju could not help but inquire, is everything all right? Zhou Chunhua, breathless and soft-spoken, replied, all went smoothly. Hurry back. Upon hearing the words, all went smoothly, Zhao Tieju's face broke into a smile. He had done what needed to be done, exerted all his effort, and the rest was left to fate. Zhao Taiju could only hope that fortune would favor him. I'm on my way back, he exclaimed, hanging up the phone, filled with joy. The task had finally been accomplished, and its success was now in the hands of destiny. In Zhao Tieju's living room, the flush on Zhou Chunhua's face had not yet faded. Little Qian, only the 3 of us know about this matter. Please keep it confidential, Zhou Chunhua advised, her concern evident. After all, such matters, if disclosed, could be detrimental to all involved, especially considering that Song Qian was from the same village. Song Qian straightened up, nodding earnestly. Sister-in-law, don't worry, I'm not the fool I once was. I wouldn't dare speak of this. As long as you and brother Taizhu are not put in a difficult position. Zhou Chunhua shifted closer to Song Qian. Little Qian, I understand that these matters have a certain probability of success. They are not guaranteed. If this attempt fails, I may need to rely on your continued assistance until we achieve success. Her doubts stemmed from the fact that this moment was not the most favorable for success. A slight delay would have yielded better results. However, she had no choice but to rely on Song Qian, as today he had agreed, but tomorrow might be uncertain. Upon hearing Zhou Chunhua's words, Song Qian's spirits lifted. He was quite eager for such matters. Ideally, this attempt would fail, allowing for another opportunity in the future. However, on the other hand, if there are several consecutive failures, it becomes rather awkward, as we often encounter each other. Success is surely within reach. Song Qian nodded emphatically. At that moment, Zhao Taizhu entered the room. Noticing the two seated on the sofa, he felt it was inappropriate to interject. So he approached Song Qian and gave him a meaningful glance. Upon seeing Zhao Taizhu, Song Qian rose to his feet. Brother Taizhu, Sister Chunhua, it's getting late. You should rest early. I must return home as well. Zhao Taizhu grasped Song Qian's arm, saying, Brother, when I first walked in, I overheard your conversation, and I find it resonates with my thoughts. Once you decide to pursue this endeavor, you must persevere until success is achieved. If this attempt does not bear fruit, you cannot decline the next opportunity. Song Qian pondered briefly before nodding slowly in agreement. All right, I shall heed your guidance. Chapter 9. Are you human or ghost? Come. Brother will escort you, Zhao Taizhu said, wrapping his arm around Song Qian's shoulder as they made their way toward the door, handing him the bamboo basket. Don't wander off. Your foolish illness has just improved. Head straight home and share the good news with your parents. Song Qian nodded with a smile. That's exactly what I intend to do. He held the bamboo basket and walked toward his home, humming a little tune. Today, he had experienced an array of events in a short span, marking a significant turning point in his life. Memories of what transpired at Zhao Tieju's residence flooded his mind. As he passed by Su Taohua's doorstep, Song Qian halted. Earlier, at Longquan Mountain, Wang Matzi had been ruthless, attempting to bully Su Taohua. He wondered how she was faring. He approached her home with the bamboo basket in hand. Having acquired a unique sensitivity after his inheritance, Song Qian's hearing was exceptional, even before reaching the door. He caught the sound of muffled sobs emanating from within. Song Qian, it's all your sister-in-law's fault. Your parents are still unaware that you have perished. Sister-in-law, please burn more paper money for you. Whatever you wish to eat or use, do not deprive yourself. You must be well below. Su Taohua wept as she burned paper money in the yard, where a fierce flame blazed. Standing outside, Song Qian inhaled the scent of smoke wafting from the courtyard. Listening to Su Taohua's lament, he couldn't help but chuckle. How had she come to assume he was dead and was now burning paper money for him? Knock, knock, knock. Song Qian gently tapped on the wooden door latch. Just as he was about to speak, Su Taohua's cries rang out from within. Wang Matzi, what do you want? I have already promised to marry you, so why do you disturb me? Just leave. Su Taohua mistook him for Wang Matzi, which made Song Qian laugh in exasperation. Sister Taohua, it's me, Song Qian. Quickly, open the door. Upon hearing his voice, Su Taohua was startled. Song Qian, don't frighten your sister-in-law. Wang Matzi is the one who harmed you. If you seek vengeance, go after him. The small wooden door of Su Taohua's house was something Song Qian could easily leap over to enter the courtyard. Yet, he refrained from doing so, fearing it would terrify Su Taohua further, leading her to believe he had transformed into a vengeful spirit. Sister Taohua, I am not dead. And not dead? Su Taohua trembled, holding a wooden stick, yet hesitated to open the door, standing a few meters away. Are you human or ghost? With a smile, Song Qian replied, I am, of course. Human, a living person. Stop crying and open the door quickly. I wish to see you. You truly aren't dead? Su Taohua clutched the wooden stick tightly, still reluctant to open the door. Though the voice outside belonged to Song Qian, it did not sound like him. Song Qian was slow in speech, often stammering. And he did not speak so fluidly. I am indeed alive. If you don't open the door, I shall jump in. Su Taohua broke into a cold sweat at the thought of him leaping inside. Do not, I implore you, do not leap in. Your sister-in-law will open the door for you. However, it is indeed Wang Matzi who has brought you to this perilous state. Please, do not harm your sister-in-law." Hearing Su Taohua's trembling voice, Song Qian felt an urge to burst into laughter. What kind of reasoning is this, wishing for one's own demise? "Sister-in-law, what are you thinking? I am not dead. Please, open the door quickly. I am concerned that Wang Matzi may be bullying you, so I came to check on you." Su Taohua stood in the courtyard, peering through the crack of the door, and gasped, You are truly alive?" After a brief pause, she inquired further. "You used to stutter when you spoke. Unlike the smoothness of your words now, how can I trust you?" Song Qian chuckled softly. "I forgot to mention. Misfortune turned into fortune. After receiving a beating from Wang Matzi, my foolishness has dissipated." "You're no longer foolish?" Su Taohua exclaimed, her heart swelling with joy as she dropped the wooden stick, summoning her courage to approach the door and open it. Song Qian stepped into the courtyard, cradling a bamboo basket, standing tall and proud before Su Taohua. "Not only am I alive, but I am also no longer foolish." Su Taohua, with a trembling right hand, reached out towards him. If she grasped his hand, it would confirm his life. If she failed, the figure before her would indeed be a ghost. Song Qian remained still, clutching the bamboo basket. It was only when Su Taohua's hand made contact with him that he smiled and said, "See, I am perfectly fine. Why do you not believe me?" A warm sensation emanated from Song Qian, causing Su Taohua to exhale in relief, her joy erupting into tears. "Foolish Song Qian, your sister-in-law thought you were dead." She snatched the bamboo basket from his hands and placed it on the ground, wiping her tears before enveloping Song Qian in a heartfelt embrace. "You terrified me. I truly believed you had perished." Sob, sob, sob. Su Taohua wept joyously once more, tears cascading down her cheeks. "Sister Taohua, please do not cry." Su Taohua wiped her tears, gently patting Song Qian twice to confirm he was a healthy young man, and her tears transformed into laughter. She picked up a broom from the side and swept away the remnants of unburned paper money from the room, extinguishing them completely before tossing the broom aside. "You must be hungry. Your sister-in-law will prepare some noodles for you." Hearing Su Taohua's words, Song Qian felt a twinge of embarrassment. Truth be told, after the recent exertion, he was indeed hungry. Yet at that moment, Song Qian longed to return home without delay. He had already spent considerable time at Zhao Tieju's house, and if he returned too late, his parents would surely worry. Su Taohua seemed to sense that her words could be misinterpreted and quickly added, "I will make you some noodles right away." Song Qian waved his hand, smiling as he replied, "No need to trouble yourself. I shall eat when I return home." He bent down to lift his basket. Su Taohua turned back, giving him a playful glare. "When I offer you food, you should accept it. There is no need to be polite with your sister-in-law. After you eat, you can head back. I have yet to repay you for today's deeds." As she spoke, Su Taohua unceremoniously pulled Song Qian into the house. "Stay here obediently. I will prepare the noodles." Unable to refuse her warm hospitality, Song Qian acquiesced. A few minutes later, Su Taohua approached Song Qian, carrying a bowl of 3 flavor noodles. "You must be famished. Hurry and eat," she urged. Upon noticing that there was only a single bowl, Song Qian paused momentarily. "Sister Taohua, why aren't you eating?" Su Taohua smiled charmingly. "I have already dined." Indeed, Song Qian was feeling quite hungry. With a humph, he began to eat. "Sister Taohua, your culinary skills are truly remarkable." Observing Song Qian devouring the noodles with enthusiasm, Su Taohua chuckled. "Song Qian, do you recall the events that transpired at Longquan Mountain today?" "What did I say to you back then?" Lifting his head, Song Qian replied between bites. "Of course I remember. Sister Taohua mentioned treating me to watermelons and sweets, though we never got around to it." Chapter 10. The challenges faced by Su Taohua. Su Taohua believed that Song Qian had been a fool, assuming he had not remembered the words he spoke on Longquan Mountain. To her surprise, he recalled every word verbatim. A flush crept across Su Taohua's face, and she felt a twinge of embarrassment. Since Song Qian was no longer foolish, she found herself increasingly attracted to this handsome young man. Rather than let Wang Mazai take advantage, it would be far better to offer herself to Song Qian. "Tell me, do you still wish to eat?" Su Taohua asked, her demeanor shy yet radiant, her beauty heightened by the playful smile that graced her lips. Sitting across from Song Qian, she rested her chin on her hands, her enchanting, doe-like eyes gazing affectionately at him. Song Qian nodded with a smile. "If it is possible, I would certainly like to." Upon hearing this, Su Taohua's heart raced uncontrollably. It seemed that Song Qian had indeed acquiesced to her unspoken desire. No longer hiding her intentions, she decided to be forthright. Little Qian, I implore you for a favor. You know my mother and younger brother have long wished for me to marry Wang Mazai, but I am unwilling. I sincerely ask for your assistance. You must agree. The pressure Su Taohua faced regarding her impending marriage to Wang Mazai was not a secret to Song Qian. The entire Taohua village was abuzz with gossip. So, do you wish to marry him? Song Qian inquired between bites. Su Taohua hastily shook her head. Though Wang Mazai possesses some wealth, his appearance is ghastly, his pockmarked face and short stature. If he were to lie beside me, I would surely suffer nightmares every night. As she spoke, Su Taohua's expression darkened. She sighed deeply before continuing. While on Longquan Mountain, I initially thought Wang Mazai was speaking in jest, only to later learn that my mother had indeed accepted an 18,000 yuan betrothal gift from him. Song Qian straightened at this revelation. 18,000, despite his unattractive appearance. He is indeed quite generous. Is it true he offered that amount? Indeed, Su Taohua clarified. My mother accepted his money and discreetly informed him of my whereabouts near Longquan Mountain, which led him to find me by the waterfall. Mentioning the events on Longquan Mountain caused Song Qian to furrow his brows. After he knocked me unconscious, did he mistreat you? If he dared to lay a finger on you, I shall seek vengeance. He set down his chopsticks, his fists clenched tightly. Su Taohua's countenance grew somber as she sighed once more. Subsequently, she recounted how Wang Mazai had bound her with clothing, stuffed cloth into her mouth, and threatened her. Upon hearing her account, Song Qian's fists crackled with tension. You despicable Wang Mazai, just wait. I shall make you pay for this. After his outburst, he posed another question. Does this mean your purity has been tarnished by Wang Mazai? Su Taohua shook her head, explaining, I was on the brink of being violated. But then I had a sudden thought. I agreed to his proposal, reasoning that since my mother had already accepted the betrothal gift, as long as he did not force himself upon me, I would marry him in a few days. This phrase proved quite effective. Upon hearing it, Wang Mazhong relinquished his sinister intentions and ultimately refrained from bullying me, sob. Reflecting on that moment, Su Taohua couldn't help but weep again. Though the situation did not escalate to its worst outcome, she was still thoroughly scrutinized by Wang Mazhong and taken advantage of. Wiping her tears, Su Taohua felt an overwhelming sense of sorrow. After listening, Song Qian finally breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that a grave error was averted. During Song Qian's period of foolishness, Su Taohua treated him exceptionally well, often preparing delicious meals for him and even purchasing 2 garments. Now that he had regained his wits, he resolved to return the favor and protect Su Taohua as best he could, ensuring she would not suffer harm. He did not succeed, so why are you crying again? Please, stop crying, Song Qian said, perplexed, as he attempted to comfort Su Taohua. With a shaky breath, Su Taohua replied, though he did not succeed. He still scrutinized me thoroughly and held me in his embrace. That wretched Wang Mazhong, I truly despise him. One day, I will avenge you. Please, stop crying, Song Qian declared, finishing his noodles in several large bites. After putting down his chopsticks, he burped contentedly. By the way, when you asked for my help earlier, it must have been regarding Wang Mazhong, right? How can I assist you? Su Taohua bit her crimson lip, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Her lips were supple and full, and her complexion flushed with a rosy hue. Xiao Qian, sister-in-law, knows that this request may seem excessive and unfair to you, but I am at my wit's end and could only think of this idea. I implore you to assist me. After a lengthy explanation, Su Taohua still had not articulated how he could help. Song Qian inquired, you seem hesitant. Just speak plainly. I will certainly assist you if it is within my power. After a moment of hesitation, Su Taohua bashfully said, Xiao Qian, I truly do not wish to marry Wang Mazhong. If only you would take me instead. If I become yours, I can boldly refuse him. Her face was flushed, her breath slightly erratic. For a woman to utter such words to a man, Su Taohua felt immense embarrassment, yet she felt compelled to speak. Sister-in-law is a widow. I realize this may put you in an awkward position, but I cannot conceive of a better solution. You must help me. Standing up, Su Taohua swayed her delicate waist and approached Song Qian, sitting closely beside him. She placed her slender hand on his knee, her face aglow as she gazed at him. Song Qian was taken aback. He had not expected Su Taohua's request for assistance to take such a form. Beside him, she was as stunning as a celebrity in a film. To be frank, Song Qian found her immensely appealing. It would be disingenuous to claim he was unaffected. Su Taohua was even more beautiful than Zhao Taiju's wife, Zhou Chunhua. And she was younger, her voice melodious. Despite her rural background, Su Taohua was remarkably well preserved, her skin delicate and fair, her figure tall and graceful. A captivating woman like her, if one could be with her, would surely be the dream of any man, and Song Qian found himself harboring such thoughts. After a moment of contemplation, he felt something peculiar. Sister Tao Hua, as a grown man, what grievances could I possibly have? Rather, it is you who suffers. Su Tao Hua extended her delicate hand, grasping Song Qian's wrist. As long as I am not forced to marry Wang Matzi, I am willing to do anything. I genuinely harbor feelings for you. Why not simply agree to my request? Su Tao Hua tightened her grip on Song Qian's wrist as she spoke. The man beside her, tall and handsome, was a distinguished scholar from Tao Hua village, and he had become quite astute. The more she looked at him, the more her affection grew. Rest assured, little Qian, I will not cling to you. Even without the matter of Wang Matzi, I hold a profound fondness for you. Will you not agree to my wish? Even if it means merely being your confidant, I would gladly accept. Su Tao Hua bit her rosy lip, her voice sweet and melodious, evoking an irresistible stir in one's heart. After a moment of contemplation, Song Qian smiled and replied, as a man, I certainly do not mind. So I am more than willing. He then shifted the conversation, adding, however, even if we are together for now, Wang Matzi will still pursue you. And that will not resolve our predicament. Upon sensing Song Qian's willingness, Su Tao Hua felt a surge of joy within her. In that case, she declared, there is no better time than the present. Let us be together today. Once I become yours, we shall devise a plan to deal with Wang Matzi, as well as my mother and brother. Song Qian turned his gaze towards the enchanting Su Tao Hua, feeling his heart flutter. This alluring widow was undeniably captivating. His eyes first fell upon her cheeks, which were as tender as a peeled lychee. Her elegantly arched willow-like eyebrows and long eyelashes adorned those autumn-like eyes, creating a mesmerizing allure. Chapter 11. The shadow, a delicate pair of crimson lips, lush and inviting. Below them lies a long, fair neck, exquisitely shaped collarbones, and an expanse of porcelain skin, complemented by a pronounced décolletage. Noticing Song Qian's gaze fixed upon her, Su Tao Hua did not shy away. Compared to Wang Matzi, Song Qian could be considered a diamond bachelor. The thought of marrying him, or perhaps sharing an intimate moment, was enticing to Su Tao Hua. Moreover, faced with her current predicament, she found herself more willing to surrender to Song Qian than to endure Wang Matzi's harassment in the days to come. Su Tao Hua adjusted her clothing, revealing a glimpse of her fragrant shoulder. Is it beautiful? She inquired playfully, biting her red lips as she glanced at Song Qian. Beautiful? No. Song Qian faltered, caught off guard by Su Tao Hua's sudden teasing. His face flushed crimson as he stumbled over his words. Look at you, dazed and bewildered. Your old habits have resurfaced, Su Tao Hua teased, rising from her seat. Come, follow me to the inner room. With a firm resolve, Song Qian decided to follow Su Tao Hua, dismissing any concerns about Wang Matzi for the moment. He trailed behind her, asking, is this all right? Su Tao Hua turned, her cheeks flushed, and smiled coyly. Still calling me sister-in-law? From now on, just call me sister. Song Qian grinned mischievously. I'll heed your wishes. It's been years since the Chungo left, and it does seem inappropriate to keep addressing you as sister-in-law. I was actually thinking of calling you Sister Tao Hua, but I feared it might upset you. Since you've suggested it, I shall refer to you as Sister Tao Hua from now on. Su Tao Hua found his words somewhat peculiar, her complexion deepening in hue as she playfully jabbed him. You're such a smooth talker. Just then, a low voice from outside interrupted. Wife, are you asleep? Infuriated, Su Tao Hua muttered to herself, that wretched Wang Matzi, first pestering me at Longquan Mountain, then again in the village, and now he dares to show up here. She turned to Song Qian and whispered, Little Qian, Wang Matzi is back. Hide in my room for a moment while I deal with him. But Song Qian seized her wrist, preventing her from leaving. After a brief contemplation, a mischievous grin spread across his face as he leaned closer to Su Tao Hua's ear and whispered a few words. Upon hearing him, she burst into laughter. You rascal. Your ideas are truly clever. Let us do as you suggested. It will surely terrify that scoundrel Wang Matzi. Wife, are you awake? Wang Matzi gently knocked on the door, inquiring again from outside. Su Tao Hua, uninterested, returned to the living room, picked up some joss paper from the cabinet, and turned to walk towards the courtyard. Their residence was a quaint courtyard house. Why are you shouting so loudly? She complained, her voice laced with irritation. Hearing her rebuke, Wang Matzi chuckled. I told you. The lights are still on in your house. You must not be asleep. Open the door. I have matters to discuss with you. What business do you have at this hour, knocking on a widow's door? Su Tao Hua retorted, holding the joss paper as she opened the door. Upon noticing the paper money in Su Taohua's hands, Wang Mozi's expression momentarily faltered. My dear wife, what are you doing? Su Taohua turned around and returned to the spot where she had previously burned the paper money. Illuminated by the courtyard's light, traces of the burnt offerings remained, along with scattered ashes strewn across the ground. I dozed off on the sofa and dreamed of Song Qian. He lamented his suffering, claiming it was all your doing. I had just burned some paper money for him, but it felt insufficient. I must burn more now, Su Taohua explained as she began to ignite the paper money. Since you're here, you should also offer some for him. Wang Mozi gazed around the courtyard, now littered with ashes of paper money, and a chill crept up his spine. In a fit of anger, he had cast Song Qian into the demon's den, and reflecting on it now, he felt a twinge of regret. It was unnecessary to have acted so harshly. He is but a fool. Why extinguish a fool's life? A careless act could lead to legal troubles, which is hardly worth the risk. Wang Mozi took the paper money and tossed it, piece by piece, into the flames. My dear wife, you are the sole confidant of today's events. Please refrain from speaking of it indiscriminately, lest we both find ourselves entangled. His unease compelled him to seek Su Taohua's presence. It's not merely a matter of discretion, it's about Song Qian. Moments ago, I saw a shadow by the window in the living room that resembled him, yet upon investigations, I found nothing. Were you by my window? A sudden chill coursed down Wang Mozi's spine as he tossed the paper money into the fire, casting his gaze around. Yet finding no shadow. Was it not you? Su Taohua provocatively inquired. I clearly saw a shadow by the window. I initially thought it was you lurking there, creating quite a commotion. The more she spoke, the more fear gripped Wang Mozi. Impossible. I did not enter. Are you truly not the one? Su Taohua retorted slyly. No wonder the shadow appeared so much like Song Qian. He was cast into the demon's den because of your actions. You must burn that paper money quickly, for he may have come to claim a life. Woe is me, Song Qian. It was Wang Mozi who wronged you, not I. If you seek vengeance, direct it towards him. Don't speak nonsense. Despite his trepidation, Wang Mozi maintained a facade of composure, continuing to burn the paper money while keeping a vigilant watch. Finding no signs of disturbance, he breathed a sigh of relief. Yet, at that moment, his pupils dilated in horror. In Su Taohua's living room stood a tall silhouette beneath the light, a slender shadow cast through the window. A shadow, Wang Mozi shouted, pointing towards the dark figure in the living room. Su Taohua played her part flawlessly, bursting into tears in response. Chapter 12. Wang Mozi was terrified. Song Qian. It is indeed you. Wang Mozi is right here. Come and take your revenge. It was all Wang Mozi who caused your demise, Su Taohua cried, gripping Wang Mozi tightly. He was so frightened that his whole body trembled, and his lips quivered uncontrollably. Song Qian, I never meant to harm you. Before he could finish, Wang Mozi attempted to flee, only to discover that his feet felt as though they were glued to the ground, immovable. At that moment, Song Qian stood beneath the dim light in the living room, his face obscured by a dark garment. Within the inheritance of the Lotus Flower Immortal Emperor, there exists a formidable technique known as the 9 Heavens and Earth Formula, which encompasses many powerful secrets. Currently, Song Qian was invoking the immobilization spell. Under its influence, Wang Mozi found himself utterly paralyzed. Dealing with someone like Wang Mozi required cunning. Binding him in such a manner was far more effective than mere physical confrontation. In a swift motion, Song Qian vanished from the light and extinguished all the lights in the living room and courtyard in an instant. As the lights went out, he leisurely approached the courtyard, and Wang Mozi, witnessing this, trembled in fear. He yearned to escape, yet his legs would not budge. Taohua, I believe I am under control and unable to move. Quickly, drive Song Qian away. Don't let him come any closer. Wang Mozi stammered, desperately struggling. But no matter how hard he fought, he remained immobile. It felt as though his feet were weighed down by 1,000 pounds, as if they had been coated with powerful glue, rendering him utterly stuck. As Song Qian drew nearer, Wang Mozi felt utterly helpless. Song Qian, I never intended to kill you. Please spare me. I will burn paper money for you every day. I beg you, grant me my life. Wang Mozi, a crude man who typically held no beliefs in deities or spirits, found himself compelled to believe in the supernatural under such dire circumstances. He had clearly seen that the figure in the living room bore the same attire as Song Qian had worn during the day, save for the black garment obscuring his head. With all the lights extinguished, the flickering flames from the burning paper money cast eerie shadows in the courtyard, heightening the sense of dread. Song Qian spoke in a slow, deliberate tone. Wang Mozi, you have brought me great suffering. I fell into the abyss of demons, and they tore me to shreds. My death was a tragic one, indeed. Each word was pronounced with a chilling slowness as he advanced with stiff movements toward the fire. The closer he drew, the more terrified Wang Matzi became. Seeing Wang Matzi's fear intensify, Su Taohua fanned the flames of panic. Song Qian. It was Wang Matzi who caused her death. He still wishes to bully me. Take him away. Do not let him remain to torment me. As Song Qian approached ever closer, Wang Matzi's terror escalated. His pupils dilated, his temples throbbed, and his heart raced to his throat, drenched in sweat. Taohua. Quickly plead for mercy. Convince Song Qian not to come near. I feel as if I am ensnared by him and cannot move. This is the end. Observing Wang Matzi's pitiful demeanor, Su Taohua couldn't help but stifle a laugh. This wretched Wang Matzi, was he not so audacious by day? Time and again. He sought to trouble her, even casting Song Qian into the devil's den. It appeared that he too could succumb to fear. Song Qian. Quickly come here and take Wang Matzi away. He is the one who has brought about your demise and cast you into the devil's den to be devoured by demons. Prevent him from continually tormenting me. You must come and escort him away, Su Taohua implored, deliberately retreating behind Wang Matzi. Extending her delicate hand to give him a gentle push, only to discover him rigid with terror. Wang Matzi trembled uncontrollably, paralyzed by fear. At that moment, a pungent odor of urine trickled down his thigh, saturating the ground beneath. He had soiled himself in fright. The noxious scent repulsed Su Taohua, prompting her to fan her nose and hastily retreat a few steps. Meanwhile, Song Qian approached slowly. I met a dreadful end, all because of you. He spoke in a painfully slow manner, deliberately constraining his voice, which came out dry and haunting, as if echoing from the depths of hell. Each word he uttered was laden with terror. Do you comprehend? The demons within the devil's den tore off my arms, then my legs, feasting upon my entrails, and ultimately severing my head. Even my eyeballs were plucked out. There are 9 demons in that den. After consuming me, they demanded I capture another soul, lest they imprison my spirit and deny me rebirth. Wang Matzi, it is you who has caused my death. Come with me. As Song Qian spoke, his steps were deliberate. Yet the courtyard was limited in size, and he soon stood before Wang Matzi. Please, please, spare my life. I acknowledge my wrongs. I never intended to harm you. I beseech you for mercy. Wang Matzi quivered, his voice a frantic plea. In that fleeting moment, he nearly fainted from terror. At this juncture, Wang Matzi yearned to flee. Yet his legs refused to obey him, leaving him to grovel for mercy. Su Taohua, positioned behind him, listened to his tearful entreaties and could scarcely contain her laughter. Wretched Wang Matzi, you finally taste the bitterness of fear. Simultaneously, she grew increasingly impressed by Song Qian. His ability to act was remarkable, and his slow, chilling cadence was spine-tingling. Had she not been privy to their orchestrated performance, she too might have been frightened. What astonished Su Taohua further was the rigidity of Song Qian's gait, which he mimicked with haunting precision, appearing vividly lifelike. In the flickering firelight, he truly resembled a vengeful spirit, a sight that would instill dread in anyone, including Wang Matzi. It is Wang Matzi who has caused your demise. You must take him away. At that moment, Wang Matzi had lost all will to resist, rendered immobile before Song Qian, who now stood right in front of him. Song Qian, I implore you, spare my life. I promise to care for your parents and sister in return for your mercy. Song Qian chuckled, his voice resonating as though it emerged from the depths of hell. I died so tragically, come take my life. Song Qian tore away the garments from his head, revealing a visage that was truly unsettling. His eyes, smeared with a touch of dark sauce, appeared hollow, seemingly devoid of pupils. Beneath his eyes, he had applied a smear of lipstick, which in the dim light of night, resembled blood. This ghastly makeup was hastily concocted moments ago while he concealed himself in the room, taking mere seconds to create a terrifying facade. At this moment, he indeed looked exceedingly fearsome. Witnessing such a scene, Wang Matzi let out a horrifying scream. The sight of Song Qian startled Su Taohua as well. Were it not for the fact that he had just cooked noodles for Song Qian, held his hand, and shared tender moments together, he would have believed Song Qian to be dead. Chapter 13. Otherwise, Su Taohua might mistakenly believe that Song Qian had met his untimely demise, and the apparition before her could very well be the ghost of Song Qian. How tragically I have died. Song Qian extended his hands, poised to grasp Wang Matzi's throat. Yet, as he reached out, he hesitated, suspended in midair. If he were to make contact with Wang Matzi, the ruse would be immediately exposed. With warmth emanating from his hands, Wang Matzi would surely react. Take your life. Wang Matzi trembled uncontrollably, his face devoid of color. In the dim light of the flickering flame, his countenance appeared ghostly pale, striking fear into the heart. Please spare me. Help. Su Taohua stood behind Wang Matzi, gesturing to Song Qian to cease, imploring him not to frighten Wang Matzi to death. Understanding her intent, Song Qian held his hands aloft, simulating the act of choking Wang Matzi without proceeding to do so. Gradually, he retreated, prepared to release Wang Matzi from his spell. As Song Qian stepped back, the immobilizing enchantment dissipated, causing Wang Matzi to collapse onto the ground. Realizing he could move again, he scrambled out of the door, rolling and crawling in a frantic escape, his cries echoing in despair. It was only after Wang Matzi had fled that Su Taohua finally closed the door. You filthy cur, urinating in my yard. Were it not for your pitiful state, I would have made you clean it up. Su Taohua muttered under her breath as she approached Song Qian. Little Qian, I did not expect your acting skills to be so remarkable. Song Qian chuckled softly, making his way to the living room, where he retrieved a few tissues to wipe away the remnants of soy sauce and lipstick around his eyes. I too did not foresee that Wang Matzi would be so cowardly as to wet himself. Tonight will be quite the ordeal for him. Ha ha ha. He deserves it for bullying you. Su Taohua scolded, her beautiful eyes fixed on Song Qian. By the way, it seems Wang Matzi threw you against the rock today, and you might have injured your head. Tilt your head so I can take a look. Though Song Qian initially intended to decline, he complied and tilted his head. A slight abrasion had formed, but the wound had already healed. Su Taohua gently cradled Song Qian's head, parting his hair for inspection, and was relieved to find no injury. Thank goodness, the wound has indeed healed. However, despite her words, a flicker of doubt lingered in her heart. She had witnessed the scene clearly. Song Qian's head had sustained a deep cut, bleeding profusely. Under such circumstances, a wound should not have healed so swiftly. But why? Song Qian bore no mark of injury. Unbeknownst to Su Taohua, Song Qian's wounds had been healed by the Lotus Immortal after he was cast into the abyss by Wang Matzi. Had it not been for the jade pendant of the lotus flower around Song Qian's neck, the Lotus Immortal would not have had the means to rescue him after being thrown into the cave. At this moment, it was conceivable that Song Qian might have already ventured into the realm of the dead. Go wash your face and remove all the soy sauce and lipstick. Let us resume our previous activities. Wang Matzi is unlikely to return. As Su Taohua spoke, she leapt into Song Qian's embrace. Dear younger brother Qian, you are becoming increasingly handsome. I wonder why I had never noticed it before. Song Qian embraced Su Taohua and gently patted her fragrant shoulder. How can you say that? I have always been quite handsome, you know? Su Taohua smiled sweetly, teasing, you truly have a thick skin. As they conversed, they stepped outside, where Song Qian commenced washing his face. Just as he finished, Su Taohua's phone rang. Upon checking, she saw it was a call from Song Qian's sister, Song Yao. Taohua, my brother went to forage for mushrooms and has yet to return. Since you were working near Longquan Mountain today, have you seen him? Song Yao inquired anxiously on the other end. Su Taohua paused, contemplating how to respond. If she revealed that Song Qian was with her, the ensuing situation could become rather complicated, and she was reluctant to face that. Conversely, if she chose to withhold the truth, she found herself unable to lie. It was clear that Song Yao was deeply worried about her brother, likely already in a state of distress. After a brief moment of contemplation, Su Taohua replied, Your brother? He just returned from foraging and happened to pass by my house. He is currently here with me. He will be back shortly, so there is no need to worry. You scared me. I thought something might have happened to him. Song Yu sighed in relief. Since he is with you, I can rest easy. At this juncture, Song Yao's tone shifted. By the way, Taohua, it is quite late now, and it would be inconvenient for my brother to stay with you. Please ask him to return home promptly. Rest assured, I will send him back right away, Su Taohua assured, ending the call with a long sigh. Little brother Qian, your family is urging you to return. I cannot keep you here tonight, perhaps tomorrow or another day. Su Taohua expressed, a mix of reluctance and resignation in her voice. Song Yao was correct. It was indeed late, and it would be inappropriate to keep Song Qian any longer, especially given his recent recovery. He needed to return home to share the good news with his family. Since you are so eager to send me away, you must give me some benefit in return. Song Qian jested, drying his hands and looking up at Su Taohua. With a swift motion, Su Taohua leaned in and kissed him on the cheek. Is this sufficient? Now hurry back. As she spoke, she opened her arms and embraced Song Qian, reluctant to see him go, offering him a warm hug. Rest assured, there will be other opportunities in the future, Song Qian reassured her, releasing Su Taohua but not before adding, when you take a break. Ensure that the doors and windows are secured. Keep an eye out for Wang Matzi. He is not to be trusted. Indeed. Su Taohua nodded gently. He wouldn't he dare come, and even if he did, he would not be able to enter. I will secure the doors and windows. With his bamboo basket in hand, Song Qian turned to leave. Little brother Qian, do make time to visit your sister. I await your return. Our story is far from over, so do not forget. Su Taohua watched him depart, her expression one of longing. During this period of solitude, she had been leading a life of simplicity, yearning for the company of a man, particularly one as handsome and strong as Song Qian. Song Qian, tall and handsome, perfectly matched her preferences. Through the recent events, Su Taohua also realized that Song Qian was willing to be with her. Given this, she must seize the opportunity without delay. In Taohua village, men like Song Qian are scarce, especially considering that she, Su Taohua, is a widow. With a bamboo basket in hand, Song Qian walked while deep in thought. Wang Matzi had thoroughly beaten him today, nearly sending him to meet the king of hell, and he still felt a lingering sense of indignation after having frightened him earlier. Furthermore, Wang Matzi was persistently pursuing Su Taohua. Unless the matter was resolved once and for all, Wang Matzi would undoubtedly continue to be a nuisance. Chapter 14. A destitute family. Recently, I have found the time to resolve this matter thoroughly. Meanwhile, Su Taohua is eagerly anticipated by Song Qian. This charming widow, possessing delicate beauty and a voice as melodious as a nightingale, is destined to become entwined in a story with Su Taohua. Su Taohua's earlier statement holds true. If there is time, one must seek her out. Alas, it is unfortunate that the hour is late this evening, coupled with concerns from home. Otherwise, Song Qian would have returned already, the enchanting silhouette of Su Taohua lingering in his mind. Particularly vivid are the scenes from earlier by the waterfall, which remain etched in Song Qian's memory, her figure simply exquisite. Upon reaching his doorstep, Song Qian spotted his sister, Song Yao, leaning against the doorframe, her head tilted, gazing intently outside. Brother, why have you returned so late? Seeing Song Qian, Song Yao hurried over, taking the basket from his hands, her lips unable to suppress a complaint. Honestly, you went out this morning and have only just returned. I told you not to wander about, but you never listen. You have made our parents worry sick. Come inside quickly. You must be hungry. Let me heat up some dishes for you. Listening to his sister's grievances, Song Qian felt a warmth in his heart. He had lost his way in the mountains today, causing his tardiness. The events of the day, particularly the matter of the inheritance, were beyond comprehension, and he wished to keep it from his family for the time being. He could only concoct a vague excuse about being lost. Moreover, in the past 2 years, during which he has been somewhat daft, he often roamed outside, sometimes even staying out overnight. Such an explanation would suffice to placate them. These past 2 years had placed a considerable burden on the family. Fortunately, with the efforts of his parents and sister, the four of them had managed to endure a life of hardship, albeit with great difficulty. Looking at their impoverished home, Song Qian felt a surge of emotion. Years ago, he had been beaten, dragging the entire family down with him. Once he had settled matters at home, he would seek vengeance against the one who had wronged him. He vowed to repay the pain he had endured tenfold, ensuring that the scoundrel would experience every ounce of suffering he had faced. After entering the house, Song Qian closed the door. Song Yao, carrying the bamboo basket, headed towards the kitchen. Song Qian swiftly followed, grabbing her arm. No need to heat up the dishes. Sister Taohua has already prepared a bowl of noodles for me, and I have eaten. Song Yao turned back, her eyes wide with astonishment. Brother, you're not stuttering anymore? Since the incident that had left him daft, Song Qian's responses had been sluggish, his speech slow and halting, often reduced to mere fragments. Yet now, to Song Yao's ears, his words flowed with remarkable fluency, as if he had transformed into an entirely different person. Song Qian affectionately ruffled her hair. Little Yao, not only have I stopped stuttering, but I am also no longer foolish. You have worked hard these 2 years. From now on, I will protect you. Hearing Song Qian's articulate voice, Song Yao felt tears welling in her eyes. You truly are no longer foolish? She looked up at her brother, her emotions overwhelming her. Song Qian nodded firmly. Today, I fell and suddenly my mind became clear. Now, let us go inside and share the good news with our parents. Song Yao cast aside her bamboo basket and rushed toward the living room. The basket, filled with an assortment of mushrooms, spilled its contents across the floor. She flung open the door and shouted, Dad, Mom, my brother is no longer foolish. Her father, Song Yongfu, and her mother, Lu Shufan, looked at Song Yao's exuberant demeanor and simultaneously turned to gaze outside the door, momentarily taken aback. A few seconds later, Song Yongfu regained his composure first. You silly girl. If your brother has lost his wits, it seems you've caught his folly as well. Hurry and heat up some food for him. He must be starving. Song Yao dashed into the room and settled between her parents. Dad, Mom, I'm not lying. My brother speaks clearly now. He truly is no longer foolish. He's really recovered. Haha. Tears sparkled in her eyes as she danced with joy. Just as Lu Shufan was about to respond, Song Qian entered, announcing, Dad, Mom, I'm back. Little Yao is right. My foolishness has vanished. The couple, upon hearing Song Qian's articulate voice, rose in excitement, exchanging incredulous glances. Little Qian, you really are better? Song Yongfu exclaimed, his eyes wide as he limped towards Song Qian. Song Qian rushed over to support his father. Dad, I truly am better. You both have suffered these past 2 years. From now on, this family will be in my care. I will earn money to support you. Seeing her son speak normally, Lu Shufan was overwhelmed with tears of joy. As long as you are well, that's all that matters. She approached Song Qian and grasped his hands tightly. The family of four embraced, their hearts brimming with ecstasy and tears. After 2 or 3 minutes, their tears subsided. Song Yongfu wiped his eyes and, with Song Qian's assistance, returned to the worn-out sofa. Son, how did you suddenly recover? Song Qian fabricated a tale, claiming he had fallen and knocked his head, and upon awakening, he had returned to a normal state. Concerned, his parents examined his head and found no injuries, allowing the family to breathe a sigh of relief. Heaven be praised. You are finally well. Overwhelmed with emotion, Song Qian gazed at his family beside him. Memories flooded his mind like a film reel. He recalled the moments before he had completely lost his faculties. There were times when his mind was sharp, and others when he was utterly bewildered. The day after he was assaulted, his parents sought an explanation from the perpetrator, who turned out to be the arrogant offspring of a powerful official. Subsequently, this individual covertly sent henchmen to attack his father. From that moment on, his father suffered a severe leg injury. To save money, he sought the help of a quack doctor, spending a mere few dozen yuan on herbal remedies that ultimately failed to heal his leg. As for his mother, she had been slapped multiple times, injuring her head and facial nerves, leaving her with constant, thunderous ringing in her ears. Eventually, her mouth and eyes in the heart of the village lies a road stretching approximately 1 kilometer, inevitably strewn with stones and leaves. My father's labor consists of wielding a broom to sweep away this debris, a task that can be described as exceedingly arduous. At the western edge of the village stands a refuse incineration facility. Despite its designation, it is merely a pit constructed of bricks, where villagers deposit their waste. Every 3 to 5 days, Song Zhongfu must venture to this site to gather the refuse and ignite it into flames, earning a meager monthly wage of 500. One cannot help but feel the weight of his toil. Meanwhile, my mother engages in various odd jobs. At times, she assists a landlord in harvesting vegetables, toiling for a mere 80 yuan a day. On other occasions, she finds herself at a construction site, laboring to mix mortar for a daily pay of 120 yuan. Though the remuneration may be higher, the nature of the work is undeniably grueling. Chapter 15. The 18 Needles of Yanluo at times. There exists the possibility of not receiving one's salary. Memories of the past incessantly flooded Song Qian's mind, observing his parents, whose temples were grayed with age. A pang of sorrow pierced Song Qian's heart. All of this stemmed from him. Rising to his feet, Song Qian solemnly apologized to his parents. Father, Mother, I am deeply sorry, he exclaimed. Had I displayed a modicum of restraint back then, we would not be in this predicament. I regret burdening you all. With tears brimming in her eyes, Lu Shufan hastily gestured. Oh, my child, as long as you are recovering, there is nothing to apologize for. Song Zhongfu nodded with a smile. It is good that you are well again. Take a few days to rest. If your condition does not relapse, do seek employment swiftly. You are aware of our circumstances. We barely scrape by and are burdened with considerable debt, which is truly distressing. With a heavy sigh, Song Zhongfu expressed his helplessness regarding their deteriorating family situation. Logically, Song Qian should be allowed to rest longer after his recovery. Yet the dire state of their family left no room for such luxury. His actions were born of desperation. What are you saying? Lu Shufan quickly retorted. The child has just recovered. He should rest for a while longer. Let him take 2 to 3 months to recuperate fully before seeking work. At present, Song Qian indeed seemed to be well. However, 2 years prior, his health had fluctuated. And who could predict that he would remain stable now only to relapse in a few days? Lu Shufan fervently hoped that heaven would bless her child, ensuring that this recovery would be permanent. As for the matter of earning money, given their impoverished state, having endured for 2 years, what was another year or so? Song Qian, having just emerged from illness, should not be subjected to additional pressure. As long as his condition remained steady, Lu Shufan felt that enduring a bit of hardship was a trivial matter, even if it meant toiling in multiple laborious jobs. Song Yu added, "We have managed for 2 years. A few more days won't matter. Let my brother rest a little longer." With this, Song Yu shifted her gaze towards Song Qian. "Brother, you agree, don't you?" Song Qian shook his head. "I am fully recovered. You need not worry about me. I shall start earning money within the next few days, rest assured. I guarantee that within a month, I will improve our lives." Pausing briefly, Song Qian then remarked, "Please continue your conversation. I need to use the restroom." With that, he turned and made his way outside. The Song family's abode was a modest courtyard. This square courtyard housed 2 cement brick main rooms at its center, covered with asbestos tiles, making it unbearably cold in winter and oppressively hot in summer. In front of the main rooms, there were 2 small side rooms on either side, also topped with asbestos tiles, providing little respite from the biting winter winds or the sweltering summer heat. The first room on the left was Song Qian's bedroom. Upon entering, he casually closed the door behind him. Inside the bedroom stood a rudimentary wooden bed, upon which lay a haphazard assortment of tattered bedding. This was Song Qian's little sanctuary. At the bedside stood a long bench, adorned with a few garments, serving as Song Qian's wardrobe, a stark embodiment of simplicity. Gazing upon the meager bedroom and reflecting on the family's modest existence, Song Qian resolved to earn a substantial sum in the near future. It was imperative to improve their living conditions and elevate their standard of life. The abject state of their dwelling was such that even a doghouse in a wealthy household would far surpass Song Qian's bed. Contemplating his own sleeping arrangements and considering his parents and sister, he surmised their circumstances were equally dire. The family situation was utterly lamentable. As Song Qian sat at the edge of his bed, a spark of inspiration ignited within him, and his consciousness traversed into the realm of the lotus space. Almost instantly, he beheld an astonishing sight. This space resembled a miniature world, complete with mountains, rivers, and an array of peculiar creatures. However, Song Qian's mind was not preoccupied with admiring the scenery. He was intent on locating the fabled treasure trove. Soon, he discovered a quaint wooden cabin. Inside lay a woman, draped in flowing red garments, with hair as white as snow and skin resembling parchment. She was the Lotus Immortal Emperor, presently with her eyes gently closed, her complexion pale as if she were in a deep slumber. Song Qian stepped forward and knelt before the Lotus Immortal Emperor. "Master, I am grateful for the inheritance you have bestowed upon me. I shall hasten to find the 9 women and gather your consciousness, Lotus, so that you may awaken." Although he spoke with determination, his mind was a tumult of confusion. Where were these 9 women, and what manner of beings were they? He was utterly in the dark. The most alarming aspect was the constraint of merely 3 years. If he failed to assemble the consciousness Lotus within this time frame, both he and the immortal would perish. 3 years indeed felt alarmingly brief. Rising, Song Qian began to rummage through the humble cabin. The Lotus Immortal Emperor had mentioned the Yama's 18 needles, which required specific acupuncture tools. He needed to locate these instruments to aid his parents' ailments. The small wooden cabin was exceedingly sparse, containing only a few chests filled with elixirs and an assortment of bizarre items, the names of which eluded him. There was no time to investigate them. This was the treasure trove? It was rather too rudimentary. Muttering to himself, he approached a shelf lined with various boxes. Upon opening one, he discovered elixirs and some rare medicinal herbs. After a cursory examination, he stumbled upon an ancient wooden box, prominently inscribed with the words Yama's 18 needles. Opening the box revealed 18 silver needles of varying lengths and thicknesses, each adorned with a skull at its end. The skull must represent Yama, Song Qian mused, his smile growing ever brighter. With these silver needles, his parents would be saved. With a surge of focus, he returned to the reality of his surroundings. Holding the silver needles, he attempted to manipulate these treasures. With a mere thought, the needles returned to the wooden cabin, and upon another mental command, they reappeared in his grasp once more. Song Qian was overjoyed, a radiant smile illuminating his face. This newfound convenience has greatly simplified matters. In the future, whenever he wishes to retrieve an item from the lotus space, a mere thought will suffice for it to materialize. Similarly, returning an item will be just as effortless. After several attempts, Song Qian nearly burst into laughter, overwhelmed with joy. He never imagined that he would possess something only found in novels and on television, this legendary space. Moreover, his version is even more advanced than others. However, at this moment, Song Qian can only access the space through his consciousness, leaving him uncertain about whether he will one day be able to enter it physically, or if others will be able to do so. The pressing concern is to treat his parents' ailments. As for everything else, that can be explored at a later time. He is confident he will understand it in due course. With a silver needle in hand, he made his way into the room, approaching his father to assist in examining his foot. Chapter 16. Treating Father. I initially pursued a medical education. Although I have been somewhat aimless these past 2 years, my medical knowledge has not entirely faded. Allow me to administer a few acupuncture needles. It may alleviate some of your pain or perhaps even offer a chance for healing, Song Qian suggested tentatively. Careful not to sound overly assertive. Upon seeing the silver needles in Song Qian's hand, Lu Shufan quickly interjected, "Little Qian, your father's condition is quite serious. Please do not act recklessly. If this does not improve his situation, it could worsen his ailment." Song Yao chimed in, "Indeed. Father's foot was broken in an altercation and did not receive proper treatment at the time. It has now become a chronic issue, frequently flaring up. If his condition deteriorates further, our family cannot afford the medical expenses." Their words echoed a stark reality. It was not merely a lack of funds, but also an overwhelming debt that loomed over them. In their efforts to support Song Qian's education, the family had already endured significant hardship, and Song Qian's own recent injury had necessitated considerable expenditure on treatment. The pleas of his mother and sister were anticipated by Song Qian, as they spoke truths he could not deny. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to broach the subject gently. It is merely a matter of inserting a silver needle. Even if it does not yield results, it should not exacerbate father's condition. "Let me try," he urged, casting a glance at his father, Song Yongfu. "Father, it is simply acupuncture. There is no inherent danger. Allow me to attempt to alleviate your pain temporarily." Earlier, upon entering the room, Song Qian had observed the evident suffering etched on his father's face. Undoubtedly due to the recurring issue with his leg, which prompted this proposal. Song Yongfu hesitated, rolling up his pant leg and gently massaging it, contemplating whether to allow Song Qian to proceed with the acupuncture. After several seconds of indecision, he chose to place his trust in his son. After all, the pain in his leg was a constant torment, and if a couple of needles could provide some relief, it would lessen his suffering. "Very well, you may proceed. But exercise caution. Do not damage any nerves or blood vessels. That would create complications," he conceded. Upon receiving his father's reluctant approval, Song Qian retrieved the silver needles. Ready to commence the treatment, Lu Shufan immediately approached, casting a disapproving glance at Song Yongfu. "You should not encourage him. He has been lost these past 2 years and likely remembers little of what he once learned. Do not indulge his whims should he accidentally pierce a blood vessel. We have no means of immediate assistance." Song Qian turned to his mother, holding the needle firmly. "Mother, have confidence in me. You are well aware of my academic performance. It is only a matter of acupuncture, and I am sure of my abilities." Song Yongfu added, "Let him try. My leg is already incapacitated, and I cannot walk. A trial may be of no harm." Though Lu Shufan wished to voice further concerns, seeing the resolute expressions of both father and son, she fell silent. As Song Qian prepared to administer the first needle, his sister reminded him, "Be cautious. Please ensure that there are no mistakes. Rest assured, I am fully aware of what I am doing." Song Qian reassured her, and with that, he inserted the first needle. "Strange. Why can I no longer feel anything?" Moments later, a sense of foreboding washed over Song Yongfu. Song Qian chuckled softly, hastily reassuring his father. "That injection was merely to induce a temporary numbness, sparing you from suffering. Once I have completed the treatment, your sensation will return. Just bear with it for a moment." With that, Song Qian bent down, lifting his father's leg. With the assistance of the lotus eye, he beheld the shattered bones within. One hand grasped his father's knee joint while the other pressed at the fracture, meticulously realigning each fragment of bone. In certain areas, the bones had grown haphazardly together. Song Qian had no choice but to employ his ultimate technique, first crushing the bones to forcibly separate them, and then reassembling them anew. Once all the bones were reconfigured, Song Qian retrieved a silver needle, precisely inserting it at the site of the fracture. One needle for pain relief, and a second to mend the bone. To others, his father's injury appeared to be a grave concern. However, in Song Qian's eyes, it was merely a trifling matter. With just 2 needles, his father would be restored to health. Lu Shufan stood anxiously by, fidgeting like a restless ant on a hot pan. Upon hearing Song Yongfu was devoid of sensation, her anxiety heightened. "Old Song, do you feel anything now?" Song Yongfu shook his head, feeling utterly numb, as if under the influence of anesthetics. He could not discern the existence of his lower leg. "Xiao Qian, you must cease immediately. We need to find a way to take your father to the hospital. This is not advisable. You could harm him." Lu Shufan wrung her hands, pacing in distress. Song Yao's eyes glistened with tears. I told you not to act recklessly. Now look, Dad has lost all feeling. Seeing his worried mother and sister, Song Qian could only offer comfort. Father's leg bone was fractured, and I have just assisted in realigning it. Concerned he might feel pain, I intentionally numbed his nerves. Once the treatment is over, all will be well. Please, do not fret. It will take no more than 10 minutes for recovery. At this juncture, worry was futile. All they could do was await patiently. As time ticked by, tension hung in the air, and soon over 10 minutes had elapsed. At this moment, Song Qian noticed that his father's leg had healed. He removed the silver needle and placed it back in its case. Father, try to move. You should be fine now. With great effort, Song Yongfu focused on controlling his leg. After what felt like an eternity of over 10 seconds, he finally felt a flicker of sensation. Oh, it seems I can feel something. As time passed, joy lit up Song Yongfu's face. My leg, it feels as if the pain has vanished. Xiao Yao, quickly help me up. Lu Shufan and Song Yao each stood by his side, carefully supporting Song Yongfu's arms, guiding him to stand. As he tentatively moved, his heart raced with anticipation. It's done. It truly seems to be healed. Let go. I wish to attempt walking. Song Qian smiled faintly. Release him. Let him try to walk. His leg should be fine, albeit he may need a moment to adjust. Lu Shufan and Song Yao, somewhat apprehensive, slowly began to loosen their grip on Song Yongfu. Amidst the eager gazes of several onlookers, Song Yongfu attempted to take a small step, a seemingly insignificant gesture that marked a monumental stride in his life, for he discovered that his legs could bear weight once more. Wonderful! It truly seems to be working. A beaming smile illuminated Song Yongfu's face as he could not contain his exuberance. Incredible! How astonishing this is! He shouted joyously, taking several more steps. With each stride, his happiness swelled, and his pace quickened until he finally leaped into the air. Ha! I have truly recovered. With laughter resonating in the air, Song Yongfu opened his arms wide and began to jog around the living room. After a few steps, feeling unsatisfied, he dashed out of the courtyard. Song Qian and the others hurriedly followed him. Dad, you're not quite accustomed yet. Take it slow, be careful not to fall. In a few days, you'll adapt and can leap as you please. But with the sudden recovery of his legs, Song Yongfu paid little heed to their concerns. Chapter 17. Perhaps it was a conspiracy. For 2 years, he had been unable to exert any strength in his foot. On good days, he could manage to take a couple of steps, but on painful days, it felt like a burden. Yet at this moment, not only was his leg free of pain, but it also felt remarkably strong. He had never felt such joy in the past 2 years. Ha! How splendid! Slow down a bit. Lu Shufan stepped forward, blocking Song Yongfu's path. Listen to the child. Don't be reckless. Song Yongfu paused, yet his elation was insatiable. He leapt in place a few more times, his heart brimming with joy as he bent down to inspect the area that had been interrupted. Upon examination, Song Yongfu let out a shriek. Not only had his leg healed, but even the old scar had vanished. The scar has disappeared? Lu Shufan exclaimed, her face filled with confusion, as she hurriedly bent down to check for herself, instantly grinning from ear to ear. This is miraculous. The scar is truly gone. Song Yao rushed over, skeptical, and inspected it as well. In an instant, she too was overwhelmed with joy, exclaiming, Oh my heavens, my brother's medical skills are astonishing. Of course, Song Qian chuckled. Don't forget how exceptional my grades were back in the day, huh? Seeing their parents' delight, Song Qian couldn't help but join in the laughter. After the laughter subsided, Song Yao raised a question. Father's foot seems to be healed, but I remain skeptical. How can merely inserting silver needles yield such miraculous results? Brother, how did you accomplish this? Song Yongfu echoed the inquiry. Indeed, we have a practitioner of silver needle therapy in our town, and he treated me as well. But it only alleviated the pain at best. Pray, enlighten us on the distinction. Let us discuss this indoors, Song Qian suggested as he turned and walked ahead. With his father's foot healed, the next task was to treat his mother. At that moment, Song Qian too was perplexed. After all, it was merely the insertion of silver needles, devoid of any elaborate techniques or medications. Yet, why had the results been so extraordinary? Contemplating this, Song Qian arrived at a possible explanation. The 18 silver needles might possess a unique material, endowing them with exceptional efficacy. He recalled the words of the Lianhua immortal. The 18 needles of Yanluo can resurrect the dead from mere bones. Could it be that employing the 18 needles of Yanluo could indeed retrieve someone from the clutches of the King of Hell? How remarkable that would be. Song Qian felt a surge of excitement and anticipation at the notion of one day practicing this technique on a recently deceased individual. Upon reaching the living room, the family settled down, and Song Qian pondered briefly before weaving a tale out of thin air. In these 2 years of my foolishness, I have often dreamed of a fairy clad in red. Her name is Honglian, and she claims to be a deity. Throughout these 2 years, she has frequently imparted medical knowledge and martial skills to me, bestowing upon me a wealth of wisdom. When I treated father just now, I employed the techniques she taught me, approaching it with a spirit of experimentation. Little did I expect that these teachings would prove true. The family listened to Song Qian's story with a mix of belief and skepticism. Such narratives would not even pass muster in a television drama. Nevertheless, with father's leg already healed, they felt little inclination to press further. Song Qian's words were taken as absolute, for matters of little consequence. After recounting his tale, he turned his gaze towards Lu Shufan. Mother, your facial nerves seem injured. Your mouth often twitches. Allow me to assist you with a needle, and it shall be remedied. Lu Shufan, smiling, inquired, can mine truly be cured? Of course, Song Qian replied with unwavering confidence. The divine healing arts bestowed upon me can address any ailment. Your condition is as simple to remedy as a common cold. It will take no more than 10 minutes. Hearing this, Lu Shufan's smile blossomed even more brightly. If it could indeed be cured, she would no longer suffer. For the past 2 years, she had endured a relentless buzzing in her ears, tears streaming from her eyes, and uncontrollable twitching at the corners of her mouth, an experience that felt almost unbearable. Some had warned her of the potential for a stroke or paralysis. Terrified yet powerless, she pressed on, fueled by the formidable will to care for her 2 children and her incapacitated husband. The thunderous cacophony in her ears was intolerable. She had even contemplated that deafness might be preferable to this incessant buzzing. The noise reverberated painfully in her head, a torment no ordinary person could withstand. Many times, she had thought that perhaps death would be a release from this wretched existence. What meaning did life hold if it were to be lived in such a manner? Yet, the thought of her children and her injured husband compelled her to endure, no matter the pain. Regardless of whether it can be cured, I wish to try, she said, leaning closer to Song Qian. With a silver needle in hand, Song Qian punctured the Yifeng acupoint behind her ear and then the Qiangliao acupoint on her cheek. After completing the 2 procedures, the family resumed their conversation. However, when the topic shifted, Song Qian found it increasingly difficult to maintain his composure. Song Yao mentioned that the individual who had rendered Song Qian foolish had immediately taken up with his ex-girlfriend after his transformation. Furthermore, it appeared that the 2 were on the verge of matrimony. Upon hearing this, Song Qian felt a wave of foreboding wash over him. The timing suggested that they had likely known each other prior to his assault, and the flirtation with his girlfriend might have been a premeditated act to provoke him, ultimately leading to his downfall. That night replayed in his mind. Prior to their barbecue outing, his girlfriend had insisted on going, dragging him to that very barbecue establishment. The more he contemplated, the more anxious he became. It seemed as though he had been ensnared in a web of deceit. He resolved to seek out his ex-girlfriend to uncover the truth and exact his revenge on those who had wronged him. The suffering endured over the past 2 years demanded recompense. Just then, Song Yao's voice broke through his thoughts. Brother, those scoundrels have brought ruin upon our family. Now that you are on the mend, it is best to steer clear of them and refrain from seeking vengeance. Song Yongfu added, I have since learned that your ex-girlfriend's new partner is a wealthy heir. We cannot afford to offend them. It is best to keep our distance. In order to spare her family from worry, Song Qian could only nod in agreement. Rest assured, the immediate priority is to improve our living conditions. I hardly have the time to engage in any disputes with them. Lu Shufan wished to interject, but with silver needles embedded in her face, she hesitated to speak, ultimately sealing her lips and casting a warning glance at Song Qian. What astonished Lu Shufan was that ever since Song Qian had applied the silver needles, the twitching at the corners of her mouth had ceased, and her eyes no longer wept. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 minutes had elapsed. Song Qian carefully removed the silver needles and placed them in a storage box. Mother, your ailment should be alleviated now. For today, let us leave it at that. Should you experience any discomfort in a couple of days, I will tend to it again. Lu Shufan smiled and nodded, appearing genuinely improved. From that moment until now, her eyes had not shed a tear, nor had her mouth twitched. As for the ringing in her ears, she felt no discomfort for the time being. With the absence of the ringing, she felt no different from a normal person. Chapter 18. Wang Matzi was terrified once again under ordinary circumstances. It takes 2 to 3 days for the ears to ring again, so one must wait 3 to 5 days to ascertain whether the ears have healed. Lu Shufan beamed, rubbing the corners of her mouth. Let us check in 2 days. It should be all right. The group exchanged a few cheerful words before retreating to their respective slumbers. Song Qian returned to his room, feigning sleep. However, not long after entering, he turned and stepped back outside. He made his way to the kitchen, pretending to scoop water to drink, and then used a paper towel to wipe some soot from the bottom of a pot, tucking it into his pocket. Preparing to deal with Wang Matzi. Earlier, at Su Taohua's house, Wang Matzi had been thoroughly frightened by him, and Song Qian felt it would be too lenient to let him off so easily. Moreover, he was concerned that Wang Matzi might return to trouble Su Taohua again. So he felt compelled to check on the situation. Arriving at Su Taohua's doorstep, he noticed the lights were off and the house was tranquil, which momentarily eased his worries. Activating his Lotus Heavenly Eye, he scanned the surroundings and confirmed that Su Taohua was already asleep before heading towards Matzi's home. Wang Matzi, if left unaddressed, would not be easily subdued, and Song Qian could not simply let him go. However, killing him seemed excessive. Wang Matzi had indeed been quite rough today, throwing Song Qian to the ground and ultimately casting him into the devil's pit. Yet, it was precisely this ordeal that had granted Song Qian the inheritance of the Lotus Immortal Emperor. Reflecting on this, he realized that Wang Matzi was both an adversary and a benefactor. Perhaps teaching him a lesson would prevent him from bullying Su Taohua in the future. Ensuring he would no longer pose a threat to Song Qian, it might be best to let him go after that. At Wang Matzi's home, having fled from Su Taohua's house as if escaping for his life, he exerted great effort to tumble and crawl back home. After resting for a while, he noticed that Song Qian had not pursued him, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief, though anxiety still gnawed at him. After a full half hour, with no sign of Song Qian, he gradually began to relax and started to tidy up his personal hygiene. The trousers he had been wearing still emitted a foul odor, prompting him to change and wash them in the yard. After a few minutes, the trousers were finally clean. Once hung to dry, Wang Matzi retrieved a kitchen knife, placing it beside him, and sat on a chair in the yard to rest. The events at Su Taohua's home bewildered him. Why had Song Qian approached him step by step, yet his feet remained immobile? As he pondered, it seemed a mysterious force had bound him, rendering him unable to move. But from whence did this power originate? He simply could not comprehend it. After much contemplation, he could only conclude one possibility: Song Qian had perished, and his spirit had ensnared him. Otherwise, it was utterly inexplicable. If that were the case, it would be truly terrifying. After a considerable period of reflection, Wang Matzi took the kitchen knife and returned to the living room, gathering incense and joss paper and preparing an offering. With these items in hand, he returned to a corner of the yard. He meticulously arranged the offerings, lit the incense, and knelt upon the ground, beginning to burn paper money, hoping to rid himself of the haunting spirit of Song Qian. Song Qian, I never intended to bring you harm. The actions have transpired, and I sincerely apologize. I beseech you, do not trouble me any further. I will burn you ample paper money. Should you find yourself devoid of it, feel free to visit me in dreams, and I shall provide more. But I implore you, please do not haunt me any longer. The scene at Su Taohua's house lingered vividly in Wang Matzi's memory. The sensation of immobilization had been so overwhelming that for a fleeting moment, he felt the presence of death beckoning him, a notion that still sent shivers down his spine. Kneeling, Wang Matzi continued to burn paper money, murmuring fervently, his main plea being for Song Qian to cease his relentless pursuit. Upon reaching Wang Matzi's doorstep, Song Qian noticed the flickering light within. Peering over the courtyard wall with his lotus gaze, he was momentarily amused. It was unexpected that the arrogant Wang Matzi could exhibit fear, engaging in the act of burning paper money for himself. Truly a comical sight. It seemed Wang Matzi genuinely believed he was on the verge of death. Ah, Wang Matzi, whatever happened to your daytime bravado? Why are you so timid now? He chuckled softly, observing Wang Matzi with his keen vision. Having inherited a unique legacy, Song Qian possessed acute hearing, even through the wall. He could clearly discern Wang Matzi's mutterings. It was evident that Wang Matzi was indeed frightened. Song Qian retrieved some ash from the bottom of a pot and smeared it around his eyes, carelessly dabbing some on his face as well. With all preparations complete, he leaped gracefully, his body soaring lightly into the courtyard, making not a sound. Concealed in the shadows, he stood motionless, watching as Wang Matzi continued to burn paper money and mumble to himself. A smile nearly escaped him, as an urge to spare Wang Matzi surged within. Wang Matzi, I truly did not wish to bring you to harm. I implore you, release me. This paper money is for you. Spend it leisurely below. I am sorry. Truly sorry for what I have done. Wang Matzi continued his murmurs while burning the paper money. Just then, a voice emerged from behind him. Wang Matzi, I died. A tragic death. Song Qian's speech was unnaturally slow, each word delivered with a dry, raspy tone. As though he were struggling from the depths of hell. Wang Matzi turned, instantly frozen in shock. Song Qian, please, do not haunt me. He quickly grabbed a kitchen knife, rising swiftly to press his back against the corner of the courtyard wall, the cold blade aimed at Song Qian. Do not approach. I have a knife. Yet, as soon as the words left his lips, he felt that same paralyzing sensation return, reminiscent of his experience at Su Taohua's home. His limbs grew stiff, immobilized. Even with the knife in hand, he could not wield it. Song Qian, I understand my mistakes now. I beg you, spare me. Wang Matzi remained frozen, only his mouth still able to function. Step by step, Song Qian advanced towards Wang Matzi. Immediately, he effortlessly seized the gleaming kitchen knife from Wang Matzi's grasp, positioning the blade against Wang Matzi's throat. The immobilization incantation proved remarkably effective, allowing him to easily control Wang Matzi. You have caused me great suffering. I seek vengeance. Wang Matzi trembled, a warm stream once again dampening his trousers. Please, please. Don't kill me. I realize my mistakes. In response to Wang Matzi's pleas for mercy, Song Qian merely furrowed his brow. The knife rested lightly on Wang Matzi's neck, causing no harm, but rather employing hypnosis, compelling him to strike his own face. Wang Matzi slapped himself several times, the sound echoing in the tense atmosphere. Seeing that the moment was ripe, Song Qian relented. Wang Matzi, you are forbidden from pursuing Sister Taohua any further. Should you dare to entangle her again, rest assured that I will take you away. Beneath him, a steady drip echoed, the pungent odor of urine rising in the air. Wang Matzi, acutely aware of the gravity of Song Qian's warning, dared not defy it. I shall never pursue her again. Tomorrow, I will retrieve the betrothal gifts and will no longer bother Su Taohua. I beg you, spare me. Chapter 19. The Village Beauty. Zhang Yibei, remember your words, or the consequences will be dire. Upon uttering these words, Song Qian cast the kitchen knife to the ground and leapt into the air, vanishing before Wang Maji in an instant. This scene left Wang Maji utterly astounded. It was not until a minute after Song Qian's disappearance that he could muster the strength to move. Feeling utterly drained, he collapsed against the wall. Song Qian, I beg you, spare me. At that moment, Wang Maji was convinced that Song Qian was dead. After all, how could a normal person float effortlessly into the air? What he had witnessed was clearly the apparition of a ghost. Slumped in the corner, Wang Maji took a long while to regain his footing. I must find a master to exorcise Song Qian's spirit. Otherwise, I shall never find peace. He muttered to himself, swaying as he made his way inside. In just a few short hours, he had been tormented by Song Qian multiple times. The most harrowing encounter had just occurred. With the cold blade of the knife resting against his neck, had Song Qian made the slightest cut, his head might have rolled. As he walked, Wang Maji rubbed his aching cheek. A mysterious force compelled him to slap himself, a power he found utterly irresistible, leaving him at its mercy. The more he pondered, the greater his fear grew. He needed to summon a master post-haste to deal with Song Qian. Meanwhile, Song Qian returned home, beaming with satisfaction. Lying on his bed, he began to devise his next steps. First and foremost, he needed to earn money swiftly to improve his family's living conditions. However, he had little idea how to go about it. Secondly, he sought to locate fragments of his consciousness. This task could afford to be delayed somewhat, as he had 3 years to accomplish it, but making money was of the utmost urgency. After some time contemplating, Song Qian finally devised a plan. Yes, that will do, he mused. Although it wouldn't yield a fortune, earning a small sum should suffice to address immediate needs. The following day, Song Qian rose early. He gathered a fishing net, intent on catching fish. A stream flowed from the heights of Longquan Mountain, converging at the base to form Longquan River, which eventually fed into Longquan Lake. The lake was teeming with sizable fish. Temporarily catching some to sell should net him a few thousand yuan. As he prepared to leave, he noticed his sister, Song Yao, emerging from her room, rubbing her eyes. Brother, where are you off to so early with that fishing net? I'm going to catch a couple of fish to improve our living situation. I'll be back shortly, Song Qian replied as he walked. Song Yao rushed over, handing her phone to him. You can't go alone. Our parents will worry. Take my phone so we can keep in touch. Song Qian accepted the phone, tucking it into his pocket. Once I have some money, I'll buy one for myself. Having inherited a unique ability, Song Qian possessed the power to traverse distances in the blink of an eye, from his home to Longquan Lake was but a moment's journey. However, he dared not to do so. If he acted upon it, the villagers would inevitably discover his secret, branding him as a monster, which could even have repercussions for his parents. Given the current circumstances, he could only remain honest. Song Qian, clutching his fishing net, hurried towards Longquan Lake. After a short while, he arrived at the lakeside. Just as he was about to cast his net, he unexpectedly encountered an old acquaintance. Foolish Song Qian. Are you going fishing? Song Qian was taken aback. He had not anticipated that someone would be up even earlier than he. At this hour, running into a familiar face was quite the surprise. The person was Zhang Yibei, the daughter of the village chief Zhang Yikai, whose beauty was as delicate and enchanting as the lake itself, truly the belle of Taohua village. Zhang Yibei was Song Qian's classmate, and they had graduated from university together. Zhang Yibei, are you also here to fish? Zhang Yibei, with her captivating charm, rivaled the beauty of Su Taohua. Both were renowned in the entire Taohua village. During their university days, there was a period when they exchanged glances filled with unspoken affection. Yet circumstances had not allowed them to be together. I'm not here to fish, Zhang Yibei replied. I came to the lakeside yesterday and lost my necklace. I suspect it fell somewhere nearby, and I'm worried someone might have picked it up. I specifically came to search for it. Have you found it? Asked Song Qian. Zhang Yibei shook her head, a hint of disappointment in her eyes. I arrived here before dawn and have searched everywhere, but I still haven't found it. I spent over 2,000 on it. What a pity. As she spoke, Zhang Yibei turned her gaze towards Song Qian. Foolish Song Qian, could you help me look for it? If you manage to find my necklace, I'll assist you in catching fish, and I promise you'll get a big one. Today, Zhang Yibei wore a cream-colored shirt paired with jeans and athletic shoes. The snug fit of her jeans accentuated her figure beautifully. From any angle, she was undeniably attractive. With her hair tied back in a ponytail, it swayed gently behind her, while a few strands fell charmingly across her forehead, slightly tousled. Zhang Yibei brushed her hair aside, looking at Song Qian with hopeful eyes. It might have been picked up by someone else. Searching for it might be in vain. Rather than looking for the necklace, why not assist me in catching fish? As Song Qian prepared to begin fishing, Zhang Yibei stepped forward and pressed her hand against his fishing net. With her eyes resembling shimmering autumn waters, she fixed her gaze upon him. Hey, why are you so eloquent today? Is that so? I hadn't noticed, Song Qian replied, feigning his previous stammer. Perhaps it's because I'm in the presence of a beautiful woman, causing my blood to rush, thus allowing me to speak more coherently. Wouldn't you agree? As he spoke, he deliberately gazed intently at Zhang Yibei. To his surprise, the more he looked at her, the more captivating she became. Her curves were perfectly proportioned. Where one would expect softness, there was none to be found, and her physique was simply exquisite. Her elegant neck led down to a flawless décolletage, accentuating her perfect form. What are you staring at? You lecher. Zhang Yibei playfully pouted and quickly adjusted her collar. Are you even listening to me? Why aren't you stuttering today? She teased. I was just joking. Song Qian replied with a smile. My foolishness has been cured. From now on, please refrain from calling me foolish Song Qian. If you dare to call me that again, I might just drool and stare at your chest. Zhang Yibei was notably voluptuous, her figure nothing short of exceptional. During their school days, she had developed quite perfectly. Among the male classmates, there were whispers behind her back, referring to her as the well-endowed sister, which speaks volumes about her physique. A blush crept onto Zhang Yibei's cheeks, taken aback by Song Qian's witty banter. His speech flowed effortlessly and his thoughts were agile, capable of jesting with her, leading her to believe that perhaps his foolishness had truly dissipated. Zhang Yibei widened her eyes in disbelief and asked, Your ailment has genuinely improved? When did this happen? Who cured you? Chapter 20. A unique fishing method. Song Qian spoke softly. It suddenly got better. Suddenly got better? Is such a miraculous thing possible? Zhang Yibei listened, her expression filled with disbelief. She straightened her chest, struggling to accept the reality as she gazed at Song Qian. This is astonishing. You wouldn't be deceiving me, would you? Surely, my self-healing must count for something. Don't forget, during our university days, my academic performance surpassed yours. Song Qian did not wish to dwell on this issue. I won't discuss this further. My family is in dire straits, and I aim to catch some fish to sell and perhaps prepare a sour fish dish. If you're willing to join me in fishing, we can begin. If not, please do not hinder me. Observing Song Qian's demeanor, it was evident that he had indeed recovered. Zhang Yibei remained in a state of shock, struggling to comprehend the situation. Song Qian's ailment, once deemed a perplexing malady, had consumed considerable resources and numerous consultations with doctors, yet remained unresolved. Who could have possibly healed him? It seemed implausible that he had recovered on his own. Such occurrences were far too difficult to believe. Song Qian, confess honestly, who cured you? Zhang Yibei extended her arms, eager for clarity. Being a medical student with a small clinic in Peach Blossom Village, she was taken aback by this extraordinary revelation. My dear aunt, please do not obstruct my path. I am in urgent need of catching fish. We can discuss this later. Why can't we discuss it now? As she spoke, Zhang Yibei felt a strange sensation regarding her own words. It seemed that she had been led astray by Song Qian's peculiar manner. The term day not only signifies the sun, but can also serve as a verb with a unique connotation. Enough. If you wish to fish smoothly, it won't be so simple. I have yet to locate my necklace, and you must first assist me in finding it before you can fish. Otherwise, I will not permit you to proceed. As she spoke, she began to act coyly, pouting her red lips and positioning herself in front of Song Qian. My dear aunt, this is quite unfair. If you do not step aside, I shall retaliate. Beware of my sneak attack, Song Qian declared, extending his fingers like claws. With gritted teeth. Zhang Yibei closed her eyes. If you possess the skill, then attack. Left with no choice, Song Qian took a step back. You have 10 minutes to lead me in a search. If we do not find the necklace, you cannot hinder me and must assist me in fishing. Zhang Yibei, biting her silver teeth, slowly opened her eyes. I searched for 20 minutes without success. You can only help me for 10 minutes, which will surely be insufficient. At least 20 minutes are required. Zhang Yibei persisted, causing Song Qian's expression to darken. Fine, let us make haste. With that, Song Qian cast aside the fishing net and helped Zhang Yibei in her search for the necklace. Having inherited a remarkable sight, Song Qian employed his Lotus Celestial Eye to assist her in the search. Meanwhile, he took a moment to appreciate Zhang Yibei's exquisite figure. Her alluring curves were truly exceptional. The reputation of the buxom beauty was certainly well-deserved. According to Zhang Yibei's recollections, the two meandered along the lakeside path, searching diligently, even scouring the underbrush, leaving no stone unturned in their quest. However, despite their efforts, no trace could be found in any conceivable location. Time swiftly slipped away, and soon over 20 minutes had passed. Let it be, she sighed. If you truly care, once I earn some money, I shall gift you a necklace. The financial circumstances of Song Qian's family were dire, and even if he possessed wealth, purchasing a necklace was far beyond his means, let alone gifting one to Zhang Yibei. To avoid dampening Song Qian's spirits, she feigned a cheerful demeanor, saying, This is what you promised, and I shall remember it. When the time comes, I will personally select one worth 4,000 to 5,000, and I shall make quite the profit from you. All right. Enough of the chatter. Let us hasten to catch some fish. Approaching the fishing net, Song Qian picked it up and ventured into deeper waters to cast it. His fishing net was a sizable landing net, equipped with some bait. Initially, he had no intention of using bait. He had brought it merely as a ruse. However, the bait now served its purpose. You say your foolishness has dissipated, yet with that net cast into the water, I suspect we shall catch nothing for half the day. Zhang Yibei remarked, hands on her hips, watching with amusement. Song Qian's net comprised a larger landing net, the one he had just cast, and a smaller net designed for catching fish. During tranquil moments at Longquan Lake, grass carp would approach the shore to graze, and using the smaller net proved far more effective for catching a couple of them. However, simply tossing the larger net into the water and scattering some bait, waiting for the fish to swim into the trap, was an improbable tactic. The larger net was not as efficient as the smaller one. Zhang Yibei's disdain did not faze Song Qian. How could she comprehend his fishing methods? You see, as the saying goes, Jiang Taigong fishes. Those who wish to bite will take the bait. My bait has been specially prepared. All fish are drawn to it, and within 10 minutes, we shall have a net full. Pfft, you're just blustering without foundation. I would fare better with the small net, she retorted, waving the smaller net. Do not cause a ruckus, just stand aside and observe. Song Qian urged, noticing Zhang Yibei's inclination to catch fish. Within the legacy of the Lotus Immortal Emperor, there existed an unparalleled technique known as hypnosis, capable of inducing a trance not only in humans but also in flora and fauna. By employing this method, Song Qian could hypnotize the fish within the designated area, guiding them into the large landing net with ease. His claims of a bountiful catch were far from mere boasting. How absurd. Why don't you claim the fish in the lake obey your commands and willingly swim into your net? Zhang Yibei laughed heartily, dismissing his words. Meanwhile, Song Qian stood by, swiftly invoking the art of hypnosis. Soon, Song Qian discovered that several large fish, which he had hypnotized, were swimming closer to the net and entering it. To be honest, the net was superfluous for Song Qian. He could directly employ his hypnotic abilities to lure the fish over. He could catch them barehanded. The presence of a net was merely a ruse. Believe it or not, Song Qian remarked nonchalantly, in 10 minutes, we shall witness a miracle, perhaps even sooner. No sooner had he finished speaking than Zhang Yibei noticed that the area where Song Qian had cast the large net was already stirring with a frenzy of fish. Oh, it seems there really are fish? She exclaimed. Shoo! Song Qian feigned mystery, hushing her. If you scare the fish away, I shall sell you as a large fish on the street for money. Keep your voice down. Zhang Yibei covered her mouth in shock, her eyes wide in disbelief. The splashes at the side of the net grew increasingly vigorous. Chapter 21. A mighty fish. She frequently caught fish, and upon witnessing the current scene, it was evident that the fishing net contained several sizable catches. Zhang Yibei tilted her head slightly, her eyes shimmering with admiration as she gazed at Song Qian, whispering in excitement, It's truly remarkable that you can catch fish like this. Song Qian chuckled softly at her astonishment. Do you think I'm deceiving you? There's nothing peculiar about it. Now, lend me a hand and help me haul in the net. As Song Qian tugged on the rope, Zhang Yibei assisted from behind. During the process, Song Qian's elbow brushed against Zhang Yibei, and she felt a warm, soft sensation, surprisingly elastic. A blush crept onto Zhang Yibei's cheeks as she muttered under her breath. With combined effort, they swiftly pulled the fish from the water. The net revealed a bountiful haul of at least a dozen large fish, weighing nearly 100 pounds in total. A remarkable catch indeed. Well, now do you believe me? Song Qian boasted proudly, surveying the abundant fish. Zhang Yibei's face flushed a deeper shade, and she shivered slightly, still feeling the impact from earlier. Understanding that it was unintentional, she refrained from expressing her discomfort. You were right. You really did catch an impressive amount of fish. I'm curious about your bait. How did you make it? It's incredible, she exclaimed, her cheeks warm with excitement as she gave a thumbs up. Afterward, she gently rubbed her chest, still feeling a twinge of pain. Noticing Zhang Yibei's awkwardness, Song Qian offered an embarrassed smile. I apologize for bumping into you earlier. Zhang Yibei waved her hand dismissively, her clear eyes fixated on the fish still thrashing in the net. Once more, she raised her thumb in admiration and continued to inquire. Your bait is truly remarkable. How did you manage it? If you could teach me, I'd surely be able to catch fish like this and make a fortune. Would you like to learn? Song Qian teased. If you wanna, just call me Brother Song Qian, and perhaps I'll be inclined to teach you. Having grown up in the same village and attended school together, they shared a playful camaraderie, with Song Qian treating Zhang Yibei like a close friend. With a cheerful laugh, Zhang Yibei tugged on Song Qian's sleeve, her lips pouting and her face flushed. Brother Song Qian, please teach me. I run that shabby clinic and barely scrape by. If you could show me how to make bait, I could earn some money too. People will remember you for helping me. Would you teach me? The earlier scene of catching fish had truly left an impression on Zhang Yibei, and she genuinely desired to learn. Her voice was soft and sweet. As she gently shook Song Qian's sleeve, her eyes filled with longing. If she could also master the art of fishing with the abundant resources of Longquan Lake, she could surely prosper and leave behind her meager clinic. Let us not rush. We can discuss it later, Song Qian replied, as he began to collect the valuable fish, placing them in a fish basket, while discarding a few less valuable ones back into the water. Zhang Yibei watched, her expression one of discontent. How could you let it go after all the effort we put into catching it? That was a grass carp worth quite a bit, Zhang Yibei scolded. But Song Qian paid her no heed. Releasing a few grass carps did not trouble him. He believed that with a little application of his hypnotic skills and a small investment of time, he could secure some fish of superior quality. Why bother with a few small grass carps when he could aim for the larger, more valuable ones? Song Qian's objective was to catch fish to sell for profit. Wasting energy on worthless catches seemed futile. What do you understand? They are merely small fish. I can catch larger ones later. We can keep these small ones for ourselves. He replied, setting the fishing net properly before turning to Zhang Yibei. By the way, I recall that you have a tricycle. Might I borrow it? I am sure I can catch more fish, but without a vehicle, I cannot transport them for sale. Zhang Yibei pouted, reluctant to agree. If you use my tricycle to haul fish, it will smell of fish and get dirty. How will you compensate me for that? With a mischievous grin, Song Qian gazed at her. If you insist on compensation, I shall offer myself in return. Zhang Yibei clenched her delicate fist and playfully punched Song Qian. Go to hell. Ceasing his teasing, Song Qian got to the point. How about this? You just called me brother, and I let you suffer a loss. If you lend me your tricycle, we can sell the fish together. And I'll give you 20% of the profits as compensation for the wear and tear on your vehicle. Rubbing her cheek thoughtfully, Zhang Yibei considered the offer. The fish they had just caught could fetch several hundred yuan, and given their pace, selling for over 1,000 yuan was certainly feasible. A quick mental calculation revealed that borrowing the tricycle could yield her a substantial profit. All right, it sounds like a deal. She agreed with a smile. But then her expression turned sour. But it'll take me at least half an hour to walk back to Taohua village. That's exhausting. I want to watch you catch fish. I don't want to head back just yet. How foolish can you be? Song Qian shot her a glare. Why not call your father and have him bring the tricycle over? Yes, I really am a bit dim. Zhang Yibei felt her face flush with embarrassment as she scratched her head and took out her phone to call her father. Song Qian jested, what is that saying? Something about a big, brainless person? You are the quintessential example. Zhang Yibei looked down, her cheeks burning. How had Song Qian suddenly become so bold? She remembered that although he used to joke around, he was never this shameless. Today, however, he seemed different. His words seemed to insult himself. Yet they also appeared to be a compliment. Was being brainless really such a flaw? You are the one who is brainless, she retorted, her face still flushed. Song Qian waggled a finger in front of her. You are mistaken. That phrase is directed at women. It wouldn't apply to men in the same way, haha. At first, Zhang Yibei was taken aback. However, after a moment of contemplation, her face flushed crimson. How could Song Qian possess such a plethora of risque jokes? Without further ado, she resolved to make a phone call. Grasping the phone, Zhang Yibei dialed her father, Zhang Yukai. Upon hearing that a significant catch had been made, he readily agreed and informed her over the line that he would arrive shortly. In a matter of minutes, the two of them hoisted the fishing net, revealing an even more bountiful haul than before, approximately 20 large fish. The net was nearly bursting at the seams. They busily dragged the net out of the water. What magnificent fish! We are destined for fortune, Zhang Yibei exclaimed, her joy propelling her to leap to great heights. She bent down to lift a large carp weighing over 10 pounds. How splendid! It must weigh around 20 pounds. The fish thrashed in her grasp, causing her body to sway. Chapter 22. The village beauty falls into the water as Song Qian gazed into the distance, and exquisite scenery unfolded before his eyes. Indeed, it was vast, so grand and so white. Zhang Yibei found this remark rather peculiar. Lifting her gaze towards Song Qian, she immediately noticed that he was staring intently at her, causing her cheeks to flush crimson. I was referring to the size of this fish, Song Qian protested, insisting that it was indeed a sizable catch, and with its belly so white, it was likely a male. Go away. Zhang Yibei pouted, a playful reprimand escaping her lips. The mischievous glint in Song Qian's eyes revealed his wicked intentions. After placing the fish into the keep net, they had approximately 30 catches. Similar to the earlier haul, these were slightly smaller and less visually appealing. Song Qian, however, decided to release them back into the water, much to Zhang Yibei's dismay as she watched, her heart aching with every fish that slipped away. Each release meant a few coins less in her pocket. Although she did not lack for money thanks to her father's position as village chief, losing tangible earnings was not something she could simply overlook. Don't release them. It's a pity. Just catch the big ones, leave the small ones, Song Qian exclaimed, once again feigning seriousness as he cast the net into the water. After several successful hauls, they amassed a substantial collection. After more than half an hour, Song Qian inspected the keep net, which now held over 100 pounds of fish. Combined with those in the nearby pond, they had accumulated nearly 1,000 pounds, much to Song Qian's delight. These fish would surely fetch a fortune. Additionally, they had caught 3 turtles, each weighing around 7 to 8 pounds, perfect for a nourishing soup. He decided to keep one for himself, give one to Zhang Yibei, and present the other to Su Taohua. However, after the initial joy, Song Qian felt a lingering dissatisfaction. Despite the significant number of fish caught, the largest was merely close to 40 pounds. He recalled that Longquan Lake was known for its sizable fish. Using his hypnotic abilities, he should have been able to catch a larger specimen. But where were the big fish? Song Qian, we've already caught so many. That's enough to earn us a great deal of money. We shouldn't catch more than we can sell, or it would be a waste if they die, Zhang Yibei cautioned. But I haven't caught a big fish yet. Let me think. After a moment of reflection, Song Qian surmised that perhaps the larger fish were not in the open water, rendering his hypnosis ineffective. To catch a big fish, he would need to venture into the water itself. Wait here for me. I'll dive in and catch a big fish with my bare hands. I want to rest until I do, he declared, swiftly shedding his shirt. Zhang Yibei's face turned a shade of crimson as she quickly covered her eyes. Rascal, Why are you taking off your clothes? As he removed his outer garment and handed it to her, he replied, What are you fussing about? I'm merely removing my shirt and pants. I still have clothes underneath. How else can I catch fish if I don't take off my outerwear? Turning away, Zhang Yibei refused to look at him. You truly are a rogue. Oh dear, Miss Yibei is feeling shy. This isn't like you at all. If memory serves me right, when we were just 5 or 6 years old, we were both naked in the Longquan River, catching fish. What is there to be shy about? Zhang Yibei stood with her back to Song Qian, undeniably feeling a touch of shyness. In the past, we were naive and unruly, but now we are adults. Aware of the distinctions between genders, do you think it is appropriate to undress before me? Let us not dwell on such matters. Just be careful not to soil my clothes, Song Qian said, handing Zhang Yibei his long pants. She received the garment and tossed it carelessly onto the nearby grass. If it gets dirty, so be it. Song Qian plunged into Longquan Lake with a splash. Behind him, Zhang Yibei's voice rang out with a warning. Be cautious. And don't overexert yourself if you can't catch anything. While it is indeed possible to catch fish with bare hands, capturing a sizable one and bringing it ashore requires considerable strength. Zhang Yibei had little faith that Song Qian could manage to catch anything substantial. A full minute passed, and Song Qian still had not resurfaced. Zhang Yibei paced anxiously at the water's edge. Song Qian, if you can't catch anything, hurry back. Where are you? She shouted, straining her voice. Yet, despite her calls, Song Qian remained unseen. Panic gripped Zhang Yibei. Could it be that Song Qian had sunk? That seemed unlikely. They had grown up together, and she knew well his swimming abilities, and accidents shouldn't occur under normal circumstances. But why hadn't he come up yet? Song Qian, come back quickly. Zhang Yibei scanned the surroundings, her voice echoing over the lake. Still, there was no sign of him. She desperately wanted to dive into the water to search for him, but fear held her back. While she relished playing in water, she did not know how to swim. In the past, she could only catch fish and shrimp in the shallow areas of Longquan River. If she jumped in, she would surely be in trouble. Just as Zhang Yibei was in a state of frantic worry, she spotted a flurry of bubbles about 5 or 6 meters ahead, and Song Qian's head emerged from the water. Song Qian, hurry up. The moment she saw him, Zhang Yibei breathed a sigh of relief. As he swam closer to the shore, he remarked, What is the rush? I thought you were eaten by a big fish. You've been under for 3 minutes. And I couldn't see you. I was nearly frightened to death. As he spoke, Song Qian reached the shore. With a gentle pull, he brought the head of a large fish slowly to the surface, which appeared to weigh at least 70 or 80 pounds. Heavens, did he really catch a big fish? Upon witnessing the creature surface, Zhang Yibei, filled with wonder, could not help but scream in excitement. She approached the water's edge, eager to assist Song Qian in hauling the fish ashore. However, in her flurry of activity, she lost her footing and fell into the water with a splash, inadvertently kicking Song Qian. Aware that Zhang Yibei could not swim, Song Qian quickly devised a plan. He grasped her firmly, and, with his help, she finally managed to lift her head above the water. Soon, Zhang Yibei was back on the shore, drenched from head to toe, her clothes clinging to her form, revealing her perfect physique, which left Song Qian feeling a rush of exhilaration. Ah, my big fish, while Song Qian referred to it as a grand catch. Her piercing gaze rested upon Zhang Yibei from a lofty vantage. Indeed, a woman transforms significantly as she matures. Zhang Yibei, feeling a tinge of embarrassment, glanced up at Song Qian. She merely wished to assist, yet her efforts seemed to have resulted in a blunder. The loss of that fish shall be counted as mine. You may retain 20 of my share. I shall forego it. Song Qian then took off her outer garment, gently wiping away the moisture from Zhang Yibei's cheeks and smoothing her disheveled bangs. You weren't frightened, were you? Zhang Yibei, with tearful eyes, softly shook her head. I was not scared. It's just that your big fish is gone. It was my carelessness. I keep my word. I do not want the 20. During this exchange, Zhang Yibei cast her gaze towards Song Qian. Chapter 23. The necklace is found. At this moment, Song Qian stood before Zhang Yibei clad solely in a pair of shorts. His well-defined muscles were undeniably captivating. Don't stand there like that. Hurry and put on some clothes. If my father sees you, he might think you have ulterior motives. She admonished, helping her friend to a seated position further from the water's edge. Just stay here. Don't venture close to the lake, and refrain from assisting me. I need to catch another fish. Be cautious. You nearly worried me to death just now. Zhang Yibei twisted the water from her clothing and offered a gentle reminder. Song Qian approached the lake once more, diving in with vigor. After approximately 3 minutes, he resurfaced, triumphantly hauling a large fish from the water. Zhang Yibei's heart soared at the sight of him capturing yet another one. Song Qian, I didn't realize you were this skilled. Climbing ashore. He placed the sizable fish in a nearby small pool. Had you not caused a distraction earlier, this would already be my second large catch. Haha. I'm going to strike it rich today. Song Qian marveled at the effectiveness of the hypnosis technique he had recently acquired. The legacy bestowed upon him by the Lotus Fairy Emperor was entirely accessible, attaining the inheritance meant reaching the pinnacle without any need for arduous training. Even his muscular physique had burgeoned overnight upon receiving the legacy. It was my responsibility to catch that last fish, so I'll gladly share 20% with you. After all, I'm doing you the favor of selling your fish as well, he quipped with a light-hearted smile. Just teasing you, as we previously agreed. The 20% still belongs to you. Just promise not to create any more chaos, he added, and Zhang Yibei felt a sense of relief wash over her. Reassured that he would not complicate matters further, dressed in her damp attire, she returned to the grassy area, exuding a serene and graceful demeanor. Song Qian had initially contemplated catching another large fish, but reconsidered, realizing that while fishing was simple, selling the fish posed its own challenges. If they could not find buyers, the fish would perish, causing him distress. After getting dressed, he joined Zhang Yibei on the grass. Your clothes are wet. Are you cold? He inquired. Not too bad. My father will be here soon, and once we haul the fish back to the village, we can change into dry clothes without any issue. The two sat on the grass, engaging in cheerful conversation. Zhang Yibei even began to calculate their potential earnings from the unexpectedly abundant catch. As she mulled over the figures, a smile brightened her face. Regardless of the outcome, she was likely to earn several thousand yuan. Song Qian's prowess was indeed impressive. With a mere toss of the net into the water, the fish eagerly swam into its embrace. Such a method of fishing was astonishingly effective. Something she had never dared to dream of, yet Song Qian had made it a reality. Zhang Yibei sensed a transformation in him. He seemed to have gained an air of confidence, and his demeanor had taken on a mischievous edge. Moments later, the sound of a tricycle approached from behind. Zhang Yukai arrived, weary yet determined, driving his vehicle toward them. After parking the tricycle, he was taken aback upon seeing the large fish lying askew in the water. Did we catch this many? The two of them had so many fish that one fish basket was insufficient, prompting them to temporarily keep the catch in a nearby small pond, which was bustling with activity. Zhang Yukai estimated the total weight to be over 1,000 pounds. Is there more? Zhang Yibei pointed towards the fish basket in the water, and they approached the fisherman, carefully dragging the basket up. Fortunately, it was sturdy enough. Noticing his daughter was soaked, Zhang Yukai expressed concern, then inquired about Song Qian's recovery from her ailment. As they chatted, they loaded the fish onto the tricycle. This tricycle, powered by fuel, had a spacious cargo area, and Zhang Yukai had previously lined it with a plastic sheet for transporting water. Thus, a makeshift fish tank was created, making the transportation of the fish quite convenient. In the past, when farming, villagers would transport water to irrigate seedlings in dry fields in a similar manner. Simple, efficient, and cost-effective. The village chief said, I feel really bad asking you to run an errand. Please take this turtle back to make soup for your health. As Song Qian spoke, she handed over a turtle that she had tied up in advance to Zhang Yukai, who received it with an even brighter smile. This is excellent for nourishing broth. I want one too. Zhang Yibei reached out for one of the two turtles in Song Qian's possession. Song Qian stepped back, tossing one aside. I'll give you one another day. I'm keeping these two. Such a miser. Truly stingy. Zhang Yibei pouted, pretending to be upset. What do you need it for? Zhang Yukai retorted, this one is sufficient. I'll prepare it for you when we get home. Driving along, the tricycle bounced its way back to Taohua village. After a short distance, Song Qian suddenly spotted a necklace on the muddy roadside, seemingly brand new. Wait, she shouted, leaping off the tricycle. She dashed 10 meters ahead to retrieve the necklace, dusting it off to confirm it was a women's piece. Returning to the tricycle, she handed it to Zhang Yibei. Could this be your necklace? How did it end up here? Zhang Yibei accepted the necklace, her heart brimming with joy. I can't believe it. I searched everywhere and thought I'd never find it. I'm so glad it's here. She cradled the necklace in her hands, overwhelmed with happiness. This trip was indeed worthwhile. Not only had she recovered her necklace, but she had also helped Song Qian catch over 1,000 pounds of fish. What incredible luck. It was a truly joyous day. Song Qian smiled and suggested, let us tuck it away for now. I noticed the clasp at the top is broken. And since we're headed to sell the fish, we can find someone in town to replace it. You have sharp eyes, thank you. Zhang Yibei replied as she carefully tucked the necklace into her bosom. The tricycle continued its bumpy journey towards Taohua village, soon arriving at the village chief's home. Having parked the tricycle, Song Qian held 2 soft-shelled turtles, preparing to first deliver one home before presenting the other to Su Taohua, all the while intending to change her attire. Taohua village was rather small, and the journey would take merely a few minutes. In this brief interlude, Zhang Yibei could also change her clothes. Before reaching Su Taohua's residence, Song Qian took out her sister's phone, retrieved Su Taohua's number, and dialed. Is Sister Taohua at home? I have a delightful surprise for you, one that I believe you will absolutely adore upon seeing it. Song Qian contemplated withholding the details about the turtles, opting instead to create an air of mystery and entice Su Taohua into guessing. After all, capturing a turtle was no simple feat. They possessed teeth and could bite when threatened. Presenting a turtle to Su Taohua would surely be a delightful surprise. Upon receiving Song Qian's call, Su Taohua felt a surge of joy, particularly at the mention of a delightful surprise, which sent her imagination soaring in various directions. Chapter 24, Misunderstanding by Su Taohua. She even believed that the great treasure mentioned by Song Qian referred to his own prized possession, which she had longed for with great enthusiasm. However, she was uncertain about its size. Was it substantial? She hoped it would not disappoint her sister. Su Taohua chuckled softly, her heart filled with anticipation. Unbeknownst to her, Song Qian was unaware that her thoughts were of a more intimate nature, and he nodded earnestly, assuring her that it was indeed significant and would not let her down. Su Taohua mused to herself that this young man had finally woken up, boldly flirting with her and promising not to disappoint. Her heart raced with excitement, yet there was one drawback. It was morning, and the timing might be a bit inconvenient. If only he could come in the evening, it would be utterly perfect. After a moment's hesitation, she parted her lips slightly. Then hurry over, dear brother. I'll be waiting with the door open. Once you arrive, close the door behind you. I'll take a quick shower first, hee. Upon hearing this, Song Qian was at once both amused and bewildered. She even wanted him to close the door while she went to shower. Su Taohua certainly had a vivid imagination. What was she thinking? Sister Taohua, the treasure I mentioned is not what you are imagining. You have misunderstood. When I arrive, you will see for yourself. He intended to present her with a soft-shelled turtle and still needed to go sell fish. Su Taohua, however, did not share his perspective. Sister knows. Don't be shy. I'll hold off on my shower for now. I want to see your treasure first when you arrive. As she spoke, her face flushed with excitement, and her heart raced like a fawn, filled with anticipation. Daytime was just daytime. There was nothing wrong with that. All right. Song Qian thought it futile to explain further. He would clarify everything upon his arrival. Soon she would see the treasure. Ha. Just as he was about to end the call, Su Taohua's voice rang out again. Yesterday at the waterfall on the mountain, I wanted to see it then too. Hurry over. The more you talk, the happier I become. I can hardly wait. Completely speechless, Song Qian promptly hung up. Upon arriving at Su Taohua's home, he noticed the front door was ajar. Entering the courtyard, he beheld her charming figure, looking exceedingly cute. You really thought ahead, preparing the nutritious turtle in advance. Come quickly, Su Taohua laughed, turning to close the door behind him. Sister Taohua, what are you thinking? This turtle is a gift for you. The great treasure I referred to is indeed the turtle. Su Taohua's face flushed crimson, feeling quite embarrassed as she took the turtle from Song Qian's hands. You silly brother, how absurd. You deliver a turtle to your sister but fail to be clear about it, leaving me in misunderstanding. I thought it was that kind of great treasure. With a charming smile, Su Taohua gazed at Song Qian, her eyes roaming over him before playfully poking him. Why not come inside and sit for a while? After all, there is no one else here. Just the two of us siblings can chat about something pleasant. Saying this, Su Taohua casually linked her arm with Song Qian's. Wait. Song Qian resolutely replied, if I give you a turtle, I must take one home as well. We can converse another time. Su Taohua playfully chided, you rascal. Are you purposely trying to make me misunderstand? Regardless, I won't relent. You must come inside with me. With no other choice, Song Qian divulged all his plans regarding fishing and selling the catch to Su Taohua. Once she had heard everything, she finally relented. For now, I shall spare you. Quickly go sell the fish, and upon your return to my home, I shall prepare the turtle for you, to replenish your strength. Very well. I shall come find you once I return. Su Taohua clung to Song Qian, reluctant to let go. Her heart raced like a startled deer. Her cheeks flushed a vibrant crimson. The more she gazed upon Song Qian, the more handsome he appeared. Her mother had already consented to betroth her to Wang Matzi, and the bride price had been accepted. It was uncertain when Wang Matzi might come to harass her again. Rather than marry Wang Matzi, she would prefer to wed Song Qian. Even if she could not marry him, being his confidant would be far better than being wed to that repulsive Wang Matzi. With his pockmarked face, dark complexion, and short stature, the very thought sent shivers down her spine. After returning home with the turtle, Song Qian proceeded to the village head's residence. However, events were far from tranquil. Upon arriving at Zhou Chunhua's doorstep, she intercepted him. When she saw Song Qian, Zhou Chunhua greeted him with a radiant smile. "Little Qian, where are you off to?" Song Qian replied honestly, "I have matters to attend to at the village head's house." Zhou Chunhua hesitated slightly, then said, "Could you spare me 2 minutes? My sister-in-law wishes to speak with you." Song Qian initially intended to decline, but found himself unable to voice his refusal. After a moment's contemplation, he entered the courtyard. "Sister Chunhua, where is brother Taizhu?" The atmosphere became somewhat awkward, prompting Song Qian to change the subject. "He has gone to the fields and will not return until noon," Zhou Chunhua replied. Then shifted the conversation, "Little Qian, if it is convenient for you, could you go to Zhang Yibei's clinic and fetch some wound ointment for me? I have a minor injury." As she spoke, Zhou Chunhua's face flushed with embarrassment. This predicament was, in part, due to Song Qian himself. The after-effects of yesterday's events had left her with a slight wound. Song Qian chuckled awkwardly, feeling quite embarrassed. He acknowledged that the fault lay with him. His clumsiness and inexperience had led to the mishap. "Sister Chunhua, I have silver needles on me. Perhaps it would be better if I simply administered a needle treatment instead of fetching the ointment." Zhou Chunhua hesitated but eventually nodded in agreement. "Very well. If the needle treatment does not suffice, you can still help me procure the ointment later. My body feels fiery. I hardly slept well last night." Song Qian took out the silver needles and proceeded to treat Zhou Chunhua. After 4 or 5 minutes, the treatment concluded. Zhou Chunhua gazed at him, her eyes wide with astonishment. "Incredible! Your medical skills are truly remarkable." With a hint of regret, Song Qian replied, "Just keep this treatment between us. It would be quite embarrassing if others found out." Zhou Chunhua, adjusting her attire, quickly shook her head. "What are you thinking? How could I possibly divulge anything to others? Not even to you, brother Taizhu?" "Hiki." Zhou Chunhua smiled radiantly, then swiftly changed the subject. "Xiao Qian, regarding yesterday's matter, I still feel it's rather precarious. How about you come over again this evening, and we can deliberate further?" The implication of her words was not lost on Song Qian. Feeling somewhat awkward, he replied, "Let's not rush. You discuss it with brother Taizhu, and we can talk once I return from my errands. No need to consult him." Zhou Chunhua asserted firmly. "He already consented last night. Trust me, come over this evening." "We shall see," Song Qian said, turning to leave. Zhou Chunhua hurried after him, clutching at the hem of his garment. "If you don't have time tonight, we can discuss it now." Song Qian quickly shook his head. He still needed to sell fish. And the longer he delayed, the greater the risk of losing them. Besides, Zhang Yibei was waiting for him as well. Chapter 25, Prosperity breeds jealousy. Moreover, at this juncture, even if Song Qian had the intention, complications could easily arise. What if Aunt Wang returns? The events of last night linger vividly in Song Qian's memory. It is prudent to remain vigilant. Peach Blossom Village is quite small, and should word of the incident leak, it would inevitably become common knowledge throughout the village. After all, Song Qian had long been accustomed to the disdainful glances of others, dismissing them easily, but Zhou Chunhua could not afford such indifference. While Song Qian may bear the brunt of public scrutiny, he must not jeopardize others. "It is simply inconvenient at the moment. Let me attend to my matters first, and I shall come by as soon as I can. You should also confer with brother Taizhu." Zhou Chunhua harbored a sense of regret, yet felt powerless to change the situation. To be candid, last night's events left an indelible impression on her. She never anticipated that Song Qian would exhibit such formidable strength. Unbeknownst to Zhou Chunhua, Song Qian had inherited celestial teachings, resulting in a remarkable enhancement of his physical capabilities, which accounted for his extraordinary prowess. The outcome of a situation is significant, yet the journey is equally crucial. Zhou Chunhua desired not only the results but also the experience that accompanied them. "Very well. Come by when you can," she conceded, her wistful gaze following Song Qian as he departed. Upon arriving at the village chief's residence, Zhang Yibei had been waiting for quite some time. "Why are you so late? If you had delayed any longer, by the time we transport the fish to town, they would likely be dead. Who would we sell them to then?" Zhang Yibei remarked, already seated on the tricycle, her resentful eyes glaring at Song Qian for his sluggishness. Little did she know, he had been entangled with Su Taohua and Zhou Chunhua for a few minutes each, which accounted for his tardiness. "I'll drive," Song Qian offered as he settled into the seat. Zhang Yibei frowned slightly. On second thought, never mind. I am more accustomed to this tricycle. I can navigate it faster than you. Seeing her determination, Song Qian refrained from arguing, focusing instead on reaching town swiftly to sell the fish. Their family was in dire financial straits, and he desperately needed the income. Selling all the fish could yield at least 10,000. A considerable sum that would alleviate their economic burden temporarily. As they traveled, Song Qian contemplated that the path of catching fish for profit was merely a temporary solution. To amass substantial wealth, he would need to explore other avenues. After more than half an hour, they arrived in town. Just as the clock struck 10 in the morning, the prime time for shoppers. Chicken Street Town, named for the multitude of poultry sellers in the past, was flanked by Cow Street and Horse Street, both boasting simple yet historically significant names. The vegetable market in Chicken Street Town was bustling with activity. Riding the tricycle into the market, Song Qian and Zhang Yibei found a relatively spacious spot and began to call out to potential customers. Fresh fish for sale. Caught just this morning from Longquan Lake, all at bargain prices. The smallest weighs 7 to 8 pounds. Coming by? The waters of Longquan Lake were crystal clear, and the fish therein were highly regarded by the residents of Chicken Street Town for their large size and exquisite flavor. Upon hearing that fish had just been caught from Longquan Lake, several elderly individuals approached the three-wheeled cart, eager to verify the authenticity of the catch. How much for the catfish? What about the grass carp? My goodness, this grass carp is enormous. The prices for various fish were eagerly proclaimed by Song Qian. For him, catching fish was a simple task, yet selling them all proved challenging if the prices were set too high. The principle of thin profit and quick turnover was paramount. Thus, Song Qian slightly reduced the price of each fish species by a couple of yuan, facilitating their sale. With high-quality fish of considerable size and relatively low prices, a crowd quickly gathered, inquiring about the costs. Some individuals were particularly fixated on the large fish. This grass carp weighs at least 70 to 80 jin. I've never seen one so big. Indeed, typically, a larger grass carp weighs around 20 jin, but this particular one undoubtedly exceeded 80 jin. How did you manage to catch such a massive fish? It must be incredibly delicious. The crowd surrounded the fish, pointing and discussing. With a smile, Song Qian began to explain, of course. The water on Longquan Mountain is pristine, and the lakeside is rich in aquatic vegetation, allowing the grass carp to grow to such size. This large grass carp could easily be considered the king of Longquan Lake. You're quite skilled, young man. How did you catch so many fish? This grass carp is astonishingly large, praised an elderly gentleman wearing a hat, giving a thumbs up. Song Qian, with a grin, replied, We caught it with a net. It took 5 or 6 strong men to haul it up, and I nearly fell into the water myself. He spun a tale that bore no flaws. If Song Qian claimed he had caught such a large grass carp with his bare hands, no one would believe him. He had to concoct a story to lend credibility to his claim. Only by doing so could he gain their trust. Zhang Yibei, overhearing, rolled her eyes at him. This guy has no idea where he found the strength to bring such a large grass carp ashore single-handedly, yet he claims it was a group effort. Such audacity without a hint of shame. Due to the attractive pricing, over 10 fish were quickly sold, with the cheaper ones at 5 to 6 yuan per jin and the more expensive ones at 15 to 16. As the money flowed in, Song Qian's face beamed with joy. Setting aside other money-making ventures, simply fishing at Longquan Lake for a month could yield him tens of thousands. However, nearby, an older woman who regularly sold fish, named Wang Guizhi, was displeased to see her customers flocking to buy the cheaper options. How could she profit under such competition? Wang, who was quite round and weighed at least 250 jin, donned an apron, her expression darkening. She pulled out her phone and made a call. After the conversation, she approached Song Qian's stall once more. Young man, I observe that the fish you present is certainly not from Longquan Lake. I have encountered many fish from that location, and while there are indeed large specimens, never have I seen such an abundance of sizable fish. It is evident that these fish have been fed with artificial feed. Following Wang Guizhi's insightful remarks, those contemplating the purchase of fish found themselves engulfed in hesitation, for her words held a semblance of truth. If these are indeed feed-raised fish, their flavor would undoubtedly be inferior. Furthermore, some fish farmers, in a bid to enhance the fish's growth, may resort to unethical practices, administering contraceptives to the fish to bulk them up. Fish that have been fed such substances are unfit for consumption. Upon regaining their composure, others joined in the chorus of criticism directed at Song Qian. Young man, I too share this sentiment. The fish from Longquan Lake are not nearly this large, and it appears that yours might also be feed-raised. Chapter 26. The malicious tyrant ergo using feed-raised fish to masquerade as fresh fish from Longquan Lake, this young man, despite his tender age, displayed a lack of integrity in business. I had my suspicions, while others sold their fish at elevated prices, his were remarkably cheap. It turned out they were artificially cultivated feed fish. I no longer want this fish, refund my money. I don't want mine either. Return the money, I also refuse. Song Qian did not anticipate such an unexpected turn of events. The human heart has grown callous. Even the fish vendor, momentarily blinded by greed, shamelessly spoke falsehoods, deliberately undermining her own product. However, justice resides in the hearts of the discerning. Those who lack knowledge will always be met with the enlightened. Song Qian remained steadfast in his belief. Such excellent fish, priced conspicuously below market value, could not possibly go unsold. Thus, he raised his voice in further explanation. Listen to me, this fish is genuinely from Longquan Lake. I am selling it at a lower price out of concern for unsold stock. Do not heed her baseless claims. Zhang Yibei added, both Song Qian and I are honest folk from Taohua village. We are not seasoned merchants who would procure such a quantity of feed fish. You can buy with confidence. We are not deceiving you. We simply caught too many fish and feared they would not sell, hence the discounted price. This is indeed fish from Longquan Lake. The two of them vociferously clarified their position to the surrounding crowd. Yet, despite their earnest explanations, skepticism lingered. After all, the price of Song Qian's fish was undeniably low. As the saying goes, you get what you pay for. The quality of Longquan Lake's fish is quite commendable. And with these two young individuals selling at such a bargain, it was highly likely they were dealing in feed fish. Young man, if these are indeed fish from Longquan Lake, there should be both large and small, yet all you have are large fish. Surely they cannot be from Longquan Lake. Indeed. I bought them under the impression they were from Longquan Lake, but upon reflection, it seems impossible. Please refund us. There are not many of us here. Yes, yes. Hurry and refund us. Since they were feed fish, we might as well purchase from Wang Guizhi's stall. A group of 5 or 6 individuals who had previously bought fish clamored for refunds. Despite Song Qian and his companions' repeated explanations, their efforts proved futile. With no other recourse, they could only acquiesce to the refunds. Within 2 to 3 minutes, over half of the fish sold were returned, plunging Song Qian's spirits into despair. How could that fish vendor Wang Guizhi be so despicable? Seeing her strategy succeed, Wang Guizhi did not bother to defend herself. Silently, she returned to her stall. Contemplating how naive these young men were, competing for business without regard for location. Competing with her for customers was akin to courting disaster. Such quality fish at such a low price only required a slight provocation to see how quickly they would sell. Just then, a commotion erupted from outside the crowd. Make way, clear the path for me. Looking toward the noise, Song Qian observed 4 individuals approaching from the periphery. The leader, a robust and brawny figure, wore a floral short-sleeve shirt, revealing a dragon tattoo coiled around his right arm. Adorning his neck was a grand gold chain, unmistakably marking him as an individual of dubious character. Behind him stood 3 accomplices, their bodies inked with tattoos, wielding rubber batons, exuding an air of intimidation. Thugs, indeed? Upon sighting them, a chill coursed through Song Qian's heart. He was merely selling fish and had not provoked these ruffians. Trouble loomed. These men were notorious bullies of Jijia town, frequently extorting protection fees, and this market fell within their domain. Zhang Yibei leaned closer to Song Qian, whispering a cautionary note. Song Qian furrowed his brows and inquired, "Are they formidable?" The leader, known as Wang Ergu, or Brother Dog, had no fixed rate for extortion. He demanded whatever sum he wished. Given the exceptional quality of their fish, it was likely that today's protection fee would not be less than several thousand. As Zhang Yibei spoke, her complexion darkened. They were merely selling fish. How could they have drawn the ire of the thugs from Jijia town? This was indeed troubling. Fear not, follow my lead. Stay behind me and be cautious of these brutes. I shall handle them, Song Qian urged, pulling Zhang Yibei behind him for her protection. At that moment, Wang Ergu and his cohort approached their tricycle. He leaned against the vehicle, lifting one foot to kick the wheel twice, producing a sharp sound. Who permitted you to set up shop here? Have you paid the stall fee? Song Qian replied honestly, not yet. How much is it? Seeing Song Qian's forthrightness, Wang Ergu smirked slightly. His eyes widened as he beheld the fish in the tricycle, gleaming with the promise of wealth. A cursory glance revealed that the sizable agricultural tricycle contained at least 1,000 pounds of fish, potentially fetching over 10,000 in sales. The quality of these fish was simply outstanding. It's not much, 20 a day for stall and parking fees, Wang Ergu declared, grinning widely. Listening to Wang Ergu, Song Qian smiled faintly. It wasn't as dire as it seemed. While these men appeared fierce, adorned in gaudy attire and tattoos, they did not strike with true malice. Is it merely 20? What a trivial matter. I shall pay and continue my trade. Moreover, in the market, a stall fee of 20 was only 10 higher than the norm. Earlier, while setting up, Song Qian had learned that other stalls charged 10, and given his additional vehicle, 20 seemed reasonable. He retrieved 20 from the proceeds of his fish sales and handed it to Wang Ergu. Wang Ergu raised an eyebrow, accepting the money and tossing it into the tricycle's compartment. Damn it, are you trying to insult me? I said 20 a day for 30 days, that's 600. I don't have time to collect every day. It's an annual fee, 7,200. Forget it, since it seems this is your first market day. I want to make it difficult for you. Let us settle for 7,000. Wang Ergu concluded, grinning broadly, as his three companions erupted in raucous laughter. Young man, every stall in this market has been leased by Brother Dog, who is offering you a discount of 200. Hurry and settle the payment. With such a large tricycle and an abundance of fish, it's impractical for you to be charged on a daily basis. Your stall fee must be paid annually. Indeed, 20 yuan per day is quite reasonable, so quickly pay the stall fee. Should you fail to do so, you will be promptly expelled from the market. Nearby stall owners murmured among themselves, observing the scene. Sensing the young man's timidity, Brother Dog, aware of the superior quality of his fish, was preparing to take advantage of him. If payment was not forthcoming, he would demand fish instead. Brother Dog's method of collecting stall fees is entirely dependent on the individual being charged. Chapter 27. A subtle lesson for Wang Guizhi. Wang Guizhi, the portly fishmonger, happens to be the cousin of Dog Brother. Is that not evident? Wang Ergu was summoned by Wang Guizhi. If what you say is true, these two young individuals are in for trouble today. The inheritance that Song Qian received has fundamentally transformed his physique. His bones have been replaced with the supreme dragon bones, and his blood is that of the nine heavens golden phoenix. Thus, both his sense of smell and hearing are extraordinary, allowing him to overhear the conversations of nearby vendors with utter clarity. It is no wonder that Wang Ergu arrived with such impeccable timing. It turns out it was a call from Wang Guizhi. In such a modest market, one can find a vast world of intrigue. Indeed, the essence of the rivers and lakes is omnipresent. As Wang Ergu and his companions flaunted their authority, Song Qian merely smiled faintly. Dog Brother, I am only here for today. You may collect the 20 yuan, but if you demand 7,000 yuan, I have no means to pay you. Leaning against the tricycle, Wang Ergu peered into the cart filled with fish, his eyes gleaming with avarice. He then raised his gaze towards Song Qian. If money is an issue, let us barter with fish. I estimate the fish in your cart could fetch just over 10,000 yuan. I will offer you a deal. Give me half of your fish, and we shall consider the stall fee settled. You may use this stall freely in the future. Upon hearing Wang Ergu's proposition, Song Qian furrowed his brow. Dog Brother, I am not a frequent vendor. It is unreasonable to impose such an exorbitant annual fee on me. If that is the case, we shall set up our stall outside the market. As he spoke, he turned to Zhang Yibei. Yibei, let us find another location. The two exchanged a knowing glance and began to walk towards the front of the tricycle. Stop. Who said you could leave? Wang Ergu stood upright, glaring menacingly at Song Qian and Zhang Yibei, bellowing loudly. Song Qian turned back, his expression chillingly cold. It was clear that unless he taught them a lesson, they would not relent. However, before dealing with them, Song Qian intended to reason with them. After all, it was preferable to avoid conflict in the same town. Dog Brother, your stall fee is simply too steep for someone who does not often engage in business. It is not worth paying such a sum. If that is the case, we will set up our stall outside. As he spoke, he attempted to turn away once more. Stop. Who permitted your departure? Wang Ergu viciously obstructed their exit. You have already set up here. Whether you pay the stall fee or not, you shall not leave. Seeing their audacity, Song Qian smiled coldly. With a secret incantation, he cast a spell that rendered the group speechless and immobilized, standing there like wooden posts, unable to move. Let us go. We need not concern ourselves with them. Song Qian nudged Zhang Yibei, and they approached the tricycle. To Zhang Yibei's astonishment, the previously arrogant Wang Ergu and his companions now stood frozen as if possessed, unable to make a sound. What is happening? Why are they no longer so arrogant? Hesitant yet resolute, the two climbed onto the tricycle. The onlookers were equally bewildered. Wang Ergu stood there in a daze, feeling an invisible force binding him tightly, rendering him immobile and speechless. His eyes darted around, and an unbearable discomfort swelled within him. Clenching his fists, he felt cold sweat trickling down his back. What was happening? Why was he suddenly unable to move? Squinting, he glanced at his companions, only to find them similarly frozen in place. This revelation sent another wave of cold sweat down his spine. Why was this situation so peculiar? Why were his subordinates also unable to speak or move? Wang Guizhi, observing the scene, was equally perplexed. What on earth was happening today? There was no way Wang Ergu would allow the two individuals to leave with the tricycle, which was surely worth thousands. He could not just stand by and watch them depart. Wang Guizhi cast a knowing look at Wang Ergu, trying to signal him. Yet he and his companions remained oblivious, standing there like statues. Frustration welled up in her, but she felt powerless. She could not openly urge Wang Ergu and his crew to stop the tricycle and figure out a way to make some money. Seated atop the tricycle, Song Qian observed the scene unfold. He turned his gaze towards the plump Wang Guizhi and then casually glanced at her fish pond, followed by a derisive chuckle. At that moment, he employed a hypnotic spell on the fish in the pond. In an instant, the fish began to leap as if electrified, splashing water everywhere in a frenzied escape. Wang Guizhi was left dumbfounded. She scrambled to retrieve the fish that had jumped out, but as soon as she placed them back, they would leap out again. Damn it! What is going on? She cursed, frantically trying to catch the fish. However, it seemed that as soon as any fish touched the water, they would spring out again, as if the pond itself were electrified. A well-meaning bystander hastily advised her that the pond might be leaking electricity, suggesting she turn off the aeration machine. Yet, even after shutting it down, the fish continued to jump out. Little did Wang Guizhi know, this chaos stemmed from her antagonizing Song Qian, who had cast the hypnotic spell to ensure the fish would leap from the pond. Observing Wang Guizhi's frantic attempts, Song Qian's gaze turned icy. This fish-selling matron was no saint, having previously contacted Wang Ergu and claimed her fish were farm-raised. If that were the case, she deserved a lesson. The hypnotic effect he had cast on the fish would last for at least half an hour, by which time many of them would likely perish. Nearby vendors were equally astonished by the unfolding spectacle. How could Wang Guizhi's fish be so uncontrollable? Even more shocking was the sight of the tricycle having traveled a considerable distance, while Wang Ergu and his companions remained frozen in disbelief. What could possibly explain this? Had Wang Ergu and his crew suddenly changed their ways? Wang Ergu was certainly not a benign character. Just moments ago, he demanded a stall fee of 7,000 yuan from those two individuals, so it is inconceivable that he would allow them to depart easily. The onlookers exchanged bewildered glances, their eyes wide with astonishment. Meanwhile, on the other side, Wang Guizhi was still in a frantic struggle to catch fish. However, as soon as she placed the fish into the pond, they would immediately leap back out. The area surrounding her fish pond was a chaotic mess, teeming with fish scattered everywhere. After much commotion, numerous scales had been shed, and some fish were gasping for breath, their appearances utterly unappealing, which left Wang Guizhi in a state of distress. Yet, she found herself at a loss, her mind racing as she could not fathom why all the fish in the pond suddenly chose to jump out. Chapter 28. You have forced my hand not far from the bustling market. Song Qian and Zhang Yibei parked their tricycle at the roadside, resuming their cries to attract customers. Although the foot traffic was sparse, they managed to sell 4 or 5 fish in just over 10 minutes. However, Song Qian was far from satisfied with this pace. With over 1,000 pounds of fish in his cart, if sold in its entirety, it could fetch at least 10,000 yuan. Yet, at the current rate of sales, it would be a long time before he could unload the entire cart. Without an oxygen supply system on the tricycle, the longer it took, the greater the risk of the fish suffocating and dying. At that point, the price would plummet, and they might not sell at all. The high-quality fish he had worked so hard to catch could go to waste due to unforeseen circumstances, which was not what Song Qian desired. Zhang Yibei, standing beside him, shared his urgency. However, her concern was not about the potential profits from the fish, but rather the possibility of Wang Ergu and his companions pursuing them. Those men were not to be trifled with. Their earlier demeanor suggested they would not let the matter rest easily. Yet, Zhang Yibei found it puzzling how those men, who had been so brash moments ago, allowed them to leave without further confrontation. Understanding Zhang Yibei's apprehensions, Song Qian reassured her, "This is the roadside, not the market. I refuse to believe they can dictate where I can sell." While Zhang Yibei acknowledged the logic in his statement, she remained wary. Wang Ergu and his gang were thugs. If they were inclined to reason, they would have done so earlier. In contrast, Wang Ergu was a bully, and when he asserted his claim over the territory, his word became the law. "I am still concerned." Zhang Yibei hesitated. "What if they do come after us? How will we handle it?" Song Qian, however, merely smiled at her worries. Having already dealt with Wang Ergu and his crew earlier, he felt confident that should they pursue him again, it would be their misfortune. It mattered not if they were 4 or 40, he would remain unfazed. The legacy of the Lotus Flower Immortal Emperor was not to be underestimated. For someone like Wang Ergu, Song Qian need not lift a finger against them. He vividly recalled how a mere flick of his fist in the demon cave nearly caused it to collapse, highlighting how trivial it would be to handle ordinary men. Had it not been for the ruckus created by some customers at the market, severely impeding his sales, he would not have bothered with the roadside. Let us focus on selling fish. Should they dare to pursue, I have my own means of dealing with them. You can rest assured, he declared, before resuming his calls to sell fish. Fresh fish for sale. Fresh fish for sale. The wild fish of Longquan Lake. Although Zhang Yibei was concerned about Wang Ergu and his companions, she knew she could not afford to delay her fish-selling endeavors. Thus, she raised her voice and joined in the lively calls. The wild fish from Longquan Lake were being sold at a bargain. She was strikingly beautiful, with an exceptional figure. Her ample bosom stood proudly, undeniably captivating the gaze of onlookers. The moniker big-breasted girl was not undeserved. Her voice was sweet and melodious. Under their enthusiastic shouts, a few more people began to gather around. Within a span of 10 minutes, the two had sold several hundred yuan worth of fish. Despite some skepticism regarding the authenticity of the fish from Longquan Lake, the allure of the low prices prompted many to make a purchase. As business began to flourish, Song Qian felt a sense of relief. Just then, while Song Qian was busy, Wang Ergu stormed over with several lackeys, seething with anger. Upon seeing them approach, Song Qian furrowed his brow. It seemed these persistent pests needed to be dealt with more firmly, otherwise, they would continue their incessant harassment. The earlier lesson had proven insufficient. Although Song Qian had previously intimidated them, Wang Ergu and his crew likely had not yet grasped the gravity of the situation, or they would not dare to approach. "Oh no, here they come again," Zhang Yibei murmured, trembling. "Do not fret. They cannot cause us any harm," Song Qian reassured, positioning himself protectively in front of Zhang Yibei. At that moment, Wang Ergu and his entourage reached them, arms crossed defiantly across their chests, their eyes glinting with malice as they glared at Song Qian and Zhang Yibei. "Who permitted you to set up a stall here?" Wang Ergu demanded. In response to Wang Ergu's inquiry, Song Qian merely chuckled coldly. "Wang Ergu, after standing in the vegetable market for over 10 minutes, it appears you remain unrepentant. What do you intend to do?" Wang Ergu began to sweat profusely at Song Qian's words. Moments earlier, as their bodies regained mobility, they had retreated to a corner of the market for a hushed discussion. After deliberation, they had unanimously concluded that they were indeed cursed. However, upon confronting Song Qian at his stall and hearing such remarks, Wang Ergu found himself bewildered. Could it be that the earlier incident was somehow linked to Song Qian? Wang Ergu struggled to comprehend the situation, unable to fathom the possibility. Before leaving the market, he had been informed that the two individuals selling fish were indeed from Taohua village, and that the male was named Song Qian, a former medical student who had since lost his mind. A fool, what could he possibly achieve? Yet today, it seemed that Song Qian was anything but foolish. Despite this realization, Wang Ergu was reluctant to accept the notion that the earlier occurrences were connected to Song Qian. He continued to believe that they were cursed, and even speculated that Wang Guizhi's fish might also be afflicted, explaining their bizarre behavior of leaping from the tank. Song Qian, the Jianjia town vegetable market, including the surrounding areas, is under my authority. If you wish to set up a stall, then the stall fee of 7,200 yuan will not be negotiable. Pay up, Wang Ergu declared, stepping onto the tire of a tricycle, one hand gripping the vehicle's body, his voice rising ominously, unmistakably threatening. Unfazed by Wang Ergu's threats, Song Qian remained resolute. "Are you certain you wish to collect the stall fee?" Wang Ergu placed his feet down, straightening up against the cart. "Do you think I am jesting with you? You are the one forcing my hand." Song Qian replied coldly, subsequently employing his hypnotic abilities to mesmerize Wang Ergu's three companions. In an instant, the trio clenched their fists. Wang Ergu burst into laughter. "I am indeed forcing you." Suddenly, before he could finish his sentence, one of his brothers swung a hand towards him, nearly toppling him to the ground. The other two joined in, using both fists and feet. Thud, thud, thud. Amidst the cacophony of blows, Wang Ergu erupted in a torrent of curses. Chapter 29. "We help you sell fish, what the hell are you doing?" Wang Ergu exclaimed, his voice filled with pain as he swung his fist at one of his brothers, instantly knocking him to the ground. However, as if possessed, the fallen brother immediately rose and returned the assault on Wang Ergu. Two others joined in, and soon the four men were entangled in a fierce brawl. The sounds of punches and kicks, accompanied by the anguished cries of three men, echoed in the air. Outnumbered, Wang Ergu began to falter against the overwhelming force of his three adversaries. Observing the chaos, Song Qian merely smiled coldly, since they wished to act arrogantly. Let them strike each other for a while longer. Keep going, hit hard, she thought. Zhang Yibei stood behind Song Qian, her face a portrait of shock. She could not comprehend why the group had suddenly turned on one another. Logically, Wang Ergu's three younger brothers would never have dared to confront their leader so boldly. Yet, the situation was indeed perplexing. The three little brothers were mercilessly beating their big brother. Wang Ergu, relying on his imposing stature and greater strength, retaliated fiercely. Surrounding the tricycle was a throng of onlookers, some of whom recognized Wang Ergu and pointed curiously. What is going on? Why are they fighting? Indeed, from what I know, those individuals are Wang Ergu's subordinates. Why would they suddenly attack him? Speculation abounded that Wang Ergu's harsh demeanor had offended his younger brothers, prompting such a violent rebellion. Keep your voices down. Wang Ergu is not one to be trifled with. Shoo, just watch the spectacle. The skirmish persisted for a solid 5 minutes, leaving Wang Ergu and his three brothers nursing various injuries. Amidst the tussle, Wang Ergu was astounded. The younger brothers who usually catered to him had turned against him in an unprecedented manner. It felt as if the very heavens had turned against him. This was outright rebellion. He could not fathom the reasons behind this betrayal. At that moment, Song Qian retracted her hypnotic influence. In an instant, Wang Ergu's three younger brothers awoke from their trance and, with a thud, fell to their knees before him. Brother Dog, we don't know what happened. We lost control of our bodies. We didn't mean to do this. Please forgive us. Yes, we were possessed. Exactly, we were inexplicably compelled to attack you, Brother Dog. We truly did not intend to, please spare us. Wang Ergu, however, was unmoved by their pleas. Wiping the blood from his mouth, he raised his foot and swiftly kicked the three of them back to the ground. You damn fools, have your audacity grown too bold? Just then, Song Qian spoke coldly. Brother Dog, do not blame them. It is the consequence of your many misdeeds. You are indeed afflicted. I advise you to leave quickly, or else. The ominous threat lingered unspoken in the air. Wang Ergu was seething with humiliation and fury. Song Qian, you are but a simpleton from Peach Blossom Village. And yet you dare to command our departure. Do you truly believe that I shall spare you today? Wang Ergu rolled up his sleeves, advancing menacingly towards Song Qian. A peculiar, sinister smile crept across Song Qian's face. As Wang Ergu clenched his fist and aimed a punch at him, an inexplicable rigidity seized his body, immobilizing his arm in midair. Why do you three not strike him? Song Qian addressed the three kneeling figures on the ground with an indifferent command. At that moment, Wang Ergu thought it impossible for Song Qian to sway his companions. Yet, to his astonishment, the three men sprang to their feet as if possessed, rolling up their sleeves and launching a flurry of punches and kicks at Wang Ergu. In that instant, Wang Ergu found himself paralyzed, his voice trapped in his throat. Unable to cry out as his comrades pummeled him mercilessly. It was then that he finally grasped the connection between the bizarre phenomenon of being possessed and the scuffle that had transpired moments ago. All of it was orchestrated by Song Qian. Wang Ergu gazed at Song Qian, his eyes filled with desperation. A minute passed before Song Qian retracted his hypnotic influence. In that fleeting moment, Wang Ergu's three companions knelt before him once more, each delivering slaps to their own faces. Brother Go, we have truly been possessed. Please, spare us. Our bodies are beyond our control. We did not act with intent. Song Qian regarded Wang Ergu coldly, inquiring whether he surrendered or not, and whether he still intended to collect the stall fee. How could Wang Ergu dare to defy him? From Song Qian's gaze, he realized that everything that had transpired was indeed orchestrated by him. Yet, he could not fathom the extent of Song Qian's abilities. To oppose him further would surely lead to dire consequences. Song Qian, no, Brother Song, what transpired was merely a misunderstanding. We shall forego the stall fee. My brothers and I have wasted your time selling fish. Allow us to assist you in selling them instead, and we hope for your magnanimity. Wang Ergu's words left his three comrades utterly bewildered. What was happening? Brother Go had begun to address Song Qian as Brother Song. Was the sun rising in the west? How could they refer to a simpleton as brother? One younger brother stood up, exclaiming, Brother Go, Song Qian is the village fool. How can you address him as brother? Would that not bring us shame? Wang Ergu swiftly retaliated, delivering a resounding slap to the insolent brother. Silence. Having quelled the dissent, he turned back to Song Qian, apologizing. Brother Song, my younger brothers are ignorant. Please do not take offense. Wang Ergu then shifted the conversation, saying, "By the way, Brother Song, there are fewer fish sellers by the roadside. Perhaps we should go to the market instead? My brothers and I will ensure that all the fish are sold." His demeanor was sincere, exhibiting utmost respect. Zhang Yibei, hidden behind Song Qian, was filled with astonishment. What on earth was happening? She clearly observed that Wang Ergu clenched his fist and was about to strike Song Qian, seemingly poised to inflict harm. However, to her astonishment, Wang Ergu suddenly froze. Even more surprising to Zhang Yibei was the fact that the arrogant Wang Ergu had unexpectedly changed his demeanor, addressing Song Qian as Brother Song. What was this performance? Song Qian, don't listen to them. If we venture back to the vegetable market, we will undoubtedly be swindled again. We should stick to selling by the roadside. Zhang Yibei urged, anxious that Song Qian might acquiesce. Upon hearing this, beads of sweat began to form on Wang Ergu's forehead. The Song Qian before him was no longer the foolish individual of the past. Rather, he seemed to possess some arcane knowledge or supernatural skill that allowed him to easily manipulate others. If he failed to serve Song Qian well, his brothers would surely face misfortune. As the saying goes, those who recognize the times are true talents. Before fully comprehending Song Qian, it was imperative to accommodate him. Wang Ergu chuckled, adopting an obsequious demeanor. Chapter 30. Collision with a luxury car. What transpired earlier was indeed a misunderstanding. I, Wang Ergu, am a man of my word and will certainly assist you in selling all the fish. I implore you, Brother Song, to place your trust in me. As Wang Ergu spoke, he turned his gaze towards Zhang Yibei. My dear lady, I assure you I am not deceiving you. Accompany us to the market, and my brothers and I shall aid you in selling the fish. Zhang Yibei furrowed her brows, hesitant to agree. Just as she was about to decline, Song Qian interjected. Since Brother Go has spoken, it would be rather impolite for us to refuse. With that, he nudged Zhang Yibei. Let us board the vehicle and head to the market. Zhang Yibei, still skeptical, reluctantly climbed onto the tricycle. A mere 4 or 5 minutes later, the two had set up their stall at the market once more. To Zhang Yibei's astonishment, Wang Ergu and his companions were genuinely shouting and energetically promoting the fish. With their assistance, a crowd quickly gathered around the tricycle. Song Qian and Zhang Yibei were in a flurry, trying to manage the sales. Not far off, Wang Guizhi stood at her stall, disheartened, with a pile of dead fish before her. In stark contrast, the tricycle with Wang Ergu's team was bustling with business. Wang Guizhi could not comprehend why Wang Ergu, whom she had called over, was instead helping Song Qian. What was the reason behind this? She was tempted to rush over and confront Wang Ergu for clarification. But upon reflection, she reconsidered. At the tricycle, Song Qian and Zhang Yibei were utterly engrossed in their work. In less than 20 minutes, they had sold off a significant portion of the fish. Estimating the total, they had already garnered over 7,000. At this rate, in about half an hour, they could sell all the fish, potentially earning around 15,000. Although this sum was modest, it would suffice for immediate needs. The subsequent sales proceeded seamlessly. Several market vendors, eager to curry favor with Wang Ergu, purchased over 10 fish from Song Qian's stall. Wang Ergu and his companions handled the promotion while Song Qian and Zhang Yibei managed weighing and collecting payment. Within half an hour, all the fish had been sold. Song Qian glanced at the total sales amounting to over 14,000. At this pace of earnings, should they focus solely on fishing at Longquan Lake, they could amass tens of thousands monthly. However, this sales velocity was somewhat disappointing. To rely on fishing as a source of income, they needed to establish steady buyers. And on the other hand, the fishery resources of Longquan Lake were limited. If they fished daily, they would soon deplete the stock. This path to financial gain through fishing was not sustainable. Having recently acquired unparalleled medical skills, Song Qian realized he needed to explore other avenues for profit. As he tidied up the tricycle, Song Qian turned his attention to Wang Ergu. Brother Go, I am grateful to your companions. Shall we consider today as events concluded? I wonder if we will need to pay a stall fee next time? Wang Ergu, lacking the courage, shook his head vigorously. Brother Song, you are welcome to use the stall whenever you wish. It will always be reserved for you. Wang Ergu spoke as he retrieved his phone from his pocket. By the way, Brother Song, what is your phone number? I will call you, in the future, when you come to sell fish. I can organize my brothers to assist you. Grateful for the offer of help, Song Qian readily complied. He took out his sister's phone and saved Wang Ergu's contact information, accompanied by 3 companions. Wang Ergu aided Song Qian in tidying up the water stains on the tricycle before they finally approached the market. Brother Song, take care on your way. Next time you come to sell fish, remember to call me, Wang Ergu. We will certainly help you sell out your fish. Song Qian nodded in agreement. All right then. Zhang Yibei mounted the tricycle, with Song Qian seated beside her, and they swayed gently as they headed towards Peach Blossom Village. After only a few minutes of travel, a red sports car suddenly emerged from an alley. Zhang Yibei was unable to stop in time, and with a loud crash, the collision occurred. This is disastrous. Zhang Yibei's face drained of color at the sight of the luxury vehicle. Why is today so unfortunate? The other vehicle was a sports car, worth at least $1 million. Together, she and Song Qian had only managed to earn a little over 14,000 yuan from their fish sales. This meager sum would scarcely cover the repair costs. This is a catastrophe. As Zhang Yibei panicked, Song Qian quickly tried to reassure her, "Don't worry. We were driving normally, and it's their responsibility." Hearing these words, Zhang Yibei felt a slight relief. However, as she reconsidered, anxiety returned. In this day and age, who can reason with anyone? Power and influence reign supreme. The other party drives a luxury car. Even if they are fully at fault, they will still demand compensation. Otherwise, how could that BMW driver have the audacity to drive recklessly and still assault others? Panic enveloped Zhang Yibei as she sat on the tricycle, her gaze vacant and her expression blank. Lost in thought, she was oblivious to Song Qian's concerns as he provided her with a modicum of comfort before leaping off the tricycle. At that moment, the driver's door of the red sports car swung open, and the driver stepped out, momentarily stunned by the sight before her. The front of the sports car was crumpled, while the tricycle appeared largely unscathed. It was evident that the repairs for the sports car would cost several thousand yuan. Seeing the damage, the driver, Zhao Kiki, became flustered. Her brows furrowed. She glared fiercely at Song Qian. "How could you ride a tricycle like that?" In response to her inquiry, Song Qian remained composed. After all, it was the other party's fault, and he had no intention of engaging in an argument. "Miss, you may be mistaken. Although we are on a tricycle, we were traveling on the main road, and you collided with us." During his university days, Song Qian had taken driving lessons. While he had never had the opportunity to drive, the fundamental principles remained vividly etched in his mind. He was indeed correct. It was the other party's liability. Upon hearing this, Zhao Kiki grew increasingly irate. "You country bumpkins think you can just ride a shabby tricycle and collide with our esteemed lady's sports car and somehow evade responsibility?" Faced with such unreasonable behavior, Song Qian refused to yield. He shot her a glare, poised to assert his reasoning. At that moment, the passenger door of the crimson sports car swung open, revealing a pair of long, elegant legs clad in striking red high heels. Shortly thereafter, an enchanting woman emerged from the vehicle. She appeared to be in her mid-20s, with sparkling, doe-like eyes that radiated a bright, lustrous charm, complemented by long, sweeping eyelashes and delicately arched crescent-shaped brows. Her complexion was flawlessly fair and supple, reminiscent of an infant's delicate skin. Her lips were a luscious red, and her pearly white teeth gleamed with an ethereal brilliance. Every smile and expression painted a picturesque scene. The woman swayed her slender waist as she took a few steps forward, approaching the front of the car to assess the extent of the damage, then shook her head in dismay. Chapter 31. Lu Family's Lu Muyun Kiki. "This is our responsibility. We need to compensate them with 10,000 yuan for a new tricycle. Let us leave quickly." Zhao Kiki listened, unwilling to play the fool. Why should we compensate them when it is clearly their fault? This money should not be paid. They should reimburse us for the repair costs. The young lady Zhao Kiki mentioned was named Lu Muyun, the general manager of the Lu Group in Jiancheng. She was as beautiful as a celestial being, possessing an enchanting grace. Her oval face, with a jawline sharp enough to pierce, was particularly striking. Faced with Zhao Kiki's helplessness, Lu Muyun furrowed her brow. "Kiki, these two are from the countryside. Their economic condition is surely poor. Let us fix the vehicle ourselves and compensate them the 10,000 yuan promptly." Standing beside the tricycle, Song Qian felt a wave of relief upon hearing this reasonable woman propose to compensate them. Since they were not making a fuss, there was no need for him to do so either. The tricycle hadn't been damaged, so why should they accept money from the other party? "This young lady, since you acknowledge your responsibility, let's just forget about it and go our separate ways. There's no need for compensation." Seeing that the other party was not insisting on payment, Zhang Yibei breathed a sigh of relief. She stepped down from the tricycle and stood next to Song Qian. After all, it was their fault. If they were willing to pay, why not accept it, especially since our front wheel was slightly deformed? In truth, the front wheel of the tricycle was completely intact. The arrogance of the other driver had intimidated Zhang Yibei when they demanded compensation, and she too wanted to extract some money from them. This thought eased her conscience somewhat. particularly since the tricycle belonged to their family. Zhao Kiki took out her phone, preparing to transfer money to Song Qian. Please give me your payment code. I will transfer 10,000 yuan immediately. Once the money is received, you can leave. Song Qian stepped back a couple of paces, disinterested in quarreling over the matter. As I said, I do not want your money. He then glanced at Zhang Yibei, gesturing for her to reverse the tricycle slightly. Zhang Yibei rolled her eyes at him, pouting in reluctant compliance as she maneuvered the tricycle backward. As the two insisted on not accepting any money and prepared to return to their vehicle, Lu Muyun turned back, approaching Song Qian with her business card in hand. I am Lu Muyun. Here's my card. We are in a hurry and sincerely apologize for colliding with your tricycle. I never owe anyone a favor. Since you do not wish for compensation, consider it a debt of gratitude. Should you encounter any troubles in the future, feel free to seek assistance from the Lu Group in Jiangxing, and I will certainly help you. As Lu Muyun spoke, she handed her card to Song Qian. He hesitated for a moment but ultimately accepted it. In that instant, he noticed that despite her beauty, Lu Muyun was afflicted with advanced cervical cancer. It was truly a pity for such a young and lovely woman to suffer from such a grave illness. The prospects of recovery from late-stage cervical cancer were slim in modern medicine. Even if by some chance she were to recover, the arduous journey of chemotherapy and radiotherapy would take months, if not a year, during which the patient would endure significant suffering. Often, even when there exists a glimmer of hope for recovery, the patient may succumb to the weight of despair, ultimately facing the grim reaper. Moreover, the individual in question happens to be an enchanting female CEO. If she were to learn of her cervical cancer diagnosis, she would undoubtedly struggle to confront such a harsh reality, ultimately yielding to the torment of her affliction before reporting to the underworld. Song Qian glanced at the business card before tucking it away. At that moment, as Lu Muyun drew closer to him, the primordial lotus of the Lotus Emperor within his dantian erupted in jubilant celebration. However, Song Qian paid it little mind. Miss Lu, I perceive you possess commendable character. So I must convey a matter of utmost importance. You are afflicted with a severe illness that necessitates prompt treatment. Upon hearing this, Lu Muyun was immediately taken aback. How could this young man possibly know of her health condition? Just yesterday, she had experienced discomfort in her abdomen and had sought medical attention, with the results of her examinations only being disclosed that very morning. Earlier, the hospital had called, indicating that her condition was serious and urging her to return for further examination. This urgency had prompted Lu Muyun to request Zhao Kiki to drive faster, which ultimately led to their collision with another vehicle. As Lu Muyun prepared to speak, Zhao Kiki, her brow furrowed in anger, pointed an accusing finger at Song Qian. How dare you curse our young lady? You must be tired of living. Before she could finish, Lu Muyun hastily interjected, Kiki, refrain from such rudeness. After a brief pause, she added, do not forget the reason we were in a hurry. Upon hearing this, Zhao Kiki suddenly realized the connection. Indeed, it was because Lu Muyun's medical report had just arrived, prompting their hasty departure, which resulted in the accident. Zhao Kiki fell silent, lowering her head in contemplation. Young man, Lu Muyun inquired, are you truly able to discern that I have a serious health issue? Song Qian nodded solemnly. Miss Lu, I believe you to be of good character. Hence my willingness to speak further. Your condition is indeed quite grave. Yet, I fear you may find some of my words difficult to accept. Lu Muyun felt a wave of unease wash over her. Just moments ago, the doctor had informed her of the seriousness of her condition, urging her to return for a follow-up consultation. Being astute, Lu Muyun understood that the gravity of her health situation must be far beyond mere trivial ailments. Can you tell me what illness I have? She pressed. After a moment of contemplation, Song Qian replied, you are in the late stages of cervical cancer. Late-stage cervical cancer? Lu Muyun was momentarily rendered speechless. Nonsense, she thought, while she had entertained the possibility of suffering from a rare ailment. The notion of being diagnosed with terminal cancer was simply unacceptable, especially cervical cancer. To shy away from confronting one's illness is the gravest error a patient can make. Miss Lu, I share this with you because I regard you highly. As for whether it is indeed late-stage cervical cancer, you will receive confirmation following further examinations at the hospital. I have said my piece. I bid you farewell. With that, Song Qian turned and leaped onto his tricycle. Wait. Lu Muyun stepped forward, positioning herself before the tricycle. Allow me to make a phone call. If what you say is true, I shall reward you handsomely. Should you dare to curse me, I will ensure you face the consequences. Song Qian, seated atop the tricycle, offered a faint smile. Then I kindly urge you to be swift, for we are heading home. Moreover, please please convey to Miss Lu that only I possess the means to cure your ailment. Song Qian's words were laced with ulterior motives. The individual before him was Lu Muyan, the esteemed heiress of the Lu family, undoubtedly affluent. If he could assist her in recovery, it would surely yield substantial financial gain. Presently, Song Qian found himself in dire need of funds. Thus, he was determined to seize any opportunity that might arise. Lu Muyun did not respond directly to Song Qian's assertion. Instead, she remained steadfast at the front of the tricycle, retrieving her phone to initiate a call. Earlier, the doctor had contacted her, speaking in a hesitant and ambiguous manner, unwilling to disclose the nature of her illness. This presented a perfect opportunity to seek a definitive diagnosis. With resolve, Lu Muyun dialed the number. Chapter 32. Lu Muyun requests medical treatment on the rickshaw. Song Qian and Zhang Yibei sat side by side. Zhang Yibei furrowed her brow and shot a fierce glare at Song Qian. What on earth was wrong with him today? He was only causing trouble for himself. Earlier, when the other party offered to compensate, he refused. And now he had the audacity to claim that the person was suffering from cervical cancer. Now, if that individual made a phone call and confirmed that they were indeed healthy, neither of them would be able to leave unscathed. The person in question was Lu Muyun, the esteemed young lady of the Lu family in Jiacheng and the general manager of the Lu Group, a figure of considerable stature. Why provoke anyone else when they could have avoided inciting Lu Muyun? The young lady of the Lu family was not someone to be trifled with. The more Zhang Yibei thought about it, the more unsettled she felt. Song Qian, what is wrong with you? You know perfectly well who Lu Muyun is. Yet you still chose to curse her. Had I known you were this kind of person, I would not have accompanied you to sell fish today. You have put me in a terrible situation, she fumed, clenching her fists, longing to land a punch on him. This guy had inexplicably attracted trouble, despite Zhang Yibei's warnings. Song Qian merely smiled nonchalantly. Yibei, do not forget that during our university days, I was a top student. When I say she has cervical cancer, I have my reasons. If she is making a call, she must have already undergone an examination. Zhang Yibei dismissed his explanation with disdain. Even if you know she is in the late stages of cervical cancer, so what? With your rudimentary medical skills, how dare you boast in front of her? Claiming only you can cure her? Who do you think you are fooling? Zhang Yibei added, we are just country folk. We cannot afford to provoke a female CEO. Once she finishes her call, let us promptly apologize. Seeing Zhang Yibei's gloomy expression, Song Qian wished to avoid further conflict. All right. If she finishes her call and is indeed healthy, I will apologize to her, and then we will hurry home. Hearing Song Qian's willingness to admit fault, Zhang Yibei breathed a slight sigh of relief. When you apologize, it must be sincere. We must earn her forgiveness, otherwise, we are both finished. As she spoke, she tightened her grip on Song Qian's arm. Fine. I will be sincere. Standing nearby, Zhao Kiki crossed her arms and glared with fiery eyes, wishing she could take off her shoes and slap that young man. That scoundrel dared to curse their young lady, claiming she had late-stage cervical cancer. How could such a thing be possible? Once the young lady finished her call, that scoundrel would surely be taught a lesson. At that moment, Lu Muyun's face turned pale as she weakly hung up the phone. Her legs nearly gave way, and she almost collapsed to the ground. Zhao Kiki, quick on her feet, hurried to support Lu Muyun. Miss, what is wrong? Lu Muyun's complexion was ashen, her spirit utterly depleted. With Zhao Kiki's assistance, she managed to steady herself. She gasped, her heart racing with panic. It's over. I really have late-stage cervical cancer. No wonder the hospital called and urged me to return immediately. It's all over. As she spoke, her body slumped once more. She is a person of vast knowledge and experience. In the case of late-stage cervical cancer, 9 out of 10 patients find no cure, rendering wealth futile. Lu Muyun vividly recalls that 3 years ago, the company's financial director, an elder sister, was diagnosed with late-stage cervical cancer. From the moment the illness was detected until her passing, only 8 months elapsed. Does this imply that Lu Muyun has only a few months left to live? Why must it be this way? Fate seems so unjust. Lu Muyun, who possesses ethereal beauty, with a figure to match and a delicate oval face that is simply extraordinary, cannot comprehend how she has fallen victim to cervical cancer, and in its late stage. No less. As the general manager of the Lu Group and the heir apparent, at the age of 28, she is in the prime of her life. Why? Why must she suffer from cervical cancer? Zhao Kiki, supporting Lu Muyun, hurriedly offered comfort. Miss, please do not worry. It's possible that there was a misdiagnosis. Nowadays, hospitals often exaggerate conditions for profit, labeling minor ailments as serious and serious ones as terminal. Lu Muyun paid no heed to Zhao Kiki's reassurances. forcing herself to regain composure. She looked up at Song Qian. How do you know I have cervical cancer, and that it is in the late stage? I implore you to speak truthfully. Lu Muyin thought to herself. The gentleman had just proclaimed grandly that he not only knew of her late-stage cervical cancer, but could also assist in her treatment. If that were the case, it would be prudent to consult him. Upon Lu Muyun's inquiry, Song Qian smiled slightly. Miss Lu, I am a medical student, and I can discern your condition at a glance. If you have doubts, you may seek a second opinion. The legacy of the Lotus Immortal Emperor is not to be taken lightly. Song Qian possessed the skill to resurrect the dead, though he had not tested it himself. He was confident that treating cervical cancer was well within his capabilities. Moreover, he had already validated his healing prowess with his parents. If he claimed he could heal, he undoubtedly could. Not only could he address late-stage cervical cancer, but even those who had passed, with their souls departed, could be revived at his hands. The souls of those he wished to save must return from the realm of the dead. By the way, may I ask your surname? At that moment, although Lu Muyun harbored some skepticism towards Song Qian, she maintained a respectful demeanor, eager to learn his name for future contact. My name is Song Qian, he introduced himself, gesturing to the person beside him. This is Zhang Yibei. We reside in Peach Blossom Village. Lu Muyun took out her phone to obtain Song Qian's number. Mr. Song, can you truly cure late-stage cervical cancer? Song Qian nodded with certainty, of course. Though Lu Muyun remained half-convinced, a glimmer of hope flickered within her. If that is the case, I implore you to treat me. Should you succeed, I, Lu Muyun, will undoubtedly reward you handsomely. Dismounting from his tricycle, Song Qian shook his head. Miss Lu, I apologize, but if you wish to trust me with your treatment, that is commendable. However, prior to any treatment, please visit a hospital for a re-examination and confirmation of your diagnosis. My fees are not modest. The treatment cost is 1 million. For Song Qian, 1 million is an astronomical figure. Even in the entirety of Taohua Village, there is not a single household capable of amassing such a sum. The reason Song Qian articulates this is to avert unnecessary complications. He is a man of discernment. Should Lu Muyun refrain from a follow-up examination and not find himself in a dire predicament, he has no immediate desire to offer treatment to the other party. Such a situation may result in a lack of financial compensation. Conversely, if he were to assist in healing the individual now, only for them to undergo a follow-up at the hospital and discover no ailment, they might presume the initial diagnosis was erroneous. In this case, despite his efforts to remedy their condition, he would find himself at a disadvantage, and Song Qian, valuing his time, is reluctant to engage in such endeavors. Rest assured, Mr. Song, I said, after the follow-up, should you indeed be able to cure me, the treatment fee will be of no concern. Chapter 33. Wang Mozi seeks exorcists. As Lu Muyun spoke, she turned and took a seat in the sports car, watching it vanish into the distance. Zhang Yibei drove the tricycle, the two of them leisurely proceeding forward. Song Qian, why do you always attract trouble? Zhang Yibei couldn't help but complain from the tricycle. Lu Muyun is suffering from cervical cancer, and in its advanced stages. Yet you claim you can cure her and demand a treatment fee of 1 million. Setting aside whether you can actually heal her, she is not a fool. How could she possibly give you that money? In response to Zhang Yibei's grievances, Song Qian merely smiled faintly. The severity of Lu Muyun's cervical cancer was undeniable. Traditional treatments would undoubtedly prove ineffective. It was only Song Qian who dared to assert his confidence. He believed that Lu Muyun would indeed seek him out, and the 1 million he demanded would be non-negotiable. Yibei, remember this morning when we were fishing at Longquan Lake? You didn't believe in me, and look what happened. We caught so many fish, Song Qian remarked, a smile spreading across his face. Just like earlier at the market, you doubted that Wang Ergu and his companions would assist us in selling the fish. And yet, here we are. Upon Song Qian's reminder, Zhang Yibei's expression shifted. Indeed, as he had pointed out, everything had been rather extraordinary. Especially the peculiar behavior of Wang Ergu and his associates. She remained perplexed. The events of that morning were undeniably strange. But it did not imply that he could cure cervical cancer. Such a notion was utterly preposterous. After some contemplation, she resolutely dismissed the idea. Humph. Song Qian chuckled softly, glancing at Zhang Yibei. How about we make a wager? If Lu Muyun comes to me and hands over 1 million, you lose. And in the future, you'll have to call me Brother Qian. Zhang Yibei pursed her lips and snorted disdainfully. What is so impressive about that? You're older than I am. I'll just call you Little Qian, and what of it? After a moment's hesitation, she countered. What if you lose? Song Qian's lips curled into a devilish smile. If I lose, I'll become your live-in son-in-law. Zhang Yibei turned her head sharply, shooting him a glare. This rascal was scheming. How had he become so much worse than before? Get lost. Don't think you can take advantage of me. If not for her being on the tricycle. Zhang Yibei would have liked nothing more than to let go of the handlebars and punch Song Qian. The thought of being his live-in wife was utterly absurd. Song Qian. To be honest, since you want to make it interesting, I won't only accept your bet. I'm raising the stakes. If you win, I'll give you my little clinic. If you lose, you must accompany me fishing for 3 consecutive days, and all the proceeds from the catch will belong to me. Do you dare? Zhang Yibei pouted, a confident expression on her face. After all, Lu Muyun was a female CEO. Even if she truly had cervical cancer, it was highly unlikely she would foolishly come to Taohua Village seeking treatment from Song Qian, much less offer him 1 million. It was nothing short of a fantasy. If Song Qian lost, the fish caught over 3 days could potentially fetch over 30,000, allowing her to hold the upper hand. It is not necessary to speak of everything. Dividing it in half would suffice. Zhang Yibei was confident that Song Qian would not dare to agree. Who would have thought that as soon as her words fell, Song Qian smiled and nodded. This is what you said, once I win. Not only must you call me brother from now on, but you must also give me your small clinic. Once a word is spoken, it is as if a chariot cannot be turned back. Fearing that Song Qian might have second thoughts, Zhang Yibei hurriedly nodded in agreement. A smile gracing her face as she firmly resolved in her heart to finally have a hold over this fellow Song Qian. Upon arriving at the streets of Jijia town, where several mobile phone shops stood, Song Qian instructed Zhang Yibei to halt the vehicle while he ventured into a store to purchase a phone. Next to the phone shop was a store that bought and sold gold and silver jewelry. Song Qian led Zhang Yibei inside, where she took out her necklace, and he assisted her in replacing the clasp. Only then did they mount their 3-wheeled vehicle and head towards Taohua Village. On the way, Song Qian shared the proceeds from selling fish, giving Zhang Yibei 3,000, as he had promised her 20 earlier that morning. Zhang Yibei hesitated for a moment before symbolically accepting 2,000, reminding Song Qian to always call her next time he went fishing. Song Qian readily agreed, and both of them laughed, finally able to return home. Though the earnings were modest for the day, for Song Qian, it was still a welcome gain of over 12,000. Even more joyfully, they had encountered Lu Muyun, the esteemed daughter of the Lu family. Song Qian was certain that she would call him, leading to a lucrative opportunity. After a while, they returned to Taohua Village, specifically to Wang Mozi's home. At that moment, the gate was tightly shut. Inside the courtyard stood a Taoist priest in his 50s, donned in a yellow bagua robe, holding a talisman in his left hand and a peach-wood sword in his right. Before him lay an altar adorned with yellow silk, upon which incense burners, candles, and bells were placed, the smoke from the incense swirling around him. The priest had his eyes gently closed, chanting incantations. Not far from the altar, Wang Mozi wore a grave expression. Last night, he had been controlled by Song Qian's ghost at Su Taohua's house, only to find himself threatened with a knife at his throat in his own home. Recalling the events sent shivers down his spine. A hemp rope was tied in the courtyard, typically used for hanging clothes, and a few pairs of pants were still drying. Wang Mozi, frightened to the point of losing control, had urinated twice last night, and the pants were yet to dry. Master, I trouble you. It was in that corner where Song Qian held a knife to my throat, and I nearly lost my life. Subsequently, his spirit rose gracefully. Wang Mozi trembled as he recounted the situation once more. The exorcist nodded slightly, indicating his understanding. He took 3 sticks of incense, recited a few incantations, inserted the incense into the burner, and then lit several sheets of yellow paper, casting them towards the corner. By the command of the law, let the evil spirits disperse. Afterward, Song Qian and Zhang Yibei returned to her home. Upon parking the 3-wheeled vehicle, Song Qian departed alone. As he passed by Wang Mozi's doorstep, he heard the sound of bells from within, sparking his curiosity. He activated his lotus eye to take a glance inside, and instantly, a smile spread across his face. In the courtyard of Wang Mozi's residence, a master clad in a yellow robe stood with eyes partially closed, wielding a peach-wood sword in one hand and a bell in the other, reciting incantations with fervor, the content of which remained a mystery. Wang Mozi stood beside him, his expression fraught with anxiety, clearly still haunted by the shadows of the previous night. This individual was remarkably swift. It was barely noon. Yet he had summoned a Taoist priest from an unknown source to commence the exorcism. It appeared that Wang Mozi genuinely believed himself to be on the brink of death. Serves you right, Wang Mozi, for succumbing to fear. After a moment's contemplation, Song Qian approached the door and knocked. Bang, bang, bang. Who is it? came Wang Mozi's voice from within. Chapter 34. Am I beyond redemption? Song Qian stood silently at the entrance, while Wang Mozi, hesitating for a moment, approached to open the gate. As the door swung open, a piercing scream escaped Wang Mozi's lips. A ghost. His face turned pale, and he staggered back. Song Qian remained composed, observing Wang Mozi's cowardice, nearly unable to suppress a chuckle. Suddenly, the Taoist opened his eyes, his gaze piercing as it fell upon Song Qian. A ghost? Where's this ghost? He mused, for clearly, a mere mortal stood at the threshold. Could it be that this was the specter Wang Mozi had spoken of? Indeed, in a frantic scramble, Wang Mozi crawled behind the Taoist, squinting as he pointed at Song Qian. The ghost has returned. He is the ghost. Song Qian strolled into the courtyard, addressing Wang Mozi. Ah, you poor Wang Mozi. It seems your conscience troubles you. Open your eyes wide and discern, am I a ghost or a human? Approaching Wang Mozi, he stepped forward, prompting Wang Mozi to retreat once more. Rubbing his eyes, he lifted his gaze to Song Qian. Something seems amiss. Last night's ghost did not resemble this man. No matter how one looks at it, he does not appear to be a ghost. Yet, fear still gripped him. After a tense 10 seconds of indecision, Wang Mozi finally managed to stand upright. Are you a human or a ghost? Song Qian took 2 steps closer, his expression darkening as he fixed his gaze on Wang Mozi. What do you think? Am I human or a ghost? The Taoist, unable to bear the absurdity any longer, cast aside his talisman and confronted Wang Mozi. Is this the ghost you wish to expel? Indeed, it is him. Wang Mozi nodded emphatically. But last night, he appeared differently. I saw him clearly as he floated out from that corner. He gestured toward the wall of the courtyard. The Taoist's expression darkened. The corner he indicated was a daunting challenge to leap over, a wall standing at 5 meters high and 50 centimeters wide. Even the most athletic individual would struggle to clear it. Floating out? Preposterous. Such things do not occur. He is clearly a living man. The Taoist emphasized the words living man. However, Wang Mozi hesitated to argue further. The figure before him, with a distinct nose and eyes, was undeniably alive. Yet, what had transpired the previous night? At Su Taohua's residence, he had been paralyzed with fear, nearly losing control of his bladder. The same sensation gripped him in his own courtyard. Poised to strike Song Qian with a kitchen knife, his body had instead stiffened. And the knife had been seized from him. This was all too peculiar. Why did this happen? Wang Mozi's lips quivered, beads of sweat forming on his back, utterly perplexed. But he is indeed human. The Taoist, eyes wide, glanced again at Song Qian before addressing Wang Mozi. We had an agreement. The fee for the exorcism is 3,000. Pay promptly, for I must take my leave. A wicked smile spread across Song Qian's face as he cast a sidelong glance at Wang Mozi. Wang Mozi, it seems you have indulged in misdeeds, leading to hallucinations. I hope you tread carefully, otherwise, these illusions may return. As Song Qian spoke, he discreetly cast a spell to immobilize his opponent. Wang Mozi's expression froze, nearly causing him to lose control. Fortunately, this paralysis lasted only a brief 10 seconds. As soon as Song Qian exited the courtyard, his body regained its mobility. A few minutes later, Song Qian returned home, where a delightful aroma filled the air. Upon seeing his return, Song Yao rushed over, inquiring excitedly, Brother, you mentioned you caught a lot of fish. Have you sold them? How much did you earn? Song Qian presented his phone for her to see. Do you think I would deceive you? Just take a look for yourself. I sold them for over 12,000. Mostly through mobile payments. Taking the phone, Song Yao's eyes sparkled with joy as she scrolled through the payment records. Oh my goodness, I received over 8,000. The amount she referred to was entirely from mobile payments, while the remaining 4,000 was received in cash by Song Qian, making the total just over 12,000. We struck it rich. I've never had this much money saved on my phone before. This 8,000 is mine. Haha. Song Yu exclaimed, elated. The payment was directed to her account, given that the mobile payment was linked to her phone. Hearing the siblings' jubilant banter, their father, Song Jiangfu, and mother, Lu Shufan, hurried into the courtyard to inquire about the situation. When they learned that Song Qian had earned over 12,000, smiles illuminated their faces as they enthusiastically gave him thumbs up. Seeing his family so happy filled Song Qian with warmth. Mom, Dad, little sister. Today's earnings aren't substantial. It's merely the beginning. I will surely make significant profits in the future. For the past 2 years, you have taken care of me during my illness. Now it's my turn to support you, and you both deserve to rest. As he spoke, he surveyed their modest home. Once I start earning, we will demolish this old house and rebuild it. We will have our very own villa. Brother, don't get carried away, Song Niao retorted, rolling her eyes at him. You were just lucky to catch so many fish today and sell them for over 10,000. Longquan Lake isn't that vast. We can't expect to catch big fish every day. Let us remain grounded. Father Song Yongfu added. It's good to have such aspirations, but your sister is right. We should stay realistic. All right, enough of that, Lu Shufan interjected. You too must be hungry. Let us eat. The family gathered in the living room to dine. Their home being relatively small, they usually ate in the living room. Moments later, the small table was laden with delicious dishes. In addition to the turtle Song Qian had caught, his mother had prepared a pot of sauerkraut fish and stewed a nourishing old hen. 7 or 8 dishes adorned the table, each a feast for the senses. As the family sat around the table, laughter and joy filled the air. Since Song Qian had been afflicted and rendered incapable, their family had endured hardship. Even during festive occasions, today, they could finally indulge in a hearty meal. In the office of the hospital director in Jiangqing, Miss Lu, the results of the MRI examination confirm that you are indeed in the advanced stages of cervical cancer. The situation is exceedingly grave, and you must prepare yourself mentally. Lu Muyun, holding the MRI images, stared blankly, hoping against hope for a misdiagnosis. However, reality struck her like a resounding slap. Indeed, she was in the late stages of cervical cancer, and the severity of her condition surpassed her worst fears. Director Sun, is there any hope for my recovery? After a lengthy silence, Lu Muyun finally inquired. Her expression darkened. To be frank, I did not wish to disclose this in your presence, but since you are already aware, I must advise you to brace yourself. In a small place like Jiacheng, your circumstances are undoubtedly beyond our capacity to address. I recommend that you promptly book a flight abroad to consult with specialists. Perhaps there lies a faint glimmer of hope overseas. Director Sun's words were spoken out of sheer helplessness. A patient of Lu Muyun's caliber could have generated substantial revenue for the hospital if treatment were possible. Yet Director Sun felt an overwhelming reluctance. Chapter 35 Lu Muyun found herself in a state of indecision. As an expert in oncology, she had encountered a myriad of tumors throughout her career. In cases of advanced cervical cancer like hers, even a treatment success rate of 2 or 3 out of 100 would be considered exceptionally high. The thought of treating Lu Muyun filled her with trepidation, fearing it would bring trouble to the hospital. Listening to Director Sun's words, Lu Muyun nearly collapsed onto the floor. Standing beside her, Zhao Kiki supported her throughout, anxious that her mistress might falter in any way. After a prolonged silence, Lu Muyun inquired once more, Director Sun, I am aware that Jiangcheng Hospital boasts numerous specialists in oncology. Perhaps you could summon them for a thorough consultation on my case. Director Sun, a specialist in this field, understood Lu Muyun's situation with clarity, and he spoke only the unvarnished truth. Faced with her request, he found it difficult to refuse. Very well, Miss Lu, please hold on. He retrieved his phone and made a call. All oncology specialists, you have 5 minutes to convene in my office for a consultation. Any tardiness will result in immediate dismissal. Within a few moments, all the specialists gathered. A dozen esteemed experts from the oncology department entered, each engrossed in their devices, reviewing Lu Muyun's imaging results. After a considerable time had elapsed, they all lowered their heads in unison. Miss Lu, we are truly sorry. Please forgive us. Our hospital's equipment is outdated, and we lack sufficient targeted therapy drugs. We hope you can seek treatment abroad as soon as possible. Indeed, foreign medical facilities are renowned for their advanced technology and a wider array of targeted therapies, suggesting there might still be hope. Lu Muyun's countenance fell to an ashen pallor upon hearing the specialist's words. At merely in her 20s, how could she be facing advanced cervical cancer? Why had this happened? Seeing her mistress's face turn paler than paper, Zhao Kiki quickly offered gentle reassurances. Miss, let us return home first to discuss this with your family, and then we can expedite our journey abroad. Zhao Kiki assisted Lu Muyun as they slowly exited the director's office. Once in the car, Lu Muyun remained silent. Please, do not frighten me. Although your condition is severe, it is not entirely hopeless. Director Sun mentioned that even in advanced stages, there remains a possibility for recovery. Lu Muyun stared blankly at the report in her hands, her gaze vacant. What a cruel fate. Is this truly the end of my life? Director Sun had made it unequivocally clear that the chances of recovery in the domestic sphere were exceedingly slim. This statement could be interpreted in another light. To put it bluntly, it was essentially a declaration of incurability within the country. If the domestic experts could not provide a solution, what hope was there abroad? Were all Western medical practitioners not fundamentally the same? Despair enveloped Lu Muyun. In the bloom of her youth, why had she been afflicted with cervical cancer? Even more horrifying was the fact that it was advanced cervical cancer, a situation so dire it was almost unimaginable. Why had this occurred? Miss, please say something. Do not remain so downcast. Your sorrow weighs heavily on my heart as well. Zhao Kiki sat in the driver's seat, yet hesitated to drive. She was unaware of Lu Muyun's destination. Was she returning home to inform her family of the situation, or seeking a second opinion at another hospital? Yet, she had already undergone a thorough examination, and that was an undeniable truth. Another examination would yield the same results. Lu Muyun remained silent, nearly in a trance. After a protracted silence of several minutes, she finally sighed deeply, lamenting her misfortune. How could I, Lu Muyun, be so unfortunate? Why must I suffer from such an ailment? Struggling to regain her composure, she retrieved her phone and called a friend in Kyoto, requesting assistance in finding the finest physician available. Half an hour later, Lu Muyun received her response. The conclusion mirrored that of Director Sun. The esteemed doctor in Kyoto advised her to seek treatment abroad without delay. At that moment, Lu Muyun felt utterly despondent. Was her life truly at an end? No. She recalled that Song Qian had stated she was in the advanced stages of cervical cancer, claiming that only he possessed the ability to cure her. She resolved to call Song Qian. Just as she was about to dial, Zhao Kiki interjected with a suggestion. Miss, I find that fellow named Song Qian somewhat unreliable. Perhaps we should return home or expedite our journey abroad. Zhao Kiki then shifted her tone. Even if we are to consult Song Qian, we ought to conduct some background research on him first. Gathering essential information before seeking him out wouldn't be untimely. Lu Muyun pondered this and found a semblance of logic in it. Kiki, I entrust this matter to you. Zhao Kiki promptly took out her phone and began to orchestrate the necessary arrangements. Within 10 minutes, the investigation yielded results. Miss, the findings are rather disconcerting. Song Qian is indeed a medical student, but he was rendered a fool 2 years ago by young Master Su, and his girlfriend has become Su's fiancée. It appears they are set to marry in the coming days. Our investigation revealed that just a few days ago, Song Qian was still in a state of idiocy. Yet today, upon encountering him, it seems he is no longer so. Zhao Kiki conveyed the investigation's results to Lu Muyun, who, upon hearing, furrowed her brow in deep concern. He is a fool, yet how could he discern so swiftly that I am in the advanced stages of cervical cancer? Can a fool possess such astuteness? Miss, I suspect that Song Qian, that great fool, is nothing more than a consummate charlatan. He even demands a treatment fee of 1 million. Zhao Kiki's words plunged Lu Muyun into contemplation. Given the investigation's findings, such a possibility seemed plausible. However, the only perplexing aspect for Lu Muyun was that when she interacted with Song Qian, he did not appear foolish at all. He accurately assessed her condition at a glance. Could a fool be so perceptive? Should she make that call? Should she trust Song Qian? Meanwhile, at Song Qian's home, he was engrossed in exploring the functions of his newly purchased phone. Brother, this phone of mine has become unbearably old, slow, and difficult to use. Once you earn some money, why not buy me a new one? Song Yao sat beside him, waving her old phone playfully. Song Qian nodded gently. In a few days, I promise to buy you a beautiful new phone. Yours truly deserves an upgrade. Upon hearing this, Song Yao's face lit up with joy. Brother, you are so kind to me. Holding her phone, Song Qian spent a considerable amount of time pondering its functions. Having been afflicted with cognitive impairment for the past 2 years, he had refrained from using a mobile device and thus found himself perplexed by certain features. Just then, Song Yao's phone began to ring. Upon checking, she discovered it was an unfamiliar number. After a brief moment of hesitation, she answered the call. Whom are you trying to reach? She inquired. A woman's voice responded from the other end. Hello, Miss Song. I am a bank representative, ID number 9527. Our system indicates that your bank card has been involved in substantial transactions in Australia over the past few days. Can you confirm whether these transactions were made by you? Upon hearing this, Song Yao's expression darkened instantly. She possessed only one bank card, securely stored in her wardrobe. How could she possibly be making purchases in Australia? The script of such a scam call was painfully obvious. Having encountered several similar fraudulent calls, all with identical rhetoric, she had long since built up a resistance to them. Goodness, is the audacity of these telecommunication scams truly so rampant now? I am scarcely affluent enough to even consider obtaining a bank card. Chapter 36. The grand end is Lu Muyun. If you must engage in deception, at least do so with some professionalism. Target those corrupt officials, they possess ample wealth. And merely ensnaring one could yield billions. I advise you to cease calling my grandaunt. After scolding them, Song Yao hung up the phone. Observing her sister's furious demeanor, Song Qian offered some consolation. Little sister, as reported on television, those involved in telecom fraud often have armed guards. Once you discern that someone is a scammer, there is no need to engage, simply terminate the call. At this juncture, Song Qian shifted the conversation. While those corrupt officials may be wealthy, they are exceedingly cunning. Deceiving them is no simple task. Shortly after hanging up, Song Yao's phone rang again. Oh dear, is this never-ending today? She glanced at her phone, noticing it was yet another local number, and to her astonishment, it even displayed a name. My goodness. The skills of these scammers are remarkable. They've changed their number and disguised themselves exceptionally well. Frowning, Song Yao answered the call. You damn scammer. How dare you call my grandaunt again? I just told you not to call. After venting her frustration, she hung up once more. Unbeknownst to her, the caller was not a fraudster, but rather Miss Lu Muyun from the Lu Corporation. On the other end of the line, Lu Muyun's expression darkened. The voice on the line was female, referring to herself as grand aunt and using terms like old lady. This woman must have some serious hormonal imbalance. Her temper is even more volatile than mine. Lu Muyun hadn't anticipated that the phone number Song Qian provided would be false, nor that the voice on the other end belonged to a woman. The voice sounded relatively young, yet the temperament suggested she was at least in her 40s. Undoubtedly suffering from menopausal symptoms. Otherwise, she wouldn't have resorted to insults upon answering the phone. Dear lady, I told you Song Qian is unreliable. And now you see I was right. Let us return home quickly and prepare to leave the country. Lu Muyun furrowed her brow, growing increasingly irate. It was truly absurd. Her day had already plummeted to new lows after colliding with a tricycle, damaging her vehicle, which had yet to be repaired. Yet, the number left by the other party was entirely fictitious. Unable to tolerate this any longer, she resolved to retaliate. Why should the other party be permitted to insult her while she remained silent? Wait. Let me call back and give that menopausal old woman a piece of my mind before adding her to my blacklist. Lu Muyun dialed the number again. Meanwhile, at Song Qian's home, the siblings were engaged in conversation. Song Yao, still frowning, continued discussing telecom fraud. Just then, her phone rang once more. Oh dear. The same number again. I just scolded them, and now they have the audacity to call back? How brazen. Fuming, Song Yao began cursing again. Song Qian, upon hearing this, was also incensed. Within a mere few minutes, they had received 3 scam calls. Was there no respite from these audacious fraudsters? Hand me your phone. I shall assist you in venting your frustrations. Upon receiving the device, Song Qian was momentarily taken aback. The number clearly belonged to Lu Muyun. Yet it had been flagged as a scam call. This was the very number he had saved that morning in Jijie town. Are you certain this is a fraudulent call? Song Yao nodded emphatically, her tone resolute. The methods employed by scammers were indeed sophisticated, their disguise so convincing. Not only was it a local number, but it also bore a name. Just moments ago, that very call had been identified as fraudulent. Song Qian, visibly exasperated, shook his head in disbelief. This is my contact. It is not a scam. And no, it can't be. Song Yao's expression froze. Overwhelmed with incredulity, Song Qian swiftly answered the call. As the line connected, a voice erupted from the other end. You old hag, are you suffering from menopause? Your tone is quite abrasive. You are the real scammer. And your entire family are swindlers. I am Lu Muyun, you fiery fraud. How dare you insult me? Just wait, I shall deal with you. The unrestrained tirade from Lu Muyun was utterly incongruous with her elegant demeanor, but her fury eclipsed any concern for appearances. The harshness of her voice left Song Qian momentarily speechless. He held the phone at a distance, hastily interrupting her diatribe before she could continue. Miss Lu, this is Song Qian. There has been a misunderstanding. Please, refrain from your tirades. Upon recognizing his voice, there was a palpable hesitation on the other end. As Song Qian? You are truly Song Qian? Lu Muyun, still grasping the phone, found herself bewildered. What was unfolding? Calming herself, Song Qian hastily explained. Miss Lu, this phone belongs to my sister. She answered your call just moments ago, and prior to your call, she had received a scam attempt, leading to this misunderstanding. I sincerely apologize. After his explanation, an awkward silence ensued. Miss Lu, have you undergone your follow-up examination? Once she confirmed his identity, Lu Muyun felt a twinge of embarrassment. She cleared her throat a couple of times before regaining her composure. I apologize. I received the results of my follow-up some time ago before I called you. As you indicated, my condition is quite severe. Song Qian, do you truly have the confidence to cure me? Song Qian nodded with a smile. You have already received your follow-up results. Whether I can heal you will be revealed through those results. I, Song Qian, am a man of integrity. If you have reservations, we can arrange for treatment prior to payment. Once I have completed your treatment and you acquire your recovery report from the hospital, you may then compensate me with 1 million. I trust in your character, Miss Liu. You will uphold your word. After a brief pause, Song Qian continued. I shall give you 2 days. If you wish for treatment, come to Peach Blossom Village post-haste. Delay may result in lost opportunities. The urgency in Song Qian's words was intended to spur Lu Muyun into action. In truth, even if her condition were to deteriorate over the next 2 to 3 months, as long as Song Qian intervened, her recovery was assured. At present, Song Qian finds himself in dire financial straits. If he can successfully treat Lu Muyun, he stands to gain a substantial income, which would alleviate many of his pressing issues. Before entering his slumber, the Lotus Immortal Emperor had repeatedly admonished him, granting only 3 years to locate the fragmented divine consciousness Lotus. It is only with financial resources that Song Qian can initiate his endeavors. On the other end of the line, Lu Muyun remained silent. After a considerable pause, she finally inquired, Are you available now? We shall come to you immediately. Should the treatment prove successful, the payment will be doubled. Upon hearing this, Song Qian's spirits soared. Was this an unexpected windfall? The wealthy truly possess a generous spirit, offering 2 million. How splendid. He accepted the sum, responding, Miss Liu, I will await your arrival at Taohua Village, Jijia Town. Please come at your earliest convenience. All right, we are setting off now. After ending the call, Song Qian utilized his newly acquired phone to reach out to Lu Muyun, requesting her to save his new number and informing her to contact him directly for any future matters. On the other end, Lu Muyun felt somewhat bewildered, struggling to comprehend the implications of his message. Chapter 37. An incident occurred. Come to my house immediately. Song Qian, despite possessing a mobile phone, insisted on acquiring his sister's phone number while withholding his own. What could this signify? Unbeknownst to Lu Muyun, Song Qian had been rather foolish just yesterday. He had never used a mobile phone before and had only recently purchased this new number. Otherwise, he would not have found himself in such an awkward predicament. Although Lu Muyun hesitated, she ultimately complied. Kiki, let us proceed to Peach Blossom Village. Zhao Kiki started the car, but still exhibited some reluctance. Miss, is Song Qian trustworthy? Lu Muyun hesitated slightly but nodded in affirmation. My current situation is exceedingly dire. We might as well give it a try. Song Qian has promised that after he treats me, he will conduct a follow-up examination, and only then will I pay him. Even if I were to be deceived out of 2 million, it would be of little consequence. I am not lacking in such funds. As she spoke, Lu Muyun shifted the topic. By the way, the front of the car is damaged, and since this is a sports car, its low chassis may not be suitable for the journey to Peach Blossom Village. Let us return to the company to switch vehicles and arrange for someone to take the car for repairs. Lu Muyun was speaking the truth. As the future heir of the Lu Group and the esteemed daughter of the Lu family, she held the position of general manager of the corporation. A few $100,000 was merely trivial for her. As long as Song Qian could cure her, she would willingly pay not just 1 million, but even 10 million without hesitation. At this crucial juncture, Lu Muyun felt a sense of despair. She was compelled to place her trust in Song Qian. Just as she had stated, it was merely a trial. Indeed. Zhao Kiki nodded, and the car sped away. At Song Qian's residence, Song Yu gazed curiously at her brother. Brother, during your phone call earlier, I vaguely heard that woman mention needing your help with her illness, and you said you would charge 1 million. What is the meaning of this? You wouldn't dare to swindle her out of 1 million, would you? Song Qian lightly smacked Song Yao on the head. What are you thinking? Have you been inundated with scam calls? Do not forget that I treated our parents' ailments last night. Listening to him, Song Yao seemed to find some sense in his words. By the way, what sickness does that woman have? Song Qian shook his head, refraining from a direct answer. What illness she has is of no concern to you. Why inquire? Song Yu tilted her head, pondering. But regardless of her illness, charging her 1 million for treatment seems excessively greedy, even more unscrupulous than those unethical doctors. It's simply outrageous. As she spoke, Song Yu made a gesture of disdain towards Song Qian. Facing his sister's scorn, Song Qian merely smiled faintly. He understood her kindness. Yet the nature of Lu Muyun's ailment was not merely worth 1 million. The fee he demanded was not exorbitant but rather quite reasonable. After exchanging a few more words, The siblings fell silent. Song Qian held his phone, further engrossed in his exploration. Although the phone was not of great value, it was new. And having not used one for over 2 years, Song Qian found it to be quite intriguing. Xiao Yao, lend me your phone. What do you need it for? Song Yao retorted. Without further ado, Song Qian took her phone from her. He scrolled through his phone, retrieving Su Taohua's number. Oh dear. Are you about to call Sister Taohua? She's renowned for her beauty. You wouldn't have feelings for her, would you? Song Yao teased with a mischievous grin beside him. Song Qian's expression darkened as he shot her a glare. Don't speak nonsense. If Sister Taohua hears you, she will be upset. Just as he saved Su Taohua's number, Song Yao's phone rang, and, quite coincidentally, it was Su Taohua calling. Song Qian answered immediately. Sister Taohua, is something the matter? Song Qian, there's trouble. Hurry to my house. Su Taohua's voice was tinged with urgency, accompanied by the sounds of several other voices in the background. Song Qian faintly recognized one of them as Wang Matzi. You stubborn Wang Matzi, never learning your lesson, he muttered under his breath before replying into the receiver. Hold on, I'll be there shortly. After hanging up, Song Qian tucked his phone away and dashed out the door, with Song Yao trailing closely behind like a shadow. What happened with Sister Taohua? I'm coming with you. It's nothing serious. You shouldn't go. Song Qian turned back, wanting to stop her. He wished to keep last night's events from her and their parents to spare them worry. I insist on accompanying you. Song Yao pouted playfully, darting ahead of him. With no choice, Song Qian allowed her to follow. In the countryside, there wasn't much novelty. Regardless of whatever happened, the villagers loved to gather and gossip. Who fell ill? Who had a baby? Which family was marrying off a daughter? All would attract attention. Song Yao, too, delighted in the excitement. At Su Taohua's home, her mother, Zhou Guiying, her brother Su Xiaofei, and Wang Matzi were all gathered around her, creating quite a commotion. Zhou Guiying stood with her hands on her hips, her expression fierce. Su Taohua, did you take my kindness for granted? I've accepted Wang Tsongming's betrothal gifts, yet you refuse to marry him. Who gave you the audacity? Wang Tsongming, as Zhou Guiying referred to him, was none other than Wang Matzi, known in Peach Blossom Village for his pockmarked face, leading the villagers to call him by that name. Out of respect, Zhou Guiying insisted on calling him Wang Tsongming. As soon as she finished speaking, Su Xiaofei chimed in, Sister, you've been a widow for over 2 years. Mother has found several suitors for you, but no one wants you because of your status. Only Wang Tsongming is willing, offering 180,000 for the bride price. Why don't you cherish this opportunity? Su Taohua listened, her face falling. Frowning, she glanced at her mother and brother before casting her gaze towards Wang Matzi. Her ire boiling within her. This scoundrel had been harassing her for the past 2 years. Just yesterday, at the waterfall in Longquan Mountain, he had almost taken advantage of her. If not for Su Taohua's cleverness, she might have suffered a grave misfortune. The sight of Wang Matzi, with his pockmarked face and diminutive stature, filled her with dread. Marrying such a person would be worse than death, a stark reality akin to the tale of Wu Daolong. Mother, my affairs are none of your concern. You accepted the betrothal gifts without my consent. If you wish to marry, do so on your own. Do not involve me. Upon hearing this, Zhou Guiying was instantly enraged. How dare that insolent girl speak to her in such a manner? To suggest that she marry on her own terms. What utter nonsense. I have already accepted the 18,000 yuan betrothal gifts from Wang Tsongming. And if you expect me to return them, you are sorely mistaken. I declare here and now that I have chosen this excellent son-in-law. And you shall marry him without question. With a swift flick of her sleeve, Su Taohua shouted defiantly, impossible. The only way I would marry him is if I were dead. Resolute, Su Taohua dashed into the kitchen, swiftly grasped a fruit knife, and pressed it against her neck as she made her way to the courtyard. Su Xiaofei, witnessing this alarming scene, grew anxious. Sister, please don't act rashly. Let us discuss this calmly. At that moment, Wang Matzi remained silent. He had come to Su Taohua's home not to force her into marriage, but to return the betrothal gifts. If he could successfully return the gifts, he would prefer to forego the marriage entirely. Wang Matzi was self-aware. He was short and unattractive, and he knew Su Taohua would never look his way. Rather than coerce her, it would be better to simply return the gifts. Additionally, matters with Song Qian were proving troublesome as well. Chapter 38. Treating Su Taohua as a means of profit. Yesterday's incident where Song Qian tossed money into the Devil's Cave has yet to be addressed by him. Although Song Qian's family is impoverished, they are not easily trifled with. First, he must retrieve the betrothal gifts before discussing any further matters. If Su Taohua is willing to marry him, he can provide the gifts then. Otherwise, having the dowry in Zhou Guiying's possession is far from advantageous. However, when he called Zhou Guiying to discuss the return of the betrothal gifts, she adamantly refused, insisting he come to Su Taohua's home. Consequently, Wang Matzi accompanied him. Aunt Zhou, marriage should be based on mutual affection. I, Wang Matzi, am not worthy of the beautiful Taohua. Since she does not wish to marry me, please return the betrothal gifts. I do not wish to force her into despair, Wang Matzi implored. Zhou Guiying, upon hearing this, was indignant. What are you thinking, Wang Matzi? Once the gifts are in my hands, there is no reason to return them. I have already consented to your union with Su Taohua. The matter is in your hands now. Zhou Guiying shouted vehemently, unwilling to relinquish the dowry. Her son, Su Xiaofei, had recently begun a courtship that had progressed to the point of discussing marriage, and she intended to reserve the 180,000 yuan for him to wed. Su Xiaofei stood nearby, equally reluctant. His mother had promised him the 180,000 yuan for his marriage, with 80,000 designated as a betrothal gift, and the remaining 100,000 supplemented by some of their savings, totaling around 200,000 yuan, would be sufficient for a down payment on a home. If the betrothal gifts were returned, how could he possibly marry? Sister, please agree to marry Wang Matzi. Mother has already promised me that 180,000 yuan is to be reserved for my marriage. Without that sum, I cannot find a bride. I beg you, sister, Su Xiaofei pleaded, nearly in tears. Hearing her brother's words, Su Taohua felt a profound sense of distress. Her mother had secretly accepted Wang Matzi's betrothal gifts without her consent, coercing her into marrying him. Yet, her brother, whom she had cared for since childhood, was now fixated on that 180,000 yuan, showing no concern for her lifelong happiness. Was this truly her own brother? He was no different from their mother. Both were like vampires, blinded by the allure of money. Su Xiaofei, be quiet. As it became apparent that the betrothal gifts would not be returned and Su Taohua was unwilling to marry him, Wang Matzi grew increasingly anxious, his mouth twitching and his face etched with worry. What should he do? After a moment of contemplation, Wang Matzi resolutely stated, Aunt Zhou, since Taohua is unwilling to marry me, please return my betrothal gifts. Not a chance. Not a single cent will be returned. Zhou Guiying retorted, flinging her sleeves and glaring fiercely at Wang Matzi. You should hurry and take the knife from her hands, then bring her to the bridal cham. However, within the village, under the bright daylight, it was quite challenging for him to exhibit his skills. Otherwise, the villagers would perceive him as a monster. Thus, despite their haste, the two of them were still delayed by 2 minutes. Upon entering the courtyard, Song Qian beheld Su Taohua, who was pressing a sharp fruit knife against her neck, causing him to momentarily freeze. Sister Taohua, do not do anything foolish. Upon seeing Song Qian's arrival, Su Taohua breathed a slight sigh of relief. Her intention was not to seek an end to her life, but rather to coerce her mother through this dramatic act. Song Qian, you have finally come. Had you arrived any later, I might not have been here at all. It is all due to my mother and the others forcing me, Su Taohua stated, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. Song Qian rushed to Su Taohua's side and seized the fruit knife, exclaiming, Sister Taohua, what folly is this? Is there not a solution to whatever troubles you? As he spoke, Song Qian cast a glance at Zhou Guiying. Aunt Zhou, why do you pressure Sister Taohua? Look at what you have driven her to. What if she were to suffer any harm? Despite Zhou Guiying being Su Taohua's mother, who, albeit greedy, was nonetheless deserving of respect in Song Qian's discourse. Foolish Song Qian, do you believe you have a say here? You are but a simpleton. How dare you meddle in our family's affairs? Go play elsewhere. Zhou Guiying retorted, hands on her hips, her gaze fixed on Song Qian. She failed to recognize that Song Qian was no longer the simpleton he once was. Upon hearing this, Song Yao's displeasure was palpable. Ever since Song Qian's supposed foolishness had faded, the term simpleton had become the most irksome appellation to her ears. Aunt Zhou, my brother has recovered. Kindly show some respect in your words. If anyone is the simpleton here, it is undoubtedly you, she asserted, pointing an accusatory finger at Zhou Guiying. To force the beautiful Sister Taohua to marry the short and unattractive Wang Matzi, if you are not a fool, then who is? Her words rendered both Zhou Guiying and Su Xiaofei momentarily speechless. Was not Song Qian famously a simpleton? When had he recovered? Had not the doctors declared that he was beyond healing? After a brief contemplation, Zhou Guiying dismissed such thoughts. She had accepted Wang Matzi's bride price and had no intention of returning it. I care not whether you are fools. You wish to stand up to me, do you? Very well then. If Su Taohua shall not wed Wang Matzi, you two siblings will bear the burden of the 180,000 yuan bride price, Zhou Guiying declared. Upon hearing this, Song Qian's countenance turned icy. Were it not for Zhou Guiying being Su Taohua's mother, he would have rushed forward and struck her down. Such a mother, who drives her daughter into the flames of despair, is not worthy of the title. Yet outwardly, Song Qian feigned calmness, directing his gaze towards Wang Matzi, whose face was now aflame with rage. Wang Matzi, it seems you have forgotten my earlier warning. As he spoke, he discreetly invoked a binding spell, causing Wang Matzi to become utterly rigid, unable to move or speak. After half a minute, Song Qian lifted the spell. At that moment, Wang Matzi's complexion had turned a ghostly pallor. Fortunately, after today's two incidents, he could almost ascertain that his physical rigidity was undoubtedly the work of Song Qian. However, the duration was brief, which was a silver lining amidst misfortune. Given this, he resolved to adopt a more assertive stance. Wang Ergu from Jijia town had some acquaintance with him, so he decided to invite him over. Wang Ergu was a local ruffian, rumored to have taken a life. Just yesterday, Wang Matzi had thrown Song Qian into the abyss, only to discover that Song Qian had survived. Thus, he thought to summon Wang Ergu to incapacitate Song Qian. With Song Qian out of the picture, the matters between him and Su Taohua would likely come to fruition, allowing him to resolve a lingering concern. Contemplating this, Wang Matzi retrieved his mobile phone. Song Qian, do not be overly arrogant. I have a friend who is quite formidable. Once I summon him, you shall undoubtedly face the consequences. To Wang Matzi's words, Song Qian merely responded with a cold laugh. Chapter 39. Silence. If the opponent can summon aid, so be it. This presents an opportunity to teach Wang Matzi a lesson, ensuring he comprehends his place. Were it not for Wang Matzi, Song Qian would not have exhibited such courtesy. After being cast into the demon cave yesterday, he received the inheritance of the Lotus Immortal Emperor. Wang Matzi, a villain, is also considered his benefactor. Without Wang Matzi, he might still be a fool today. However, it is absolutely essential to discipline Wang Matzi. Wang Matzi, since you wish to find help, I shall grant you the chance. Bring forth whatever thugs you can muster. Unbeknownst to Song Qian, Wang Matzi had invited Wang Ergu. Had he been aware, he would likely have laughed aloud. Just you wait. Wang Matzi began making phone calls. 2 minutes later, he hung up, tilting his head back in triumph. Song Qian, you disrupted my plans yesterday, and I have yet to settle the score with you. I never imagined you would thwart my endeavors yet again. Prepare yourself. Witnessing the unfolding scene, Su Taohua grew anxious. It was because of her that Song Qian had been thrown into the demon cave yesterday. If Wang Matzi were to bring in thugs today, it would spell trouble. Song Qian, I am unsure whom Wang Matzi can summon, but you and Song Yao should leave immediately. My matters are not your concern. Hurry and go. As she spoke, Su Taohua pushed the siblings away, but Song Qian stood firm, unperturbed. Instead, he turned to Su Taohua, soothing her with gentle words. Since Wang Matzi is calling people, let him do so. Su Taohua could hardly absorb Song Qian's words. She believed that even if it were just Wang Matzi alone, Song Qian might not stand a chance, let alone against additional assailants. Yesterday by the waterfall, she had witnessed how effortlessly Wang Matzi had knocked Song Qian to the ground. Song Qian, listen to your sister-in-law. You and Song Yao should leave at once. They wouldn't dare harm me. I truly do not wish to involve you in my troubles. Su Taohua's voice was laced with desperation, nearly in tears. Deep down, she harbored genuine affection for Song Qian. She could not bear to see him harmed. As Song Qian was about to respond, Song Yao interjected, Brother, shall I call the village chief and have him bring people to resolve this? The root of the issue did not lie with Wang Matzi but rather with Zhou Guiying, who had taken Wang Matzi's betrothal gifts and refused to return the money. This was the crux of the problem. As for the people Wang Matzi had called, Song Qian dismissed them entirely. No matter how many he summoned, they would be dealt with effortlessly. There's no need. Song Qian waved his hand. Even if the village chief comes, it won't make a difference. Do not worry. I fear no one today. Brother, 2 years ago, you suffered a head injury, and you have only just recovered. You shouldn't act impulsively. Why not let us take Sister Taohua and leave? Song Yao suggested, her concern palpable. Abandoning Su Taohua was simply not an option. They needed to seize the opportunity to leave before Wang Matzi's reinforcements arrived. Once they were present, it would be too late to escape. Su Taohua was unwilling to implicate her siblings and hurriedly intervened. Song Qian, heed your sister-in-law's advice. You two should leave quickly. My matters are not for you to meddle in, and I assure you, I will be fine. At that moment, Su Taohua felt a twinge of regret. Had she known that Wang Matzi would summon others, she would not have invited Song Qian. Now, Song Qian was reluctant to depart, leaving her in a predicament. All right. Let us refrain from further discussion. Everyone continued to persuade him, but Song Qian was resolute. He was determined to resolve the situation today. Just wait. Even if the King of Heaven were to arrive, it would be of no consequence. I am eager to see what tricks Wang Matzi has up his sleeve. They lingered in anticipation, and after a considerable time, the sound of a car echoed from outside. Shortly thereafter, Song Qian witnessed Wang Ergu entering with 3 companions. The same crew from the morning, holding their heads high. However, their demeanor lacked the earlier bravado. They bore visible injuries from their earlier encounter with Song Qian, with Wang Ergu sporting a couple of bruises on his face. At that moment, Wang Ergu and his companions were oblivious to Song Qian's presence. Upon seeing Wang Ergu's arrival, Wang Matzi was elated. Dog brother, you have finally come. It is that scoundrel who has repeatedly thwarted my endeavors. Quickly, instruct your brothers to deal with him. Wang Matzi paused momentarily, noticing the injuries on Wang Ergu and his companions. 2 of Wang Ergu's brothers even had band-aids on their faces. Yet, in his eagerness to confront Song Qian, Wang Matzi brushed aside their injuries. Truth be told, he was genuinely eager to settle scores with Song Qian. Had it not been for Song Qian by the waterfall the previous day, he would have already been with Su Taohua, thus avoiding the present troubles. Last night at Su Taohua's home, it was also Song Qian who caused the disruption, although Wang Matzi was unaware of the true identity of that individual. Whether it was the genuine Song Qian or an impostor, he knew that the complications were inextricably linked to Song Qian. As he gestured towards Song Qian, Wang Ergu, with his hands behind his back, squinted at Song Qian. The moment he recognized him, his expression froze in disbelief. The flood had swept through the Dragon King's temple. He never imagined that the person Wang Matzi sought to confront would be his nemesis, Song Qian. Earlier, in Jijiat town, he had gone to great lengths to curry favor with Song Qian, barely earning his forgiveness, and now he found himself face to face with him again. This was disastrous. Behind Wang Matzi, his 3 brothers recalled the morning's events upon seeing Song Qian, their mouths twitching in trepidation. This was unfortunate. They had encountered this harbinger of misfortune once more. Dog Brother had warned them that their earlier misfortunes were entirely the result of Song Qian's machinations. Who would dare provoke this calamity again? And now, their fears had materialized. Just before departing from the town, the brothers had deliberated, cautioning one another to avoid crossing paths with Song Qian, who hailed from Taohua village. Yet, Wang Matzi had promised them a handsome reward of 5,000 yuan for merely assisting in the matter of dealing with someone. Thus, driven by the prospect of that sum, the brothers had come. Who would have imagined that the one to be dealt with was Song Qian? They were not here to confront him. Rather, they had come to his doorstep ready to be handled. What a predicament this is. The group was in a state of panic, observing their inaction. Wang Matzi assumed they were preparing and turned to Wang Ergu, offering a reminder. Brother Dog, you must swiftly attend to Song Qian. Upon hearing this, Wang Ergu was instantly agitated. How could Wang Matzi, who prided himself on his cleverness, be so utterly lacking in perception? How could he not see the obvious? In a fit of frustration, Wang Ergu struck Wang Matzi across the face. Silence. Wang Matzi, clutching his stinging cheek, was bewildered. What was happening? Why had Brother Dog struck him? You've misunderstood. I meant for you to deal with Song Qian, not me. You are here at my behest. Do hurry and eliminate Song Qian. Slap. Slap. Wang Ergu retaliated with 2 swift slaps, sending Wang Matzi spinning. Once he regained his balance, Wang Ergu delivered a kick to his abdomen. You fool, I said to be quiet. Are your ears deaf? Wang Matzi collapsed to the ground, one hand rubbing his face while the other pressed against his aching belly, gasping in pain, his face contorting in agony. Chapter 40. Utilizing Wang Ergu to deal with Zhou Ging continuously struck across the face and subjected to a vicious kick, Wang Matzi endured excruciating pain, his mind rife with doubt. Yet, Wang Ergu commanded him to remain silent. Words lingered on the tip of his tongue, only to be swallowed back down, leaving him feeling utterly frustrated. Witnessing Wang Matzi's beating, Su Taohua was completely bewildered. Wasn't Wang Ergu summoned by Wang Matzi? Why was he now turning against him instead of confronting Song Qian? What was unfolding? Song Yao, eyes wide in disbelief, first glanced at the fallen Wang Matzi, then cast an inquiring look towards Su Taohua, who was equally perplexed. The 2 of them were shrouded in confusion. However, the subsequent scene left them utterly astonished. Wang Ergu bowed his head, approaching Song Qian with an ingratiating demeanor and a smile that oozed sycophancy. Brother Song, had I known that the person Wang Matzi wanted me to deal with was you, Even if I had 100 lives, I would not dare to act against you. Several of Wang Ergu's companions also approached Song Qian. Indeed, we thought it was someone else. Had we known it was you, we wouldn't have dared to disturb your peace, even if carried on a grand sedan chair. Please forgive us. Song Qian waved his hand dismissively, declaring that ignorance absolved. Wang Matzi was exceedingly arrogant, since he dared to deceive you. Handle it as you see fit. Wang Ergu immediately grasped the implication. Rest assured, Brother Song. We know what must be done. He turned to his three brothers, signaling them with a glance. Wang Matzi dared to deceive us. Let us teach him a lesson. The trio rolled up their sleeves, revealing bruised arms, and charged at Wang Matzi, launching a flurry of punches and kicks. Lying on the ground, Wang Matzi howled in agony. Pleading for mercy. Please stop. I realize my mistake. Spare me, I beg you. Wang Ergu did not intervene, and the three brothers continued their relentless assault, treating him like a punching bag, their blows eliciting desperate cries from Wang Matzi. I've learned my lesson. Please let me go. Brother Go, tell them to stop. Trembling in fear, Wang Matzi begged pitifully, unable to fathom that the notorious ruffian Wang Ergu would address Song Qian as Brother Song and heed his commands. Was the sun rising from the west? Clutching his head, he screamed in despair, unable to comprehend why Wang Ergu would obey Song Qian. Zhou Guiying, witnessing Wang Matzi's beating, was equally unsettled. She had heard of Wang Ergu's reputation, yet he had been summoned by Wang Matzi. Why was he now turning against him? If this escalated to a fatality, it would spell trouble. Zhou Guiying's thoughts raced as she rushed towards Wang Matzi. Stop. You'll provoke a death. One of Wang Ergu's underlings shoved Zhou Guiying to the ground. When Brother Go is at work, who are you to interfere? Speak again, and you shall face the same fate. Seeing his mother fall, Su Xiaofei felt a surge of fear, but mustered the courage to rush to her side, helping her to her feet. Do not go too far. Why resort to violence? Wang Ergu was taken aback when the young man dared to confront him. Indifferent to the confrontation, he approached Su Xiaofei and delivered a powerful punch, causing Su to cry out in pain and collapse to the ground. Witnessing her brother being struck, Su Taohua felt an urge to intervene, but after a moment's contemplation, she chose to close her eyes and disregard the situation. Her brother had never regarded her with respect. Perhaps a lesson in hardship was in order. After knocking Su Xiaofei down, Wang Ergu still felt unsatisfied and approached him once more, stomping on him with force. You insolent wretch, how dare you challenge me? Once he had dealt with Su Xiaofei, Wang Ergu lowered his head and approached Song Qian. Brother Song, how should we proceed from here? Seeing Wang Ergu's submissive demeanor, Song Qian nodded thoughtfully. Wang Ergu, your compliance is noted, and I shall not hold this against you. However, there are certain matters that require your attention. Relieved by Song Qian's leniency, Wang Ergu turned to observe the three brothers still dealing with Wang Matzi. Very well. Let us spare Wang Matzi for the time being. The three brothers ceased their actions and moved behind Wang Matzi. At this moment, Song Qian leisurely began to explain the situation, the matter of Zhou Guiying demanding a bride price, Wang Matzi's desire to return it, and his intention to forcibly marry Su Taohua. He succinctly presented his demands. Upon hearing this, Wang Ergu's brow furrowed in agitation. With a menacing glare, he approached Zhou Guiying. You old hag, return the bride price, and this matter will conclude here. Otherwise, none of you shall leave unscathed today. Wang Ergu bellowed, directing his gaze towards his brothers. The three brothers understood the cue and swiftly approached Su Xiaofei, lifting him as if he were a mere chick. They brought Su Xiaofei before Zhou Guiying. Old woman, if you do not return the bride price and continue to force Su Taohua into marrying Wang Matzi, I will ensure your son becomes a eunuch. Zhou Guiying immediately panicked. Wang Ergu was a notorious thug, and if provoked, he could indeed harm Su Xiaofei irreparably. If her son were to become a eunuch, how could she ever hope for grandchildren? Brother Go, please do not act rashly. I will return it. I will do so immediately. Su Xiaofei was her Achilles heel. If he were to be incapacitated, the 18,000 would be of no use to her. Zhou Guiying dared not refuse. Make haste, or I shall end his life. Wang Ergu gritted his teeth, startling Zhou Guiying. At that moment, Su Xiaofei was being held aloft by two burly men, trembling in fear, his body racked with pain, his face devoid of color. Brother Go, please release Xiaofei. The money is in the bank card, and it requires a mobile transfer. Let Xiaofei handle it, Zhou Guiying pleaded, her lips twitching involuntarily. Watching her mother and brother suffer, Su Taohua felt a deep ache in her heart. She tugged at Song Qian's sleeve, signaling him to intervene. Song Qian waved his hand, indicating for her to be patient. Su Taohua, despite her inherent kindness, was perhaps too benevolent. Although her mother and younger brother were the ones being coerced at that moment, she should not have been so soft-hearted. After all, when Zhou Guiying and her accomplice pressured her earlier, they showed no mercy, nearly pushing Su Taohua to the brink of suicide. Such a mother and brother ought to be taught a lesson. However, after a moment's hesitation, Su Taohua continued, "But I worry about my mother and brother getting hurt." Song Qian waved his hand dismissively, reassuring her, "Do not fret. As long as they are not killed, I can ensure their recovery. They almost drove you to self-harm and deserve a lesson to remember." Su Taohua's mother epitomized the mentality of valuing sons over daughters. Even during the past 2 years when Song Qian had been struggling, he had encountered several instances where Zhou Guiying relentlessly urged Su Taohua to marry. The motive was clear, to exploit Su Taohua for financial gain. In recent years, Su Taohua had shown kindness towards Song Qian, even purchasing him a couple of outfits and a pair of sneakers, recognizing the hardships of his family. Chapter 41. Lu Muyun arrives at Taohua village during the busy farming season. He also assisted the Song family in their labor. Although Song Qian was simple-minded, he still remembered Su Taohua's kindness. He could not bear to see her being bullied and was determined to stand up for her. "Do not worry, without my permission, Wang Ergu and his ilk would not dare to act recklessly. Just wait and observe the spectacle." Su Taohua bit her lip and nodded gently. Standing beside her, Song Yu gazed at him with admiration. Song Qian's foolishness had just cleared up yesterday, and today he could command a rogue like Wang Ergu. How remarkable. Moreover, Song Yao could discern that Wang Ergu and his companions were genuinely afraid of Song Qian. She found it perplexing. However, Song Yao was not inclined to ponder it too deeply. She merely wished to resolve the immediate crisis, and the underlying reasons were of little concern to her. "Brother, why are they willing to listen to you?" Song Yao asked, her large, watery eyes filled with admiration. Song Qian stroked his chin and smiled slightly. "Before I became foolish, I had some acquaintances with Wang Ergu, so?" He spoke nonsensically, yet Song Yao truly believed him. "So that's how it is. Brother, you are truly impressive." Meanwhile, Wang Matzi had received the 180,000 yuan betrothal gift back into his bank account. He cried out in agony, forcing himself to sit up and wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, casting a fearful glance towards Song Qian. This Song Qian had changed drastically. Yesterday he was a fool, and today he could command Wang Ergu. It seemed Song Qian was anything but ordinary. He must keep his distance from him, as far away as possible. This time, Wang Matzi had completely fallen apart. Yet, despite not obtaining Su Taohua, he had narrowly escaped losing everything. Fortunately, though he had endured a beating, he had at least recovered the betrothal gift, thus mitigating some of his losses. At that moment, footsteps echoed from outside. Soon after, 2 graceful figures pushed open the wooden door of Su Taohua's home and walked towards Song Qian. It was Lu Muyun and Zhao Kiki. Upon seeing Lu Muyun, Wang Ergu was momentarily stunned. "Miss Lu Muyun from the Lu family of Jiangqing, what brings her to Taohua village?" Yet, at that moment, Lu Muyun appeared pale and seemed to lack strength, walking lightly as if she had just recovered from a severe illness. "Miss Lu, what brings you here?" Wang Ergu, with brazen audacity, greeted her. Lu Muyun lifted her eyelids and cast a glance at Wang Ergu before shifting her gaze to the distance where Song Qian stood. Zhao Kiki quickly interjected, "Do not block the way." Wang Ergu, feeling anxious, hurriedly stepped aside. The esteemed Miss Lu Muyun had unexpectedly come to Taohua village. She was Wang Ergu's dream goddess, someone he had longed to meet. Previously, he had only seen Lu Muyun on television. Now, to his astonishment, he beheld her in the flesh, albeit regrettably. She did not seem to acknowledge him and was unwilling to exchange a word. Even so, Wang Ergu felt an overwhelming sense of joy. Whether she acknowledged him or not was inconsequential. He had finally seen his dream goddess up close today. Her flowing hair cascaded over her shoulders. Her long lashes framed her deep, bright eyes. Her skin was as delicate as that of an infant, with crimson lips and pearly teeth beneath a chin that appeared exquisitely sculpted by a masterful hand. Just a single glance at Lu Muyun sent Wang Ergu into a state of sheer bewilderment. That one gaze was sufficient to leave him in endless reverie. The goddess of his dreams had finally graced him with her presence, radiating beauty and allure that stirred his very soul. Still entranced by Lu Muyun's stunning visage, he watched as she elegantly twisted her slender waist, taking dainty steps like a lotus flower, approaching Song Qian. "Song Qian, can you truly assist me?" she inquired. Song Qian offered a gentle smile, regarding the pale Lu Muyun before him. "Miss Lu, since you have sought me out, I trust you have consulted numerous experts prior to this. It seems that only when all hope was lost did you turn to me. he responded. Lu Muyun's expression was one of astonishment. His words resonated with truth. She had indeed sought the counsel of many specialists. And only after realizing the bleakness of her situation did she come to Song Qian, harboring but a flicker of hope. On her journey here, she had already booked a flight abroad under the pretext of seeking collaboration, scheduled to depart the following morning. Should Song Qian fail to provide a remedy, she would promptly seek treatment elsewhere. Despite the severity of her condition and the slim chances of success, she was determined to fight for her life, regardless of the cost. Then, please treat me, Lu Muyun implored, her tone imbued with utmost respect and gentleness. She wished to avoid unnecessary verbosity, having arrived. She was resolved to give it a try. Meanwhile, she paid no heed to the two individuals crouched in the corner of Su Taohua's courtyard, seemingly injured. Nor did she inquire about the one lying on the ground, blood trickling from his mouth. Song Qian nodded softly. Very well. The exchange between them left Wang Matzi utterly astounded, for he had never imagined that Song Qian would be acquainted with Lu Muyun, the esteemed heiress of the Lu Group, whose worth exceeded 100 million. How could such a lofty figure treat Song Qian with such courtesy? Wang Matzi admonished himself that after today, he would no longer provoke Song Qian and would seek an opportunity to apologize. Wang Erger, standing to the side, listened intently. He was equally taken aback to discover Song Qian's remarkable standing, having connections to the illustrious Lu Muyun. Earlier that morning in Jijia town, after being bested by Song Qian, he had feigned compliance, fearing the retribution of Song Qian's formidable skills. Yet now, he was entirely subdued. Lu Muyun treated Song Qian with deference, while he, a mere ruffian, dared not to provoke him any further. Song Yao stood beside Song Qian, her eyes wide with disbelief. Earlier, while Song Qian was on the phone at home, she had jested about her brother being a con artist, scheming to swindle someone out of $1 million. Little did she expect that a patient would genuinely seek his help, leaving her feeling quite awkward. Just moments ago, she was on the phone, vehemently cursing, accusing the other party of engaging in telecom fraud, completely unaware that the person on the other end was none other than Miss Lu. Subsequently, the latter also called to chastise her. In retrospect, the situation is undeniably awkward. Song Yao bit her lower lip, lowering her head slightly, feeling too embarrassed to meet Lu Muyun's gaze and equally hesitant to look at Zhao Kiki. Fortunately, it seems Lu Muyun has chosen to ignore the misunderstanding from the phone call, standing quietly to the side, not uttering a word. Su Taohua wore a sullen expression, her palms clammy with sweat. Occasionally, she cast sidelong glances at Lu Muyun, noting her fair complexion, tall stature, and a delicate face resembling a finely carved jade. This young lady is indeed extraordinarily beautiful. Su Taohua resolved that Song Qian was her Prince Charming, and she would seize any opportunity to capture his heart without delay. A man of such caliber was not to be missed. Amidst Su Taohua's wandering thoughts, Song Qian's voice broke through. Sister Taohua, I hope it's not too much trouble. May I borrow your room for a moment? Miss Lu is feeling unwell, and I need a place to tend to her. Su Taohua smiled and nodded, assuring him that it was no inconvenience at all. Which room do you need? I will tidy it up immediately. That would be great, replied Song Qian. Any room will do. Just make sure it's presentable. I will need at least half an hour. Take as long as you need. Su Taohua turned to leave. Once she entered the room, Lu Muyun turned her attention to Wang Matzi and the others. Chapter 42. Su Taohua's concern for Song Qian. Before them stood Wang Matzi, his body marred by numerous injuries. Meanwhile, Zhou Guiying supported Su Xiaofei, both wearing expressions of distress as they huddled in the corner of the courtyard, clearly having suffered a significant blow. Song Qian, Lu Muyun inquired, what transpired here? Were they engaged in a brawl? Song Qian let out a cold smile, gesturing towards Wang Matzi. That short fellow is from our village, known as Wang Matzi. He paused, then turned his scorn towards Zhou Guiying and Su Xiaofei. This pair, one is Su Taohua's mother, and the other is her brother. Wang Matzi is the one they brought along. Song Qian succinctly recounted the events that had transpired. Upon hearing his account, Lu Muyun's expression darkened. Zhou Guiying, Su Taohua's mother, was utterly despicable in her relentless pursuit of an 180,000 yuan betrothal gift. She sought to force her daughter into marriage with that short fellow. Such a woman was truly contemptible. Listen up, all of you. I am Lu Muyun from the Lu family of Jiangcheng, and I also serve as the general manager of the Lu Corporation. Song Qian is my friend, and Su Taohua, being his friend, is naturally my friend as well. Remember this. Should any of you dare to trouble Su Taohua in the future, do not blame me, Lu Muyun, for being ruthless and unyielding. Pointing directly at Zhou Guiying and her companion, she continued, "Especially you two. If you dare to coerce Su Taohua into marrying someone she does not love, I will be the first to take action against you." Though Lu Muyun was unwell, her demeanor carried the authoritative presence of a formidable businesswoman. Zhou Guiying and the others, hearing her words, dared not retort. They nodded repeatedly, murmuring their apologies. "Leave at once. I do not wish to see you here." Lu Muyun's command rang out, prompting Wang Matzi and the others to hastily retreat. Having just endured a beating, Wang Matzi crawled away like a dog with its tail tucked between its legs. Within a few minutes, tranquility returned to the courtyard. "Song Qian, why did you not take me to your home for treatment, but instead to a neighbor's?" Lu Muyun asked curiously. Upon arriving in Taohua village, she had first visited Song Qian's home, only to learn from his mother that the siblings had gone to Su Taohua's residence. Given the abysmal conditions of Song Qian's home, Lu Muyun found it perplexing. If Song Qian was so confident in his ability to cure her cervical cancer, surely he must have earned a considerable income. Yet, his family remained impoverished. Song Qian, sensing her confusion, offered an awkward smile. "To be honest, my family's circumstances are quite dire, and I feared you would find it unappealing. Su Taohua's family, on the other hand, is relatively better off. It's merely a matter of treating an ailment. The environment here is more suitable, so I thought it best to proceed with your treatment here." Lu Muyun's mind was still filled with questions, yet she refrained from pressing further. At this moment, any inquiry would be futile. The priority was to address her health. Regardless of the outcome, she would allow Song Qian to attempt the treatment before seeking answers to her lingering doubts. At that moment, Su Taohua emerged from the house. "Xiao Qian, the house has been tidied up. You may escort Miss Lu inside. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to summon me." Song Qian acknowledged with a nod and led Lu Muyun into the room. However, no sooner had they entered than Su Taohua called them over. In a separate room, Su Taohua appeared visibly concerned and said, "Xiao Qian, it is not that I doubt your abilities, but rather that your medical skills seem rather lacking. She is Miss Lu. Are you truly confident?" Song Qian initially thought Su Taohua had something important to discuss. It turned out she was merely worried for him. With a smile, Song Qian reassured her, "Sister Taohua, you need not worry at all. Just yesterday, Wang Matzi threw me into the devil's cave, yet not only did I survive, but my ailment also vanished. Thus, I am indeed confident in what I am doing." Su Taohua was baffled by his explanation. "It is not that I do not trust you. I am genuinely concerned. Please do not overexert yourself, and be careful not to harm her." With a face full of worry, Su Taohua reiterated her advice. "Rest assured, I have everything under control." After a brief exchange, they exited the room. At that moment, Zhao Kuku approached with a formidable expression directed at Song Qian. "Let me warn you, it is fine if you cannot cure our young lady, but do not harm her, or you will face dire consequences. Additionally, we have already booked tickets for the day after tomorrow to seek treatment abroad, so you better tread carefully." Observing Zhao Kuku's fierce demeanor, Song Qian felt amused. What a fiery spirit. Earlier that morning in Jijie town, she had recklessly collided with Zhang Yibei's tricycle and expected Zhang to compensate her. What a foolish girl. At that moment, he found himself chuckling inwardly. After a moment of contemplation, Song Qian softly replied, "In that case, I can inform you that you may cancel your tickets." With that, he turned and re-entered the house. Zhao Kuku stood outside, her lips twitching in anger. "You foolish boy. You have not worked a single day in a hospital and have been afflicted with your silly illness for the past 2 years. What audacity you have to suggest I refund the tickets. If anything were to happen to our young lady, I would not let you off easily." Zhao Kuku stood with her hands on her hips, huffing in indignation. Watching Zhao Kuku's fuming expression, Su Taohua felt a twinge of anxiety. "Miss Zhao, I have already warned Xiao Qian. Even if he cannot treat Miss Lu, he will certainly not harm her." Su Taohua's assurances were met with derision from Zhao Kuku. "That foolish Song Qian, I simply cannot bear to look at him. If it were not for Lu Muyun's insistence on coming, I would have preferred never to see him again." Furrowing her brow, Zhao Kuku stepped into the courtyard. Meanwhile, Song Yao sat quietly on a small stool, resting her chin on her hands, her big, watery eyes gazing at the distant mountains. Upon hearing the footsteps of the two, she shifted her gaze back. "Sister Taohua, I know you are worried about my brother, but please rest assured. Once my brother recovers from his silly illness, he will be quite formidable. Just last night, upon returning home, he took out silver needles to treat both my father and mother. Can you guess what happened?" At this point, Song Yao paused for dramatic effect. "Uncle and Annie's ailments were cured by Song Qian?" Su Taohua hesitated slightly, lowering her voice to inquire. Song Qian's father had suffered a broken leg, and his mother had sustained nerve damage to her face. If these ailments could be easily remedied, they would have been treated long ago. If Song Qian could indeed cure the ailments of the elderly couple, it would be nothing short of remarkable. As soon as she finished speaking, Song Yao nodded emphatically. Indeed. My brother not only healed my father, but also erased the scars left by the injury to his leg. Look, my father has already returned to work this morning. As Song Yu spoke, a radiant smile graced her face. Really? Truly? Su Taohua asked, her expression one of astonishment. Song Yao rose to her feet, beaming at Su Taohua. Sister Taohua, when have I ever deceived you? How extraordinary! Su Taohua exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. Your father's and mother's illnesses have been treated numerous times before, with little effect. Song Qian is truly remarkable. Chapter 43, The Lotus Petal Jade Pendant Indeed. My brother is not only skilled in medicine, but also remarkably adept at fishing. This morning, he sold fish and earned over 12,000. What? More than 10,000? Su Taohua was utterly astonished. How many fish must he catch to sell for such a sum? Earlier that morning, Song Qian had delivered a soft-shelled turtle to her, and she had merely inquired about his fishing success. Song Qian had mentioned catching numerous large fish in Longquan Lake. At that moment, Su Taohua did not pay much attention. The notion of many fish led her to believe there were at most a dozen. Who would have thought he sold for more than 10,000? Did these fish lack eyes, waiting for him to catch them? Zhao Kiki, seated on a small stool beneath the eaves, listened intently to their conversation. Her interest in Song Qian slightly piqued. Could it be that Song Qian's medical skills were indeed formidable? That seemed implausible, given he had been a fool just days prior. Inside the room, Lu Muyun lay flat on the bed, still puzzled. Song Qian, how should I cooperate with you? At this moment, her confusion lingered. Song Qian, like a magician, produced silver needles from thin air, and the unexpected display left Lu Muyun in shock. She witnessed him extend his hand, and the silver needle appeared as if conjured by magic, the speed astonishing. Holding the silver needle, Song Qian gazed at Lu Muyun. Just lift your shirt to expose your abdomen. Lu Muyun felt a twinge of embarrassment, remaining motionless for a while. Biting her red lip, she slightly closed her eyes, her trembling lashes casting a glance at Song Qian. How will you treat me? Song Qian waved the silver needle before her. Isn't it obvious? I will be administering acupuncture. Acupuncture? Lu Muyun hesitated. You mean to say that acupuncture can cure late-stage cervical cancer? What a joke. Song Qian retracted the needle and smiled at Lu Muyun. The young lady from the Lu family lay there, still lacking confidence despite being in this predicament. She had consulted numerous experts and professors, and having found no solution, she had come to him. Yet, why did she still doubt him? It seemed that his lack of renown was the root of the issue. Were he a renowned miracle worker with a track record, Lu Muyun would not be questioning his abilities at this critical juncture. If it were not for the financial incentive, Song Qian would have refrained from explaining. Some things I prefer not to elaborate on. Let us allow the results to speak for themselves. After all, you have late-stage cervical cancer and have already undergone 2 examinations. Once I finish my treatment, you may have a follow-up at your convenience. Lu Muyun fell into contemplation, struggling to believe. Traditional Chinese medicine has its merits, but hearing of acupuncture being used to treat late-stage cancer was a first for her. A sense of regret washed over her. Why had she been so foolish as to place her trust in Song Qian? Nevertheless, she was already here. If he were to deceive her out of 2 million, so be it. She would allow him to treat her. If he failed, she could confront him later. Biting her red lip, Lu Muyun lifted her shirt slightly, revealing her smooth, flat abdomen. At this moment, Lu Muyun appeared exceedingly bashful, her cheeks flushed, her eyelashes quivering slightly, and her breath woefully erratic. Song Qian, if you cannot cure me and have seen my body, I shall not let you off the hook, Lu Muyun declared, biting her lip. Song Qian remained expressionless, snorting lightly. All right, do as you wish. He mused internally about Lu Muyun's myriad of thoughts, if he wished to take advantage of her. All he needed was to activate the lotus eye, and he could gaze upon her abdomen, or any part of her, at will. However, Song Qian would not resort to such actions. He prided himself on being a gentleman. How could he exploit another's vulnerability? Though Lu Muyun possessed an admirable figure, activating the lotus eye to secretly admire her physique would be excessively inappropriate. Despite his thoughts, his eyes betrayed him, and before he knew it, he had activated the lotus eye. Lu Muyun's exquisite figure was laid bare before him. Such a physique, such skin, it was simply breathtaking. Even lying on the bed, She could not help but exude an irresistible allure. Song Qian swallowed hard, his thoughts wandering. How could this young woman be so perfect? Her delicate face was one thing, but her skin was so tender, and those enchanting eyes seemed to threaten to ensnare his very soul. He was on the brink of drooling. This devilishly alluring figure, paired with angelic beauty and gracefully sculpted curves, surpassed even those of surgically enhanced starlets. Simply astounding. While he was lost in admiration of Lu Muyun's form, Song Qian suddenly paused, noticing a pendant hanging from her neck, partially concealed at her collar, an exquisite petal, glistening like crystal ice. Through the lotus eye, he could see it clearly. Indeed, the pendant was shaped like a petal, its clarity and color mesmerizing. At that moment, the primordial lotus within Song Qian's dantian stirred with excitement, thrashing about energetically. This phenomenon had occurred several times that day. The first instance was when a rickshaw collided with Lu Muyun. As Song Qian approached her, the primordial lotus had erupted in jubilation. At the time, he had paid it little heed. Then, when Lu Muyun visited Su Taohua's residence, the lotus had once again quivered, exuding a fervent energy, as if yearning to leap from his dantian. Now, it was celebrating with even greater intensity. Could it be? Was the petal pendant around Lu Muyun's neck a fragment of the Lotus Immortal Emperor's divine consciousness? What a peculiar coincidence. Song Qian's fate was now intertwined with that of the Lotus Immortal Emperor. Within 3 years, he must locate the fragment of divine consciousness. Should he fail, he would be destined for obliteration. Miss Lu, I see that the pendant around your neck may impede the treatment. It must be removed for the procedure to proceed, he stated. Lu Muyun's expression shifted. This petal pendant was a family heirloom, passed down through generations for a millennium until it reached her. Her ancestors had often warned that this object was precious and should not be revealed to outsiders. Since this precious item came into Lu Muyun's possession, she has worn it around her neck without fail, even during bathing and sleeping. When Song Qian suddenly requested her to remove it, Lu Muyun hesitated. Was it possible to refrain from taking it off? With her hands clasped protectively over her chest, she shielded the jade pendant as if it were a pup guarding its food, fearful of any attempt to snatch it away. No. Song Qian resolutely shook his head. My method of treatment is extraordinary. It must be removed for the healing to commence. After a prolonged moment of indecision, Lu Muyun ultimately acquiesced. As one who teetered on the brink of death, she pondered the significance of this treasure. What value did the pendant hold when juxtaposed with the sanctity of life? Song Qian accepted the pendant, casting a brief glance at it. The primordial lotus within his dantian radiated a crystalline clarity, and this petal-shaped pendant bore an uncanny resemblance to the lotus petals, vivid and resplendent in its hue. Chapter 44. The conclusion of treatment. He held the pendant in his hand, and the source lotus in his dantian rejoiced exuberantly, as if it had encountered a beloved kin. In such circumstances, Song Qian was almost certain that this translucent petal pendant was indeed the consciousness petal of the Lotus Immortal Emperor. What a remarkable coincidence. He felt compelled to acquire this petal pendant. Setting the pendant aside, Song Qian commenced the treatment for Lu Muyun. He produced 3 silver needles and gently inserted them into her lower abdomen, subsequently channeling the vital energy from his dantian, gradually infusing it into Lu Muyun's body. As warmth emanated from the silver needles, Lu Muyun's eyelashes fluttered slightly, and she emitted a soft moan, her complexion turning a rosy hue. How could ordinary silver needles evoke such sensations? Lu Muyun felt an unparalleled energy flowing from the tiny needles, causing her body to tremble, particularly in her lower abdomen, which felt exceptionally warm. Song Qian, what kind of silver needles are these? They are remarkably warm. I have undergone acupuncture before, yet I have never experienced anything like this. Lu Muyun's inquiry was anticipated by Song Qian. He directed his vital energy along the tails of the needles into her body, and even his fingertips felt a gentle warmth. How much more so within Lu Muyun's body? Miss Lu, this is the unique aspect of my healing method. I assure you, my promise to cure you is not mere pretense. The silver needles may feel slightly hot. Please bear with it for a moment, Song Qian replied calmly. He then manipulated the needles, increasing the flow of vital energy to assist in annihilating the cancer cells. With the aid of the Lotus Heavenly Eye, Song Qian was able to accurately locate the cervical cancer within her body, an advancement surpassing that of radiotherapy. Wherever the vital energy traveled, cancer cells met their demise. Listening to Song Qian's words, Lu Muyun nodded gently. I will cooperate with you. Half an hour later, the treatment concluded smoothly, without any turbulence throughout the process. Song Qian removed the silver needles and placed them into the lotus space, then helped Lu Muyun adjust her clothing before slowly speaking. Miss Lu, you may rise. The treatment is complete. Is it finished? Lu Muyun gazed in disbelief, slowly sitting up from the bed, and immediately felt invigorated. Just moments ago, she had been reluctant to trust Song Qian. Yet now, her attitude had entirely shifted. The treatment process had left her feeling utterly astonished. Perhaps, Song Qian truly possessed the ability to heal her. Could it be that I am genuinely well? I feel so light, unlike anything I have ever experienced. Especially in my lower abdomen, which feels warm, as if containing a hand warmer. She stepped down from the bed and slipped on her shoes. Lu Muyun felt an overwhelming sense of ease, bouncing lightly on the spot. So light, I feel so light. Amidst Lu Muyun's astonishment, Song Qian remained remarkably composed. His gaze fixed upon the petal pendant nearby, his eyes gleaming with golden light. This was precisely what he had been searching for. However, how should he broach the topic with Lu Muyun? At least under the current circumstances, Lu Muyun has yet to undergo a follow-up examination. She does not truly know if her health has been restored. To speak out now might inadvertently alert the adversary. Earlier, when she was asked to remove the pendant, it made her quite uneasy, and any desire to covet her pendant is, for the time being, utterly impossible. Miss Lu, may I inquire about the origin of your exquisite petal jade pendant? It is so translucent and appears remarkably beautiful, Song Qian asked, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. Lu Muyun took a couple of steps forward, grasped the petal jade pendant from the table, and, in front of Song Qian, carefully adorned herself with it around her neck. This? Well, the story is rather lengthy, she said, adjusting her clothing and then concealing the jade pendant within her bosom. How about this? I can see your keen interest in the pendant. There are some things I am reluctant to disclose, but if, after my follow-up at the hospital, it is confirmed that you have indeed cured me, I shall reveal the pendant's origins. Song Qian had merely asked out of curiosity. Even if Lu Muyun chose not to divulge, he was 100% certain that this was none other than the petal of the divine consciousness lotus. Since she was unwilling to speak further, he decided not to press the matter. Miss Lu, believe me or not, your illness has been cured. Please visit the hospital for a checkup as soon as possible, and after you receive a definite diagnosis, do hasten to repay me the 2 million in medical expenses. I am rather short on funds at the moment. Song Qian shamelessly broached the subject of the medical fees once more. Lu Muyun adjusted her attire and gently rubbed her flushed cheeks, then approached the mirror for a brief glance. The reflection revealed her complexion, now noticeably rosy. Compared to her appearance upon arrival, it was a stark contrast. On one hand, the earlier treatment had left her feeling somewhat embarrassed, leading to her rosy cheeks. On the other hand, she felt remarkably comfortable, particularly in her lower abdomen, where the discomfort from the previous day had entirely vanished. Her complexion had significantly improved, her face naturally radiating vitality. She lightly patted her delicate cheeks and touched her chin, presenting an invigorated demeanor, completely unlike a patient in the late stages of cancer. Has the illness truly been cured? Lu Muyun silently pondered. Subsequently, she retrieved her phone from the nightstand, turned to Song Qian, and said, "Give me your account number. I will transfer the money to you now." Song Qian was momentarily taken aback by her sudden willingness to pay. Wasn't it agreed that payment would occur after the follow-up? Why this change? Miss Lu, are you certain about transferring the money now? Lu Muyun pouted her lips, her large, glistening eyes fixed on Song Qian as she waved her phone in front of him. Do you want it, or not? Of course, I want it. Song Qian hastily retrieved his phone and provided her with his bank account number. After Lu Muyun entered the details, her slender fingers danced across the screen. And within half a minute, Song Qian received a notification. 200 million has been credited to your account. Staring at the notification, Song Qian was left in shock. Lu Muyun's generosity was indeed staggering. He had only requested 1 million this morning, yet she had bestowed upon him 2 million. Was the world of the affluent always this extravagant? Miss Lu, are you not concerned that your ailment remains untreated? Lu Muyun tucked her phone away and shot a disdainful glance at Song Qian. It matters not. 2 million is but a trifling sum to me, merely resting temporarily in your possession. Should you fail to cure me, I shall reclaim every penny without exception and seek retribution. Her words were imbued with an undeniable authority. As the eldest daughter of the Lu family in Jiangxing, she indeed possessed such formidable power. Song Qian, a mere villager from Taohua village, would find no refuge. Should she fail in her duty, the might of the Lu family would ensure that there was nowhere on this earth for her to hide from their vengeance. Thus, Lu Muyun's advance payment was made with the confidence that Song Qian would not abscond. Furthermore, after the recent treatment, Lu Muyun genuinely felt a significant improvement in her abdomen, as if she were on the path to recovery. Very well then. I hope you will promptly return for a follow-up examination. I, Song Qian, am a person of integrity, and until your reassessment, I shall not touch a single cent of this money. With that, Song Qian shifted the direction of her discourse. Chapter 45. Each person contributes 10,000. However, I must inform you that irrespective of whether you conduct an examination or not, the outcome remains unchanged. You have indeed recovered. Upon concluding his words, Song Qian turned and strode outside. Lu Muyun followed closely behind, and the two made their way to the courtyard. Upon seeing Lu Muyun emerge, Zhao Kuke hastily rose to her feet. Miss, how do you feel? You haven't been deceived, have you? Lu Muyun shook her head. Kuke, I feel utterly rejuvenated. It is indeed possible that I have recovered. Let us return to the hospital for a follow-up examination without delay. Then let us proceed. Zhao Kuke replied, turning around. Lu Muyun walked alongside Zhao Kuke, both moving in unison. After taking a few steps, she glanced back at Song Qian. Song Qian, if my illness is truly cured, I shall return to see you tomorrow. Aside from expressing my gratitude in person, I hope you can assist me with a particular matter. Requesting something for oneself? Song Qian hesitated slightly. Miss Lu, with your words, I am convinced you will indeed return tomorrow. Perhaps it is fate that intertwines our paths. Some matters between us are destined to be entangled. Lu Muyun clutched the lotus pendant. It was imperative that Song Qian acquires it. When she returns tomorrow to express her gratitude, she would also present her request. Even if it meant repaying the 2 million in treatment fees, she must retrieve the petal pendant. That pendant was intrinsically linked to her destiny. Within 3 years, if she could not gather the shards of the divine awareness lotus, both Song Qian and the lotus immortal would be irrevocably lost to this world. Song Qian's words caused Lu Muyun to blush slightly. She misinterpreted his meaning. The entanglement Song Qian referenced pertained to the lotus jade pendant, while Lu Muyun's understanding veered towards emotional implications, particularly in light of the treatment process that had just transpired. The recollection made her cheeks flush with embarrassment. What nonsense is this fellow spouting? How could Lu Muyun ever become entangled with Song Qian? Nevertheless, at that moment, Lu Muyun felt no inclination to retort. 2 minutes later, Lu Muyun's car vanished into the distance. Watching her depart, Su Taohua and Song Yu gathered around Song Qian, chattering incessantly with curiosity. Su Taohua inquired, how did Lu Muyun fare with her treatment? We were both quite worried about you during the procedure. Just as Song Qian was about to respond, Song Yao interjected. Indeed, she is the eldest daughter of the Lu family. We cannot afford to offend her. Both Taohua and I were concerned that Lu Muyun might pose a threat to you. What are you two thinking? Song Qian waved his hand dismissively, a radiant smile gracing his face. To tell you the truth, Lu Muyun has been cured by me, and when I asked her for 1 million in treatment fees, she generously provided 2 million. As he spoke, Song Qian displayed the bank notification message to the two. Song Yao was the first to seize the phone, examining the bank transaction details. 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 20,000, 200,000. My heavens! Brother, you truly received 2 million. Song Yu exclaimed, her joy causing her to bounce with excitement. Su Taohua suddenly reached out, snatching the phone from her grasp. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000. Goodness gracious. It really is 2 million. This is astonishingly wealthy. Su Taohua held her phone in her trembling hands, overwhelmed with excitement. In her lifetime, she had never encountered such a staggering sum of money. Yet, just yesterday, Song Qian had recovered and today had earned 2 million. A miracle. It was simply astounding. All right, Song Qian remarked nonchalantly, observing their exuberance. It's merely 2 million. Is it truly worthy of such fervor? I am now fully recovered and will earn much more in the future. However, her reminder fell on deaf ears as the two continued to clutch their phones, repeatedly counting the figures on the screen, confirming once more that indeed, 2 million had been credited. Their eyes sparkled with greed, even more animated than Song Qian. 2 million. Song Qian had truly earned 2 million. In the entire Taohua village, Song Qian had already become the wealthiest. The ugly duckling had transformed into a beautiful swan. The fool had made a remarkable comeback. Such drastic shifts in fortune were astonishing. In the blink of an eye, 2 million had been earned. It was simply miraculous. After a good 4 to 5 minutes, the two finally regained their composure. Song Yu reluctantly returned the phone to Song Qian. Brother, now that you are rich, you promised to buy me a new phone. If not, just give me the money, and I will buy it myself tomorrow. As she spoke, Her eyes glinted with avarice. Su Taohua, with a flirtatious glimmer, half-jokingly remarked, "Little Qian, if you buy me a new phone, consider it a betrothal gift. If you don't mind me, I shall marry you." "Wonderful." Song Yao clapped her hands in delight, then linked arms with Su Taohua. "Sister Taohua, let us go buy phones together. If you marry my brother, you will truly be my sister-in-law." Su Taohua's heart raced as she cast a meaningful glance at Song Qian. Her earlier words had been a test for him. She was eager to see how he felt about her. This handsome young man, not only good-looking but also a brilliant medical student, was someone she would gladly marry, even at a loss. She wanted to gauge Song Qian's reaction to the phone proposal. Holding the phone, Song Qian smiled at the two. "Take out your phones. I shall transfer 10,000 to each of you as a token of goodwill. Go buy your own phones." Upon hearing this, Song Yao's smile grew even wider. She quickly retrieved her phone and found the QR code. Song Qian wasted no time. The 10,000 was promptly transferred. His sister had endured considerable hardship over the past 2 years due to his circumstances. Granting her this money not only allowed her to purchase a new phone, but also 2 new outfits, somewhat compensating for what she had suffered. As the funds arrived, Song Yao was once again elated. However, Su Taohua stood there, hesitant. Her earlier jest had merely been a test. She did not genuinely desire the money and felt too embarrassed to produce her phone. Noticing her reluctance, Song Qian prompted, "Sister Taohua, what are you doing? Hurry and find your QR code." Snapping back to reality, Su Taohua forced a smile. "Little Qian, I was just joking earlier. Now that you've earned 2 million, how could I dare to take your money? No, it's quite all right." She lowered her head, unable to meet Song Qian's gaze. At that moment, Song Yao tugged at her arm, gently shaking her. "Sister Taohua, you cannot act in this manner. Just a moment ago, you agreed that if my brother were to purchase a phone for you, you would genuinely become my sister-in-law. You cannot simply go back on your word." As Song Yao spoke, she swiftly retrieved the phone from Su Taohua's possession. "No, I cannot accept your brother's money," Su Taohua replied, her demeanor betraying a hint of panic as she attempted to reclaim the device. However, Song Qian was quick-witted, seizing Su Taohua's phone and promptly adding her as a friend, followed by a transfer of funds. "Sister Taohua, during my illness over the past 2 years, you have taken great care of our family. This 10,000 yuan is but a small token of my gratitude. Furthermore, the treatment for Lu Muyan earlier was conducted in your home. If you still feel uncomfortable accepting this money, let it be considered as a fee for the bed. You must accept it." After a long pause of contemplation, Su Taohua gently nodded. "Very well then. I shall reluctantly accept this 10,000 yuan for the time being. If you ever find yourself in need of money, I will provide it immediately." Chapter 46. Calling you brother. Song Qian waved his hand dismissively, stating that earning 2 million was merely the beginning. "Before long, I will undoubtedly amass a fortune exceeding 100 million. He added, "By the way, please refrain from sharing the news of my 2 million earnings with anyone in the village. I would rather not deal with the nuisance of lending money." Yu Taohua and the others nodded in agreement. Song Yi released Yu Taohua and turned her gaze to Song Qian. "Brother, having earned such a substantial amount, we should promptly return home to share this joyous news with our parents and bring them some happiness." "Very well, let us head home," Song Qian replied. Just as he was about to leave, Yu Taohua interjected, "Why not stay a bit longer? The giant turtle you gifted me this morning is yet to be stewed. Why don't you both come to my house for dinner first? We have a giant turtle as well." Before Song Qian could respond, Song Yao took over. "Oh, my mother stewed one this morning, and there is still plenty left. How about it, Sister Taohua? You should simply join us for dinner." Upon reflection, Yu Taohua had a bright idea. By dining at Song Qian's house, they could play a little longer afterward, and when the time was right, he could escort her home. This would allow her to execute her plan. Determined, she resolved to win over Song Qian, who was increasingly handsome and now proved to be financially successful. After being single for over 2 years, she was in dire need of a man. Song Qian was her ideal choice. The thought of being with him brought her joy even in her dreams. "All right then, I shall dine at your home," Yu Taohua said with a cheerful smile, quickening her pace to walk beside Song Yao. On the way, Song Qian contemplated the matter of his 2 million earnings, deciding it best not to inform their parents just yet. Otherwise, they might suspect the money's origins and not only fail to rejoice but also burden themselves with unnecessary worries. He explained the situation to Song Yao and Yu Taohua, both of whom found his reasoning sound. In Taohua village, if anyone could present several 100,000, the entire village would soon know, let alone Song Qian's 2 million. The news of his sudden wealth could wait. Just then, Song Qian's phone rang. Upon checking, He discovered it was the village beauty, Zhang Yibei, calling. Song Qian, I just saw a car pass by our house, and it was carrying Lu Muyun and Zhao Kiki. They didn't give you any trouble, did they? Earlier that morning, Song Qian had boasted in town about Lu Muyun's alleged cervical cancer, claiming he would require 100,000 for treatment, assuring a cure. Upon seeing Lu Muyun and her companion, Zhang Yibei recalled the events of the morning and worried that they had come to stir up trouble. Hearing the concern in Zhang Yibei's voice, Song Qian chuckled. What are you worried about? I have already cured Lu Muyun's ailment, and when I asked her for 100,000, she generously offered me 200,000 instead. What? She gave you 200,000? On the other end of the line, the astonished voice of Zhang Yibei could be heard. She believed she had misheard and repeated the amount for confirmation. What? Do you not believe me? Song Qian retorted, if you doubt it, I can send you the transaction details. Zhang Yibei paused for a few seconds, taken aback. Could it be that Song Qian had truly earned 2 million? Such good fortune seemed implausible. After all, 2 million was not something that grew on trees. Unconvinced, she felt compelled to see it for herself. No need. I'm coming to find you now. We'll wait for you on the road. Hurry over. A few minutes later, Zhang Yibei appeared before Song Qian and the others. Breathless, her ample bosom swaying. Indeed, the moniker busted beauty suited her well. Her flushed cheeks added to her allure. Song Qian glanced at her, and she appeared even more charming. Let me see your phone. You must be deceiving me, Zhang Yibei said, extending her delicate hand to snatch the phone from Song Qian. She opened the transaction details. Counting the digits, she gasped as she saw the number 2 followed by a series of zeros, akin to the amount promised. 2 million? Her wide, watery eyes brimmed with envy. Doubting her eyesight, she prepared to count once more. At that moment, Su Taohua interjected, Yibei, there's no need to count. Songya and I have already verified it several times. It truly is 2 million. Indeed, my brother treated Miss Lu at Sister Taohua's home. And only after the successful treatment was the payment made, Songya explained, her face beaming with joy. Really? Really cured? Zhang Yibei was incredulous. Unable to fathom how late-stage cervical cancer could be cured, it was simply unimaginable how Song Qian achieved such a feat. Yes, it's really cured. Both Songya and Su Taohua affirmed almost in unison. All right. Song Qian reclaimed her phone. No need for such astonishment. That's simply how it is. Lu Muyun has been cured, and the 2 million has indeed been transferred. Let us go. Yibei, we've prepared stewed old hen and a large turtle at our house. Would you like to join us for dinner? Zhang Yibei hesitated slightly, but then nodded, as it appeared that Zhang Yibei was about to accompany them. Su Taohua's expression turned sour. How could she carry out her plans if Zhang Yibei tagged along? Yibei. At that moment, Song Qian's voice broke in. Do you remember what we discussed in Jijiang Town? Looking at Zhang Yibei, he asked with a sly smile. I do. Zhang Yibei nodded earnestly. We agreed that if you cured Lu Muyun, I'd call you brother from now on. After all, you're older than me. So calling you brother Qian would be a loss for me. Upon reaching this point, Zhang Yibei fell silent. Calling Song Qian brother was trivial. But she had also promised to give him her clinic. Although the clinic held little value, she felt a twinge of reluctance. However, Zhang Yibei hesitated. Her expression tinged with awkwardness. There's no however about it. The clinic is mine as well. Are you intending to play tricks? We agreed on this in the morning. Song Qian said with utmost seriousness, intentionally teasing Zhang Yibei. Zhang Yibei clenched her teeth, uncertain of how to respond. She had invested over 10,000 yuan in that small clinic, and if she were to hand it over to Song Qian, she would incur a loss of at least 10,000 yuan. Just as Zhang Yibei grappled with her dilemma, Song Qian continued, although the clinic belongs to me. From this moment onward, I hereby appoint you as the manager of the clinic. All operations will proceed as usual, and the profits will be yours. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yibei's face brightened instantly. That mischievous Song Qian had deliberately frightened her. According to his words, nothing had changed at the clinic. It still belonged to her. This is what you said. You must not go back on your word. Chapter 47. Lu Muyun's re-examination. Song Qian chuckled and nodded. I was merely jesting. How could I possibly want your clinic? Am I not right? At this juncture, Song Qian shifted the topic. By the way, although I have no desire for your clinic, you must address me as Brother Qian from now on. Zhang Yibei's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she approached Song Qian and tugged at his sleeve. Yes, my dear Brother Qian, she cooed, her voice as melodious as a lark. After calling him Brother Qian, she playfully nudged him with her elbow, her face adorned with a mischievous grin. Upon returning home, Lu Shufan had already prepared a sumptuous meal. They all gathered around the table, relishing the food with delight. The meal lasted a full hour. After dining, Lu Shufan went to the kitchen to wash the dishes while Song Qian and Su Taohua chatted on the worn sofa in the living room. At that moment, footsteps echoed from outside. Soon after, a man with a pockmarked face resembling Wu Dalong appeared, holding a large rooster in one hand and a ham in the other. This was Wang Matzi. Wang Matzi had a bandage wrapped around his forehead, blood seeping through it, and his face bore numerous bruises, with several areas adorned with band-aids. His exposed arms were also covered in contusions. He set his burdens down in the living room and found a wooden stool to sit upon. Taohua Bei, you are here too? Seeing Wang Matzi's battered state, Su Taohua turned her head aside. Had it not been for Song Qian's repeated assistance, she would have surely been bullied by him. Zhang Yibei stared wide-eyed, bewildered. Brother Matzi, how did you end up so injured? Wang Matzi offered an awkward smile, refraining from explanation, and instead directed his gaze towards Song Qian. Xiao Qian, I acknowledge my wrongdoing regarding yesterday's incident at Longquan Mountain. I have come to apologize and seek your forgiveness. With that, he lowered his head. I realize my actions were excessive yesterday, and my impulsiveness today has only deepened our misunderstandings. As he spoke, Wang Matzi glanced at the rooster and ham. I sincerely apologize and implore your forgiveness. The rooster was freshly purchased from the market, and the ham is my own preparation. I only hope for your pardon. Wang Matzi bowed his head, his voice barely audible. Nearly a whisper by the end. He had no choice but to come and apologize. Even at this moment, he remained perplexed by the events surrounding Song Qian. Especially when in his presence, his body stiffened with fear. Wang Matzi truly feared that one day, Song Qian might take his life. Last night, he had burned Joss paper for Song Qian at home, but unbeknownst to him, Song Qian had appeared in his courtyard. Subsequently, Song Qian had pressed a knife against his neck. After threatening him, Song Qian's form had inexplicably floated away from his yard. Wang Matzi was convinced that it was not the spirit of Song Qian. As he reflected upon the afternoon, he recalled witnessing Song Qian's chest heaving and her breath accompanying her words. This indicated that she was indeed the genuine Song Qian. Her ability to soar beyond the confines of the courtyard was undeniably remarkable. What he needed to do now was to earn her forgiveness. Observing Wang Matzi's sincere apology, coupled with the fact that he had been thoroughly beaten earlier that day, Song Qian had no intention of holding a grudge or engaging in lengthy discussions. Wang Matzi, your actions yesterday were truly excessive. However, considering your heartfelt apology, I shall let it slide, she said. As for what transpired at your home last night, I trust you will keep it to yourself. Should you dare to speak of it, I believe you are well aware of the consequences. Of course not. Wang Matzi hastily shook his head. Upon hearing Song Qian's inclination to forgive him, he dared not utter a word in defiance. The incident of Song Qian flying from the courtyard was something he wouldn't dare to disclose. Even if he did, no one would believe him. Instead, it would only invite trouble. Since you have forgiven me, please accept the rooster and ham as a token of my gratitude. I shall not impose upon you further. Thank you for your magnanimity. Wang Matzi rose, preparing to take his leave. Take them back. I have no need for them, Song Qian's voice interjected as he turned away. By the way, the betrothal gift has already been returned to you. I hope you will cease your pursuit of Sister Taohua. Otherwise, as she spoke, Song Qian subtly cast a spell of immobilization. In an instant, Wang Matzi was frozen, akin to a statue of ice, unable to move or utter a word. 5 seconds later, the sensation faded. Wang Matzi quickly turned around, nodding and bowing in submission. Rest assured, I will no longer pursue Sister Taohua. He understood that Song Qian's brief immobilization was a warning, a clear indication that should he misbehave, dire consequences awaited him. Little Qian, I sincerely apologize. Please do not make me take back the rooster and ham. I am truly sorry, Wang Matzi implored, his anxiety palpable as he hastily exited. Once Wang Matzi had departed, Song Yao and Zhang Yibei immediately surrounded Song Qian, eager to learn why Wang Matzi had come to apologize. Song Qian fabricated a few details to appease them. However, he refrained from mentioning the incident on Longquan Mountain, where Wang Matzi had thrown him into the demon cave to bully Su Taohua. Fortunately, these two were rather naive and believed whatever he told them. Thus, he successfully navigated the situation. Song Qian was confident that Wang Matzi would not dare to speak of the events that transpired on Longquan Mountain, and Su Taohua would certainly remain silent as well. For the time being, he wished to keep this matter under wraps, especially from his parents. If they were to learn that he had been thrown into a demon cave, they would undoubtedly be filled with dread. After chatting for a while, Zhang Yibei insisted that they go fishing the next day and suggested inviting Su Taohua and Song Yao along. Regardless of her persuasion, Song Qian was unwilling to join. Left with no other choice, Zhang Yibei could only feel disheartened. As Zhang Yibei and Su Taohua prepared to head home, they stood up. And Su Taohua requested that Song Qian accompany them. Song Yao stood by, subtly encouraging Song Qian to accompany them. With no choice, Song Qian reluctantly agreed to escort the two back. In the office of Director Sun at Jiangqing Hospital, his trembling hands clutched Lu Muyun's examination report. Unable to suppress the twitching at the corners of his mouth, while beads of sweat formed on his forehead. Just yesterday, Lu Muyun had come for a checkup. And it was only this morning that the report revealed a diagnosis of late-stage cervical cancer. Subsequently, Lu Muyun was summoned for a follow-up examination. The outcome remained unchanged. She was still diagnosed with late-stage cervical cancer. However, at this moment, the scans in Director Sun's hands indicated that Lu Muyun was, in fact, perfectly healthy. Could it be that the previous two diagnoses were mere misdiagnoses, given that the patient was the eldest daughter of the Lu family? A misdiagnosis at Jiangqing Hospital would be catastrophic, and the repercussions would surely be dire. Director Sun wiped the cold sweat from his brow, the twitching at his mouth intensifying. And his hands trembled uncontrollably, nearly causing the report to slip from his grasp. Chapter 48. All is well. He forced himself to regain his composure, carefully setting down the film before lifting the teacup to sip some cold water. Miss Lu, it seems that our machine may have encountered a malfunction. If you would permit, I shall personally operate the machine and conduct a re-examination for you. I kindly ask for your understanding. Dean Sun stuttered, unable to articulate a coherent sentence. Observing the pallor on Dean Sun's face, Lu Muyun felt a surge of alarm. Dean Sun, has my condition worsened? However, Lu Muyun distinctly sensed that the discomfort in her abdomen had dissipated while in Peach Blossom Village. How could it possibly have deteriorated? Could it be a fleeting moment of clarity, signifying she had but days to live? Such thoughts darkened her expression. Zhao Kiki, sitting nearby, felt her countenance shift to one of concern. She yearned to reveal to Lu Muyun that Song Qian was nothing but a consummate fraud. One who deceived not only for money but also for illicit gains. On their journey back, Lu Muyun had recounted her treatment experiences to Zhao Kiki, mentioning how Song Qian had administered acupuncture to her lower abdomen and how she had handed over 2 million in the room. Seeing Dean Sun's expression, Zhao Kiki was increasingly convinced of Song Qian's deceit, especially since it had ensnared her own mistress. Tomorrow, they must go to Peach Blossom Village and confront this swindler to alleviate Lu Muyun's grievances. Miss, we should never have trusted Song Qian, Zhao Kiki asserted. Indeed. Lu Muyun nodded weakly. I never imagined him to be such a person. We must seek him out tomorrow. Absolutely. We must confront him, Zhao Kiki affirmed, gripping Lu Muyun's wrist to offer reassurance. At that moment, Dean Sun's voice interrupted. Miss Lu, it appears that our machine has malfunctioned. I would appreciate the opportunity to conduct another examination. That's unnecessary. Lu Muyun waved her hand dismissively. I have already booked a flight abroad, departing early the day after tomorrow. Given that my condition has worsened, it seems futile to conduct further tests. Dean Sun was momentarily taken aback. Worsened? I never stated such a thing. The readings clearly indicate no illness. What does she mean by a worsening condition? Miss Lu, your condition has not worsened. This examination reveals you are indeed healthy. It must be that the machine malfunctioned, Dean Sun clarified. Healthy? Both Lu Muyun and Zhao Kiki exclaimed in unison. Yes, Dean Sun reiterated, from the film. You are undoubtedly in good health. The results starkly contrast with those from this morning. Upon hearing this, Lu Muyun and Zhao Kiki sprang to their feet. Sun Changda, Lu Muyun shouted, pointing an accusatory finger at Dean Sun. Why didn't you inform me sooner that I was healthy? You nearly scared me to death. How do you even manage this institution? You fool. Truly no illness? Zhao Kiki asked, eyes wide with disbelief. Dean Sun nodded emphatically. Based on this film, Miss Lu, you are indeed in good health. Given the drastic discrepancy in results, it is clear that there was an issue with the hospital's machinery. I must trouble you to accompany me now to the MRI room. I will personally conduct your examination. Regarding the misunderstanding caused by the misdiagnosis that affected Miss Lu, I shall provide you with an explanation and take full responsibility for the emotional compensation. Dean Sun was unaware that Lu Muyun had recovered. At that moment, he still believed that it was a malfunction of the machine. A long-lost smile adorned Lu Muyun's face as she exclaimed, Haha, it wasn't the machine that malfunctioned. It was my body that has healed. Song Qian did not deceive me. He truly did not deceive me. It was my lack of faith in him that frightened me. We misjudged Song Qian. Lu Muyun joyfully exclaimed while grasping Zhao Qi's hand. Kiki, we truly misjudged Song Qian. He cured my illness, haha. I never anticipated that he really healed me. Lu Muyun danced with glee, her heart brimming with joy. Dean Sun was utterly perplexed, confusion etched on his face. He cured you? Is that so? Lu Muyun nodded emphatically, declaring, Indeed, my late-stage cancer has certainly been cured. There is no doubt about it. She burst into laughter, her face radiant with happiness, nearly leaping with joy. Dean Sun, with an expression of disbelief and an array of questions in his eyes, could not help but gaze at Lu Muyun, noticing her excited countenance flushed with color. Compared to the morning, she appeared invigorated, truly resembling a healthy individual. Miss Lu, might I trouble you to take a seat so that I may examine your pulse once more? I need to confirm whether you are genuinely healed. Lu Muyun, still beaming, sat down opposite Dean Sun, extending her delicate hand before him. Dean Sun grasped Lu Muyun's wrist, meticulously examining her pulse. The more he checked, the more astonished he became. From the pulse, it was evident that Lu Muyun had indeed recovered. Well, Miss Lu, the pulse indicates a positive response. Your body has indeed healed. To ensure absolute certainty, I shall arrange for an MRI. Receiving a confirmation from Dean Sun, Lu Muyun's smile grew even brighter. She had truly recuperated. From the diagnosis of cervical cancer to her present recovery, it felt like a dream. So surreal, yet so tangible. An hour later, the results of the fourth examination were released. And Lu Muyun finally held the proof in her hands. The imaging confirmed her recovery. In the office of the dean, Sun Changde was astounded. Miss Lu, are you saying that the little divine Dr. Song Qian from Taohua village cured you with just 2 needles? Lu Muyun nodded affirmatively, indeed. With this confirmation, Sun Changde was left speechless in shock. After 4 examinations, he could assert with 100% certainty that the hospital's machinery had functioned properly. The truth was that Lu Muyun's ailment had indeed been cured. The simplicity of acupuncture could rectify late-stage cervical cancer. Such medical prowess could only be attributed to a celestial being. That fool, Song Qian, must be a divine entity incarnate. Miss Lu, would you kindly accompany me to Taohua village? I wish to meet Song Qian at the earliest opportunity. Sun Changde recalled that 2 years prior, an intern at the hospital bore the same name, Song Qian, and also hailed from Taohua village. Later, it was learned that Song Qian had fallen ill, necessitating the transfer of his position to another physician. Initially, Sun Changde did not place much significance on this event. However, 2 years later, he encountered the name Song Qian once more, and in such an astonishing manner. Never mind, Lu Muyun waved her hand, as it was quite late. She had arranged to express her gratitude to the esteemed physician Song the following day. If Director Sun wished to accompany her, he was welcome to join her at the Lu group in the morning. At that moment, Lu Muyun felt immense gratitude towards Song Qian, and her manner of address had transformed from casually using his name to now referring to him as Physician Song. Sun Changde rose to his feet, clapping his hands in appreciation, exclaiming his thanks to Miss Lu for her kindness, and assuring her he would be waiting for her at the Lu group the next morning. In Taohua village, on the main road, Song Qian and Su Taohua walked side by side. Originally, when returning Zhang Yibei home, they would pass by Su Taohua's residence. Thus, Song Qian ought to have first escorted Su Taohua home before seeing Zhang Yibei off. Chapter 49, confronted by Zhao Taizhu yet, Su Taohua found an excuse, claiming she had overeaten and wished to take a leisurely stroll, thus accompanying Song Qian to return Zhang Yibei home before making her way back. Song Qian, left with no choice, acquiesced. At this moment, having delivered Zhang Yibei, the two turned back, walking side by side, resembling a couple in love. Su Taohua was resolute. This evening presented a rare opportunity, and she was determined to persuade Song Qian to accompany her to her home. Song Qian was aware of Su Taohua's intentions. Renowned for her beauty, Su Taohua was the celebrated widow of Taohua village, her physique and visage deemed flawless. Should Su Taohua not mind, Song Qian would willingly oblige her, as this was a matter of mutual affection. As they strolled and conversed, smiles adorned their faces. Su Taohua was elated, believing her aspirations for the night might come to fruition, while Song Qian's joy was manifold. Not only had he earned 2 million today, but he had also discovered a petal of the divine consciousness lotus. The forthcoming task was to devise a means to acquire that petal from Lu Muyun. As they continued their walk, they soon arrived at Zhao Taizhu's doorstep. Coincidentally, Zhao Taizhu was outside, smoking a cigarette. Spotting Song Qian, he hurriedly approached them, inquiring, Su Taohua, little Qian, where are you headed? Song Qian replied, Sister Tao Hua and Zhang Yibei had dinner at my place tonight. We just returned Zhang Yibei and are now on our way home. Oh, I see, Zhao Taizhu chuckled. I thought you had other plans. Do come in and sit for a while. Zhao Taizhu, lingering at the entrance, was compelled to smoke due to Zhou Chuanhua's insistence. She had informed him that the chances of success regarding the matter with Song Qian were minimal, thus necessitating an increase in the probability of success. Consequently, he was urged to seek out Song Qian. However, he felt embarrassed to do so at such a late hour. Little did he expect that as he was smoking, Song Qian would appear before him, signifying that fate had intervened, and this evening must not be squandered. The only lament was the presence of Su Taohua beside him. To speak candidly, the affairs between Zhao Taizhu and Song Qian had become somewhat absurd, and Zhao Taizhu was not entirely willing, especially tonight. With Zhou Chunhua pressing him once again, Zhao Taizhu found himself quite distressed. How could such matters persist indefinitely? If this attempt were unsuccessful, he could accept waiting until next month. Yet, the prospect of a consecutive failure left him at a loss for words. However, under Zhou Chuanhua's coercion, he had no choice but to reluctantly concede, promising her that he could only manage this within the next couple of days. If all else failed, they would have to wait until the following month. Zhou Chunhua, resigned, could only agree with great reluctance. At Zhao Tieju's home, Zhou Chuanhua's face bore a faint blush as she busied herself, pouring cups of hot water for Song Qian and Su Taohua. Subsequently, she brought out sunflower seeds and fruit candies, arranging them on the wooden table in the living room before finally sitting down to engage Su Taohua in conversation. It seemed the events of the night were destined to be rather troublesome. Desiring to keep Song Qian for herself, Zhou Chunhua found herself at a loss for a suitable pretext. Yet, the thought of parting with Song Qian left her feeling somewhat reluctant. What was to be done? She turned her gaze towards Zhao Taizhu, hoping he could devise a plan to send Su Taohua away, as that would create an opportunity. However, Zhao Taizhu, racking his brain, could not conjure a solution. They all sat together, cracking sunflower seeds, sipping water, and exchanging trivial anecdotes, creating a lively atmosphere. After a while, Su Taohua suddenly spoke up. Brother Taizhu, there is something I wish to share with you, though I fear it may upset you. I have held back for quite some time before finally deciding to speak. Su Taohua hesitated, her words caught in her throat. Observing her demeanor, Zhou Chunhua inquired, Sister Taohua, it seems you have something to say. Please, do not hold back. Zhao Taizhu chimed in, Indeed, we are all friends here. If you have something to share, please do so openly. It feels rather strange to dance around the subject. Su Taohua cracked open a sunflower seed, discarding the shell, and tossed the remaining seeds into the enamel bowl atop the wooden table. She clapped her hands, directing her gaze towards Zhao Taizhu. Brother Taizhu, everyone in Taohua village knows you suffer from a sensitive ailment and have been swindled by unscrupulous hospitals out of a considerable sum. If I may suggest, you need not trust any doctors. There is a miraculous healer in my vicinity who can assist you. As Su Taohua spoke, her eyes shifted to Song Qian. Song Qian nodded, taking over the conversation. Brother Taizhu, what Sister Taohua has said is indeed accurate. I can cure your ailment. I mentioned this to you yesterday. Yet you did not believe me, leaving me feeling helpless. The topic brought an awkward tension to Zhao Taizhu. The greatest fear of any man is to be deemed inadequate. And Zhao Taizhu was indeed in a precarious situation due to his affliction. Zhou Chunhua lifted her eyelids, casting a glance at Zhao Taizhu. Her husband's lack of resolve caused her distress as well. Throughout their years of marriage, she had endured the disdain of many. Zhou Chunhua hesitated, uncertain of how to broach the subject. Regarding the proposal from Song Qian and Su Taohua, it was true that Song Qian had mentioned it the day prior. However, Zhao Taiju's predicament was one that even large hospitals could not remedy, let alone a young man like Song Qian. Noticing the silence and the peculiar expressions on Zhao Taiju's face, Su Taohua felt a wave of embarrassment and quickly sought to alleviate the awkwardness. Brother Taizhu, Sister Chunhua, I assure you, I am not deceiving you. Xiao Qian's medical skills surpass your expectations. Why not allow him to assist you just once? Even if he cannot succeed, what do you truly have to lose? Zhao Taizhu shook his head, letting out a sigh. Taohua, I fear you may laugh at my plight. I am perceived as the most ineffectual man among us. I have even undergone IVF, only to be swindled out of tens of thousands. I am acutely aware of my own condition. Zhou Chunhua's face darkened, and she too sighed. Indeed, it seems my husband and I are destined to remain childless. Taohua, we appreciate your kind intentions. I harbor no ill will towards you. I have ceased to hold any hope for Taiju's health. Listening to the trio's exchange, Song Qian felt somewhat at a loss for words. Iron Pillar, along with Sister Chunhua, seems reluctant to believe in themselves. They merely need to give it a try. Yet they lack even the courage to do so. It appears that the trials of the past few years have indeed worn them down. Iron Pillar. Trust me just this once. I only wish to administer a silver needle. To be frank, I cured my parents' ailments just last night. If you do not believe me, feel free to call and inquire. Are you saying? Zhao Taizhu exclaimed, eyes wide with disbelief as he gazed at Song Qian. You have cured your father's leg condition and your mother's facial spasms? Indeed, Song Qian affirmed with a nod. As he spoke, he turned his gaze towards Su Taohua. If you doubt me, ask Sister Taohua. She and Zhang Yibei dined at my home this evening. Chapter 50. The requests of Zhao Taizhu and his wife, Su Taohua, nodded hastily, affirming the truth of the matter. After a brief pause, she shifted the topic. By the way, I forgot to mention, today at my house, Xiao Qian performed a miracle. You must have heard of Lu Muyan from the Lu family in Jiaocheng. She has been afflicted with cervical cancer and specifically sought out Song Qian for treatment. Zhao Taizhu and his wife were utterly astonished by Su Taohua's words. Is that so? Zhao Taizhu inquired. Both Song Qian and Su Taohua nodded in unison, with Su Taohua chuckling, we are from the same village. Would I deceive you? Originally, Su Taohua had wished to disclose that Song Qian had treated Lu Muyun, who had generously rewarded him with 2 million yuan. However, after some contemplation, she refrained from doing so. Song Qian had previously instructed her not to share this information publicly, fearing it would incite jealousy among the villagers, leading everyone to seek loans from him. Zhao Taizhu and his wife listened, uncertain yet intrigued. After a considerable pause, Zhao Taizhu's mind sparked with an idea. Sister Taohua, since you mentioned it, I am willing to give it a try, but discussing such ailments makes me quite uncomfortable. How about this? I want to keep you here. I have some male-related issues I wish to discuss privately with Song Qian. Zhao Taizhu's statement was laden with implications. It provided an opportunity to send Su Taohua away while simultaneously allowing for a private conversation with Song Qian, effectively achieving two objectives with one action. Zhou Chunhua raised her eyes, regarding Zhao Taizhu with approval, thinking her husband had finally displayed some cleverness. Once Su Taohua departed, she could continue the matters from yesterday with Song Qian. A glimmer of desire flickered across Zhou Chunhua's face. Su Taohua, feeling dismissed, was quite embarrassed. She did not want to return home alone, but felt compelled to do so. After all, Zhao Taizhu had made it clear that he wanted to discuss male issues. And as a widow, it was hardly appropriate for her to linger. Rising from her seat, Su Taohua rolled her eyes at Song Qian. In that case, Xiao Qian, please take good care of Brother Taizhu, and do not disappoint him. I shall take my leave. Reluctantly, she turned to exit. Zhou Chunhua stood to see Su Taohua out. Once the door closed behind her, Zhou Chunhua locked it, and, with a heart fluttering like a fawn's, sauntered back into the living room. Taizhu, I believe Su Taohua has gone far enough. Why not step outside for a couple of cigarettes and take a stroll? Return in half an hour. Zhao Taizhu nodded and rose to his feet. Song Qian abruptly grasped his arm. Brother Taizhu, what are you doing? Zhao Taizhu gently pushed Song Qian aside. Xiao Qian, I have discussed this with your sister-in-law. Regarding yesterday's matters, I implore you once more. I will step outside for a smoke. You two continue. As he turned to leave, Song Qian seized him again. Brother Taizhu, I can agree to your request. But I have a condition. You must allow me to treat you first this evening. After the treatment, you may go outside for a smoke. Does that sound agreeable? Zhao Taizhu hesitated briefly before nodding in acquiescence. After all, it was merely a silver needle. It wouldn't bring about any harm. After Song Qian completed his treatment, he thought it would not be too late to step outside for a smoke. All right then, how can I assist you? He inquired. Song Qian casually grabbed a small wooden stool, instructed Zhao Taizhu to sit with his back towards him at a slight angle, and asked him to lift his shirt. At that moment, seizing the opportunity while Zhou Chunhua was distracted, Song Qian's mind stirred, and he retrieved silver needles from the lotus space. Observing the sudden appearance of several silver needles in Song Qian's hand, Zhou Chunhua's eyes widened in disbelief, her face a canvas of astonishment. Song Qian began the treatment for Zhao Taizhu. The procedure unfolded without incident, concluding in a mere 10 minutes. Once finished, Zhao Taizhu adjusted his clothing. Reaching into his pockets to find only 2 cigarettes remaining, he approached the cabinet, retrieved a pack of cigarettes, grabbed a lighter, and turned to walk out the door. Chunhua, call me when it's over. Zhou Chunhua murmured softly, her cheeks flushed. Watching Zhao Taizhu's retreating figure, she felt a mix of excitement and shame. Her heart a tumult of emotions. This situation was indeed absurd. Yet, in pursuit of a child, she was willing to take the plunge. Earlier that afternoon, she had calculated the dates. Today and tomorrow were the optimal days for a higher success rate. Upon hearing Zhao Taizhu close the outer door, Zhou Chunhua finally stood up, twisting her delicate waist as she walked towards the living room entrance, shutting the door behind her and locking it from the inside. After securing the door, she returned to face Song Qian. Xiao Qian, you won't hold it against us for forcing you into this, will you? Please don't be angry. Song Qian thought to himself, why would he be angry? Though he and Zhao Taizhu referred to each other as brothers, they shared no blood ties. Song Qian bore the surname Song while Zhao Taizhu was a Zhao. If they didn't mind, why should he? Sister Chunhua, I have no issues. But I noticed Zhao Taizhu's countenance was off, and I worry he might harbor resentment towards me in the future. Zhou Chunhua glanced towards the door, raising her voice slightly. If he dares to resent you, I will deal with him. If it weren't for his ineptitude, we wouldn't have to endure such turmoil. Nor would we have been easily deceived out of over 100,000 by unscrupulous hospitals. Wouldn't you agree? Song Qian nodded, acknowledging the truth in her words. Sister Chunhua, however, I must emphasize one thing. I truly believe Zhao Taizhu has been cured. If you are hesitant now, perhaps we should reconsider. Oh, please, Zhou Chunhua exclaimed. Do you think I am unaware? You believe a few casual needle pricks can remedy his impotence? Who are you trying to fool? What if it actually works? Song Qian countered. If it works, then it works. Zhou Chunhua clarified. Even if you genuinely cure him, I won't blame you for the events of the past few days. At this juncture, she shifted her tone. Moreover, you are incapable of truly curing him. Rising from her seat, Zhou Chunhua approached Song Qian, her slender waist swaying like a water snake as she linked her arm with his. The brother and sister decided to relocate for a more profound conversation. Song Qian rose to her feet, following Zhou Chunhua into the inner room. An hour later, they emerged from within, whereupon Zhou Chunhua retrieved her phone and dialed Zhao Taizhu. After a span of over 10 minutes, Zhao Taizhu returned home. Song Qian repeatedly urged Zhao Taizhu to visit the hospital for an examination in the coming days, confidently patting her chest and assuring him that his ailment had been cured. Zhao Taizhu, albeit skeptical, nodded in agreement and informed Song Qian that even if he were indeed healed, he would not hold her responsible for the recent absurdities, but rather express his gratitude towards her. As Song Qian took her leave, Zhao Taizhu presented her with a red envelope containing 600 yuan, promising that should the matter be resolved successfully, he would bestow upon her an additional red envelope of 888 yuan on another occasion. Though Song Qian initially declined, she ultimately accepted the 600 yuan with graciousness. Chapter 51. Su Taohua tosses and turns, unable to sleep. Song Qian, clutching a red envelope, swiftly returned home. At that moment, his parents and younger sister had yet to retire for the night. Upon seeing Song Qian return so late, Song Yao wore a mischievous grin and made a face at him. Brother, you've taken so long to come back. I thought Sister Taohua was keeping you at her house for the night, haha. Song Qian raised a hand and playfully swatted Song Yao. How can you speak like that? Song Yao brushed his hand away, her smile growing even brighter. This afternoon at Sister Taohua's house, she said to my face that if you were willing, she would consider herself my true sister-in-law. If you could marry such a beautiful woman, our Song family would indeed be blessed. As she spoke, Song Yao's face was filled with longing. In her mind, their family was quite impoverished, and if Su Taohua were to wed Song Qian, it would indeed be a stroke of good fortune for the Song clan. However, at that moment, Song Yao completely forgot that just this afternoon, Song Qian had earned 2 million, already firmly establishing himself as a wealthy man. Just as Song Yao's words fell, Lu Shufan hastily intervened. Xiao Yao, it's fine to joke with your brother, but such remarks in front of Su Taohua should never be uttered again. TCH. Song Yao pouted. I'm not just saying that. I'm not lying to you. This afternoon at Sister Taohua's house, she explicitly acknowledged that she wants to be my brother's wife. Song Yongfu stroked his chin, a smile gracing his face. Despite Su Taohua being a widow, she was undeniably beautiful and kind-hearted, truly an excellent daughter-in-law. If she did not mind their family's financial struggles, this would undoubtedly be a remarkable match. The thought of Song Qian marrying Su Taohua could certainly bring honor to the Song family. Though he pondered this, Song Yongfu refrained from offering advice. Shufan, let the children handle their own matters. Su Taohua has a good relationship with our family. Even if Xiao Yao said something inappropriate, she likely wouldn't take offense. Now, let's drop this topic. Waving his hand, Song Qian looked up at his parents. Mom, Dad, today I went fishing and earned over 10,000 yuan. This afternoon, at Sister Taohua's house, I treated that female CEO, and she rewarded me with 200,000 yuan. Our house is quite dilapidated. Perhaps I should find a few people to renovate it. Song Qian understated his earnings, stating 200,000 instead of 2 million, fearing his parents might feel pressured. Upon hearing this, his parents' eyes widened in astonishment. Song Yongfu inquired, "What? You mean you made over 10,000 from selling fish and earned another 200,000 for treating someone?" Song Yo chimed in. "My brother indeed made over 210,000. Did you truly earn this much?" Lu Shufan asked, her eyes wide with disbelief. The thought of 200,000 was something she had never dared to dream of. Song Qian nodded. "Why would I lie to you? I really made over 210,000. Zhang Yibei accompanied me to sell the fish. You can ask her if you don't believe me." With Song Qian's confirmation, both parents' faces broke into radiant smiles. Fools are often blessed, and this child, having battled illness for over 2 years, has only just recovered for a mere day, yet has already performed such astonishing feats. Could this be the adage that one who survives great calamity is destined for future fortune? Moments later, Lu Shufan continued, "As for the matter of renovating the house, we shall discuss it later. We still owe your uncle's family 5,000. Your aunt is quite unreasonable. If she were to learn that we have money for renovations, she would surely not let it go easily." Song Qian shook his head, not overly concerned. "It's just a debt of 5,000. It can be repaid. It is only right to return what is borrowed. Even if my aunt is somewhat difficult, after all, it is her money, and it must be repaid. Besides, I have funds now, though I prefer not to disclose to my parents that I possess over 2 million. Mother, it's fine. If my aunt demands the money, we shall repay her. The remaining funds can be used for the renovations later." The family conversed at length regarding the renovations, ultimately deciding that the house must indeed be repaired. However, Song Qian held a different view when the time came to renovate. He intended to demolish the house and construct a villa anew. He had made a 3-year pact with the Lotus Immortal, within which he must locate the shards of the divine consciousness Lotus and assemble them. Failure to do so would mean certain death. Song Qian could not guarantee he would fulfill this task within the 3 years. If he failed, his life would be forfeit. Within this time frame, he was determined to ensure his parents lived well, and building a new house was a significant step toward the goal. After their discussion concluded, the family retired for the night. In the secluded embroidery chamber of Su Taohua's home, she lay in bed, tossing and turning. It was a challenging night for her. She had planned to win over Song Qian, yet her efforts had been thwarted by the unexpected arrival of Zhang Yibei, followed by the couple Zhao Taizhu and his wife. Without these three, her plans would surely have succeeded. Su Taohua believed herself to be quite charming and could not fathom why Song Qian would remain indifferent to her. Yet, the favorable circumstances before her seemed to unravel inexplicably. "Foolish Song Qian, you imbecile. Do you not even know if you've returned home? You passed by your sister's door without a visit. Silly boy, look at your foolish self. You wanted sweets and peaches, and I have everything here. Why do you not come over? Song Qian, remember, you cannot escape your sister's grasp. Await me, for I shall surely win you over." Su Taohua muttered to herself, rolling onto her side. After a time of restless tossing, her mind remained in turmoil, and sleep eluded her. She turned on the light and made her way to the bathroom. After a refreshing shower lasting over 10 minutes, she returned to her bedroom, lying flat on her back. With only her head exposed, she lamented, "Song Qian, why do you fail to understand my intentions? Silly boy." Su Taohua fluffed her bedding, then kicked the covers off, burrowing back into them. Yet her mind continued to race. She pulled the blankets snugly around herself, seeking comfort. Meanwhile, at Song Qian's home, he had just fallen asleep. From yesterday until now, he has endured an overwhelming array of experiences. Reflecting upon each event, Song Qian feels a sense of unreality. Lu Muyun had mentioned that she would come to his home tomorrow to express her gratitude personally and also hinted at a request she had for him. What could it possibly be? Additionally, Song Qian has another pressing concern: how to retrieve the pendant that Lu Muyun wears around her neck, a treasured heirloom of her family. It seems rather challenging to acquire it effortlessly. Pondering deeply, Song Qian finds himself at a loss. Just then, his phone illuminated. He grabbed it, discovering a voice message from Su Taohua. "Little brother, your sister is sleepless and lonely. No matter how I try, I can't seem to fall asleep. Are you already asleep? Could you come over to keep me company for a while?" Chapter 52, the request for financial assistance from Uncle's home and the voice message that followed. 2 alluring red lips appeared. Behind the expression of those crimson lips, a pair of beckoning gestures followed. Su Taohua's voice was sweet and melodious, radiating warmth and comfort. which inevitably stirred the heart of Song Qian. This sister Tao Hua possessed not only a captivating visage but also an enchanting figure, with curves that were both pronounced and elegant. It was one thing to have such a splendid physique, but her voice was equally beguiling. That soft, tender tone could easily ensnare any man. And for a spirited young man like Song Qian, it was particularly intoxicating. Had it not been for the late hour, he might have entertained the thought of sneaking over to Su Taohua's home to keep her company for a while. Sister Taohua, what troubles you? He swiftly sent in reply. Barely half a minute had passed when Su Taohua's voice message returned, playfully chiding him, "You rascal," pretending not to know. Following that, she sent another message. "Little brother, I find myself all alone, with no strong man by my side. Why not come over and chat with me? I just can't seem to fall asleep. If you don't come, I might just pay you a visit instead." One message after another flowed from Su Taohua, accompanied by a flurry of beckoning emojis. Listening to her gentle and soothing voice left Song Qian in turmoil. However, the hour was indeed late. Moreover, his parents and sister were likely still awake. If he ventured out now, it would not escape their notice. "Sister Taohua, I've just returned home after treating Brother Taiju for over an hour, and my parents have just settled down for the night. It's truly inconvenient for me to come over right now. Perhaps another day?" He sent his voice message with a sigh. Moments later, Su Taohua's reply came. "Little Qian, you were a great help to me today regarding my matter with Wang Matzi. Can't I express my gratitude properly? Besides, I have some delicious treats here. Didn't you used to love coming over to enjoy them? How about you come now?" Su Taohua, undeterred, continued to press the issue. "Sister Taohua, it genuinely isn't a good time today. You should get some rest. I promise to come see you another day, and please don't find me bothersome then." As soon as he sent his message, Su Taohua quickly responded, "No way. The door to my home will always be open for you." In her voice, she deliberately slowed her pace and raised her tone when mentioning the word door, accompanied by a mischievous giggle. Song Qian, not oblivious, understood her implication. "All right, I'll definitely visit you another day." The next morning, as Song Qian was washing his face, he heard the sound of a car outside. With a creak, a vehicle came to a halt at his doorstep, and the door opened. 3 figures emerged: his maternal uncle, his aunt, and their son, Lu Zhenxiang, who was Song Qian's older cousin. Song Qian did not harbor any ill feelings towards his uncle. However, aunt and cousin Song Qian are not particularly fond of each other. The cousin, 2 years his senior, frequently visited Song Qian during his childhood, and each visit resulted in Song Qian facing bullying. The memories of those days remain vividly etched in his mind. While he could overlook the antics of children back then, the reality is that Lu Zhenxiang has not changed his malicious ways. Song Qian recalls that in the past 2 years, during his episodes of foolishness, Lu Zhenxiang visited their home numerous times, each occasion solely to demand money. During these visits, he faced a barrage of personal attacks. Though they are cousins, Lu Zhenxiang felt more like a stranger. As for aunt, she epitomizes the characteristics of a shrew and a rogue. The family owes aunt's household a sum of 50,000 yuan, which was borrowed secretly by uncle. Once aunt discovered this, she frequently came to demand repayment, and despite Song Qian's previous mental struggles, he remembers her contemptuous demeanor all too well. Her words were venomous and her insults cutting. The entire Song family has endured her harsh tongue, with even his sister, Song Yao, having suffered physical abuse at her hands. Since they have come to collect the debt, it is imperative to repay them. He truly wishes to avoid even a glance at aunt. As Song Qian's thoughts wandered, aunt and her family pushed open the dilapidated wooden door and entered the yard of Song Qian's home. Upon seeing him washing his face, aunt approached, narrowing her eyes in disdain. "Foolish Song Qian, I hear that foolish people have foolish fortunes. You caught quite a few fish yesterday and sold them for over 10,000 yuan. It's time to repay the money you owe our family, isn't it? You foolish boy, who would have thought you could sell fish for so much?" Aunt's tone was condescending, filled with arrogance. Before she could finish, Lu Zhenxiang interjected, "My foolish cousin, since you've made money selling fish, it's time to repay the 50,000 yuan you owe us. It has been 2 years. Today you must pay up." As he spoke, he extended his hand towards Song Qian, demanding the money. The commotion in the yard reached the ears of Song Qian's parents and sister, who promptly emerged. Upon seeing aunt, Song Yao trembled. It was this venomous middle-aged woman who had struck her twice last year simply for speaking out of turn during a previous demand for money, shamelessly claiming she was teaching her a lesson on behalf of their parents. Instinctively, she took 2 steps back, her face betraying her fear. Song Qian's father, Song Yongfu, was the first to speak, Please, come inside and sit down. It would be rather embarrassing for you to stand out here. Lu Zhenjuan, with a dark expression, found himself at a loss for words. He had been compelled to come by his wife and son that morning, feeling a sense of shame to demand money from a family already struggling. However, he could not disregard his wife's insistence, especially since he had borrowed the money in secret. Lu Zhenjuan and his sister, Lu Shufan, who is Song Qian's mother, have shared a close bond since childhood. When they learned of their sister's misfortunes, he had willingly offered to lend her 50,000 yuan for her family's needs. 2 years prior, after Song Qian's unfortunate transformation, and with their father's injury and their mother's health issues, they had no choice but to accept his help, promising to repay it once they were able. However, as the family's financial situation continues to deteriorate, the prospect of even 5,000 yuan seems like an astronomical sum to the Song Qian family, let alone 50,000. As it stands, the debt of 50,000 has lingered unresolved until now. Yongfu, I am truly at a loss for words and feel utterly ashamed to visit your home. I sincerely apologize, brother-in-law. If it is not too much trouble, might you consider a way to address the 50,000 yuan issue? Alas, Lu Zhenjuan, with great reluctance, broached the subject of money, then let out a deep sigh, overwhelmed by a profound sense of shame, lowering his head in embarrassment. He harbors a fear of his wife, who has been pressuring him to bring up this matter. Lu Zhenjuan feels as though he has lost all dignity. Although their family does not urgently require the 50,000 yuan, his wife and son are increasingly anxious about the Song Qian family's declining fortunes and the possibility that they may ultimately be unable to repay the debt, thus compelling Lu Zhenjuan to seek the funds sooner rather than later. Chapter 53. A lesson for Lu Zhenxing. As Song Yongfu was about to speak, Song Qian interjected, "Uncle, you lent our family 50,000 yuan, which has greatly assisted us. Since you are here, allow me to repay you." With that, Song Qian retrieved his phone from his pocket. "Uncle, please provide me with your payment code. I shall transfer the money to you right now, and we will be settled." "I sincerely apologize." Lu Zhenjuan found it difficult to believe Song Qian's words. They had received news the previous day that Song Qian, accompanied by Zhang Yibei, had gone to Jijia town to sell fish, yet they had only managed to sell over 10,000 yuan worth. How could Song Qian possibly come up with 50,000 yuan? Though the young man's demeanor seemed normal, his words felt somewhat disconnected. Nevertheless, Lu Zhenjuan chose not to expose him. "Little Qian, your uncle understands your family's difficulties. Why not repay just 10,000 for now? We can discuss the rest later." "What are you saying? He has stated he will repay 50,000. How could you suggest only 10,000? I am eager to see how he intends to repay the full amount." Lu Zhenjuan's wife, Ding Yongmei, interrupted him. Lu Zhenxiong crossed his arms, a look of disdain plastered across his face. "My foolish cousin has declared he will settle the 50,000 today. I am curious to see if he is genuinely foolish or merely pretending." His contempt was unmistakable. However, Lu Zhenxiong continued, shifting his tone. "Previously, my dim-witted cousin would stutter when speaking, yet today he seems quite articulate. I have heard that those who stutter can recover after consuming dog feces. Haha. You haven't truly eaten any, have you?" As Lu Zhenxiong laughed heartily, Ding Yongmei stood beside him, wearing an expression of profound mockery. "Mind your language." Song Qian's anger flared. He covertly employed a hypnotic technique on Lu Zhenxiong, intent on teaching him a lesson. Lu Zhenxiong's wild howling only served to fulfill Song Qian's objective. If he wished to act like a dog, let him do so for a while. In the astonished gazes of the onlookers, Lu Zhenxiong fell under the spell of the hypnosis, promptly crouching down and lying on the ground like a dog. He stuck out his tongue and began to bark. At first, Ding Yongmei thought her son was intentionally mocking Song Qian by pretending to be a dog. Thus, she paid little heed, instead smiling and placing her hands on her hips, reveling in her perceived victory. However, the next scene sent both Ding Yongmei and Lu Zhenjuan into a state of panic. Lu Zhenxing lay on the ground, tongue out, swaying his rear end in a manner distinctly canine. He barked and crawled towards Ding Yongmei, tugging at her pant leg with both hands, his actions eerily lifelike. "Xiong, what has happened to you?" Ding Yongmei exclaimed anxiously, attempting to lift Lu Zhenxiong up. Yet, he remained grounded, as if an invisible force held him in place, rendering him unable to do anything but bark like a dog, his actions entirely beyond his control. "To speak frankly, I owe others money, and Song Qian never intended to act this way. However, Lu Zhenxiong is truly despicable. Song Qian must confront him." It is only natural for Lu Zhenxiong to demand repayment, as he has already been promised the money. Yet, he resorts to this chaotic outburst. If that were not enough, why the humiliation? Such a foul-mouthed individual deserves a lesson. Song Qian's parents and sister regarded Lu Zhenxiong's bizarre behavior with curiosity, their backs drenched in cold sweat. What is happening? Is he afflicted with rabies? Or is Lu Zhenxiong deliberately behaving this way? If it is intentional, that is rather excessive. The three retreated simultaneously, wary of Lu Zhenxiong's approach. Fortunately, he continued barking and did not advance towards them. Lu Jijun and Ding Yomei were in disarray, desperately trying to lift Lu Zhenxiong, who lay on the ground, barking and biting. Song Qian stood with his hands clasped behind his back, a hint of satisfaction on his face. Lu Zhenxiong should indeed suffer a bit. Subsequently, Song Qian picked up his phone and recorded a video. After 3 to 4 minutes of Lu Zhenxiong's barking, Song Qian withdrew his hypnotic influence, and Lu Zhenxiong gradually regained his senses, inexplicably attempting to rise from the ground. What happened? Why was I on the floor? Ding Yomei helped Lu Zhenxiong brush off the dust, asking, "Child, have you been bitten by a dog recently?" Lu Zhenxiong shook his head, feeling utterly confused. "Mom, what just happened to me?" "Nothing much. Do you feel unwell?" "Let me take you to the hospital for a thorough examination," his mother replied. Lu Zhenxiong shook his head, insisting he felt fine. At that moment, Song Qian glanced at his uncle Lu Jijun. "Uncle, quickly give me the payment code so I can return the money to your family. Lu Zhenxiong might have rabies. We should take him for a checkup." Lu Jijun hesitated but eventually handed over the payment code. Just as Song Qian was about to scan it, Lu Zhenxiong erupted again. "Dad, do you really believe this fool?" Lu Jijun turned his head and glared at Lu Zhenxiong. "You should say less. When they refuse to pay, you shout and scream for debt. When they do pay, you claim Song Qian has no money." Song Qian, holding his phone, completed the payment after scanning the code. "Uncle, my cousin who has rabies has left a deep impression on me. The money has been transferred to you, and I will not linger." Hearing Song Qian's dismissal, Lu Zhenxiong was infuriated. "Song Qian, are you foolish, or am I? Do you think just waving that toy phone around means you've repaid the debt?" Song Qian sneered, his gaze sharp with intent. "Whether the money has arrived can easily be confirmed through the notification. Why are you barking like a rabid dog?" Lu Zhenxiong clenched his fists in anger at being called a dog. "Fine. I'm eager to see how you plan to repay the 50,000 when you only earned a little over 10,000 yesterday. If the money doesn't arrive, I will make you pay dearly, you big fool. Do you think we are as foolish as you?" Lu Zhenxiong cursed, snatching the phone from his father's hand. At that moment, the phone vibrated. Upon glancing at the screen, he indeed saw the arrival of 50,000. Song Qian had 500,000, which was quite extraordinary. How could this fool have come into such wealth? This foolish simpleton. Although the sum of 50,000 had been credited, the matter was far from resolved. This money had been in your family's possession for 5 years. You have merely returned the principal. There remains the interest, amounting to 10,000 per annum, leaving an outstanding interest of 20,000. Lu Zhenxiong held his head high, his words cutting and abrasive. Song Qian was taken aback. How could a so-called relative behave in such a manner, demanding not only the principal but also interest? Was there no sense of shame left? Yet, one must consider if the mother and son were courteous and treated him as a proper uncle. Wouldn't it have been acceptable to offer them a bit of interest? At this moment, Song Qian was indifferent to mere millions. Chapter 54, Lu Zhenxiong bites however. Lu Zhenxiong, with a mouth full of foul language, incessantly referred to himself as a fool. Why should one indulge such a person? The demand for interest was unequivocally out of the question. Lu Zhenxiong, I believe you are mistaken. When your uncle lent money to our family, there was no mention of interest. Now, you audaciously demand 20,000 in interest. Why not just rob us? Lu Zhenxiong clenched his fists, desperately wishing to strike Song Qian. The 20,000 in interest I am offering is already quite generous. If you refuse to pay it, I shall simply take it by force. What can you do about it? Lu Zhenxiong's arrogance grew with each word. Song Qian's mother, Lu Shufan, felt a profound discomfort upon hearing this. Had she known it would come to such a situation, she would have rather starved than lend that money. Initially, it was her elder brother who insisted on the loan, and she reluctantly accepted the money. Yet, this nephew spoke so shamelessly. Having provided the principal, he now demanded interest. If interest were to be paid, would he not then expect compound interest? Moreover, borrowing 50,000 for 2 years, with an interest of 10,000 per year, was exorbitantly higher than any usurious loan. How could such a thing be justified? Xiao Xiang, Song Qian's tone was somewhat harsh. I apologize on his behalf. Perhaps you could temper your words. Temper my words? Lu Zhenxiong retorted. Repaying debts is a matter of principle, and demanding interest is entirely legitimate. Have I committed any wrongdoing? You must pay the 20,000 in interest today, or it will not end well. Just as Lu Zhenxiong finished speaking, Ding Yongmei interjected. Xiao Xiong is correct. When lending money, interest must be paid. If we had not lent it to your family, we could have deposited it in the bank to earn interest. Furthermore, we took on significant risks lending to you, nearly losing the principal. Is it wrong to seek a bit more interest? It is only reasonable. Moreover, we have repeatedly come to your home for repayment. And the wheels of our car have worn out. Should we not be compensated? Ding Yongmei's implication was clear. The interest was non-negotiable. Lu Jijun, standing nearby, wore a face as grim as a pot bottom. Had he known the true nature of his wife and son, he would never have lent the money. What was meant to help his sister's family had turned into this debacle. A grave mistake indeed. Ding Yongmei and Lu Zhenxiong, when will this end? You have already received the 50,000. How dare you still demand interest? Silence. Ding Yongmei bellowed, diverting your attention elsewhere. You have no place here. You traitorous scoundrel. After receiving his wife's reprimand, Lu Jijun could only fall silent. He flicked his sleeves and turned to leave, intending to return to the car, wishing to disengage from the current turmoil. If that is the case, Song Qian coldly inquired, you are insisting on this 20,000 in interest. Is that correct? Lu Zhenxiong nodded emphatically. Of course. It is only just that interest be charged. Otherwise, why would we lend money to your family for 2 years? Ding Yongmei pointed at Song Qian, questioning him sharply. To Ding Yongmei's astonishment, the usually foolish Song Qian spoke fluently today, his thoughts remarkably agile. Could it be that this fool truly has changed? Once, a physician remarked that Song Qian, the fool, would never recover. His life was destined to be spent in a daze. However, it appears that recovery may indeed be within his grasp. Otherwise, his mind would not be so astute. Observing the arrogant mother and son duo, Song Qian's face contorted with rage. If they were so brazen, he would teach them a severe lesson. For such ordinary individuals, Song Qian need not resort to physical confrontation. Subtly employing hypnosis, as before, he cast his spell once more. Lu Zhenxiong collapsed, barking like a dog. Simultaneously, he flailed wildly, hurling himself against the courtyard wall with a resounding crash, nearly toppling the earthen structure. This scene left Ding Yongmei pale with fear. She rushed forward, seizing Lu Zhenxiong. Child, what has happened to you? He barked, then let out a long howl. The impact had injured him, blood streaming from his head. Lu Jijun, where are you? Ding Yongmei shouted towards the door. Our little Xiong has crashed into the wall. Hurry back. I cannot contain him alone. No sooner had she spoken than Lu Zhenxiong began to howl again, then dropped to all fours, raising his head to bite at Ding Yongmei's calf. Startled, she recoiled. But her response was a moment too slow. Lu Zhenxiong bit down hard on her leg, prompting a scream from Ding Yongmei as she instinctively kicked forward. You wretched dog! But as the words escaped her lips, she realized her grave mistake. Before her stood not a dog, but her own son, Lu Zhenxiong. Pain radiated from her leg, and she cried out. Just as she pushed Lu Zhenxiong away, he charged at her again, and before she could evade him, he sank his teeth into her other calf. This bite more vicious than the last. Ding Yongmei was horrified, struggling in panic. Yet, despite her efforts, Lu Zhenxiong clung to her, refusing to let go. He shook his head vigorously, tearing at her flesh, eliciting piercing cries from Ding Yongmei. With all her might, she finally managed to push him away. At that moment, Lu Jijun arrived. Witnessing the scene, he tightly embraced Lu Zhenxiong. What has happened? How could this be? Ding Yongmei exclaimed, slowly regaining her senses. Jijun, the child may have rabies. Hold him tightly. Be cautious of his bites, as the rabies virus is contagious. Ding Yongmei pressed her hands against her leg, writhing in pain. Beads of sweat forming on her forehead. The thought of her child having rabies filled her with dread. She feared the contagion would spread to her. In her panic, she wondered when her child had contracted the disease. Yet, unbeknownst to her, this was merely Song Qian's retribution. Lu Zhenxiong was not afflicted with rabies. Nor would she be infected. It was simply Song Qian's subtle means of teaching them a lesson for their insolence. Lu Jijun nodded, his expression grim. What a calamity. How could such a thing occur? Lu Zhenxiong struggled desperately, attempting to bite, while Lu Jijun, unable to manage the situation, directed a pleading gaze towards Song Yongfu, who was not far away. Yongfu, could you please fetch a rope to help me restrain the child? If he continues to thrash about like this, it will inevitably lead to trouble. Song Yongfu, realizing the urgency, turned and hurried into the house to retrieve some rope. Meanwhile, Song Yao stood alongside her mother, both of them entwining their arms as they observed Lu Jinxiang's distressing behavior, a sense of fear washing over them. Could it be that Lu Jinxiang truly had rabies? If that were the case, it would be quite fitting. After all, he had been so arrogant, so full of foul words. Such brazen and domineering individuals deserve to be tormented and punished. Chapter 55. Ex-girlfriend in Shuoming. It seems that divine justice could no longer bear the transgressions of Lu Jinxiang, prompting a punishment that left Song Yao wishing for his perpetual suffering. Soon, Song Zhongfu procured some rope. At that moment, Song Qian feigned concern. Uncle, do you need my assistance? I possess considerable strength and can secure him more tightly. The trio busily bound Lu Jinxiang. Uncle, I currently have a modest sum of money at hand, between 30 to 50,000. If you believe we ought to discuss interest, I can transfer it to you immediately. Lu Jijun hastily waved his hand, feeling utterly embarrassed to accept. Given the gravity of the situation, he was ashamed to face anyone, let alone impose interest upon his sister's struggling family. His original intention had been to assist his sister's family, but the incessant demands and humiliation from his wife and son were unbearable. Little Qian, do you take me for someone who would accept your interest? Let us not speak of such matters again, Lu Jijun stated, leading the mother and son away. At that moment, Ding Yomei watched as Lu Jinxiang suffered, her own legs wounded by him, and she could no longer concern herself with the matter of interest. Her face drained of color, she followed closely behind Lu Jijun. A few minutes later, the sound of a car engine echoed from outside, gradually fading as Lu Jijun and his family departed. After some contemplation, Song Qian recognized that while his aunt and cousin had tidied up, the situation had been overly humiliating for his uncle, whose intentions had been to lend money to assist them. Therefore, Song Qian transferred an additional 10,000 yuan to his uncle, as both interest and a gesture of consolation. After all, the two women were malicious, but his uncle was not. Why is there such a stark contrast within this family? After completing the transfer, Song Qian sent a warm message, indicating that the 10,000 yuan was a repayment to his uncle and should not be disclosed to the two women. He requested that his uncle delete the message once read. Through a hole in the courtyard wall, Song Yongfu observed the retreating vehicle and exhaled a sigh of relief. Little Qian, aren't you skilled in medicine? What affliction does Lu Jinxiang suffer from that causes him to bark like a dog? Song Yongfu pondered, considering the familial bond and hoping that if Song Qian understood Lu Jinxiang's condition, he might help remedy it. Despite the repeated insults directed at Song Qian, Song Yongfu, in his benevolence, sought to assist him out of familial duty. How could I possibly know? Song Qian gestured dismissively, speculating that it was perhaps Lu Jinxiang's lack of integrity and excessive arrogance that had drawn divine wrath upon him. Song Qian fabricated a tale, knowing he could not divulge to his parents that Lu Jinxiang's current state was a consequence of his own punishment. Moreover, hypnosis has its limits. Lu Jinxiang would soon return to normal, as Song Qian had merely inflicted a slight reprimand. Song Yao listened and clapped in approval. My brother speaks the truth. Lu Jinxiang's lack of virtue has surely angered the heavens, causing him to howl like a dog. And that old woman, my aunt, deserves to be bitten by a dog. As Song Yao spoke, she recalled the earlier scene of Ding Yongmei being bitten, and her mood instantly lifted, a joyful smile gracing her face. After all, who told her to strike at her? It was only fitting that she faced the consequences. Moreover, it was her son, that rabid dog, who had delivered the bite. The thought brought her immense satisfaction. Lu Shufan furrowed her brows, perplexed. How could Lu Jinxiang, who had arrived in good spirits, suddenly fall ill? Despite the other's arrogance, he was still her nephew. She could only hope that the boy would not suffer any serious issues. As for Song Qian, Lu Jinxiang had always been brazen, having bullied her in the past, and he might still exploit the matter of interest for his benefit. In the future, she resolved to keep her distance from him. Song Qian nodded at her mother's admonition with a smile. Rest assured, I shall keep my distance from him. Yet, in her heart, Song Qian secretly chuckled. Should Lu Jinxiang dare to approach her again, she would ensure he received a lesson each time. Once would not suffice, nor would twice. Perhaps even 10 times. Dealing with Lu Jinxiang required no physical confrontation. Merely a shift in thought could yield a myriad of ways to handle him. As soon as Song Qian finished speaking, the sound of a car engine echoed from outside. She initially assumed it was her uncle's family returning, but to her surprise, it was someone else entirely. The car engine fell silent, and the doors opened to reveal a man and a woman stepping out. The woman was tall and strikingly beautiful, her face adorned with a radiant smile. The man was handsome, exuding an air of arrogance. Upon seeing them, Song Qian's expression darkened. The woman was Xu Emon, Song Qian's girlfriend from university. 2 years ago, it was she who insisted on going for barbecue and pretended to be bullied. To protect her, Song Qian had suffered a brutal beating. Ever since that incident, he had been left with a mental affliction. Time had passed swiftly, and 2 years had gone by. Now, seeing Xu Emon again filled Song Qian with rage. What infuriated him even more was the man beside her, Su Juanhao, the very individual who had harassed Xu Emon at the barbecue and had injured him. The two of them had orchestrated the events that led to Song Qian's downfall over the past 2 years. His family of 4 had endured a life shrouded in despair. His father's leg had been broken, and his mother had suffered facial nerve damage, all because of these two. What brings you here, Xu Emon? Song Qian demanded. Xu Emon looped her arm through the man's, slowly advancing. Song Qian, allow me to introduce you to Su Juanhao, the one who once harmed you. We are getting married, she proclaimed, her face radiating happiness. It was a privilege for Xu Emon to marry Su Juanhao. He wrapped his arm around her waist, his demeanor haughty. Indeed, we are to wed, and we came to inform you personally. Song Qian gazed at the couple, a strong desire to strike them surging within him. However, he reconsidered. They were here to boast about their impending marriage, which surely meant there was more to their visit. Song Qian was curious to see what they intended to do. Moreover, he wished to ascertain whether Xu Emon had any involvement in the incident 2 years ago when Su Juanhao had attacked him. Deep down, he was almost certain that the beating he had endured that night at the barbecue had been meticulously orchestrated by these two scoundrels. However, Song Qian yearned to hear their words spoken aloud. As the two were to be wed, he envisioned presenting them with a unique blessing at their wedding, one that would remain etched in their memories for a lifetime. Naturally, Song Qian's concept of a blessing was anything but conventional. He even pondered whether to bestow a wreath of flowers or perhaps an urn. Xu Emon, we are no longer intertwined, since you are to be married. I extend my early wishes for your happiness. You may leave now. Song Qian waved his hand, feigning a dismissal. He was acutely aware that they would not depart, thus employing a strategy of feigned aloofness to elicit from them the desired response. Chapter 56. Memories from 2 years ago. Xu Emon smiled radiantly, her delicate brows arched, and the corners of her mouth lifted as she linked her arm with Su Juanhao's, pressing her entire being closely against him, wishing to merge into one. Song Qian, back in university, I promised to be your girlfriend. Reflecting on it now, how utterly blind I was. Fortunately, I had the good sense to halt my descent and ended up with Brother Juanhao. Look, I now work at Jiangqing Hospital, all thanks to him. Song Qian's expression faltered, a shadow crossing his face. Had he not been assaulted that night during the barbecue, and had he not succumbed to his foolish affliction, he would surely be working at Jiangqing Hospital today. From what Song Qian understood, 2 years ago, Jiangqing Hospital was only hiring a handful of doctors, and Xu Emon had no chance of gaining entry. Is that so? Then congratulations are in order, he replied insincerely. At this point, he would not even consider Jiangqing Hospital, let alone the country's most prestigious medical institutions. His skills had elevated him beyond such trivial establishments. Wherever he went, he was a hospital in himself, and a mere Jiangqing Hospital was unworthy of his attention. Song Qian, I had expected that upon hearing of my position at Jiangqing Hospital, you would erupt in anger and indignation. Yet here you are, still the same timid person I once knew. I truly wonder how I was ever attracted to you. I must have been blind. Once, Song Qian had been the top student in school, pursued by countless admirers. Yet, in a twist of fate, he ended up with Xu Emon, who ultimately led him to this dire situation. Xu Emon, let me tell you, I too was blind to have ever liked you. You wretched person, your Su Juanhao has wreaked havoc on my family. I was brutally beaten by him, leaving me a fool. My father sought an explanation from Su Juanhao and ended up with a broken leg, suffering in agony for the past 2 years. My mother was slapped multiple times, injuring her facial nerves, living in perpetual torment. As he spoke, Song Qian's face darkened. He suddenly pointed an accusing finger at Xu Emon and Su Juanhao. Xu Emon, Su Juanhao has devastated my family so severely, and you, my former girlfriend, have chosen to align yourself with my enemy, planning to marry him, all while deliberately trying to provoke me. What is it that you intend? Xu Emon released Su Juanhao, her laughter rising like a tempest. Indeed, you are correct. I am getting married, and today is all about annoying you, about irritating your entire family. I brought Brother Juanhao to your home just to show you how blind I was to have ever liked a pauper like you. With that, Xu Emon deftly shifted the conversation's direction. To be honest, That night during the barbecue was a scheme I had meticulously planned. Knowing your impulsive nature, I purposely had Juanhao tease me to provoke you, leading to him beating you up, and Xiumian declared, her eyes gleaming with triumph. Reflecting on her initial scheme, she remains filled with a sense of triumph. Moreover, let me reveal another truth. Juanhao is also employed at Jiangxing Hospital and has ascended to the position of chief physician. Had he not occupied your spot back then, it would have been far more challenging for him to gain entry into Jiangxing Hospital. After Xiuman finished speaking, Su Juanhao took over the conversation. Indeed, after I joined Jiangxing Hospital, I employed a few subtle tactics to arrange for Xiuman to join as well. Ha ha ha. As the conversation unfolded, Song Qian suddenly grasped the situation. 2 years ago, at the barbecue stall, Su Juanhao had been ruthless towards him, all because he coveted a position at Jiangxing Hospital. How despicable. For the sake of a mere opportunity, he nearly brought harm upon himself. It didn't end there. Why was he so cruel to his parents, breaking his father's leg and causing nerve damage to his mother's face? Su Juanhao, you truly deserve condemnation. Song Qian yearned to confront the two but restrained his inner fury. They were to be wed soon, so he decided to allow them a few more days of madness. The wedding would present the perfect opportunity for retribution. In Xiuman, I never anticipated you to be such a person. I am now aware of all that I need to know. You may leave. I cannot contend with you. Song Qian feigned submission, suppressing his rage. And Xiuman, hands on her hips, lifted her chin defiantly. You foolish idiot, I must admit I am somewhat surprised. Yesterday, I heard that your foolishness had subsided, and it appears to be true. Since your foolishness has dissipated, in 3 days, Juanhao and I will be celebrating our wedding at the Jiangxing Imperial Hotel. I hope you will attend and witness how blissful I am, in contrast to your own pitiful state. And Xiuman raised her chin, her gaze nearly fixed on the heavens, her expression exuding an unmistakable arrogance. Indeed, compared to the Song Qian of yore, her choices from 2 years prior were undoubtedly the wisest, given Su Juanhao's advantageous background. In contrast, Song Qian's family was so impoverished that even thieves would leave in tears. Song Qian's father, Song Zhongfu, wore a grim expression throughout. Xiuman, why are you so malicious? Knowing our family struggles, why come to humiliate us further? You and Qian once shared a romantic relationship. Even if you cannot be lovers, must you become enemies? And Xiuman, filled with anger, retorted, I was blind to have ever liked Song Qian. 2 years ago, on that barbecue night, I showed him mercy by not ending his life. As she spoke, she surveyed her surroundings, pointing at Song Yongfu. Look at your dilapidated house. A gust of wind could topple it. With your family's impoverished state, how could Song Qian ever hope to be worthy of me? And your attire, so shabby and patched. All of you appear gaunt and starved. Surely, you must have gone without food for quite some time. In such dire straits, how could I have possibly found Song Qian appealing had I not been blind? And Xiuman's words grew increasingly venomous, as she reminisced about her time with Song Qian. Those images sent shivers down her spine, raising the hairs on her neck. In retrospect, Song Qian was merely a good student. Beyond that, he possessed nothing of value. Why had she ever been attracted to him? And Xiumian scoffed derisively, her tone laced with mockery. As she unleashed her scornful jibes, Song Qian furrowed his brow slightly. During their courtship, he had certainly not treated that ungrateful woman poorly. There was a time when Xiumian had gone hiking with her classmates and suffered a fracture on the mountain. It was Song Qian who received her call for help, and he carried her down the mountain on his back. For 2 arduous hours, he traversed the rugged terrain with her, even with his robust physique. The endeavor left him utterly exhausted. After ensuring she was admitted to the hospital, he hardly had a moment to rest. He busily registered her and settled the medical fees, toiling for several hours despite his fatigue. Chapter 57. Lumuyun's visit of gratitude. On another occasion, and Xiuman, inebriated, collapsed in a narrow alley of the culinary district, nearly falling prey to a group of ruffians. It was Song Qian's timely arrival that drove them away. However, this valiant act came at a significant cost to him, as he endured a brutal beating, requiring a month of recuperation with medicinal treatments for his injuries. There was also a time when Xiuman suffered from a severe cold, her fever soaring to 40 degrees, rendering her unconscious. It was Song Qian who called for an ambulance and ensured her swift transfer to the hospital. As graduation approached, and Xiuman celebrated her birthday, and Song Qian, having scrimped and saved, purchased for her the latest model of a smartphone, a gesture that cost him over 7,000. In the aftermath, he found himself without living expenses, juggling multiple part-time jobs, and subsisting on instant noodles for several months to endure that challenging period. In retrospect, Song Qian realized how naive he had been. His heartfelt gestures had been met with malice. It could be said that during their relationship, he had never treated Shu-emon poorly, attending to her every need with meticulous care. Yet, his sincere devotion was met with betrayal, and not only that. He found himself ridiculed, dragging his family into the turmoil. A cold smile graced Song Qian's face as he reflected, and Shu-emon, now that you deem me impoverished and look down upon me, how can you forget the kindness I once bestowed upon you? Without waiting for her response, he continued. When you broke your leg, I was the one who rushed you to the hospital, and the doctor warned that any delay would have resulted in lifelong disability. When you suffered from a fever, it was I who ensured your timely admission to the hospital. When you were intoxicated and nearly assaulted, I risked my life and endured a beating to rescue you. I spent over 7,000 on your birthday gift and subsequently lived on instant noodles for months. Have you truly forgotten all of this? Now you scorn me. Why did you accept my phone, my gifts, and my concern back then? Facing his pointed inquiries, and Shu-emon remained unfazed, firmly believing that such actions were merely his obligations. Moreover, she dismissed the significance of a 7,000 yuan phone, asserting that carrying her down the mountain was simply expected of a boyfriend. Having been in a relationship with Song Qian for such an extended period, she felt that he had benefited greatly from holding her hand, and the things he had done were trivial in comparison. With a disdainful laugh, she remarked, "You, a mere sycophant, should naturally perform these gestures. What is there to boast about? Besides, after 2 years together, the most extravagant gift you've given me is that smartphone, which is hardly impressive. Do you really think that amount of money means anything? Aren't you embarrassed to bring it up?" As she concluded, and Shu-emon's face was alight with contempt, her disdain unmistakable. She shook her hand and wiped it with her sleeve, as if the disgusting scent from 2 years ago, when Song Qian had held her hand, still lingered. Song Qian let out a cold laugh, and Shu-emon, if that is the case, allow me to inform you now that you were blind back then and remain blind even now. In the past, you sought to climb high branches. Though I may be temporarily impoverished today, I still exist as someone you cannot aspire to reach. Ha ha. As soon as Song Qian finished speaking, the two burst into uncontrollable laughter. Cannot aspire to reach? Ha ha ha. What do you have to boast about? Song Qian clenched his fists, wanting nothing more than to strike out. However, he reconsidered, realizing that to strike these two in front of his parents would only worry them. Moreover, he genuinely did not wish to resort to violence. There were countless ways to deal with such individuals. For now, he could allow them their moment of arrogance, saving his retribution for the wedding. After all, weren't they planning a grand ceremony? He would give them a surprise then, perhaps sending floral wreaths, or even caskets. That seemed rather intriguing. Just then, Song Qian's phone rang. Upon checking, he saw it was a call from Lu Muyun. "Miss Lu, have you had your re-examination?" On the other end, Lu Muyun's joyful voice came through. "Dr. Song, I hope you wouldn't mind my addressing you as such. I sincerely apologize for my previous doubts and disrespect towards you. I hope you can forgive me for calling you by your full name yesterday. After returning from Taohua Village yesterday afternoon, I promptly had my re-examination, and indeed, as you said, my health has completely recovered. I have arrived in Jijia town and will reach your home shortly. I wanted to call ahead to express my gratitude in person." Song Qian smiled and nodded at the phone, saying, "Miss Lu, I shall wait for you at home. Please drive carefully. There is no need to rush." Lu Muyun's delightful laughter echoed through the line. "Dr. Song, there is something I took the liberty of deciding without your consent, and I hope you will agree. After my examination last night, Director Sun from Jiangxing Hospital, upon learning that you were the one who treated me, insisted on meeting you. The arrival of the director from Jiangxing Hospital was indeed fortuitous." Song Qian not only agreed, but also welcomed the idea with applause. And Shu-emon and Su Juanhao had just been boasting about their positions at Jiangxing Hospital. And now someone was coming to address them. Moments ago, Song Qian had been contemplating whether to employ some subtle means to teach these two a lesson. But now he need not lift a finger. "No problem. Guests are always welcome. Until we meet then." After hanging up, and Shu-emon resumed her arrogance. "Song Qian, hearing you refer to her as Miss Lu, you can't possibly mean the esteemed Miss Lu Muyun from the Lu Group in Jiangxing, right? You a fool. Think you are worthy of knowing her?" "Indeed," Su Juanhao chimed in. "The Lu family's young lady is renowned for her beauty, a goddess in the hearts of all men. Even I have only had the fortune to meet her a couple of times." Su Juanhao held his head high as he spoke. He reminisced about the enchanting image of Lu Muyun, his face aglow with happiness. Lu Muyun's devilish figure was unparalleled, far beyond anything Shuaman could aspire to. Particularly striking was her delicate oval face and pointed chin. To the uninitiated, one might easily presume that Lu Muyun had undergone cosmetic surgery. Yet, in truth, she had not. Nevertheless, the divine presence of Lu Muyun left Su Jianhao in awe. Merely having glimpsed her on 2 occasions felt like an extraordinary stroke of fortune. In contrast, while Shuaman may not possess Lu Muyun's breathtaking beauty, it must be said that her radiant visage is also that of a rare beauty. As for their conversation, Song Qian merely offered a faint smile. Chapter 58. Miss Lu's arrival. It appears that Lu Muyun, this exquisite beauty, has an abundance of admirers. Merely uttering her name incites fervent discussions among people. Just as Song Qian was about to speak, Song Yao interjected, "You two may look down on my brother, but what is there to be so arrogant about? Not only did my brother meet Miss Lu yesterday afternoon, but I also had the privilege of seeing her. In fact, Miss Lu came to our village to seek my brother's assistance with her health." As Song Yao spoke, her face radiated pride. The image of the stunning CEO, Lu Muyun, appeared vividly in her mind, a beauty as ethereal as a celestial being, untouched by the mundane world. Her delicate skin, willow-like waist, and voluptuous figure surpassed even that of Zhang Yibei. As a girl herself, Song Yao felt a twinge of jealousy toward Lu Muyun. She was simply too breathtaking. After a moment of laughter, Song Yao felt a hint of embarrassment. Yesterday, when Lu Muyun had called her, she had foolishly accused her of being a scammer. Fortunately, Lu had been preoccupied and didn't mention it. Otherwise, the situation would have been quite awkward. Haha. As soon as Song Yao finished speaking, Shuaman burst into laughter, exclaiming, "What a joke. It's utterly hilarious. You think you could meet someone as otherworldly as Lu Muyun?" Su Jianhao laughed so hard that tears streamed down his face. These 2 siblings, with Song Qian being foolish enough, had Song Yao, who possessed some charm, acting equally dim-witted, truly a sight to behold. "What makes you think you're worthy of meeting Lu Muyun?" Su Jianhao continued, "Song Yao, are you blind, or am I deaf? You actually met Miss Lu? You must be out of your mind." Before Song Yao could respond, Shuaman seized the opportunity, "Song Qian, if that call was genuinely from Lu Muyun, I will kneel before you and call you grandfather." Upon hearing this, a playful smile crept onto Song Qian's face. "If you wish to call me grandfather, I shall indulge you. Just remember your words and shout it out loud later. Haha." Su Jianhao clapped his hands in amusement. "Excellent. If the visitor is not Miss Lu, you must kneel and call me grandfather, and Shuaman grandma. Remember to be loud, my dear grandson." Song Qian raised his voice. "Let us see how long you two can maintain your arrogance. Soon enough, you will both kneel before me and shout it out, so I can savor the feeling of being a grandfather." In truth, Song Qian as Song Chong prepared to welcome the god of wealth, Lu Muyun. He was taken aback to find her already entering the room, accompanied by Dean Sun and others. Today, Lu Muyun donned a form-fitting red outfit that exquisitely accentuated her alluring curves. Her delicate, oval face resembled a masterpiece sculpted by a master artisan, her skin smooth and fair, her enchanting eyes sparkling with playful charm. She was nothing short of a national beauty, possessing an ethereal allure. The moment Lu Muyun stepped inside, Su Jianhao caught sight of her, marking the 3rd occasion on which he had encountered her at such proximity. He was utterly captivated, nearly rendered speechless by her breathtaking beauty, a celestial being gracing the mortal realm. Su Jianhao's eyes widened in awe, nearly drooling at the sight of Lu Muyun's devilish figure and angelic visage, both simply extraordinary. Such a woman was to be admired, not sullied. She stood out like a vibrant purple flower amidst a sea of red, dazzling and alluring, exuding an otherworldly charm. Standing beside Su Jianhao, Shuaman observed her partner's foolish demeanor and gently tugged at his sleeve. This man, upon encountering a beauty, seemed to lose his senses entirely. While Lu Muyun was indeed stunning, Shuaman considered herself no less attractive. Why was he so fixated on Lu Muyun? This behavior was truly embarrassing. With Shuaman's gentle reminder, Su Jianhao regained his composure. Their gazes shifted to Dean Sun Changda, prompting Su Jianhao to rush forward, bowing slightly as he greeted the esteemed Dean. "Good day, Dean Sun." Shuaman hurried over, adopting a pleasing demeanor. "Director Sun, what brings you here?" Dean Sun appeared momentarily taken aback upon seeing Su Jianhao, as he had not mentioned his visit to Taohua village to anyone at the hospital that morning. How was it that Su Jianhao had arrived first? And who was the woman by his side? She seemed somewhat familiar, yet he could not place her name. Su Jianhao, equally bewildered by Dean Sun's presence, soon recollected the conversation he had overheard earlier. Song Yao had mentioned that Lu Muyun had visited Song Chang for a consultation yesterday afternoon. Although Lu Muyun appeared perfectly healthy, this suggested that perhaps a misunderstanding had occurred, leading Lu Muyun to confront Song Chang, accompanied by the dean of Jiangcheng Hospital. It seemed that trouble was brewing for Song Chang. "Miss Lu, Dean's son, you've arrived just in time to confront that fool who has been deceiving everyone. We were just about to deal with him," Su Juanhao declared, gesturing towards Song Chang. As soon as he spoke, and Shuaman interjected, "Dean's son, I am in Shuaman, a dermatologist at Jiangcheng Hospital." Noting Dean's son's expression, and Shuaman surmised that, given the multitude of doctors at the hospital, he might not recognize her. Thus, she seized the opportunity to introduce herself. Subsequently, she pointed at Song Qian and Dean's son, exclaiming that the fool, Song Qian, attended the same university as I did, often resorting to deceit and trickery. Since you are here, swiftly deal with him, give him a good beating first. Dean's son, upon hearing this, was instantly enraged. He had not anticipated that this individual named Shuaman was also a doctor at Jiangcheng Hospital. Why were they here, causing such turmoil instead of attending to their duties? Just last night, Dean's son had exerted considerable effort and repeatedly implored Lu Muyun, the young Lady Lu, who had reluctantly consented to accompany him to meet the revered Dr. Song. Little did he know that these two oblivious doctors had arrived ahead of him, openly disparaging the esteemed physician. These two rascals were truly courting disaster. Lu Muyun was in the advanced stages of cervical cancer, a condition beyond the capabilities of Jiangcheng Hospital, yet was miraculously healed by Song Qian's silver needle treatment. Chapter 59. A resounding slap in the entirety of the Dragon Kingdom. Song Qian is an unparalleled existence. How is it that in the mouths of these two rascals, he has been reduced to a fool? Smack. Dean's son swung his hand back, delivering a sharp slap to Shuaman. "Doctor, why are you neglecting your duties and running around here? Who permitted your presence? And what audacity do you possess to come here? Dean's son, you must have mistaken me for someone else," and Shuaman protested. Her face contorted in pain as she covered her cheek. Dean's son, fuming with rage, struck her again, two resounding slaps that echoed in the air, sparks flying with each blow. "It is indeed you." And Shuaman staggered back, tears brimming in her eyes from the pain. What was happening? Wasn't Song Qian the fraud? Shouldn't Dean's son be confronting him instead? She had merely spoken a word of justice. Why was she being struck? Seeing his girlfriend being assaulted, Su Juanhao rushed forward. "Dean's son, you are indeed mistaken. It is Song Qian who deserves your ire, not Doctor. She is part of our hospital." Bang! Just as Su Juanhao was about to clarify that Shuaman was from the dermatology department, he was met with a kick from Dean's son. "Ouch. That hurts," Su Juanhao exclaimed as he fell to the ground, twisting momentarily before propping himself up with his hands. "Dean's son, why did you hit me?" At this moment, Su Juanhao was utterly bewildered by the unexpected blow. Wasn't the target Song Qian? Why had he been struck instead? As both Su Juanhao and Shuaman stood in confusion, Lu Muyun furrowed her brows and finally spoke. "Dean's son, you ought to manage your subordinates better. Had it not been for your repeated pleas, I would not have brought you to meet the esteemed Dr. Song. Yet your subordinate has the audacity to humiliate my savior in my presence." Lu Muyun's frown deepened as she continued. "If you cannot provide me with an adequate explanation, it seems your position as dean will be in jeopardy." Upon hearing this, Dean's son became instantly alarmed. "Rest assured, Miss Lu, I shall provide you with a satisfactory explanation. If I fail to resolve this matter, I shall leave it entirely in your hands." Despite holding the title of dean, before Lu Muyun, he felt like a mere insignificant figure, too intimidated to provoke her. With just a word from her, his position could easily be forfeited. As he spoke, Dean's son took out his phone to make a call. Determined to account for the recent events to Miss Lu, Lu Muyun remained silent, her brows still knitted in displeasure. She had come to express her gratitude to Song Qian. Yet upon their first encounter, she found herself witnessing an ungrateful individual humiliating her benefactor. And Shuaman's cheek bore the unmistakable imprints of fingers, a testament to the force behind Dean's son's earlier slaps. Now, her face burned with pain as she clutched her throbbing cheek, her mind clouded with confusion. She had clearly heard the exchange between Lu Muyun and Dean's son, and it was evident that Lu Muyun regarded Song Qian as her savior. This was simply absurd. The esteemed daughter of the Lu family, Lu Muyun, possessed a radiant complexion and a well-proportioned figure. Her voice resonated with strength, embodying health in its most vibrant form. And Shuaman, a medical student, could discern with just a cursory glance that Lu Muyun was entirely free from illness. However, one truth remained. She had been deceived by Song Qian and thoroughly so. This rogue, Song Qian, dared to mislead Lu Muyun. She was determined to confront him and expose his true character, ensuring that his entire family would face dire consequences. As Xu Emong contemplated this, she assisted Su Juanhao to his feet. Leaning close to his ear, she whispered a few words. Upon hearing her, Su Juanhao's eyes widened in realization. So that was the case. He dusted himself off and rubbed his aching stomach before straightening up to face Lu Muyun. Miss Lu, I believe you are mistaken. Song Qian cannot possibly be your savior. He is nothing more than a fraud, and I implore you not to fall for his tricks. Moreover, your health is in no jeopardy. Slap. Before Su Juanhao could finish, Zhao Kiki, standing beside Lu Muyun, could no longer contain her indignation and struck him twice across the face. How dare you insult divine Dr. Song? You must have a death wish. Our lady's affairs are not to be trifled with. You. Su Juanhao covered his cheek, stammering. He recognized that Zhao Kiki wielded considerable influence being in Lu Muyun's company. What do you mean by you? Zhao Kiki retorted sharply, raising her delicate hand once more. Su Juanhao instinctively recoiled several steps, cursing inwardly at the audacity of this woman who abused her power. Were it not for her association with Lu Muyun, he would have had no qualms about retaliating. Witnessing Su Juanhao's humiliation, and Xu Emong felt a surge of indignation. Clenching her jaw, she gazed at Lu Muyun, steeling her resolve. Miss Lu, we truly are not deceiving you. Juanhao, Song Qian, and I graduated from the same institution. He is indeed a charlatan. If you are feeling unwell, I strongly recommend visiting our hospital. Silence. Zhao Kiki thundered, advancing on Xu Emong and delivering another resounding slap. This time, Xu Emong was prepared and swiftly retreated. Faced with Zhao Kiki's aggressiveness, she felt powerless. How could these two refuse to heed reason? Song Qian was unequivocally a swindler, ensnaring Lu Muyun in his deceitful web. Once Lu Muyun regained her senses, it would be imperative for her to ensure retribution against them. Covering her face, Xu Emong fell silent. Meanwhile, Song Qian observed the unfolding drama with a faint smile. Finally, someone was putting these two in their place. Though he found the mere slaps insufficient to satiate his desire for retribution. Yet, today, in the presence of his parents, he refrained from intervening directly or covertly, lest it affect their perception. Otherwise, these two would already be humbled. As Su Juanhao and Xu Emong quieted, Lu Muyun, adorned with a smile and swaying her alluring waist, approached Song Qian. Divine Dr. Song, thank you once more for restoring my health. Song Qian activated the lotus eye and gazed upon the heart's hollow of Lu Muyun. There. He noticed the lotus pendant that Lu Muyun had been wearing, which eased his concern slightly. He then offered her a gentle smile and shook his head lightly. Miss Lu, there is no need for formality. You have already compensated me generously for your treatment yesterday. I have expressed my gratitude sufficiently, and you need not reiterate it. Lu Muyun stifled a playful laugh, replying, Dr. Song, you are far too courteous. That modest sum hardly seems adequate. At this juncture, Lu Muyun's tone shifted. Dr. Song, prior to your treatment yesterday, I harbored numerous doubts about you, even questioning your integrity. I hope you can forgive me. As Lu Muyun concluded her words, Zhao Kiki approached. Chapter 60. You are expelled, Dr. Song. Until yesterday when you treated Miss, I still harbored doubts about you. I sincerely apologize and hope you can forgive me. By the way, I was somewhat harsh with my words yesterday, and I regret saying some unpleasant things. I ask for your understanding and apologize once more. As these words were exchanged, Song Yao listened intently. Particularly, the remarks made by Lu Muyun left her utterly astounded. Yesterday afternoon, Lu Muyun had generously given Song Qian 2 million, an astronomical sum, yet she spoke of it so casually, as if it were merely a trivial amount. Are the wealthy truly this lavish? Besides Song Yao, her father Song Yongfu and mother Lu Shufan were equally taken aback, their faces illuminated with astonishment. Song Qian had mentioned that the other party had given 20,000. But surely, no illness could warrant such an extravagant amount, could it? Last night, they had felt a twinge of worry for Song Qian, fearing that Lu Muyun's offer might not be genuine and that trouble could come knocking at their door. To their surprise, the other party was so courteous. Observing Lu Muyun's radiant smile as she conversed politely with Song Qian, their anxious hearts finally found solace. Little did they know that the amount given was indeed 2 million, and Song Qian had merely stated 20,000 to spare them the shock. If they were to discover that Song Qian had earned 2 million yesterday, one could only imagine their elation and disbelief. At that moment, Lu Muyun's voice broke through. Dr. Song, this lovely young lady must be your sister, right? And the two beside you are your esteemed parents? Song Qian seized the opportunity to nod and introduce. Miss Liu, allow me to introduce my sister, Song Yao. These are my parents. Mom, Dad, this is Miss Liu. As the introductions concluded, Song Qian added, by the way, you called me yesterday, and my sister had just received a scam call, which led to some misunderstanding, and she inadvertently insulted you. Upon hearing this, Song Yao's face flushed with embarrassment. She had indeed unleashed quite the tirade during that call, but never did she imagine that it was directed at the esteemed Miss Liu. How dreadful. Miss Liu, I sincerely apologize. I had just finished with a scam call when your call came in, leading me to mistakenly accuse you of being a fraud. Please forgive me, Song Yao said, her tone laced with awkwardness. Lu Muyun waved her hand dismissively, her own embarrassment evident. What are you saying, little sister? When you scolded me, I retorted by calling you an ugly woman, claiming you were suffering from menopause. I had no idea you were younger than I. It seems we both misunderstood. Let us consider it a jest. Lu Muyun chuckled, her laughter dispelling the tension in the air. As her laughter resonated, the awkwardness dissipated instantly. Su Juanhao and Shu Emon stood to the side, quietly absorbing the conversation exchanged among Song Qian and the others, their hearts racing with apprehension. What on earth was happening? Judging by Lu Muyun's demeanor, it seemed that Song Qian had indeed treated her and had received a significant sum in return. How could this fool, Song Qian, possibly know Lu Muyun? What truly incited envy in Su Juanhao was the sight of the ethereal beauty, Lu Muyun, engaging in light-hearted banter with Song Qian, extending him unusual courtesy. In times past, Su Juanhao had harbored dreams of standing before the goddess Lu Muyun, exchanging mere words with her. Even if she were to express disdain by striking him, he would have welcomed the experience. Yet today, the fool he had scorned, Song Qian, shared laughter with Lu Muyun, who treated him with exceptional politeness. Was the sun rising from the west? Such an occurrence defied all reason, and Xu Emyan stood nearby, her mind swirling with countless thoughts. Moments ago, Song Qian had claimed to have met Lu Muyun the previous day, a statement Xu Emyan had dismissed as implausible. However, she was now faced with undeniable evidence to the contrary. To make matters worse, she had previously declared that if Lu Muyun truly knew Song Qian, she would kneel before him and address him as grandfather. No, she could not bear such humiliation. In her eyes, Song Qian was nothing more than a fool, a complete failure, a worthless scoundrel. To kneel before such a fool and refer to him as grandfather would mean she had become the grandson of an imbecile. What a profound disgrace that would be. The more Xu Emyan pondered, the more distress she felt. She cast a pleading glance at Su Juanhao, and their eyes exchanged silent communication. Through their shared gaze, Su Juanhao conveyed that kneeling before Song Qian, much less calling him grandfather, was utterly out of the question, a flagrant affront to their dignity. How could anyone address a fool in such a manner? At that moment, Dean's son returned with a phone in hand. Su Juanhao, during your tenure, you have accepted bribes from patients' families amounting to over 600,000 in the past 2 years. You are hereby dismissed from the hospital. I have informed the Medical Association. And effective immediately, you are blacklisted throughout the industry. Do not expect to practice medicine again. Su Juanhao was immediately struck with panic. How had Dean's son discovered his acceptance of bribes? Those transactions had been conducted with utmost secrecy. How could a mere phone call unveil so much? His career was in jeopardy. After working at Jiancheng Hospital for a year with his mother as assistants, Su Juanhao had ascended to the position of director, enjoying a substantial salary and elevated status. Families of patients anxious about serious illnesses would occasionally offer him bribes, which he had accepted, leading to a situation spiraling out of control. The 600,000 mentioned by Dean's son was merely a fraction of the total. Su Juanhao estimated that over his 2+ years at the hospital, he had accepted nearly 1,500,000 in bribes. Without his job, who would continue to offer him such rewards? In recent years, the hospital had seen an influx of patients, especially those with severe and complex conditions. These were his golden opportunities. Consequently, year-end bonuses had been exceptionally generous. To put it plainly, in just 1 year of employment, his visible income reached several hundred thousand, supplemented by lucrative collaborations with pharmaceutical companies, which allowed him to reap considerable returns. It was safe to say that his total earnings exceeded $1 million without question. Moreover, there were bribes to be had. This job was one Su Juanhao could not afford to lose. Director's son, I implore you, this job is of utmost importance to me. Please do not dismiss me. With a grim expression, Director's son waved his sleeve dismissively. Su Juanhao, were it not for your mother's reputation, I would not only expel you but also ensure your ruin. To terminate your position and blacklist you is already a lenient measure. I advise you to recognize the gravity of your situation. Su Juanhao's mother is the deputy director of the hospital. Under normal circumstances, a slight favor could secure him a position, yet he chooses to tread a path fraught with peril, insisting on vying for Song Qian's opportunity. Director's son. My mother is the deputy director and your colleague. I beseech you, in light of her standing, do not dismiss me. Upon hearing this, Director's son's frown deepened. Su Juanhao, do you presume that I am unaware of your misdeeds? Chapter 61. The two kneel in apology as Dean's son spoke. He turned his gaze towards Nshuamon. Nshuamon, you must have relied on Su Juanhao to secure your position through dubious means. You two have been dismissed and shall henceforth be blacklisted in the entire industry. Nshuamon's face turned pale, her delicate form trembling. This job had cost her considerable effort to obtain if she were to be dismissed and blacklisted. How could she ever find employment again? The benefits and remuneration at Jiangcheng Hospital were truly exceptional. She was well aware of Su Juanhao's acceptance of bribes, and she herself had also received some, albeit not much. Over the course of a year, it amounted to about 1 to 200,000. She could not afford to lose this job, otherwise it would be the end of her. Dean's son, both Su and I realize our mistakes. I implore you, please do not dismiss us. We cannot afford to lose this job. Get out. Dean's son bellowed. The two miscreants had already received leniency by merely being dismissed. The forcefulness of his command made Nshuamon tremble in fright. It was over. This was the final nail in her coffin. Had she known it would come to this, she would not have sought out Song Qian, especially as she was on the verge of marriage. Now, she found herself embroiled in this predicament. It was all Song Qian's fault. He was the source of her misfortune. Dean's son, is there truly no room for negotiation? I beseech you, do not expel us. We truly understand our errors. We are willing to donate the 600,000 yuan bribe that Su received to the hospital. I shall repeat myself. Get out. Dean's son thundered, unwilling to engage any further with the two. Su Juanhao pondered for a moment, given the gravity of the situation. The only option was to exit this den of trouble and devise a new plan. His mother was the vice president of the hospital, and his father worked in government. He refused to believe he could not find a respectable job. Su Juanhao lifted his gaze slightly, his eyes filled with murderous intent as he glared at Song Qian. Song Qian, it is you who has caused us to lose our jobs. This matter between us is far from over. You shall pay for this. And Nshuamon echoed his sentiment. Everything that has transpired is your doing, and I will not let you off easily. You wait and see. Having spoken, the two turned to leave. Hold on. Song Qian interjected. Su Juanhao turned back, glaring menacingly at Song Qian. What do you want? Do you wish for us to stay and dine in your wretched home? I wouldn't want to remain here for another moment. Indeed, it is utterly repulsive. As they spoke, they prepared to depart once more. Song Qian's cold smile revealed a hint of menace. Do not forget our earlier agreement. Who was it that asked me to call you grandfather? Before Lu Muyun and Dean's son, Song Qian reiterated his previous words. Upon hearing this, Lu Muyun and the others found it amusing. Lu Muyun turned to face the two. You are Su Juanhao, correct? To be able to call yourself the grandson of the esteemed Song Shini is a privilege for you both. Kneel and address him properly. Zhao Kiki stepped forward, narrowing her eyes at them. Did you hear a young lady's words? Su Juanhao and Nshuamon stood frozen, contemplating the humiliation of kneeling and calling him grandfather. What could they do? Were they deaf? The scornful voice of Zhao Kiki echoed, demanding that they kneel and apologize, followed by a few shouts of grandfather. Are your ears deaf? Faced with Zhao Kiki's coercion, the two remained motionless. At that moment, their legs felt as though they were laden with lead, utterly unable to bend. After all, he was Su Juanhao. How could he kneel before Song Qian? Seeing their lack of movement, Lu Muyun spoke again. Su Juanhao? To insult the divine physician Song is to oppose the Lu family. We shall exhaust our financial resources to ensure you pay a heavy price. Upon hearing this, Su Juanhao instantly lost his bravado. He feared not Song Qian, but Lu Muyun. The Lu family of Jiangcheng was affluent and powerful. If Lu Muyun were truly angered, she was capable of any misdeed. Please, Miss Lu, I sincerely apologize. How could I dare oppose your esteemed family? We shall kneel and apologize immediately. Su Juanhao tugged at Nshuamon, and the two knelt down. Song Qian, we were wrong. We implore your forgiveness. Allow us to leave. Although they spoke these words, their hearts were filled with disdain. Even their apologies dripped with contempt. Deep down, they cursed Song Qian as a scoundrel, vowing that one day he would pay for this affront. After their apologies, they prepared to rise. Wait. Song Qian intervened once more. You two fine grandsons seem to have forgotten something. Hurry and call me grandfather. They turned back, feeling utterly miserable. This scoundrel Song Qian was relentless, having already knelt. He was still demanding they call him grandfather. They swore to take revenge on him for this humiliation. However, with Lu Muyun's backing, they dared not speak harshly. After much hesitation, they finally uttered the words, "Grandfather, grandfather, we acknowledge our mistakes." Their heads hung low, feeling a deep sense of shame. Yet, they had no alternative. Lu Muyun was not someone they could afford to offend, and today they had to accept their fate. As for Song Qian, there would be other opportunities to settle the score. Song Qian's parents stood below the window in the living room, intending to intervene, but after some thought, they shook their heads in unison. At this point, the enmity had already been established. Even if they showed mercy now, the other party would not appreciate it. As they apologized, Song Qian smirked coldly. Today, he aimed to humiliate them, using Lu Muyun's influence to teach them a lesson. True retribution awaited in the future. Song Qian was confident these two would not let him off easily. He, too, had similar thoughts. In this game of cat and mouse, he was the cat. And they were the mice, destined to be played with until their demise. Waving his hand, he warned, "You two grandsons, do not dare cross my path again. Otherwise, you shall regret it. Now begone." Su Jianhao gritted his teeth in hatred, slowly lifting his head. He exchanged glances with Shuimian and then directed his gaze at Song Qian. "Song Qian, in 3 days, it will be the wedding of Shuimian and me. I hope you have the courage to attend and witness our happiness." "Is that so?" Song Qian wore a cunning smile. Having just lost his job and been ostracized by his peers, how much happiness could you truly attain? "Nonetheless, since it is your wedding, I shall prepare a grand gift for you, one that shall ensure you remain forever etched in memory." As for Song Qian's so-called grand gift, Su Jianhao paid it no heed. Should he dare to attend, he would undoubtedly meet his demise. Su Jianhao was well aware that he could not provoke Lu Muyun. Yet with a little ingenuity, eliminating a Song Qian should prove to be a trivial task. "I hope you dare to come, huh?" Su Jianhao laughed maniacally as he turned to leave with Shuimian. 2 minutes later, the sound of a departing vehicle echoed outside. Inside the car, Su Jianhao's complexion was ashen, his temples throbbing with intensity. Chapter 62. Inviting a 9th-rank martial artist to deal with Song Qian. Damn it. That fool, Song Qian. I will not let you off the hook. I never anticipated that after rendering you incapable, you would manage to recover. This time, you have thoroughly offended me, and I will ensure your demise. And as for your sister, Song Yao, I shall sell her to a KTV, forcing her to serve drinks and endure the humiliation of 10 men every night. Su Jianhao declared, first rubbing his abdomen and then slamming his hand against the steering wheel, causing the car to swerve in an S-shaped curve. Brother Jianhao and Shuimian called out, "That scoundrel, Song Qian, is relying on Lu Muyun's support. Today, we lost face because of him, and we absolutely cannot let this slide. Otherwise, the resentment in my heart will remain unresolved." Su Jianhao nodded emphatically. Shuimian, rest assured, I will not let Song Qian off, nor will I spare his entire family. You are the best, Brother Jianhao. Following you is the wisest choice of my life. Thank you for bringing me happiness, and Shuimian said, rubbing her bruised cheek, forcing a smile that was more painful than tears, and turned to Su Jianhao. After a moment of contemplation, she asked, Brother Jianhao, we have been dismissed and blacklisted from the entire industry. What shall we do now? Do not worry. Su Jianhao replied confidently. When we return, I will ask my mother if there is any chance for us to return to the hospital. If not, we will find new jobs. Su Jianhao's father works in the government, and with just a few words, arranging jobs for the two of them would be no problem. You are the best, Brother Jianhao, and Shuimian smiled brightly, only to feel a pang of pain in her cheek, inhaling sharply. How could that fool Song Qian possibly contend with Brother Jianhao? As she spoke, she gave Su Jianhao a thumbs up. Of course, a hint of a smile appeared on Su Jianhao's face. Let us ensure that today's incident of kneeling and calling for Grandpa remains a secret. No matter what Song Qian says, no one will believe him. And Shuimian pondered this, agreeing with his reasoning. Aside from Song Qian's family, only Lu Muyun and Dean Sun were present. They would not spread rumors. Even if they did, there would be no evidence. This embarrassing incident must not leak, otherwise, they would lose all face. As Shuimian was lost in thought, Su Jianhao continued, I know some practitioners of ancient martial arts. I will make a call to invite a 9th-rank martial artist, or even a martial arts master, to easily deal with Song Qian. Why bother using a sledgehammer to crack a nut? That fool Song Qian cannot even fight. What need is there for a 9th-rank martial artist? It would be a waste. And in Shuimian's mind, Song Qian was merely a weakling, let alone a martial arts master. Even a first-rank martial artist could easily trample Song Qian beneath their feet, bringing him to tears in mere moments. And to think of a ninth-rank martial artist. It's just a phone call. What is there to waste? On our wedding day? I fear Song Qian won't even dare to show up, Su Jianhao said, grinning with satisfaction. Inviting a ninth-rank martial artist is the only way to ensure Song Qian's demise. Jianhao is truly remarkable, having managed to summon a ninth-tier martial artist. Thus, it seems inevitable that Song Qian will meet his demise, ha ha ha. And Shui Man raised her thumb in admiration, the shadows of her earlier humiliation dissipating in an instant as she envisioned the moment when Song Qian would be dealt with. Yet, she remained oblivious to the fact that Song Qian had now become an invincible force, rendering any ninth-tier martial artist as insignificant as mere ants in his presence. At Song Qian's residence, the atmosphere grew notably quieter after Su Jianhao and his companion departed. Song Qian extended an invitation to Lu Muyun and the others to rest at his home. His dwelling was painfully modest, almost devoid of any furnishings. As Lu Muyun surveyed the sparse decor, she couldn't help but feel a deep admiration. Indeed, Song Qian was a miraculous healer, embodying humility in his interactions. Despite residing in such a simple abode, he had no desire to embellish it. The four of them cohabited in perfect harmony. As they sipped tea and exchanged pleasantries, they lightheartedly recounted the events of the previous day when Lu Muyun and Song Yao had engaged in a spirited exchange over the phone, leading to laughter all around. After a brief conversation, Lu Muyun rose and exchanged a glance with Dean Sun, prompting him and Zhao Kiki to stand as well. Dr. Song, Lu Muyun began. We brought a few small gifts for your parents and for you, Song Yao. We'll step out to retrieve them, so please bear with us. As Lu Muyun finished her sentence, Dean Sun chimed in. I too have brought a modest gift, specifically for a visit to Dr. Song. However, I was momentarily distracted by the noise earlier and was unable to present it. Song Qian's family quickly rose to their feet. Miss Lu, Dean's son. There is no need for such formality. You needn't have brought any gifts. We appreciate your kindness in advance. They all proceeded outside. A short while later, they returned, arms laden with an assortment of items, including various nutritional supplements and some clothing. Lu Muyun had expended several tens of thousands on this bounty. A day prior, she had first visited Song Qian's home before heading to Su Taohua's residence. Aware of the modest circumstances of Song Qian's family, she had made a conscious effort to bring gifts, both to express her gratitude and to foster a closer relationship. After all, with such extraordinary medical skills, it was essential to cultivate a connection with someone like him. Furthermore, she had her own requests to make of Song Qian. After expressing her thanks once more, Dean's son finally transitioned to the main topic. Dr. Song, based on my investigations, 2 years ago, someone with your exact name from Taohua Village sought employment at our hospital. Might you be the same Dr. Song, or is it another individual? Song Qian nodded, affirming, that person is indeed me. It was only prior to working there that I developed enmity with Su Jianhao. Upon receiving Song Qian's confirmation, Dean's son could not help but feel a sense of regret. The absence of such an unparalleled healer from Jiangcheng Hospital was a significant loss for both the institution and its patients. Dean's son was eager to invite Song Qian to return to work, yet there were certain matters he needed to clarify first. Dr. Song, I have a query that I hope you can elucidate. At this juncture, Dean's son's gaze conveyed a blend of curiosity and admiration as he looked towards Song Qian. Song Qian nodded, prompting Dean's son to continue. It is said that Miss Lu informed me yesterday that you diagnosed her with advanced cervical cancer merely by glancing at her. Song Qian nodded again, signaling for him to proceed. Dean's son pressed on, however, the diagnosis of Miss Lu's condition can only be confirmed through an MRI at our hospital. From my understanding, it is quite difficult to ascertain her illness with just a fleeting glance. Dean's son articulated all his doubts clearly. Once he had finished questioning, Song Qian smiled and replied, Dean's son, many aspects of traditional Chinese medicine are challenging to convey. Even if I explained, you might find it hard to believe. It is perhaps best to maintain that air of mystery, but I must assure you, traditional Chinese medicine is indeed capable of such feats. Chapter 63. Inviting Song Qian to work at Jiangcheng Hospital. Song Qian's words were as good as meaningless. This was precisely his intention, to speak in vague terms. He could not possibly reveal to Director Sun that he had inherited the legacy of the Lotus Immortal and acquired the 18 needles of Yama, which enabled him to heal Lu Muyun. Even if he disclosed such information, it would likely be met with skepticism. Upon hearing Song Qian's reticence, Director Sun recognized his unwillingness to elaborate and refrained from pressing further. However, one thing was clear. Song Qian was no ordinary individual. His medical prowess undoubtedly rivaled that of any expert or professor at Jiangxing Hospital. If he could persuade Song Qian to return to work, it would be akin to discovering a treasure. Dr. Song, Director Sun began, I have greatly enjoyed our conversation today. You expressed interest in joining our hospital 2 years ago. And now, after this interval, our reunion feels serendipitous, especially in such a unique manner. He paused slightly, contemplating before seemingly arriving at a resolute decision. Dr. Song, would you consider taking a position at Jiangxing Hospital? I can offer you the role of deputy director, allowing you to oversee the other deputy directors. Aside from myself, you would be the second in command. Fearing a refusal from Song Qian, Director Sun hastily outlined the terms. As for your salary, I assure you of my utmost sincerity. I will offer you a monthly remuneration of 1 million. Should you accept, I will also provide you with a 4-bedroom apartment and a vehicle valued at 500,000. After articulating this, Director Sun gazed intently into Song Qian's eyes, hoping to glean a hint of his thoughts. This was his most genuine offer, and he had done everything within his power. A monthly salary of 1 million was unprecedented. Moreover, the addition of a house and a car surpassed even what he, as the director, had ever experienced in terms of luxury. Listening intently, Song Yu was filled with excitement. Goodness, a monthly salary of 1 million, along with a house and a car. My brother is about to strike it rich. You must accept. She clenched her fists, rising in a fervor. Song Yongfu, hearing this, thought he must have misheard. Director Sun, you cannot be jesting. A monthly salary of 1 million amounts to 12 million a year, along with a house and a luxury car. Such an offer is beyond my wildest dreams. Throughout his life, Song Yongfu had endured hardship. He recalled the pinnacle of his financial situation when his bank account held a mere 50,000, reserved for Song Qian's education. Now, Director Sun was proposing an astronomical salary of 1 million per month to hire Song Qian as deputy director. This was an unexpected windfall. 12 million a year was a figure he would not dare to envision in his dreams. Director Sun nodded earnestly. Brother Song, having someone as capable as Dr. Song join our hospital would be an immense honor. I am already humbled by his willingness to consider us, but my capabilities are limited. I can only extend these benefits. Otherwise, I feel even this salary is somewhat modest. Is it truly 1 million a month? Lu Shufan's eyes widened, her lips twitching with disbelief, her palms clammy with excitement. 1 million a month? How much would one need to earn to amass such wealth? If this were the case, the Song family would undoubtedly take flight from this moment onward, thanks to Song Qian. An annual income exceeding 10 million amounts to a staggering 100 million over a decade. Indeed, you heard correctly. Director Sun reiterated that the monthly salary is 1 million, complemented by an additional million as a year-end bonus. A year-end bonus of 1 million? Song Yao clenched her fists, unable to restrain a scream. Brother, why are you dawdling? Quickly agreed to Director Sun. A monthly salary of 1 million, a dream I wouldn't even dare to entertain. Song Yongfu and Lu Shufan gazed at Song Qian with wide eyes. The prospect of unimaginable wealth arriving so suddenly, they fervently hoped for Song Qian's acquiescence. This is a monthly salary of 1 million, not an annual one. The Song family has long aspired to produce a talent, and even the thought of an annual salary of 1 million would compel them to pay homage at their ancestors' graves, burning incense and bowing deeply to convey the news. Amidst the expectant gazes, Song Qian shook her head. Director Sun, I appreciate your generous offer, but I have numerous responsibilities at present and simply cannot dedicate time to work at the hospital. Song Qian's refusal was anticipated by Director Sun. However, he did not foresee the resoluteness of her denial. Dr. Song, the monthly salary of 1 million, along with a car and a house, represents my utmost sincerity. If you remain unsatisfied with the salary, I can explore other avenues. I'm afraid I must disappoint you, Song Qian replied, shaking her head once more. I have been unwell for over 2 years and have many matters to address. I genuinely cannot spare the time, and this is not merely about salary. I hope for your understanding. Faced with another refusal, Director Sun had no choice but to relent. The issue of salary was not the crux for Song Qian. Even if he offered more, it would not resonate with her heart. Furthermore, given her current medical expertise, treating just one patient a month could yield several million, if not tens of millions, potentially even reaching 1 billion. Indeed, 1 million in annual salary pales in comparison. Dr. Song, that is indeed regrettable. However, I have one request. Should the hospital encounter any complex cases and you happen to have the time, could you assist us? Payment will be settled daily. Song Qian pondered for a moment and smiled, nodding. If time permits, I can certainly consider it. This arrangement is most advantageous for Song Qian. Should the hospital face challenging cases and the compensation be adequate, she would provide her services. This is far more lucrative than $1 million a month. Thank you for your kindness, Dr. Song. Director Sun rose, extending his hand to shake with Song Qian, once again expressing his gratitude. Meanwhile, Song Yao, seated nearby, wore a disapproving expression. Has this Song Qian truly lost her senses? She rejected a monthly salary of $1 million? After all, that amounts to over $12 million a year. Song Yao had long fantasized about wealth, and the opportunity had presented itself today, only for Song Qian to turn it down. Biting her lip, she was tempted to scold Song Qian, yet refrained in front of others. Simultaneously, Song Yongfu and Lu Shufan also bore displeased expressions, witnessing an opportunity laid out before them. A chance for the family to soar, only to watch Song Qian decline. What a pity. Son, Song Yongfu hesitated, contemplating for a moment before finally articulating his thoughts. You currently lack a stable job, and Director Sun's remuneration is indeed quite generous. Perhaps. Song Yongfu spoke in a tone of suggestion, hoping to persuade Song Qian. After all, a monthly salary in the millions, even if merely a daydream, is not something to be trifled with. To forfeit such an opportunity would be truly regrettable. As a sanitation worker, Song Yongfu earned merely over $20,000 a year, whereas Song Qian could make over $30,000 in a single day at work. Just one day's labor for Song Qian equated to an entire year's income for him. Indeed. My son, why not heed your father's advice? Given that you are currently unemployed, why not consider taking a position at Jiangcheng Hospital? Chapter 64. Asking Song Qian to heal. Grandfather Lu Shufan gazed at Song Qian and offered a word of persuasion, just as Song Qian was about to respond. Song Yao interjected, Brother, perhaps you should heed Mom and Dad's advice. They would never lead you astray. A monthly salary of $1 million is exceedingly rare. Song Yao longed to express that if Song Qian were reluctant to accept the offer, she would be overjoyed to work for a mere $10,000 a month, let alone a staggering sum of $1 million. Song Qian shook her head, reassuring her family. Mom, Dad, little sister, fret not. If I seek employment, I shall certainly find it swiftly. To placate her parents, she shifted her tone. Moreover, Director Sun's offer of $1 million a month does not necessitate my immediate start. Even if I decide to join the hospital 2 months hence, I am confident that Director Sun would still welcome me. At this juncture, Song Qian raised her gaze toward Director Sunday. Isn't that so, Director Sun? Director Sun nodded with a smile, eager to affirm her words. Indeed. As long as Dr. Song is willing to join, the doors of Jiangcheng Hospital shall always be open to you. Upon hearing Director Sun's reassurance, Song Yongfu and his wife, along with Song Yao, breathed a collective sigh of relief, feeling a glimmer of hope. As their conversation neared its conclusion, Lu Muyun seized the opportunity to speak. Dr. Song, may I request a moment of your time outside? I have a personal matter I wish to discuss with you privately. Upon hearing this, Song Qian realized she too had something to convey. With Lu Muyun leading the way, she readily agreed. Let us step outside to the car. I have matters to discuss with you as well, Miss Lu. Lu Muyun hesitated momentarily. What could Dr. Song possibly want to discuss? Could it be that her condition had taken a new turn? It seemed unlikely, as she had been examined just the night before and was deemed cured. What then? Could Dr. Song wish to say? With a heart filled with trepidation, she followed closely behind Song Qian, glancing back at Zhao Kiki and Director Sunday. Please wait for a moment. Director Sun waved dismissively. It's quite all right. This is a perfect opportunity for me to converse with Dr. Song's parents. He was eager to persuade them to encourage Song Qian to accept the position at Jiangcheng Hospital. Upon reaching the outside, the two did not enter the car. Instead, Song Qian led Lu Muyun to a quiet spot by the roadside, standing beneath a large tree before turning to face her. Miss Lu, let us speak here. I noticed your hesitance earlier. Please feel free to share whatever is on your mind. At that moment, Lu Muyun bowed respectfully to Song Qian. After straightening, she spoke with a hint of embarrassment. Dr. Song, I implore you to save my grandfather. Yes, it is about that. Lu Muyun proceeded to explain her grandfather's condition. 3 months prior, he had suddenly lost consciousness and was urgently hospitalized. However, despite 3 months of treatment, there had been no signs of improvement. Doctors of all kinds have come and gone, and substantial sums of money have been spent. Yet, my grandfather's condition remains unpredictable, showing a troubling tendency to worsen. During moments of lucidity, he can still recall Lu Muyun, but in severe episodes, he forgets even his own identity. To speak plainly, It resembles dementia, albeit not entirely. In summary, the illness is peculiar, leaving many esteemed physicians at a loss. The Liu family's circumstances are somewhat unique. Liu Muyun's father has taken 3 wives in succession. The first, Liu Muyun's mother, passed away from a terminal illness when Liu Muyun was merely 3 years old. Subsequently, her father remarried a younger woman. A year later, this second wife bore Liu Muyun a younger brother. However, fortune was short-lived. After just 1 year of happiness, Liu Muyun's stepmother also died, leaving her with a half-brother. Her father, still young, remarried again a few months later, this time to a beautiful and capable woman who managed the household well and gave birth to another brother. Thus, Liu Muyun found herself with 2 brothers, the elder of whom shared her fate as a motherless child, while the younger brother enjoyed a comparatively happier life. Despite her tumultuous family background, Liu Muyun was born with exceptional beauty and intelligence, winning her grandfather's affection, who nurtured her as the family's successor. As she matured, Liu Muyun exceeded expectations, outshining her brothers in every aspect. However, recent developments have shifted the balance as her grandfather's condition has deteriorated, igniting ambition in her 2 brothers, particularly the younger one. Emboldened by their stepmother's support, who has been forming alliances within the family business, while Liu Muyun strives to treat her grandfather and stabilize the internal affairs of the company, the potential for chaos looms if her grandfather does not recover. Fortunately, despite her brother's machinations, the company has managed to keep news of her grandfather's illness tightly under wraps, with little information leaking out. Nevertheless, after 2 or 3 months, whispers have begun to circulate, impacting the company's reputation. Liu Muyun has exerted every effort to keep the organization afloat, but if this situation persists, she may soon find herself unable to cope. In this dire moment, Liu Muyun received the devastating news that she is in the late stages of cervical cancer. Luckily, she crossed paths with Song Qian, who helped her emerge from her nightmare. Liu Muyun's sole desire is to enlist Song Qian to heal her grandfather. Upon hearing her plight, Song Qian expressed genuine sympathy. The complexities of the Liu family are indeed intricate. However, this unstable situation could prove beneficial for him. He stroked his chin thoughtfully, pretending to ponder deeply. After a brief silence, he spoke slowly. Miss Liu, you have shared your family's challenges and your grandfather's condition with me, which indicates your sincere trust in my abilities. Therefore, allow me to offer you some reassurance, regardless of your beliefs. I assure you that there is no ailment I cannot remedy. Even if someone has been deceased for several hours, I possess the means to revive them. Song Qian's statement, while confident, was still tempered with caution. The inheritance of the Lotus Immortal, the Yanluo 18 Needles, possesses the miraculous ability to revive the deceased from mere flesh and bone. This is no exaggeration. If Song Qian claims to have a remedy, then it must hold truth. Liu Muyun, upon hearing this, was left utterly astounded. In merely half an hour, through the art of acupuncture with silver needles, Song Qian had cured her cervical cancer, surpassing all her expectations. Yet, at that moment, Song Qian's words transcended her comprehension. Could it be that such medical techniques exist that allow for resurrection? If so, the wealthy who have departed from this world would surely seek such treatment at once. Although her doubts lingered, the undeniable truth remained. Song Qian had indeed healed her ailment. Furthermore, her grandfather's condition was unique, and every doctor she had consulted had been of no avail. To speak candidly, her grandfather's illness had reached a point where desperate measures seemed the only recourse. It was better to try than to do nothing at all. Thus, she found herself compelled to place her faith in Song Qian. Divine Dr. Song, I believe in you. Please assist my grandfather in his treatment. If you restore him to health, I shall express my deepest gratitude. Chapter 65. I am willing to devote myself with eyes brimming with hope. Liu Muyun could not help but gaze at Song Qian. He had contemplated all possible solutions, and only Song Qian could provide her with a glimmer of hope. As for the heavy recompense, that was entirely up to him. At this juncture, Song Qian added an additional stipulation. Miss Liu, I can assure you with confidence that I will cure your grandfather, but there are a few minor conditions. He paused for effect, retracting his gaze from afar to focus on Liu Muyun. Whatever conditions you may impose, I shall accept them, even if it means. Here, Liu Muyun blushed, her delicate features betraying her shyness. Biting her lower lip, she lowered her gaze, her lashes fluttering gently, a rosy hue gracing her cheeks. Even if it means I must devote myself to you, I am willing. Liu Muyun stammered, her face a portrait of bashfulness. The Liu family appeared formidable. Yet beneath the surface, it was weakened by her grandfather's illness, leaving the conglomerate fragile. If her grandfather did not recover, the situation would be dire. Particularly concerning were Lu Muyun's two younger brothers, who had begun to take drastic measures in their quest for control over the family enterprise. Observing Lu Muyun's coy demeanor, Song Qian smiled faintly. This Miss Lu was indeed daring, willing to go so far as to offer herself for her grandfather's recovery. Truly remarkable. Her filial piety was commendable. And once her grandfather was restored to health, he would surely share this incident with him. The notion of her devotion stirred something within Song Qian. Yet that was not his primary concern. His focus lay upon the pendant adorning Lu Muyun's neck. As for this enchanting young lady, it would be delightful to embrace her. But the urgent matter remained the jade pendant. Miss Lu, he gestured, the matter is not as you imagine. I can agree to your request and assure you of your grandfather's recovery, but you must first agree to 3 conditions. Lu Muyun nodded earnestly, exclaiming that she would consent to not just 3, but 30 or even 100 demands. Please, esteemed physician Song, state your conditions. Song Qian stroked his chin, his gaze lingering on Lu Muyun's exquisite face, then drifting downward to her necklace and the delicate area above her heart. His scrutiny rendered Lu Muyun increasingly bashful, as she misinterpreted his intentions. She believed him to be genuinely requesting her devotion. I can agree to devote myself to you, and I solemnly assure you that I will never go back on my word, but this can only occur after my grandfather's recovery. Until then, I kindly ask you not to place me in an awkward position. Lu Muyun's face flushed with embarrassment as she quickly concealed her neckline. Realizing Lu Muyun's misunderstanding, Song Qian felt a twinge of awkwardness. What was this charming young lady thinking? His attention had been drawn to her necklace and pendant. Yet she had misconstrued his gaze as an appreciation of her beauty, leading to an uncomfortable situation for him. Certainly, let us return to the matter at hand. Lu Muyun is a vision of exquisite beauty, her delicate oval face and pointed chin complemented by a figure that could enchant any ordinary man. Ahem. Song Qian pretended to cough, attempting to mask his embarrassment. Miss Lu, among the 3 conditions I mentioned, one pertains to the necklace and pendant adorning your neck. It is not my intention to suggest any obligations of the flesh. It appears there may have been a misunderstanding. My apologies. Lu Muyun offered an awkward smile in response to Song Qian's words. She had assumed that he, like many other men, was merely captivated by her beauty, unaware that his interest lay in the pendant around her neck. Dr. Song, why do you gaze at the pendant so intently? Lu Muyun stammered, clearly taken aback by the revelation that Song Qian's first demand was regarding her ancestral treasure. This was indeed a family heirloom. Why would Song Qian specifically desire this necklace? Lu Muyun narrowed her eyes in contemplation, perplexed by the situation. Only yesterday, she had promised Song Qian that if he cured her ailment, she would disclose the origins of the necklace. To her astonishment, he was now requesting it. Could it be that Song Qian understood the significance of the necklace even better than she did, or was there something uniquely remarkable about it? As Lu Muyun pondered these thoughts, Song Qian spoke up. Miss Lu, I merely find this necklace beautiful, which is why I made such a request. I wish to take it to gift to my mother. Faced with no other choice, Song Qian resorted to deception. He could not divulge to Lu Muyun that the petal pendant contained a fragment of the divine consciousness of the Lotus Immortal Emperor. This secret must remain concealed. Clearly unconvinced by his explanation, Lu Muyun took a moment to reflect before inquiring, what about the 2nd and 3rd conditions? Please share those as well. Song Qian shook his head, stating that he had yet to formulate the latter 2 demands, but would communicate them to her once they came to mind. It was not that he refrained from mentioning them. Rather, he simply had not considered them yet. The intention behind proposing 3 conditions was to obscure the first, while the latter conditions would involve a monetary exchange to some extent. After pondering for a moment, Lu Muyun nodded. I agree to your request. She then added, I also have a stipulation. I will part with the necklace and pendant only after my grandfather has been cured. This heirloom was of great significance, and under normal circumstances, she would not have easily acquiesced. However, the current situation was exceedingly unfavorable for her. Her grandfather's health was deteriorating, and without prompt treatment, he might not recover, potentially leading the Lu family toward dire straits, even bankruptcy. For the sake of a mere piece of jade, risking her grandfather's life and the very existence of the Lu group seemed unthinkable. What use would the pendant serve if it remained? If it was indeed a family heirloom, it ought to fulfill its purpose. Lu Muyun had previously sought an appraisal of this treasure, which was valued at several tens of millions. Merely tens of millions, if lost. So be it. Song Qian smiled brightly and nodded. It was settled. Treatment could commence at any time. This necklace was something Song Qian was determined to possess. Lu Muyun was still courteous, thus he refrained from employing coercive measures. Should Lu Muyun dare to go back on his word, he would resort to outright theft. In any case, the item must be secured. Upon hearing Song Qian's agreement, Lu Muyun bowed respectfully, expressing his gratitude in advance to the esteemed physician, and suggested they set off. Ladies first, Song Qian gestured invitingly. Lu Muyun, undeterred, led the way towards Song Qian's residence. Upon returning home, Song Qian's father, Song Yongfu, seized him and ushered him into another room for a heart-to-heart discussion. The message was straightforward. He urged Song Qian to immediately commence work at Jiangxing Hospital. After a moment's contemplation, Song Qian indirectly declined his father's request, citing prior commitments over the next couple of days. His mother and sister also sought to persuade him. But Song Qian shook his head firmly, denying them the opportunity to speak. What a jest! A monthly salary of 1 million yuan, though he was in need of funds. He could not entertain the idea of employment. To speak candidly, that small establishment known as Jiangxing Hospital was fraught with treachery and danger. Song Qian, akin to a benevolent deity, had no desire to wade into such murky waters. How many hospitals today genuinely prioritize the well-being of patients? And among the multitude of physicians, how many truly advocate for their patients' interests? Chapter 66. A family overturned by greed. Everyone acts out of self-interest. Although Song Qian aspires to earn a living, he intends to do so through honorable means, eschewing any collusion with these individuals and the constraints of the hospital. Should he choose to work, the immortal Lotus Emperor would surely berate him mercilessly for deigning to serve in such a trivial establishment, given his unparalleled medical prowess. It would indeed be a source of ridicule. As he stepped onto the roadside, a van sped towards him, halting abruptly before Song Qian, from which emerged several individuals. Upon recognizing them, Song Qian's expression darkened. The newcomers were none other than his detestable cousin, Lu Zhenxiong, along with his aunt, Ding Yongmei, and 3 or 4 burly men. Lu Zhenxiong, with a white bandage wrapped around his head, stained with fresh blood, approached Song Qian with an air of arrogance. Song Qian, he exclaimed, you borrowed 50,000 from us and expect to repay not a single cent in interest? Do you think it will be that easy? I offer you one chance. Transfer 20,000 in interest to us. If you dare to remit even a fraction less, I shall have my brothers deal with you. 20,000 is hardly sufficient, Ding Yongmei interjected. Just earlier, Xiao Xiong collided inexplicably with a wall in your yard. The myriad medical expenses will amount to at least an additional 10,000. This aunt truly believed herself to be a deity of wealth. After receiving the principal, she now demanded 20,000 in interest, and, on top of that, insisted on medical costs. What outrageous reasoning! Ding Yongmei, you hold yourself in far too high regard, Song Qian retorted, addressing her directly without affording her any semblance of courtesy. Unwilling to tolerate her presence. When others addressed her with respect, he would reciprocate, but when she acted with such arrogance, she deserved nothing. The commotion outside drew the attention of his family, and soon, Song Qian's parents and sister arrived at the roadside. Upon seeing Ding Yongmei and her cohorts, Lu Shufan's countenance grew grim. Sister-in-law, please do not escalate this further. Song Qian has already repaid the 50,000. Why must we allow this to become an unpleasant affair? Ding Yongmei, dismissive, waved her sleeve with defiance. The principal has indeed been returned, yet the interest remains unpaid. My son was injured in your home, and the costs for his treatment have not been settled. If we do not receive an additional 30,000 today, we shall not leave until the matter is made known to all. Lu Zhenxiong chimed in. Indeed, this is a debt your family rightfully owes. If you wish to escape without due recompense, even kinship cannot shield you from the consequences. He absently touched the bandage on his head, still suffering from the pain. Today had been a stroke of ill fortune, as he could not fathom how he had fallen victim to such a peculiar ailment. Yet, the hospital's examination had revealed no issues. After a simple bandaging, he had returned to confront Song Qian. At that moment, Lu Muyun turned to Song Qian and quietly inquired. Song Qian succinctly recounted the events that had transpired. Upon hearing his account, Lu Muyun's brows furrowed with indignation. Song Qian, we cannot afford to waste time with them. Shall I assist you in driving them away? These individuals are nothing but ruffians. Song Qian offered a faint smile and nodded gently. It is indeed a fortunate occurrence when someone intervenes on your behalf. Lu Muyun directed her gaze towards Zhao Kiki, who, understanding the unspoken cue, took 2 steps forward. her eyes glinting with fierce determination as she confronted the group. Where do these ruffians come from? Daring to trouble the esteemed Dr. Song and delaying matters concerning our young lady? Can you bear the consequences? Ding Yongmei, upon hearing this, instantly bristled with displeasure. What a mad dog! She began, but before she could finish her sentence, Zhao Kiki delivered 2 resounding slaps, admonishing her, "Watch your tongue." Caught off guard by the sudden assault, Ding Yongmei staggered and collapsed onto the ground, resorting to her antics as she wailed, "They've hit me. Someone, come quickly." Sitting on the ground, she rubbed her feet against the surface, stirring up dust, while her hands beat the ground in a display of petulance. Witnessing his mother being struck, Lu Zhenxiang could hardly contain his fury. He bellowed and rushed towards Zhao Kiki. However, Zhao Kiki, who was both Lu Muyun's chauffeur and female bodyguard, had previously honed her skills in a martial arts school and was quite adept in combat. Despite her delicate appearance, she could easily handle 5 or 6 men. Someone as feeble as Lu Zhenxiang barely warranted her attention. As Lu Zhenxiang charged at her, Zhao Kiki swiftly delivered a kick that landed squarely on his thigh. Had her angle been more precise, it could have rendered him impotent. Fortunately, her control over both angle and force was impeccable, incapacitating Lu Zhenxiang without causing any lasting damage. Otherwise, he would have been thoroughly ruined. With a yelp, Lu Zhenxiang stumbled backward and fell to the ground, sliding over 2 meters before finally coming to a halt. His companions, taken aback, exchanged glances before attempting to encircle Zhao Kiki, who showed them no mercy and engaged them directly. In the blink of an eye, they were all dispatched to the ground. Observing Zhao Kiki's handling of the situation, Song Qian couldn't help but smirk coldly. Well done, he thought, relishing in the sight of her dealing with the miscreants, his mood lifting with each passing moment. Ever since he had acquired his inheritance, he had not truly engaged in combat. These individuals were far too weak, and he feared a mere slap would end their lives. Stop. Please don't hit them any further. Lu Shufan, Song Qian's mother, hurriedly stepped forward to halt Zhao Kiki, alarmed at the prospect of severe injury. A lesson is sufficient. We must avoid any fatalities, as it would not only bring trouble to our family but also implicate Miss Lu. Lu Muyun raised her hand, signaling Zhao Kiki to cease. That will suffice. Let them taste a bit of adversity. Once Zhao Kiki stepped back, Lu Muyun continued, "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lu Muyun from the Lu Group in Jiangqing. Song Qian is my friend and savior. Should you wish to harm my benefactor's family, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. This is your final warning. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to end you." As her voice rose to a commanding crescendo, Lu Zhenxiang trembled at her words. He lay on the ground, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, and with a wail, he raised his head, finally focusing his attention on Lu Muyun. Upon closer inspection, he was instantly taken aback. Indeed, this person was Lu Muyun. In his haste to deal with Song Qian, he had merely noticed the woman's beauty and failed to recognize her true identity. Now, seeing her clearly, he was struck with fear. The Lu family of Jiang City, how could he possibly provoke them? Regardless of any other families, such as the Niu or Ma clans. Ding Yongmei, clutching her pained face, mistakenly pronounced the Lu surname as Niu, unaware of the formidable stature of the Lu family in Jiang City. And she had not regarded Lu Muyun with any seriousness. No, please stop talking recklessly. Seeing his mother's ignorance of the gravity of the situation, Lu Zhenxiang hurriedly intervened. Mother, she is the young lady of the Lu family, associated with the Jiangchen Lu Group. We cannot afford to offend her. We must not provoke Miss Lu. Chapter 67, The Lu Family in Jiangqing. At this moment, Lu Zhenxiang finally grasped the gravity of the situation. How could the fool Song Qian have become acquainted with Lu Muyun, the esteemed young lady of the Lu family? Lu Zhenxiang himself dared not meet her gaze. To his astonishment, Song Qian stood shoulder to shoulder with her. Moreover, Lu Muyun had declared that Song Qian was her friend. When had this great fool struck such fortune? Clinging to the leg of Lu Muyun? The transformation was indeed remarkable. Clearly, Lu Zhenxiang's judgment had faltered once again. Had he known of the connection between Song Qian and Lu Muyun, he would not have dared to demand interest, let alone the principal. The daughter of the Lu family was not someone he could afford to provoke. It was likely that the 50,000 yuan Song Qian had lent him was also a gesture supported by the young lady. Song Qian had perhaps already found success. Miss Lu, I apologize. My mother was unaware of your identity. Ignorance is no excuse. Please forgive her. From this moment forth, we shall no longer trouble the Song family. I implore you, Miss Lu, spare us, pleaded Lu Zhenxiang, alongside several of his companions. They had inadvertently provoked Lu Muyun, a person of considerable stature. Could they possibly withstand her wrath? Under Lu Zhenxiong's lead, the group implored for mercy. Lu Muyun stood aloof, her demeanor icy, indifferent to their supplications. Realizing that appealing to Lu Muyun was futile, Lu Zhenxiong grew desperate. Ignoring his injuries and the agonizing pain coursing through him, he crawled to Song Qian. Clutching his cousin's leg, "Cousin, I am your elder brother. Our families are related. Please, say a kind word on our behalf and persuade Miss Lu to forgive us." Song Qian stood with arms crossed, letting out a disdainful snort. "I preferred your earlier arrogance." After a brief pause, he coldly continued. "When you were acting so high and mighty, did you ever consider that we were relatives? Now that you are in trouble, you remember? It is too late." Seeing Lu Zhenxiong's distress, Ding Yomei, his ally, felt a surge of anxiety. She had never anticipated that they would provoke such a formidable figure today. She leaned forward, using her hands and feet to crawl towards Song Qian. "Xiao Qian, I am your aunt. I watched you grow up. Please, say a kind word and ask Miss Lu to forgive us." Song Qian's expression remained impassive, a scoff escaping his lips. "Now you seek my favor. Where is that arrogance you displayed earlier?" This mother and son duo had demonstrated their skill in appeasing the strong while bullying the weak. Now they finally understood the necessity of seeking his assistance. Since they had come to fear, they could remain in that state a while longer. Song Qian chuckled coldly, remaining silent. As their pleas to him proved fruitless, Lu Zhenxiong grew frantic. He turned to Song Qian's parents and his sister for help. "Aunt, please say a kind word for us. Uncle, we beseech you, if Miss Lu does not forgive us, we shall be beaten to death. Please, speak on our behalf. Little cousin, I implore you." Reluctant to put her parents in a difficult position, Song Qian finally spoke. "Lu Zhenxiong and Ding Yomei, allow me to pose a single inquiry. The principal has been returned to your family. Do you still require the accrued interest of 20,000? Ding Yomei hastily shook her head. No, absolutely not." Lu Zhenxiong feigned ignorance, shaking his head vigorously as if it were a rattling toy. "It was merely a misunderstanding. Since you have returned our principal, how could we possibly demand interest? Please forgive us, dear cousin." Song Qian offered a faint smile before continuing. "Did you not sustain injuries at our residence? What of the medical expenses?" Upon hearing this, both individuals shook their heads in unison. No. How could I possibly ask for medical fees?" Lu Zhenxiong quickly replied. "I was merely jesting. I accidentally damaged your courtyard wall. And it would be more than enough if you forego the repair costs, hee. Song Qian waved his hand dismissively. "Let it be. Our dilapidated courtyard wall is bound to collapse sooner or later, so you need not concern yourself with repairs." At this juncture, Song Qian underscored, "Cousin, this is the final warning. Should you dare to cause trouble again, any consequences shall be borne by you. I will not be able to protect you." Lu Zhenxiong nodded fervently, lacking the audacity to oppose. "It shall not happen again. Rest assured, cousin." At this moment, Zhao Kiki interjected, "Let me inform you. Dr. Song is the savior of our young lady. Should you dare to act recklessly again, you shall face dire consequences." We would not dare. The group huddled on the ground, trembling like chicks in a slaughterhouse, fearful of losing their lives by mere misstep. "Leave." With Zhao Ki's command, the individuals scrambled to their feet, hastily retreating in their vehicle. As they watched their adversaries depart, Song Qian approached his parents, relaying a few more instructions before finally taking his seat in Lu Muyun's car. During the ride, Lu Muyun briefly recounted the origins of the pendant. And upon hearing it, Song Qian found it aligned closely with his own imaginings. This pendant was discovered by the ancestors of the Lu family. Furthermore, as Song Qian sat beside Lu Muyun, the primordial lotus within his dantian began to tremble involuntarily. This realization led Song Qian to understand that whenever fragments of the consciousness lotus appeared nearby, the primordial lotus would react with excitement. Such knowledge would facilitate his future endeavors in searching for other fragments of the consciousness lotus. In Jiangcheng, within the luxurious Dragon Garden Villa complex, the most opulent villas in the city were situated. Even the least expensive began in the tens of millions, while others were valued in the hundreds of millions, including the villa belonging to Lu Muyun's family. Inside the villa, Lu Muyun's grandfather, Lu Taichu, sat vacantly on his bed, awaiting a doctor's examination. Lu Muyun's two younger brothers, along with his stepmother, Li Chunmei, and father, Lu Fuxing, were all crammed within the room. At that moment, Li Chunmei suddenly spoke up. "This Lu Muyun is quite neglectful of the old man. I heard she went to Taohua village early this morning. What on earth is she up to?" Just as she finished speaking, her son, Lu He, chimed in. "Ever since grandfather fell ill, she has become increasingly outrageous, gallivanting about indiscriminately with her little bodyguard, Zhao Kiki. I witnessed with my own eyes her frequent visits to luxurious establishments, presumably to seduce unprincipled men, a truly scandalous display of moral decay. Lu He expressed his indignation fervently. Among the three siblings, Lu Muyun, the eldest, Lu Ji, the second, and their mother who passed away early, only Lu He considered himself the most fortunate. Logically, their grandfather ought to have nurtured him to become the heir of the family legacy. However, Lu He was taken aback when his grandfather chose to foster Lu Muyun instead. Helplessly, he watched as Lu Muyun gradually seized control of the company, a bitter pill for him to swallow, leaving him utterly discontented. How could a mere girl like Lu Muyun possibly manage a corporation? It was he, Lu He, who was the most suitable candidate to oversee the company, yet his grandfather, blinded by age, stubbornly refused to grant him authority. Sooner or later, Lu Muyun would marry, and the business would inevitably fall into her hands, destined to be handed over to another. Thus, while the three siblings maintained a facade of amicability, behind the scenes, each harbored ulterior motives. Chapter 68. The soul-locking pulse. Listening to Lu He's words, Lu Ji remained silent. At that moment, Lu Ji voiced his grievances. Although Lu Muyun is the eldest sister, her actions were indeed inappropriate. With grandfather's conditions so dire, she gallivanted around, utterly disregarding the painstaking efforts grandfather had invested in her upbringing. Lu Ji's words struck a chord with Li Chunmei, who feigned a look of heartfelt sorrow. If our Lu group fails to rectify its internal management and allows Lu Muyun to squander resources recklessly, it will inevitably meet its demise one day. The frowns on Lu Fusheng's face deepened as he listened to their complaints. While there was a semblance of truth in what they said, it did not accurately reflect the reality. Lu Muyun's contributions over the past 2 to 3 months were evident. Were it not for her support, Lu group would have descended into chaos long ago. Lu Fusheng waved his hand dismissively, urging them to silence their chatter, lest they disturb the old master's rest. If you continue your incessant murmurs, I shall have you all removed. Your words only serve to irk me. At Lu Fusheng's rebuke, the trio fell silent. Their remarks had been intended for Lu Fusheng's ears, aimed at portraying Lu Mushui in a negative light. They also sought to commend Lu He, hoping to foster a favorable impression in Lu Fusheng's eyes for future endeavors. Just then, Lu Fusheng's phone rang. He swiftly answered, "Dr. Wang, have you arrived?" An aged voice replied from the other end, "I am at the entrance of the community." Upon hearing this, Lu Fusheng's spirits soared. He had gone to great lengths and incurred substantial expense to invite Dr. Wang. With his arrival, there was hope for treating his father's illness. If his father recovered, the current turmoil could soon return to normalcy and Lu Group would avert crisis. "No need for you to wait, just stay at home," came the busy tone after he hung up. Lu Fusheng's face broke into a joyful smile as he turned to his wife and 2 sons. "You 3, cooperate well and think carefully about what to say in front of Dr. Wang. Speak only what is necessary," he warned before descending the stairs. Although Dr. Wang had indicated he did not require an escort, it was merely a matter of respect and decorum to greet him downstairs. A few minutes later, Lu Fusheng returned. "Dr. Wang, thank you for your efforts," he said, leading him to his father's bedside. At that moment, old Master Lu Taichu lay with his eyes half closed, appearing drowsy and unsteady, on the verge of drifting into slumber. Dr. Wang positioned himself beside Lu Taichu and began to take his pulse. The more he examined, the tighter his brows knitted. Such an unusual pulse was unlike anything he had encountered in his many years of practice. This pulse was indeed peculiar, having traversed the land and seen myriad pulses. Yet this Dr. Wang inhaled sharply, his brow furrowing into a deep furrow, as if it could crush a fly. Listening to the sighs of Dr. Wang, Lu Fusheng felt his heart rise to his throat. Dr. Wang was his greatest hope. He could not afford to be disappointed. However, as he listened to the doctor's lamentations, Lu Fusheng sensed that the situation was far from simple. Just then, another sigh escaped from Dr. Wang. This is the locked soul pulse. Yes, indeed. It is the locked soul pulse. Dr. Wang exclaimed, cold sweat beading on his forehead. After years of practicing medicine, he had encountered the legendary locked soul pulse, a condition in which the patient was beyond salvation. Dr. Wang released his grip and wiped his brow. This particular pulse, known in the world of medicine as the locked soul pulse, signifies that the king of hell has sealed the patient's soul, leaving no hope for recovery. Dr. Wang took 2 steps back, shaking his head in resignation. Lu family head, I am truly sorry. I am powerless in this matter. You should prepare for the inevitable. Even a celestial being could not intervene. With that, Dr. Wang sighed deeply once more. Encountering such a pulse was indeed a stroke of misfortune for him. Hearing Dr. Wang's words, Lu Fuxing's expression darkened. What exactly was this locked soul pulse? How could such a phenomenon exist? Since his father fell ill, Lu Fuxing had consulted numerous renowned physicians, yet he had never heard anyone mention it. Dr. Wang, Lu Fuxing stammered, his lips quivering and his face paling. Among all the doctors I have invited, you are the most skilled. I implore you, save my father. Lu Fuxing's voice trembled as he pleaded. If even Dr. Wang could not save his father, then who in the world could? Lu Fuxing felt despair wash over him. After his father's illness, the family had descended into chaos, and the Lu group was on the brink of collapse. What would they do if his father could not recover? Dr. Wang shook his head. I am truly sorry. Lu family head. This is the locked soul pulse. The king of hell has already claimed his soul. Not even a divine being could assist. Take my advice and prepare for what is to come. With that, Dr. Wang sighed again. In the realm of medicine, there is a saying that encountering the locked soul pulse would surely bring misfortune to the physician for the rest of their life. To diagnose such a pulse was to provoke the king of hell. Yet, regrettably, Dr. Wang had spoken it aloud. Lu Fuxing grasped Dr. Wang's hand, pleading once more. But no amount of entreaty could sway him. If it could not be cured, then what could be done? Listening to Dr. Wang's words, a barely perceptible smirk appeared on Lu He's face. The unfolding events remained firmly under his control. If his grandfather were to pass, it would align perfectly with his desires. Lu Ji stood nearby, concern etched on his face. If his grandfather truly were to meet an untimely end, he needed to strategize swiftly to avoid chaos, as he intended to carve out his share of power within the Lu group. On the surface, Li Chunmei displayed a facade of worry, yet beneath it lay a subtle smile, one that blended both satisfaction and delight. Dr. Wang, Lu Fuxing suddenly spoke, pleading, I implore you to consider a solution. Initially, we agreed upon a treatment fee of 10 million. If you can heal my father, I am willing to offer you 20 million. I beg of you. Dr. Wang sighed, his countenance darkening. Had he possessed a remedy, he would not have uttered those earlier words. Master Lu, I have expressed all that needed to be said, both the necessary and the unnecessary. You promised me, regardless of the outcome, a sum of 500,000. I shall forego that amount. I am truly sorry. The plight of elder Lu Taichu is not merely a matter of finances. This affliction, having practiced medicine for the better part of his life, is one that Dr. Wang encounters for the very first time, marking an unfortunate turn of fate. The so-called soul lock pulse signifies that the patient's spirit has been ensnared by the king of hell, with portions of the soul being extracted at regular intervals. Chapter 69. Lu Mu Yun is targeted. Humans possess 3 souls and 7 spirits. As these diminish, one becomes more foolish and deranged, suffering from severe memory loss akin to dementia. With the passage of time, once the 3 souls and 7 spirits are entirely extracted, life ceases. Currently, Lu Taichu's condition reveals that at least half of his souls and spirits have been drawn away, and this depletion is accelerating. It will not be long before his demise is inevitable. Dr. Wang sighed once more, preparing to turn away. At that moment, footsteps echoed from outside. The door swung open, and Lu Mu Yun, accompanied by Song Qian, hurried into the room, her gaze immediately landing on her grandfather on the sickbed. Grandfather, Mu Yun has come to see you. As she moved closer, Lu He interposed his hand to block her. Lu Mu Yun, where have you been? You are fully aware that father summoned Dr. Wang to treat grandfather, yet you vanished early this morning. What are you scheming? Do you even care about grandfather? Lu Mu Yun frowned, casting a cold glance at Lu He. Father did indeed mention that he had invited the divine physician to treat grandfather in the coming days, but he never specified when the doctor would arrive. Moreover, Lu Mu Yun herself was afflicted with a terminal illness. Thus, she had somewhat overlooked the matter of the physician's arrival. Besides, with so many family members present, it sufficed for someone to be there. Her presence or absence would not hinder the divine physician's treatment of grandfather. This morning, she had already reached Taohua village when father sent her a message informing her of the treatment scheduled for today. However, she was engaged in conversation with Song Qian, merely promising to return promptly. Yet here was Lu He, immediately launching into an accusatory tirade. In response to his interrogation, Lu Mu Yun offered no amiable retort, as their relationship had already soured. Where I go is none of your concern. Step aside, do not obstruct my visit to grandfather. She attempted to push Lu He aside. Lu He, arms outstretched, remained steadfast in his blockade. You exhibit such filial ingratitude. At this critical juncture for grandfather's treatment, you are nowhere to be found. How could you forget how well he has treated you? Should he learn of your behavior, he would be furious. As Lu He finished, Lu Ji chimed in. Sister, Lu He speaks the truth. Your actions today are indeed excess, however. Today, these individuals appeared as though they had ingested gunpowder. The more agitated they became, the more convinced Lu Muyun felt that something was amiss with them, particularly concerning were her stepmother and younger brother, Lu He, who had been at odds with her ever since their grandfather fell ill. Their intentions were undoubtedly nefarious. Where I go is none of your business. I have no desire to engage in idle chatter with you. Kindly step aside, Lu Muyun asserted, directing her gaze towards her father, Lu Fuxing. Lu Fuxing waved his hand. Enough. What sort of spectacle is this? Arguing in front of the old master and physician Wang. With their father intervening, Lu He had no choice but to acquiesce. He stepped aside, allowing Lu Muyun to pass and approach Lu Taichu, gently linking her arm with the old man's. Grandfather, how do you feel? Lu Taichu's gaze was vacant, his eyelids drooping as he stared at the ground. Lu Muyun's concern seemed to fall on deaf ears, as he remained utterly unmoving. Grandfather, please do not frighten me. It's me, Muyun. Speak to me, touch my hand, stroke my head, she implored, leaning her forehead against Lu Taichu and nudging him gently. Yet, Lu Taichu remained unresponsive. Lost in a daze. Releasing her grip on her grandfather, she turned her attention back to Lu Fuxing. Father, I left early this morning to summon a skilled physician for grandfather. Physician Song has already arrived. Let him attend to grandfather. Retrieving her gaze from her father, Lu Muyun looked toward Song Qian. Physician Song, please examine my grandfather. However, as Song Qian took a couple of steps forward, he was halted by Lu He. You are a physician? I see nothing but a country charlatan, Lu He retorted, a mocking expression adorning his face. He scrutinized Song Qian from head to toe. Despite his new attire, Song Qian appeared youthful, likely no older than 20. Glancing both ways, Lu He scoffed at the notion that a mere 20-year-old could be a skilled physician. Lu He, like a pesky fly, had been warned by Lu Muyun on their way here that, although he was her brother, he was not to be trifled with. She advised him to avoid conflict with Lu He for the time being, planning to settle scores later after curing their grandfather. Song Qian regarded Lu He with a slight furrow of his brow, wishing to seize this opportunity to gauge Lu Muyun's two brothers and that stepmother, to ascertain whether they were of the same ilk. Young Master Lu, would you kindly step aside? Song Qian attempted to be courteous, testing the waters. Lu He blocked Song Qian's path. You little brat, despite your age being similar to mine, you dare to claim to be a physician? Know your place. This is the Lu family. I advise you to leave at once. Lu He bellowed, pointing towards the door. At that moment, Lu Ji interjected. You are barely 20 years old, likely even younger than I am, yet you dare to call yourself a physician? My grandfather's ailment is peculiar, far beyond your capability to address. Leave immediately. Lu Muyun, now incensed, approached Lu He. Both of you, silence. The esteemed physician I painstakingly summoned does not require your unsolicited commentary. Physician Wang stood nearby, a cold smile gracing his lips. One cannot help but ponder the state of society. Indeed, the human heart seems to have lost its ancient wisdom. A mere youth, brimming with arrogance, dares to proclaim himself a divine physician, an utter affront to the natural order. Such a young man is bound to encounter significant misfortune in the future. Why cannot he simply engage in honest work? Must he cloak himself in the guise of a healer? A discerning professional would easily unravel his deceit. Moreover, this is the esteemed Lu family. Young man, I have already assessed the condition of old Master Lu, and not even a celestial being could offer salvation. Do not invite trouble upon yourself. Dr. Wang spoke with a modicum of civility. Just as Song Qian was about to interject, Lu Fuxing continued, Young man, considering your tender age and the fact that you were invited by our esteemed Muyun, I shall refrain from holding this against you. I kindly ask you to return home now. My apologies. Chapter 70. Obstacles to treatment. Upon hearing this, Lu Muyun was immediately alarmed. Father, what are you saying? She furrowed her brows, casting an apologetic glance at Song Qian before returning her gaze to her father. Dr. Song's medical skills surpass those of any physician we have previously consulted. How can you dismiss him? This morning, I personally went to great lengths to invite Dr. Song here. Now that he has arrived, at the very least, let him examine grandfather. At that moment, Lu Muyun yearned to share with her father the despair she experienced after her diagnosis and how Song Qian had restored her health. However, after a brief contemplation, she relinquished the thought. The journey from discovering her cervical cancer to succumbing to hopelessness and ultimately to recovery felt surreal, akin to living in a dream. Even if she were to articulate her experience, it might not be believed. The pressing concern was to treat grandfather. Any further digression would only squander precious time. So she could only plead earnestly. Moreover, this morning, Song Qian had confidently asserted that there was no ailment he could not heal, stating that even a deceased person could be revived. At present, while grandfather's condition was dire, it had not yet reached its most critical stage. Lu Muyun firmly believed that Song Qian had a solution. Earlier, as she sat beside grandfather, Song Qian had nodded at her from the back of the crowd, silently assuring her that the illness was treatable. Muyun Lu Fuxing hesitated momentarily before speaking. In recent years, you have acted with diligence and prudence, qualities that your grandfather values. However, in this instance, I urge you not to cause a scene. As he spoke, Lu Fuxing turned his gaze towards Song Qian. No matter how one looked at it, Song Qian was merely in his 20s, such a young man, even if he possessed some medical knowledge, could at best be considered an intern. If even the esteemed Dr. Wang had been unable to help, having advised preparations for the worst, how could this youth succeed? Father, how can I make you believe me? Lu Muyun stepped forward, her eyes blazing with intensity. Let me ask you this. Despite having summoned numerous renowned physicians and spending millions, who has successfully treated grandfather? Since no one has managed to cure him, what harm is there in allowing Dr. Song to attempt it? Why cling so stubbornly to your own views? In truth, a slight trial would pose no issue. However, Lu Fuxing's thoughts were not aligned with this perspective. Song Qian was far too young, perhaps merely an intern. And the risk of this young man misjudging the situation could worsen grandfather's condition, which would be disastrous. Dr. Wang had already advised preparations for the worst. Yet, Lu Fuxing did not share this sentiment. Until the final moment, one must never concede defeat. His father was the pillar of the corporation. Should anything happen to him, the entire organization would be in turmoil. Lu Fuxing was acutely aware that his two younger sons and Lu Muyun had recently been at odds. Should grandfather pass away, the family would undoubtedly descend into chaos. Thus, for the sake of safety, he deemed it prudent to keep this unknown doctor away from his father and refrain from using him as a test subject. Lu Fuxing's considerations were indeed thorough. Muyun, if you wish for this young man to treat your grandfather, it is not impossible. Allow me to pose a few questions first, Lu Fuxing remarked, turning his gaze towards Song Qian. Young man, may I inquire your age? Where did you pursue your medical studies? Who was your mentor? Where are you currently employed? How many years of experience do you possess? Should your answers satisfy me, I shall permit you to treat my father. A barrage of inquiries left Song Qian at a loss. Speaking of work experience, he possessed none. After graduation, he had been rendered a fool and had returned to the village in a daze, devoid of any professional experience. Lu Muyun, aware of Song Qian's predicament, realized that if he were to answer honestly, it would take considerable effort. Thus, she hastily interjected. Father, please stop this nonsense. I have finally. Before she could finish, Song Qian interrupted her. Miss Lu, since your father has inquired, I shall respond truthfully. I have never worked in a hospital and lack work experience. However, I assure you, I will certainly heal your grandfather. Lu Fuxing scoffed upon hearing this. To claim he could cure his father without any experience or hospital employment was audacious indeed. Song Qian spoke without any thought. If even the renowned Dr. Wang could not remedy his father's ailment, how could this young man? Lu Fuxing felt deeply disappointed by Song Qian's response. Dr. Wang, listening nearby, found it amusing. The youth truly seemed oblivious to the gravity of his situation. He boldly proclaimed he could cure a perplexing illness he had yet to comprehend. Such flippancy was astounding. Young man, do not speak so confidently. I have just examined old Master Lu's condition, and even I am at a loss. What makes you believe you possess the ability to guarantee a cure? In response to Dr. Wang's retort, Song Qian smiled serenely. The medical traditions of Longwu span 5 millennia, with traditional Chinese medicine being profound and extensive. There are even tales that suggest it can bring the dead back to life. Just because you, esteemed sir, find yourself unable to assist does not imply that others are equally incapable. Upon hearing this, Dr. Wang's demeanor shifted, irritation evident. Wherever he went, he was met with adulation. Yet this young man not only disregarded his counsel but also dared to utter such disrespectful remarks. Truly, he was insufferably arrogant. Young man, do you even know what ailment old Master Lu suffers from? You have not even examined him, yet you speak so boldly. Is it not premature? Faced with Dr. Wang's inquiry, Song Qian felt somewhat speechless. At this rate, it seemed they would engage in a war of words for quite some time before he could treat old Master Lu. Whether he would succeed was his concern, but he confidently asserted that should he fail to heal old Master Lu, he would accept any consequence. Conversely, if he succeeded, the treatment fee must not be diminished. Seizing the opportunity, Song Qian subtly mentioned the treatment fee. Since agreeing to Lu Muyun's request, he had only briefly mentioned the lotus pendant. Regarding the treatment fee, he had yet to address it until now. Dr. Wang, feeling indignant, pressed further, "May I inquire what affliction the elder gentleman suffers from? Given your unwavering claims of a cure, that is of no concern to you," Song Qian replied, wishing to avoid further explanation. At that moment, Dean's son entered from outside. He had returned with the group, but had been delayed by traffic within the city, as his vehicle had parted ways with Lu Muyun's. After a hurried journey, he had finally arrived. Upon seeing Dean's son, Lu Fuxing quickly approached him. "Dean's son, what brings you here?" Dean's son smiled warmly as he approached Song Qian. "I apologize for my tardiness. On my way here, I anticipated they would pose difficulties for you. Yet I did not expect that the head of the Lu family would also be so befuddled." Chapter 71. Preparing for treatment, Song Qian waved his hand dismissively, expressing that he was not in a hurry. He could afford to linger here. After all, it was only the old gentleman who would endure further suffering, and healing would inevitably come in due time. He was content to engage with them for a while. "Dr. Song, you are remarkably magnanimous," Director Sun exclaimed, giving a thumbs up before turning to Lu Fuxing. "Master Lu, Dr. Song was invited by your daughter. If you do not trust the physician your daughter has brought, whom can you trust?" Sun's retort caused Lu Fuxing's expression to darken. Indeed, he realized the truth in Sun's words. Why did he not place his faith in the doctor his daughter had summoned? "Director Sun, could there be some misunderstanding here?" Lu Fuxing inquired, glancing at Song Qian, who appeared remarkably youthful and hardly resembled the doctor at all. "Misunderstanding?" Director Sun shot back. "Master Lu, if Dr. Song cannot cure your father, then no one in this world can. You are truly foolish, utterly beyond redemption." At this juncture, Director Sun shifted his tone. "To be frank, this morning, I accompanied Miss Lu to Taohua Village, offering Dr. Song a monthly salary of 1 million, along with a car and a house, to entice him to work at our hospital, yet he barely acknowledged me. Do you still believe there is a misunderstanding?" Director Sun's irritation was palpable as he added, "Master Lu, the reason your father's condition remains untreated is due to your family's short-sightedness and muddled judgment. Miss Lu has gone to great lengths to invite a master physician, yet you obstruct his efforts. It is laughable, indeed, to the point where even I cannot refrain from voicing my discontent. As the president of Jiangcheng Hospital, he was but a minor figure before the Lu family's immense stature. However, even the most humble of individuals possesses a certain spirit. The master physician he could not secure despite spending a fortune was now summoned by Lu Muyun, yet at this moment, he was unable to treat the patient. How utterly absurd. Dr. Song, since the Lu family does not appreciate your talents, why not come visit our hospital? Our doors are always open to you." Song Qian shook his head, acknowledging Director Sun's good intentions but expressing that they had already exchanged heated words. It was time to focus on the matter of treatment. He stepped forward, pushing aside Lu Ha. "Step aside. I have heard you can be rather arrogant. It would be wise to temper that in my presence, or I shall deal with you." The sudden turn of events left Lu Ha bewildered. How had this fellow become so audacious all of a sudden? If he wished to flaunt his arrogance, Lu Ha would allow it for a time. Should he fail to treat his grandfather, Lu Ha would ensure he paid dearly for it. "Very well then, I am eager to see how long you can maintain this bravado. This is the Lu family, not a place for your reckless antics." "Silence!" Lu Muyun erupted, her voice ringing out fiercely. "Anyone who dares to utter disrespectful words towards Dr. Song, including my father, should keep their mouth shut." As she spoke, her gaze turned to Song Qian. "Dr. Song, I sincerely apologize for the ruckus. Please, do not take offense. I kindly ask you to treat my grandfather now." "Thank you." Song Qian approached Lu Taichu's side once more, reaffirming the gravity of his condition, which was indeed rather dire. However, to him, it was merely a trivial matter. "Everyone, please step outside," Song Qian announced, turning his head. "I prefer to conduct my treatment without interruptions, and I certainly do not appreciate any chatter nearby. Except for Miss Lu, you all must leave." Despite Song Qian's directives, none were swayed. Lu Muyun, hands on her hips, assumed a somewhat fierce demeanor. "Did you not hear? Everyone must go out, including my father. No one is to enter without my permission." At that moment, Lu Fuxing, having been spoken to by Dean's son earlier, found himself at a loss for words and chose to trust Lu Muyun. "What are you all waiting for? Please, exit." Under Lu Fuxing's guidance, the family made their way towards the door. Physician Wang sighed and followed them outside, leaving only Dean Sun standing. Casting a beseeching glance towards Song Qian. Dr. Song, I realize my request may be somewhat excessive, but might you allow me to be your assistant? I assure you, I will not be a hindrance. Dean Sun's mention of being an assistant was merely a pretext. Eager to observe Song Qian's remarkable medical skills, he sought to remain close and learn from him. Song Qian waved his hand dismissively. I'm afraid I must insist, Dean Sun, that you take a rest outside. With Miss Lu present, I have no need for an assistant. Lu Muyun nodded, directing her gaze towards Dean Sunday. Please heed Dr. Song's wishes and step outside to rest. Should we require your assistance, we will certainly call upon you. Soon, the door to the room was closed. Dr. Song, is there truly hope for my grandfather's recovery? Lu Muyun asked, her expression fraught with sorrow as she glanced between her grandfather and Song Qian. Song Qian smiled reassuringly. Since you have chosen to place your trust in me, I assure you once more that I will ensure his recovery. At this juncture, Song Qian shifted the conversation. Miss Lu, we had an agreement. Should I cure your grandfather, you will grant me the flower petal pendant. Surely, you will not renege on your word? Upon receiving Song Qian's affirmative response, Lu Muyun exhaled in relief. Rest assured, it is merely a pendant. No matter how precious it may be, it pales in comparison to my grandfather's life. Song Qian's heart stirred as he retrieved the Yama's 18 needles from the original lotus space. The sudden appearance of the silver needles left Lu Muyun momentarily stunned. Where did those come from? She longed to inquire, having clearly seen a blur before her eyes as Song Qian produced the familiar pack of silver needles. Ah, I believe you're curious about this, Song Qian chuckled, waving the needles before Lu Muyun. These are my tools of the trade. Naturally, I carry them with me. When the moment arises, they will appear in my hand. So there is no need for alarm. With that, Song Qian shifted his focus back to Lu Taichu, simultaneously employing hypnosis. Old sir, please lie down. I shall attend to your ailment. Under the gentle guidance of Song Qian, Lu Taichu lay on the bed like an obedient child, entranced by the hypnotic techniques employed by Song Qian. This scene left Lu Muyun utterly astonished. Her grandfather's condition was dire. He was not only unresponsive to her pleas to lie down, but also indifferent to any attempt at conversation. Yet, here he was, heeding Song Qian's words. It was utterly perplexing. How did you achieve this? Lu Muyun gazed at Song Qian with wide, admiring eyes, her face radiating awe. Song Qian offered a faint smile, concocting a vague explanation to placate Lu Muyun, asserting that genuine communication with the patient naturally elicits compliance. However, Lu Muyun was reluctant to accept his reasoning. What kind of absurd logic was this? Did it imply that her own efforts to communicate with her grandfather had been insincere? She had indeed poured her heart into it. Yet despite her sincere endeavors, her grandfather appeared oblivious to her presence. Chapter 72. Preparing sacrificial offerings very well. For the time being, I shall place my trust in you. Song Qian, holding a silver needle, commenced treatment for the elderly gentleman. Miss Lu, there is a matter of great importance that I wish for you to assist me with. I require an offering table, an incense burner, 9 sheets of yellow paper, 9 incense sticks, and 2 pairs of 3-inch candles. He detailed all the necessary items to Lu Muyun, and to ensure she did not forget, he requested her to repeat them back to him. After Lu Muyun committed the list to memory, she fixed her gaze upon Song Qian, her eyes wide with concern. What affliction does my grandfather truly suffer from? Why do we need these items? It seemed that what Song Qian sought was akin to the practices of a shaman. How does this relate to healing? Though laden with questions, Lu Muyun nonetheless contacted Zhao Kuku, urging her to procure the items in the shortest possible time. Zhao Kuku assured her that she could manage it within 10 minutes. In truth, Song Qian's intent in requesting these items was to cloak his true skills. He did not desire his medical prowess to become widely known, a practice he deemed as modesty. On another note, he had discerned that the renowned Dr. Wang possessed considerable abilities, having diagnosed the elderly gentleman's ailment. Given that it was a case of the soul lock pulse, he decided to employ the returning soul needle. This method would not only conceal his actions, but also effectively treat the elderly gentleman. The process, albeit intricate, was indispensable. To address Lu Muyun's bewilderment, Song Qian offered an explanation. Your grandfather is afflicted by 2 conditions. The first stems from the torment of illness, resulting in a significant decline in his physical constitution. The second, which is of utmost importance, reveals that your grandfather is not genuinely ill but has fallen victim to a clandestine technique known as the soul-locking art. Soul-locking art? Lu Muyun's eyes widened in disbelief. Was her grandfather ill? How could he be under the influence of such a technique? Master Song, what exactly is this soul-locking art? As he continued to treat the elderly gentleman, Song Qian elucidated. As for the specifics of the soul-locking art, I believe it is unnecessary for you to grasp. What you ought to focus on now is who wishes for your grandfather's demise. Who? Lu Muyun's expression turned to one of astonishment. She seemed to piece together parts of the puzzle, yet she was reluctant to accept it, unwilling to believe. Song Qian furrowed his brow and added, I need not elaborate further. I trust you can surmise the gist of it. The internal strife within your family has indeed caused your grandfather great suffering. Fortunately, you encountered me, and thus he has narrowly escaped disaster. Though Lu Muyun was hesitant to accept this reality, Song Qian's words struck a chord within her. Could it be that those who sought to harm her grandfather were none other than the two of them? While she did not voice her suspicions outright, her doubts were unmistakably clear, and she had indeed entertained such thoughts before, albeit without proof. Song Qian nodded, affirming her suspicions. It is precisely as you surmise. His confidence was not unfounded. Through the legacy of the Lotus Immortal Emperor, he had acquired the Lotus Celestial Eye, which not only possessed X-ray capabilities, but also allowed one to glimpse into the past and future of individuals. Therefore, he was well aware of Lu He's actions with just a glance. As he had arrived, upon observing the three individuals by the Lu River, who exhibited an extraordinary level of arrogance, Song Qian seized the opportunity to converse with them. By activating his Lotus Eye, he gleaned insights into their recent activities, thus acquiring a comprehensive understanding of the pertinent information. Therefore, Song Qian did not speak without foundation. Damn it! Lu Muyun clenched his fists. In the pursuit of corporate power, they had the audacity to act ruthlessly against his grandfather. Once his grandfather's health was restored, he vowed to deal with these scoundrels decisively. After uttering a curse, Lu Muyun turned to Song Qian and inquired, Dr. Song, I trust that what you say is true, but how can we obtain evidence to prove their wrongdoing? Let us address that after his recovery, Song Qian replied nonchalantly. To assist someone is to see it through to the end. I will help you restore your grandfather's health, and in doing so, I shall also extend another favor to you. I will reveal the method then. While conversing, Song Qian remained diligently engaged in his work. Thank you, Dr. Song. Once my grandfather awakens, in addition to the pendant you requested, I shall offer you a substantial reward. I implore you to exert your utmost effort. Song Qian's face lit up with a mischievous grin as he glanced at Lu Muyun. Of course, I mentioned 3 requests this morning. You are only aware of the first. In fact, one of the remaining 2 pertains to financial compensation. Money is indeed a valuable asset. Haha, Song Qian's words elicited a chuckle from Lu Muyun, who mused to himself that Dr. Song did not appear to be a greedy individual. Yet his discourse was invariably laced with references to money. Just yesterday, prior to treating patients, he had made similar allusions. Today, during the invitation, he had subtly brought it up again. Rest assured, Dr. Song, regarding the financial matter, once my grandfather regains consciousness, even if I were to withhold payment, he would certainly compensate you. As they chatted, Song Qian continued his treatment, creating a relaxed atmosphere. Lu Muyun possessed delicate skin and a heart-shaped face, with a pointed chin that was pleasing to the eye from any angle. Her figure was equally remarkable, with curves in all the right places and no excess flesh where it was unwelcome. Looking at Lu Muyun always uplifted one's spirits, especially coupled with her melodious voice, which transformed conversation into a near-singing experience. Outside the room, Lu Fuxing and others stood with furrowed brows. At that moment, Li Chunmei suddenly addressed Lu Fuxing. That child Lu Muyun is always causing trouble. She has invited a country bumpkin to treat her father. Her antics are one thing, but must you join in this folly? As soon as Li Chunmei finished speaking, Lu He took up the conversation. My mother is correct. That little rascal Song Qian is merely about 20 years old. Younger than I am. How could he possibly treat illnesses? Indeed, Lu Ji interjected, I too find it implausible. What medical expertise could someone in their 20s possess? As Lu Ji spoke, he glanced back at Director Sunday. Perhaps Director Sun of Jiangxing Hospital had been swayed by Lu Muyun, which is why he had chosen to assist her at such a critical moment. Let them assist. Let us see how far Lu Muyun can take this. The more she causes a commotion, the worse it will be for her. If anything were to happen to grandfather, I would relish witnessing Lu Muyun's downfall. In any case, Dr. Wang has already advised the family to prepare for the worst, indicating that should anything happen to grandfather, all blame would fall upon Lu Muyun. At that juncture, It would merely require a subtle manipulation of the shareholders to expel Lu Muyun from the conglomerate, perhaps even banishing her from the Lu family altogether. Lu Ji chuckled quietly to himself, reflecting, Lu Muyun, how astute yet momentarily foolish you are. Grandfather teeters on the brink of death. Yet you remain oblivious to your precarious position, openly defying everyone. This is entirely of your own making. Once grandfather departs, we shall undoubtedly deal with you. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, a sinister grin crept across Lu Ji's face. Lu Fusheng, hands clasped behind his back, appeared anxious. Observing the renewed discussions among the others, he irately interjected, Enough. Let us refrain from further chatter. Chapter 73. Doubts about the death of old Master Lu. These 3 children were born to 3 different mothers. Particularly, the eldest, Lu Muyun, was originally a girl and enjoyed the favor of the old master, which resulted in her being ostracized by her 2 younger brothers. Lu Fusheng found himself at a loss for words. With 3 wives giving birth to 3 children, why could they not coexist harmoniously? At this moment, Dr. Wang suddenly spoke up. Director Sun, I heard you mention that young man named Song Qian possesses remarkable medical skills. How did you discern that? To be frank, Director Sun was reluctant to elaborate. However, upon being questioned, he pondered briefly and offered a succinct explanation. Dr. Wang, it is rather difficult for me to articulate the extent of Song Qian's medical prowess, but please trust me when I say that his skills are anything but ordinary. Is that so? Dr. Wang replied with a cold smile, countering, Director Sun, do you know what illness old Master Lu is afflicted with? Director Sun shook his head. I do not know, nor do I wish to know. However, I am confident that regardless of the old master's ailment, if Song Qian is willing to intervene, there is an 80 to 90% chance of a cure. I have faith in him. As Director Sun stroked his chin and contemplated, he was tempted to share the story of how Song Qian had healed Lu Muyun with the others. Yet, after much deliberation, he swallowed his words. Lu Muyun had emphasized that this matter should remain confidential. It concerned her reputation and that of the Lu family, and Director Sun was certain that, at this moment, even Lu Fusheng and the others were unaware that Lu Muyun had been suffering from late-stage cervical cancer, which Song Qian had subsequently cured. Director Sun's remarks displeased Dr. Wang. He had gleaned from their earlier conversation that Director Sun was the head of Jiangxing Hospital, a position that implied a certain level of competence. Yet, how could he be so utterly convinced of Song Qian's abilities? A mere 20-year-old, what medical expertise could he possibly possess? Director Sun, I suspect you have taken leave of your senses. Has that Song Qian perhaps enchanted you with some sort of potion, leading you to trust him so implicitly? Not at all. Director Sun chuckled lightly. You may choose not to believe me, but facts speak for themselves. I can almost assure you that it will not be long before old Master Lu makes a recovery. Dr. Wang clapped his hands in derision. I intended to mention this earlier, but you were unwilling to listen. I must inform you that old Master Lu's illness is far from ordinary. His pulse exhibits the characteristics of the locked soul pulse. Even deities would find it insurmountable. Director Sun's expression froze upon hearing this. The locked soul pulse. Is that not a mythical pulse? How could it possibly exist in reality? Director Sun, he stammered. Are you certain that the old Master's pulse truly reflects the locked soul pulse? Dr. Wang nodded emphatically. I assure you, should it not be the locked soul pulse, I will never practice medicine again. Director Sun's countenance darkened significantly. If this were indeed the case, it would spell disaster. While he believed in Song Qian's medical skills, the locked soul pulse was a condition that, even with Song Qian's talent, would be utterly beyond remedy. It appeared that a storm was brewing over Jiacheng. The Lu family was on the brink of decline. It was over. This time, it was utterly finished. Director Sun's face was etched with concern as he raised his voice slightly and let out a long sigh. Upon hearing this, Lu He couldn't help but feel amused. The reason for his grandfather's illness was orchestrated by him. The practitioner of the secret arts had warned him that such methods were exceedingly cruel, and once afflicted, the patient was doomed to perish. Lu He had previously believed in Song Qian's prowess, but from Director Sun's words, it seemed that Song Qian was far from formidable. Lu He thought to himself, truly, the heavens are aiding me. Once this old man passes, the conglomerate will be mine. Ha ha ha. Nevertheless, he maintained a facade of concern, fearful that his schemes and the unsavory deeds he had committed might be uncovered by his father. Beside him, Lu Ji couldn't help but shake his head. The Lu Corporation was on the brink of transformation. He needed to act swiftly to gather a capable workforce. After the old man's departure, he intended to decisively seize a portion of the company's shares for himself. while not aiming to dominate the Lu Corporation outright. He sought to avoid a position of disadvantage, and if circumstances permitted, he would take a gamble against Lu Ha. Li Chunmei stood nearby, nearly bursting into laughter. At present, the old man's demise was a certainty, and crucially, even in death, he had not truly discovered the nature of his illness. Her son, Lu Ha, would undoubtedly gain control of the Lu Corporation. Just then, Zhao Kiki appeared at the door, carrying items and accompanied by several individuals, preparing to enter the room. Kiki, what brings you here? Lu Fuxing questioned upon seeing her. Zhao Kiki replied earnestly, reporting to you, Lu Zong, the young lady asked me to purchase some items, which will be useful shortly. I rushed to deliver them. Upon seeing the items, Lu Fuxing's expression darkened. You insolent wretches! Who gave you the audacity to curse the old man? Are you seeking death? I shall not let you off easily. Lu Fuxing bellowed, lunging forward with a slap. Zhao Kiki, quick on her feet, narrowly avoided the blow. Lu Zong, please do not be angry. We had no intention of cursing the old man. These items were requested by the young lady for medicinal purposes. Lu Fuxing was enraged. Nonsense. Do you need paper money and candles to treat the old man? This is clearly for sacrificial rites, not healing. Observing the ritualistic items in Zhao Kiki's hands, Lu He feigned sorrow, wailing, Grandfather, you cannot leave us. Young master, you misunderstand. Zhao Kiki exclaimed, flustered as she hurried to clarify, these items are genuinely for treatment. Lu Xi, with a dramatic flourish of his sleeves, was visibly affected. Grandfather, how could you leave us? It's all Lu Muyun's fault. If it weren't for her stubbornness, you would certainly be well. We will not let Lu Muyun off. We shall ensure she pays for this. Nearby, Li Chunmei pretended to be teary-eyed, but inwardly, she was elated. The sacrificial items were procured, confirming the old man's impending death. As for Lu Muyun, the audacious girl, she had concealed the truth even now. When the door opened, she would face their wrath. Lu Fuxing, why are you still standing there? The old man has left us. Let us hurry inside and capture that murderous fiend, Song Qian. As Li Chunmei spoke, she prepared to push the door open. Just then, the door to the room swung wide, revealing Lu Muyun, who glared fiercely at everyone present. What are you shouting about? Who permitted such raucous behavior? Li Chunmei rushed forward and seized Lu Muyun. You wretched girl. The old man was so kind to you while he was alive. Yet you caused his demise. Just wait. I shall teach you a lesson. Li Chunmei shouted, raising her hand to strike. Zhao Kiki, quick to react, hurriedly grasped Li Chunmei's arm. Lu Muyun, taken aback by Li Chunmei's curse against her grandfather and her audacious behavior, felt a surge of anger. Seizing the opportunity while Zhao Kiki held Li Chunmei back, she retaliated with a swift slap that landed on Li Chunmei's face, igniting sparks of fury. Chapter 74. The Soul-Calling Needle. The audacious scoundrel dared to curse my grandfather. Lu Fuxing stepped forward and struck Lu Muyun across the face. You wretched creature. You caused your grandfather's demise, and yet you have the gall to strike your stepmother. Just wait until I deal with you. At that moment, Song Qian appeared behind Lu Muyun. What is all this commotion about? The old master has recovered significantly. If you doubt it, you may enter and see for yourselves. Song Qian had not anticipated that his request for Lu Muyun to prepare these items would lead to such misunderstandings and even provoke a brawl. Not dead? How can one purchase paper money if he is not deceased? Upon hearing this, Song Qian was immediately infuriated. Miss Lu has already informed you that this is for medicinal purposes, yet you obstinately refuse to believe it. Go in and see for yourselves. Song Qian tugged at Lu Muyun, and the two retreated to a side. One by one, the others filed into the old master's bedroom, and indeed, the old master lay in bed, blinking his eyes. His gaze was somewhat brighter. Upon seeing the crowd enter, he slightly lifted his head to glance at them before obediently lying back down. All right, since the old master is well, you may all leave. I do not require the presence of outsiders while treating him, nor do I want your incessant chatter, akin to a swarm of flies, which is both nauseating and bothersome. Lu Fuxing and the others could only turn and depart. Just then, Physician Wang suddenly exclaimed, This is the 18 needles of Yama? Good heavens. It truly is the 18 needles of Yama. According to legend, the 18 needles of Yama can resurrect the dead, even if only a pile of bones remains. Witnessing Physician Wang's fervent excitement, Dean Sun could no longer contain himself. What exactly are the 18 needles of Yama? How has he never heard of them before? Are they truly that formidable? Can a person who has been dead for over a century be revived as long as their bones are intact? Surely that cannot be true. Yet, observing Physician Wang's exhilaration, Dean Sun felt a flicker of belief. as if a miracle might indeed be unfolding. Lu He gazed at the old man on the bed, his expression darkening. How is it that this old fool is still alive? The paper money has already been procured. Why has he not departed this world? Lu He believed the words spoken. Even if a deity were to arrive, they could not save grandfather's life, let alone a rustic like Song Qian. And this physician Wang, what is he making a fuss about? The old man's demise is merely a matter of time, but outwardly, he must not reveal his true feelings, so he forced a hypocritical smile. Grandfather, we were so concerned that something unfortunate had befallen you. It is such a relief to see that you are well. Lu Ji exhaled in relief, genuinely smiling. With grandfather alive, the situation would not spiral into chaos. If grandfather had passed, Lu Muyun would undoubtedly suffer misfortune, and the entire power of the conglomerate would surely fall into Lu He's hands. At that point, it was possible that he and Lu He would become mortal enemies. As long as grandfather remains alive, such events shall not occur, at least for the time being. Or they may only transpire after a while. This means he has ample time to prepare. In fact, it was only in recent days, as he witnessed grandfather's condition deteriorating, that Lu Ji began to contemplate matters concerning the group's shares. Previously, he had never given it a thought. Grandfather, I wish you a swift recovery, Lu Ji expressed, taking a couple of steps forward to regard Lu Taichu with concern. Leave, Song Qian said, visibly displeased, her loud voice ringing in the air, disrupting the tranquility necessary for the patient's recovery. Out, out, out. Lu Muyun also lost her temper and shouted at everyone to leave without regard for any semblance of decorum. At that moment, Dr. Wang suddenly interjected, Dr. Song, I wish to remain silent beside you. May I stay to witness the miracle firsthand? I hope you will allow it. Thank you. Upon hearing Dr. Wang's request, Director Sun echoed, I, too, wish to stand silently by your side. May I remain? Song Qian pondered for a moment, feigning reluctance. Then, he gently nodded. In that case, you may both stay, but you must stand by the door, keeping a distance from here. And you are not permitted to speak at all, lest you disturb my treatment. As Song Qian spoke, he turned his gaze to Lu Fuxing. As for the rest of you, vacate this room immediately. I do not fear offending you. You are barking like mad dogs. Even Lu Fuxing did not receive any consideration from Song Qian. He was willing to extend respect to individuals deserving of it, even to sanitation workers like his father. But Lu Fuxing exhibited no discernible opinion or semblance of masculinity. Offering him respect would be in vain. Lu Fuxing, accompanied by several others, turned to exit. Just as they were about to close the door, Song Qian added, by the way, without my permission, no one is allowed to enter. If anyone dares to knock or cause a disturbance, do not expect me to be courteous. After a brief pause, Song Qian turned to Zhao Kiki. Miss Zhao, I kindly ask you to guard the main door outside. Without my permission, not even a fly shall enter. If anyone dares to disturb us, feel free to deal with them decisively. Rest assured, should anything arise, I, along with Miss Lu, will take responsibility. Dr. Song felt assured, confident in the completion of the task. As the door closed, he resumed the treatment. Dr. Wang and the others were called upon to assist. Song Qian directed them to arrange the table and set up the incense burner and paper money, filling the room with a fragrant aroma. Song Qian retrieved 2 silver needles and inserted them into the elderly gentleman's body. At that moment, he approached the table, picked up several sheets of paper money, and began to chant a series of nonsensical phrases resembling a Taoist priest. Miss Lu, could you please open the window? Lu Muyun walked over and opened the window in the room. Is this acceptable? Yes, Song Qian nodded in acknowledgement. There are 3 souls and 7 spirits in a person. 3 souls encompass the fetal light, the serene spirit, and the ethereal essence. The 7 spirits pertain to the foul lungs, the removal of impurities, non-toxic substances, the swallowing of thieves, the sparrow's shadow, the lurking arrow, and the corpse dog. The 3 souls and 7 spirits have departed, leaving the person akin to a mere shell of flesh. Yama, return the soul of Lu Taichu in its entirety. Should you refuse, I shall seek you out in the underworld. I am aware of your name. Haste across 1,000 miles, as per the decree. Song Qian danced exuberantly, performing with remarkable authenticity. After reciting the incantation, he ignited several sheets of yellow paper and cast them into a yellow basin, where smoke swirled, instantly enhancing the ambience. It was at this moment that a miraculous scene unfolded. Outside the window, 6 wisps of black smoke appeared, each with a head roughly the size of a human's. Trailing behind like a tail, the smoke hesitated outside the window, darting about erratically. Song Qian bellowed, Return the soul and spirit to their rightful place. Chapter 75. Grandfather. You have awakened as the words fell. A swirling mass of black smoke surged through the gap in the window, instantaneously merging with Lu Taichu's being. With a deft wave of his hand, Song Qian intoned, "Return the soul and spirit," in the astonished gaze of Lu Muyun and the others. Yet another plume of black smoke, nearly identical in size to the previous one, soared through the window. In an instant, it entered Lu Taichu's body. The foul essence returns. The impurities return. The toxins return. Accompanied by Song Qian's voice, a series of black vapors flowed into the room, orderly and purposeful, infiltrating Lu Taichu's form. The surreal scene left Lu Muyun in a state of shock. Is this truly the legendary essence of the soul? It is no wonder that grandfather's eyes lack luster. Appearing as if he were a mere shell of a man, the magnitude of this revelation was overwhelming. If all the souls were to be lost, would it signify the end of life itself, rendering grandfather irretrievable? As these thoughts raced through Lu Muyun's mind, a chill gripped his heart. Standing at the door, Dean Sun observed the unfolding spectacle from a distance. As a healer, he had never anticipated that ailments could be treated in such a manner. This was nothing short of miraculous, an eye-opening experience. Who exactly is this divine physician, Song? His prowess is beyond imagination, almost incredulous. If only there were a chance to recruit Song Qian to work at Jiangqing Hospital, countless complex maladies would be effortlessly resolved. Patients from across the nation might flock to Jiangqing, seeking the healing touch of this miraculous doctor. Alas, it seemed that Song Qian was unwilling to lower himself to such a position. Physician Wang, with his eyes wide in astonishment, felt his mind spin. After years of wandering, he now felt like a fool, completely ignorant. When Song Qian first arrived, he had doubted the young man's abilities, warning him not to bring trouble upon himself by attempting to treat the elderly gentleman's ailment. Subsequently, he had even looked down upon Song Qian, cloaking his disdain in veiled barbs. Yet now, reflecting on the recent events, he found himself utterly foolish, ignorant, and shamefully petty. Song Qian did not even feel the need to justify himself. This was the true demeanor of a master healer, embodying the essence of grace and integrity, exemplifying the adage that true greatness is marked by humility and elegance. Today, Physician Wang received a lesson, and it was delivered by one he had previously scorned. In that moment, he grasped the wisdom of the saying, "Beyond the mountains, there are greater mountains. Beyond the men, there are greater men. And beyond the heavens, there are realms beyond." No one should be underestimated, lest it be oneself who faces embarrassment. Previously, Wang had grown accustomed to flattery, believing in his unparalleled skill. If he could not heal a malady, no one could. Yet today, he was soundly humbled, his pride shattered. Physician Wang's countenance darkened, filled with a profound sense of shame, wishing desperately to vanish from sight. Outside the room, Zhao Kiki stood guard at the door. Not far from her, Lu Fuxing furrowed his brow, uncertain of what would transpire next. His only hope was for his father to make a recovery. However, entrusting hope to Song Qian, Lu Fuxing pondered endlessly, yet he remained perplexed and unable to believe it. What capabilities could the young Song Qian possibly possess? Li Chumei, standing nearby, wore a grim expression throughout the ordeal, uncertain whether the events of the day were fortuitous or dire. Her sole wish was for Song Qian not to exacerbate the situation. In fact, she secretly hoped that Song Qian's antics might inadvertently lead to the elder's demise, which would ultimately be a tremendous boon for them. Lu Fuxing, I can hear a cacophony from within. It seems Song Qian is prancing about and singing. How could he be a divine physician? He is merely engaging in charlatanry. Li Chunmei furrowed her brow, voicing her discontent. She contemplated a pressing concern. Song Qian had just bellowed, forbidding anyone from entering. Would the presence of others disturb him? And if he were disturbed, would it adversely affect the elder? Lu Ha scratched the back of his head, his mind racing. Father, perhaps mother is right. Allowing Lu Muyun and Song Qian to continue their reckless behavior will inevitably lead to trouble. We cannot permit this chaos to persist. We must intervene and halt Song Qian. As he spoke, Lu Ha moved towards the entrance. Young master, the divine physician has expressly instructed that no one approach. I kindly ask you to stand back. Zhao Kiki stated, her expression stern as she guarded the door. Get out of my way. Lu Ha shouted. You are merely a dog kept by the Lu family. Do you truly think you have the right to speak to me in such a manner? Young Master Lu, please do not make this difficult for me. Zhao Ki's face flashed with anger. Being insulted as a dog unsettled her greatly. She felt an impulse to retaliate and knock Lu Ha to the ground. She had long held disdain for him. Had it not been for the young lady's intervention in the past, She might have acted on her frustration, but at this moment, she restrained herself. As Zhao Kiki steadfastly refused to budge, Lu Ha's fury escalated. Zhao Kiki, I command you to step aside. Zhao Kiki stood her ground, resolute, showing no inclination to yield. As long as the young lady did not give her orders, she had no intention of moving. Refusing to comply, are we? Just watch what I do next. Lu Ha turned and shouted downstairs. Where are the bodyguards? All of you, come up here. Enough, Lu Ha. Mind your manners. Lu Fuxing interjected, unable to bear the escalating tension, fearing a confrontation between the two. Father, please do not dissuade me, Lu Ha insisted. I am acting solely for grandfather's safety. I must stop Song Qian. That scoundrel. If he truly possesses the ability to heal, why would he prevent us from seeing? Why the secrecy? He must have ulterior motives. I even suspect that Song Qian is a mole sent by a rival, aiming to eliminate grandfather and dismantle our Lu family. Li Chunmei picked up on his thoughts. Indeed, the more I ponder, the more I sense something amiss. Is it merely a matter of treating an illness? What is there to hide? We can no longer delay. We must enter, even if we remain silent and merely observe from the side. That would provide us with some reassurance. Lu Fuxing found himself swayed by Li Chunmei's words. Upon reflection, it did seem peculiar that Song Qian would shroud his healing practices in secrecy. Could it be that he is indeed an undercover agent sent by a rival? If that is the case, the situation is entirely beyond my control. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Fuxing languidly suggested, let us pause for a while longer. Let us wait another 10 minutes. If circumstances do not improve, we shall then proceed. Father, Lu Ha exclaimed, continuing, we are merely going in to observe. We pose no interference. If we delay further, it may be too late. Grandfather's life hangs in the balance, and we must remain vigilant. At that moment, Lu Fuxing resembled a reed swaying in the wind. He had lost his resolve, seeming to find merit in every argument, yet paradoxically, none at all. Within the room, Song Qian was in the midst of treatment. The 3 souls and 7 spirits had returned to their rightful places, and old Master Lu had nearly regained his strength, though his body remained somewhat frail and in need of further bolstering. Mu Yun, what has happened to me? Old Master Lu opened his eyes, gazing at Lu Mu Yun by the bedside. Grandfather, you are awake. Upon hearing her grandfather call her name, Lu Mu Yun's eyes glistened with tears. She hastily turned and grasped his hand. Chapter 76. The recovery of Lu Taichu in the past month. My grandfather's mind has been clouded. He no longer recognizes even himself, let alone recall his own name. Lu Leo, you're unwell, and I am administering treatment to you. Please endure a little longer and try not to move. I urged him. It was only upon Song Qian's reminder that Lu Taichu became aware of the numerous silver needles embedded in his body, and with a compliant hum, he lay still. Witnessing this scene, both Physician Wang and Dean Sun were overwhelmed with excitement, rushing towards the bedside. A miracle, truly a miracle, exclaimed Physician Wang as he gazed upon Lu Taichu. Just moments ago, he had pronounced him beyond hope, instructing the family to prepare for the worst, yet here he was, recovering unexpectedly. After years of traversing the land, today has broadened Wang's horizons. Song Qian, allow me to pay my respects, he declared, bowing deeply to Song Qian. When we first met, I spoke without restraint, disrespecting you. I sincerely apologize for my impudence. Dean Sun, unable to contain his enthusiasm, felt his lips twitch. He glanced at Lu Taichu and then shifted his admiring gaze to Song Qian. As the head of the hospital, he had witnessed countless miracles, but none could compare to the astonishing spectacle before him. Song Qian's medical prowess was nothing short of extraordinary. Such unparalleled skill, Dean Sun was convinced, surpassed that of any expert in the entire Dragon Nation. Song Qian is indeed remarkable. Although still young, he possesses unparalleled medical expertise. This young man is not to be underestimated. Given time, he will accomplish many miracles and undoubtedly achieve great renown across the world. Impressive. If yesterday's healing of Lu Muyun was deemed miraculous, then today stands as a myth among miracles. Numerous esteemed physicians had examined Lu Taichu, declaring his ailment untreatable. Yet in a mere span of minutes, Song Qian healed him. This extraordinary ability commanded profound admiration. Physician Song, you have broadened our horizons today. Thank you for your magnanimity in allowing both Wang and me to learn from your expertise. Dean Sun expressed, his face aglow with reverence. At this moment, Lu Muyun's heart swelled with excitement. She had made the right choice. No other physician could cure her grandfather's illness. Yet through Song Qian's unique methods and acupuncture, her grandfather was restored to health. Just yesterday, she harbored doubts about Song Qian's capabilities, But amid her hesitation, she had spent 2 million and found herself healed. Now, today, her grandfather too had been cured. The car accident from yesterday was no mere mishap. It was a divine blessing, a fortuitous encounter, a collision of happiness. Had it not been for the accident, she would not have met Song Qian. Had it not been for that fateful event, Lu Muyun would likely be boarding a plane abroad, seeking futile remedies. How fortunate she felt, how blissful this serendipitous meeting was. Physician Song, thank you. Lu Muyun released her grandfather, stepping back 2 paces, one hand respectfully placed behind her and the other over her heart, offering a salute to Song Qian. With a chuckle, Song Qian waved his hand dismissively. Miss Lu, there is no need to be overly concerned with such formalities. As he spoke, a smile graced his face, and he deftly shifted the conversation. Indeed, while ceremonial gestures may be overlooked, the matters of substance must be regarded with utmost seriousness. Lu Muyun comprehended Song Qian's intent. The substantive matter referred to the pendant adorning her neck. Since she had already pledged to Song Qian and her grandfather had recovered, her word must hold weight. Even if the pendant was an heirloom, it was imperative that she honor her promise. However, her grandfather was still undergoing treatment. Presenting the pendant to Song Qian in her grandfather's presence could elicit an overly emotional response that might adversely affect his recovery. Rest assured, Dr. Song, I, Lu Muyun, am a woman of my word. The promises I make are as binding as the words I speak. Very well. Song Qian nodded with a smile, expressing gratitude for Lu Muyun's understanding. I tend to be quite direct. I hope for your forgiveness in this regard. As he spoke, he resumed his treatment of Lu Taichu. At that moment, a cacophony erupted from outside, accompanied by the sounds of a fierce scuffle. Song Qian activated his lotus vision to glance toward the entrance. There, he beheld Zhao Kiki, her back to the door, fist clenched tightly, successfully repelling several approaching bodyguards. Yet, Song Qian noted that despite Zhao Kiki's assertiveness, the bodyguards were formidable, robust individuals. It was unlikely that she could hold out for long. The tumult outside reached Lu Muyun's ears, causing her brow to furrow in concern as she turned to Song Qian. Dr. Song, I must intervene. Song Qian shook his head, redirecting his gaze from the door. There is no need. They will likely enter shortly. Bang! Just as Song Qian finished speaking, a resounding crash echoed as the door was kicked open, and Zhao Kiki, clearly overmatched, stumbled inside. Seeing the entrance swing wide, Lu Muyun rushed forward, pointing an accusatory finger at the intruders. Who permitted you to act in such a manner? Lu Ha, at the forefront, retorted Lu Muyun. Do not think for a moment that we are unaware of your intentions to harm grandfather. We will not let you escape unscathed yet. Before he could finish, he was left dumbfounded. Before them, Lu Taichu, with Song Qian's assistance, slowly sat up, his eyes wide as he surveyed the unfolding scene. Lu Fuxing, Lu Ha, have you grown so bold? Do you no longer regard me, your aging father? Witnessing his father regain consciousness and even call out his name, Lu Fuxing could not help but smile, rushing to him. Father, you have finally recovered. Wretched scoundrel, do not call me father. I have no son such as you. Lu Taichu scowled, unleashing a torrent of invective. What is the meaning of this? Why the violence? What prompted you to burst in here? Grandfather, we thought. Lu Ha attempted to articulate his thoughts, yet he found himself at a loss for words. As he spoke halfway, the words caught in his throat and retreated. Why was this so? The master had once proclaimed that once ensnared by the soul-locking technique, even deities could not offer salvation. Yet, at this moment, the old man appeared to have returned to his senses, able to utter his own name. Would he still have a chance at a good life? What if the old man discovered that it was he who had sought someone to employ the soul-locking technique against him? Would he not dismember him and feed him to the dogs? The more Lu Ha pondered, the deeper his dread grew. The deed was done, and there was no turning back. Before this old fellow uncovered the truth, he must ensure that he met the king of hell. Otherwise, his own life would be irreparably ruined. Having erred, he could only embrace the mistake, for the die was cast. There was no opportunity for retreat, and he must tread the path to darkness unflinchingly. Chapter 77. Lu Muyun teaches her 2 younger brothers Lu Ha. Wait a moment. I shall deal with you shortly. Lu Taichu declared, continuing to assist Dr. Song with the treatment. Dr. Song, I am indebted to you, Lu Qian said with a gentle shake of his head. There is no need for such formality, esteemed elder. It was Miss Lu Muyun who recognized my abilities and implored me to provide my services. He added, if gratitude is to be expressed, it should be directed towards you for having such a perceptive granddaughter who saved your life. As he spoke, his gaze shifted to Dr. Wang. This is Dr. Wang, renowned for his exceptional medical skills. However, He had previously condemned you to a dire fate and advised your family to prepare for the worst. Dr. Wang bowed his head, feeling immense embarrassment. My lack of expertise is indeed shameful, and I nearly endangered the life of Elder Lu. I humbly ask for your forgiveness, he said, deeply bowing towards the sickbed. At that moment, he felt a flicker of joy within. Initially, when he diagnosed the soul-locking pulse, anxiety had gripped his heart, fearing the misfortune that would follow. Yet now, with Elder Lu's condition treated and the soul-locking pulse eradicated, it signified that his own misfortunes might also cease. Dr. Wang's mind danced with relief. And regardless of the veracity of the situation, he owed his gratitude to Dr. Song. Lu Taichu, unfamiliar with Dr. Wang, seemed to have no recollection of the earlier events and brushed it off with a wave of his hand, showing little concern. After several minutes, the treatment concluded at last. Lu Taichu rose from the bed, his complexion radiant and his spirit invigorated, as if many of the wrinkles on his face had vanished. Dr. Song, I am profoundly grateful for your life-saving intervention, Lu Taichu exclaimed, turning his gaze towards Lu Muyun. Muyun, within that cabinet lies a bank card containing 10 million. Please retrieve it for Dr. Song. Upon hearing this, Lu Qian's spirits lifted instantaneously. However, he maintained an air of modesty. Elder Lu, Miss Lu has already agreed to compensate me. Your offering of 10 million is truly excessive and fills me with shame. Such words are unwarranted, Lu Taichu insisted. It is but a trifling sum. I implore you, Dr. Song, to accept it as a gesture of respect. Of course, Dr. Song was more than willing to accept. To forego such an opportunity would indeed be a folly. Just days prior, he had shamelessly conversed with Lu Muyin, informing her of her advanced cervical cancer, only to be scolded by her and her companion. His true aim was to draw closer to Lu Muyun and devise ways to profit from the situation. Elder Lu, you have made your intentions abundantly clear. Should I continue to refuse, it would be rather inconsiderate. Henceforth, I will graciously accept this generous gift of 10 million from you. Most certainly, Lu Muyun affirmed as she approached Dr. Song, presenting the bank card with both hands. This card was procured on behalf of my grandfather, and the password consists of 6 sixes. I sincerely thank you once more for your efforts. Dr. Song, filled with exhilaration, accepted the bank card. At long last, he had come into wealth. With the addition of 2 million from yesterday, he has nearly amassed 12 million. The residence should be transformed into a villa, and a car must be procured for future endeavors, as the gates of wealth have swung open for him. What a delightful surprise. Song Qian once contemplated that merely retrieving Lu Muyun's pendant would suffice for this medical endeavor, and yet unexpectedly, he gained an additional 10 million. One word, exhilarating. Wealthy individuals display their opulence, engaging in ventures without restraint. Their expenditures often range from hundreds of thousands to millions, and at times, tens of millions. For the affluent, acquiring wealth appears effortless. Many thanks to Miss Lu. Holding the bank card, Song Qian glanced at it, astonished to discover it was a black card, which he then tucked into his pocket. Lu Fuxing's expression shifted numerous times in an instant. He stood there in a daze, filled with profound regret for nearly dismissing the esteemed physician invited by Lu Muyun, fortunate that the latter bore no ill will. Summoning his courage, he extended an apology to Song Qian. Song Shini, I should not have hindered your treatment of my father. It nearly resulted in a grave mistake. I apologize and seek your forgiveness. Although Song Qian considered admonishing him, he refrained, recognizing the weight of the newly acquired 10 million. It was merely a misunderstanding. Had I been in your position, I would have acted similarly, driven by concern for Elder Lu's safety. This statement granted Lu Fuxing ample dignity. Not only did Song Qian forgive him, but he also bestowed a compliment in return. After all, receiving 10 million warrants a few kind words. There is no need for petty grievances. Even if one were to harbor grievances, what purpose would it serve? Thank you, Song Shini, for your understanding. Upon hearing Song Qian's forgiveness, Lu Fuxing sighed with relief and turned his gaze towards Lu He, Lu Ji, and his daughter-in-law, Li Chunmei. The three understood the unspoken message and also offered their apologies to Song Qian. With a stern expression, Song Qian did not respond kindly to the trio. You need not apologize to me. I cannot bear it. The one who truly deserves an apology is Miss Lu Muyun. She has shouldered immense pressure to allow me to treat Elder Lu, and you all owe her a sincere apology, including Li Chunmei. They could only grit their teeth and acquiesce. Lu Muyun took 2 steps forward. Fortunately, grandfather's treatment remained unaffected. Had there been even the slightest impact, I would have annihilated you today. At this moment, Lu Muyun erupted completely. With grandfather's recovery, she no longer felt the need to fear these 2 brutes. It was time to teach them a lesson. Moreover, she had grandfather's support behind her. During grandfather's illness, the two younger brothers and the stepmother had caused her no small amount of trouble, leaving her overwhelmed. Now, it was time to demand some interest from them. Once again, they faced punishment and scorn. The two hung their heads low, silent as the grave. Yet, within their hearts, they harbored a growing resentment towards Lu Muyun. Well deserved. Just then, Lu Taichu's voice resonated. You are the elder sister. They are your younger brothers. If they misbehave, they ought to be disciplined, to teach them a lasting lesson. Continue to strike. The so-called lasting lesson, of course, meant reprimand in Chapter 78. The esteemed physician Wang seeks apprenticeship. The two individuals cried out in desperation, pleading for mercy. They harbored a desire to eliminate Lu Muyun, yet dared not act recklessly in the presence of their grandfather. Thus, they endured Lu Muyun's wrath and the discomfort inflicted upon their cheeks. Li Chumei stood by, her heart filled with resentment as she watched her son being punished. She glared at Lu Fuxing, urging him to speak up. At that moment, Lu Fuxing dared not utter a word. Any attempt to intervene might provoke his father's ire. In his father's eyes, he remained merely a child, despite being a middle-aged man. If his father wished to discipline him, he could only acquiesce. Moreover, on this occasion, their collective actions had been misguided, particularly his own, as he had repeatedly hindered his daughter and spoken disrespectfully to the esteemed physician Song, nearly jeopardizing his father's chance for treatment. Fortunately, Song Qian was magnanimous and ultimately treated his father. Otherwise, Lu Fuxing was certain they would have been preparing for a funeral. Seeing Lu Fuxing remain indifferent, Li Chunmei was at a loss for words. She felt powerless, merely staring in silence. Yet internally, she cursed Lu Muyun, wishing for the opportunity to return each slap with interest. As for Song Qian, while he had successfully treated the elder, it was not entirely a blessing, for he had disrupted the meticulously crafted plans of Lu Ha. After months of careful design, victory seemed assured, but Song Qian had intervened, pulling the old man back from the brink of death. This was a devastating setback. Not only had he restored the elder's health, but Song Qian had also provoked Lu Muyun with provocative remarks, inciting her fury. Li Chumei bore this grudge, vowing that if circumstances allowed, both Lu Muyun and Song Qian would face her wrath. However, she dared not act on her thoughts, knowing that doing so would jeopardize her son's future. For now, she had to stifle her indignation. At that moment, the voice of physician Wang resounded, suggesting that the family's internal matters, witnessed by Dean Su and himself, should be brushed aside with a modicum of understanding. Dean's son, feeling somewhat awkward, quickly sought to mediate. Admittedly, the two young gentlemen had erred, but they had recognized their mistakes and deserved a temporary reprieve. As soon as Dean's son finished speaking, Lu Fuxing seized the opportunity, quickly adding, "Father, Moon, why not heed their advice? It is indeed somewhat embarrassing in front of outsiders, and they have acknowledged their faults." Lu Taichu, hands clasped behind his back, approached Lu He and his companion. After surveying them, his gaze turned to Lu Muyun. "Let it be for now. We shall spare them today." With their grandfather having spoken, Lu Ha and his companion sighed in relief, their nightmare temporarily at an end. They covered their cheeks and distanced themselves from Lu Muyun. Then, in a moment of astonishing audacity, physician Wang approached Song Qian, kneeling before him with a thud. "Esteemed physician Song, I am in awe of your abilities. I beseech you, do not disdain this old body. Accept me as your disciple. I sincerely wish to learn from you." This scene left everyone utterly astonished, jaws agape in disbelief. The renowned physician, Wang, has surprisingly chosen to take Song Qian as his master. What could this possibly signify? Is it true that Song Qian possesses such remarkable abilities? A sense of bewilderment envelopes the onlookers as they ponder the events that transpired within the room. Could it be that Song Qian has indeed utilized these paper charms to heal the elder? Such a miraculous occurrence seems hard to fathom. Not far from the sickbed, the table remained set, with an incense burner still emitting wisps of smoke. Two candles flickered gently, their flames dancing in the dim light. In the midst of this unexpected scene, Song Qian finds himself momentarily stunned. Is it permissible to take an elderly figure as a disciple? At that moment, Lu Muyun interjects. "Song, may I offer you a piece of advice? Although Wang's medical skills may not rival yours, his reputation is formidable. Accepting him as your disciple could indeed be beneficial." Lu Muyun's perspective holds merit. Despite Song Qian's impressive skills, his renown is relatively modest. By taking Wang as a disciple, he would gain a formidable ally. Furthermore, with Wang's presence, the earlier scene involving his two younger brothers and father attempting to dissuade him would likely not recur. Suddenly struck by this notion, Song Qian finds himself at a loss. Why would he take an old man as a disciple? What advantages could it possibly yield? Just as his thoughts meander, Wang's voice cuts through the air once more. Song, I beseech you to accept me as your disciple. I do not seek to acquire your knowledge. I would be content merely to assist you in moments of need. Noticing Song Qian's silence, Lu Taichu adds, Song, Wang's sincerity is evident. Perhaps you should consider accepting him. Lu Taichu, the current president of the Lu Group, has navigated the business world for many years and understands the significance of mutual support. The alliance between Song Qian and Wang could prove advantageous for both parties. For Song Qian, accepting this disciple presents no risk. He maintains complete control over the dissemination of his knowledge. While Song Qian is somewhat perplexed, he ultimately nods in agreement. Wang, for the sake of Miss Lu and her esteemed father, I shall accept you as my disciple. However, heed my words, my medical knowledge may not be imparted to you. So do not harbor excessive hopes. It is not that Song Qian is unwilling to share his expertise. Rather, the majority of his skills are challenging to convey. At least for now, he has yet to fully grasp the inheritance of the Lotus Fairy and does not know how to impart this knowledge to another. For instance, when treating patients, Song Qian has found that nearly everyone requires the energy from their dantian, whereas Wang lacks such energy within his own. Even if Wang were to be deeply moved, Song Qian realizes that there would be little utility in attempting to teach him, as he is unable to do so at this moment. Therefore, he preemptively closes off that avenue. Upon hearing this, Wang's face beams with joy. Thank you, Master, for accepting me as your disciple. I shall forever cherish your wise teachings. Even if you choose not to impart any knowledge, I would still be filled with joy simply to accompany you. Your disciple bows before you, Master. In the presence of the venerable old Master Lu and the entire Lu family, the esteemed physician Wang respectfully offered tea, unequivocally embracing the role of a disciple. Following this, Physician Wang proceeded with his self-introduction. He identified himself as Wang Chuan, aged 58, who commenced his medical practice in his 20s and has dedicated nearly 4 decades to this noble profession, thereby achieving a measure of renown. Although Wang Chuan spoke with modesty, it is evident that his reputation holds considerable weight within the Dragon Nation, having treated no fewer than 8,000 patients. Financially, his worth is estimated in the billions. Upon hearing this, Song Qian broke into a smile, realizing that this disciple was indeed a valuable acquisition. Should she find herself in need of funds in the future, procuring several million from him would be a trivial matter. With this in mind, Song Qian graciously accepted her new disciple. Chapter 79. He is certainly no ordinary individual. In a gesture of respect, the esteemed Dr. Wang presented no gifts, but instead transferred a sum of 660,000 yuan to Song Qian via his mobile phone, signifying a modest token of his esteem. Song Qian accepted this small token with delight. After a brief exchange of apprentice and mentor greetings, applause filled the air. Once the formalities concluded, Lu Muyun, having secured Song Qian's consent, collected the incense burner, paper offerings, and other related items from the room. Subsequently, Lu Taichu retained Lu Muyun in the chamber to discuss the recent operations of the enterprise and the various events that had transpired during this period. Upon hearing the report, Lu Taichu's brow furrowed deeply. Thankfully, he had recovered in time. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Muyun, you are no longer a child. It is time you considered a partner. I see that Dr. Song, though young, possesses a commendable demeanor and is indeed a rare find, an excellent prospective son-in-law. You must seize this opportunity, Lu Taichu advised. Lu Muyun's face flushed crimson upon hearing this. Grandfather, you are being quite improper. Matters of the heart are best left to individuals to navigate. Do not suggest anything foolish, or I may very well cease to communicate with you. She uttered these disingenuous words, for in truth, over the years, she had attracted no less than 1,000 suitors, including 100 wealthy heirs. Yet, none had captured her interest. The men who pursued her seemed either enamored with her beauty or enticed by the wealth of the Lu family, coveting shares in the Lu Group. In summary, none had piqued her affection. The more earnest suitors she found unappealing, while the charming and eloquent ones were often nothing more than dandy playboys, frequenting the more dubious establishments. Look at you, blushing. At your age, one would think you would consider marriage. You should heed my advice. Dr. Song is a sought-after individual. And if you let this chance slip away, it may never return, Lu Taichu remarked, revealing himself to be a shrewd observer of circumstances. Indeed, as he pointed out, the attention directed towards Song Qian was not limited to one individual. The enchanting Su Taohua from Peach Blossom Village had her heart set on him. as did the village beauty Zhang Yibei, whose intentions were equally evident. By the order of desirability, Lu Muyun would find herself in third place. Enough of this shamelessness, Lu Muyun interjected, her cheeks still aflame, unable to meet Lu Taichu's gaze, hastily shifting the topic. Grandfather, if there is nothing further, let us step outside. Today, you have recovered, and with Dr. Song having taken on an apprentice, we should invite them to dine with us at home, to celebrate together. Very well, let us go, Lu Taichu agreed, rising to his feet and taking a few steps forward. However, he turned back to Lu Muyun, reiterating his earlier counsel. Muyun, please give serious consideration to what I have said. Dr. Song is indeed a prime catch, and you must grasp this opportunity. As Lu Taichu persistently emphasized his point, Lu Muyun felt increasingly embarrassed. Grandfather, do you desire my marriage so fervently? If I were to wed, who would remain by your side to attend to your needs? If you find me a suitable son-in-law, you shall no longer require my services. Lu Taichu paused, stroking the delicate stubble beneath his nose, with his brow slightly raised, as if lost in thought. Indeed, regarding the circumstances surrounding the esteemed physician Song, I urge you to conduct a thorough investigation. I desire to acquire his complete dossier. I have already conducted an investigation, Lu Muyun replied, taking a couple of steps forward to seize Lu Taichu's arm, as they stood together in the room. He recounted the findings he had long since mastered, detailing his acquaintance with Song Qian, the affliction he suffered, and the subsequent healing bestowed upon him by the physician. Lu Taichu listened, his eyes widening in astonishment. He had not anticipated that Song Qian not only saved him but also saved Lu Muyun, marking him as a benefactor to the Lu family. A debt of gratitude that weighed heavily. Had Lu Muyun not crossed paths with Song Qian, Lu Taichu shuddered at the thought of what might have transpired. Upon glancing at the ticket booking information on Lu Muyun's phone, he broke into a cold sweat. How fortunate. Without Song Qian, he would have remained in a daze, and Lu Muyun would have sought treatment abroad, leading to utter chaos within the family enterprise. Muyun, physician Song, is our family's savior. Although his current circumstances are humble, he possesses extraordinary medical skills and will undoubtedly soar to greatness one day. You must seize this opportunity, Lu Taichu emphasized earnestly, reiterating his point. The more he insisted, the more bashful Lu Muyun became, her shy smile illuminating her face, which flushed a deep crimson from her neck to her ears. Grandfather, please stop, Lu Muyun complained softly, tilting her head in contemplation. There is a matter I have decided upon without your consent, and it is not open to negotiation. Physician Song agreed to treat you on the condition of 3 requests, one of which involves the petal pendant around my neck. I had no choice but to promise him that, upon your recovery, I would give it to him. I cannot afford to offend Physician Song. You must agree to this. This decision indeed bore significant weight. The pendant Lu Muyun wore was valued at several million. If Song Qian demanded such an amount, Lu Taichu would willingly pay, even if it meant giving more. However, parting with the pendant was a dilemma. It was a family heirloom, passed down through generations. Lu Taichu could scarcely recall from which ancestor it had originated. Could such a cherished relic truly be given away? After a moment's reflection, he nodded gently. Our Lu family places great importance on integrity. Since you have made a promise, then let it be. Alas. With a sigh, Lu Taichu lamented. The pendant had traversed many generations. Now, it seemed destined to end with Lu Muyun. One must not go back on their word. If it must be given, then so be it. Grandfather, you won't hold this against me, will you? Lu Muyun asked in a subdued tone, her expression somewhat pained, as she felt compelled to agree to Song Qian's terms to save her grandfather's life. Lu Taichu had but one condition: as long as you keep Song Qian close and allow him to become our family's esteemed son-in-law. Then whether the pendant adorns his neck or yours, it would make little difference. Lu Muyun was taken aback by this notion. In the dining hall, a sumptuous feast was prepared, with everyone gathered around the table, each lost in their own thoughts. Lu He, Lu Ji, and Li Chunmei wore forced smiles. On one hand, Lu He and Lu Ji were feeling quite miserable after enduring a beating. On the other hand, Lu He's meticulously devised plans were completely thwarted by the unexpected arrival of Song Qian. How could he possibly feel joy? Only Lu Muyun and Lu Taichu, among others, felt genuine happiness. After finishing their meal, Lu Muyun concocted an excuse, claiming there were matters to discuss with Song Qian, and led him upstairs for a private conversation. In the living room upstairs, the two sat on the sofa. Lu Muyun, in the presence of Song Qian, unbuttoned one of her garment's buttons, then brushed her hair back, turning to kneel before Song Qian. Chapter 80. The pendant has finally arrived, Dr. Song. This pendant is now yours. But I kindly request your assistance in removing it from my neck, said Lu Muyun, emanating a subtle fragrance. She crouched before Song Qian, revealing her delicate back. One hand rested on her knee while the other played with her hair, exposing her flawless, jade-like skin at the nape of her neck, captivating Song Qian's gaze. The intoxicating scent enveloped him, and he found himself momentarily entranced. This Miss Lu is extraordinarily beautiful. Her figure, her face, and her exquisitely smooth skin all resemble a perfect piece of jade, flawless in every regard. Hesitantly, Song Qian reached out, feeling a sense of shyness, to unfasten the necklace. He would need to touch Lu Muyun's skin. Even before contact, he felt a warmth radiating from her. Dr. Song, please help me remove it, Lu Muyun urged. Maintaining her half-crouched position. If we wait any longer, my legs may start to ache. Miss Lu, propriety dictates that we maintain a respectful distance. Perhaps it would be best if you were to remove it yourself, lest we invite misunderstandings, Song Qian said, feeling a bit awkward, his hand frozen in midair. Lu Muyun turned her head, playfully biting her lower lip with a delicate smile. Why should you, a grown man, be concerned about misunderstandings when I am not? She teased, her cheeks flushing. Yesterday, you treated my ailment and even had to touch my abdomen. You saw my body and made contact. Though shy, Lu Muyun deliberately provoked him. Song Qian could only respond with an embarrassed smile. Well, Miss Lu, let's not jest. I had to make contact to treat you properly. I kindly ask that you remove the pendant. Lu Muyun stood, fastening her collar, her cheeks tinged with crimson. I shall grant you one more opportunity. If you do not personally remove the pendant, I will not part with it, she declared, pouting playfully with her hands on her hips. Realizing he had little choice, Song Qian nodded in agreement. Very well, Miss Lu, please crouch before me again, and I will promptly remove the pendant. However, Lu Muyun faced him directly. Dr. Song, whether you remove it from behind or in front, the outcome is the same. Why not do it from the front? She suggested with a playful smile. This was a first for her, and her grandfather was right. Song Qian was no ordinary man. She was determined to create an opportunity. Yet, to remove the pendant from the front would mean the pendant was hidden beneath her clothing. How could he possibly do that? A hint of embarrassment crossed Song Qian's face. Lu Muyun was too beautiful, like a lotus blooming in a clear lake, meant to be admired from afar, not approached too closely. If it were someone like Zhang Yibei, whom he knew well, he could joke with her freely. But Lu Muyun was still a stranger to him. Having only known her for 2 days, he found himself feeling quite bashful. The women that Song Qian encountered were few in number, with Su Taohua persistently clinging to him, which often left him feeling somewhat awkward. Now, however, Lu Muyun was even more assertive. Seizing the opportunity to retrieve the pendant, she subtly enticed him. Perhaps, Miss Lu, Song Qian suggested, you might turn around again, as you did earlier, and I shall retrieve it immediately. The pendant was nearly within his grasp. Yet Lu Muyun presented him with a conundrum, albeit one that was rather easy to solve. With a playful chuckle, Lu Muyun did not turn away, but instead elegantly settled herself on the sofa. Song, I half squatted before you just now, and you hesitated, leaving my calves sore. If you wish for me to position myself as before, that can be arranged. However, my calves are quite fatigued, so I would appreciate your assistance. As she spoke, she extended her leg toward him. Feeling a tinge of embarrassment, Song Qian could only place his hands gently upon her calf, performing a mere token massage. Lu Muyun displayed a mischievous delight, giggling incessantly. I was merely teasing you earlier. Let me retrieve it myself. With that, she swept her hair aside and swiftly took down the pendant. Holding the pendant in one hand and grasping Song Qian's hand with the other, she solemnly placed it into his palm. The pendant is now yours. Song Qian, overwhelmed with excitement, felt a surge of exhilaration surpassing even the thrill of receiving 10 million from old Master Lu. From the moment he discovered the pendant with Lu Muyun, he had been devising plans to acquire it. Now, at last, it was his. He had finally located a fragment of the Lotus Immortal Emperor's consciousness. 3 years had swiftly passed. The journey ahead remained arduous, and he must continue his efforts. The next steps involved earning money, enjoying life, and swiftly seeking out more consciousness fragments, aiming to gather them all in the shortest time possible. Once the fragments were united, the Lotus Immortal Emperor would awaken. Since his recovery from his foolish ailment, only 2 or 3 days had elapsed, yet during this brief period, Song Qian's life had undergone a remarkable transformation. All thanks to the Lotus Immortal Emperor. He needed to strive diligently to ensure the Emperor's prompt awakening. With care, he tucked the pendant into his pocket. Thank you. Miss Lu. Lu Muyan lifted her chin, smiling at Song Qian. Song, the pendant still carries my warmth. Why not wear it around your neck? This Lu Muyan was indeed quite amusing. She was unaware of why she was behaving so differently today. This was not her typical demeanor. No need. I will keep it in my pocket. At this point, Song Qian shifted the conversation. Miss Lu, there is another pressing matter that we must address. After a brief pause, he continued, though your grandfather's ailment has been cured, are you not curious as to how he fell victim to the soul locking technique? The timing of this question was impeccable. Even had Song Qian not inquired, Lu Muyun would have felt compelled to ask. I am indeed curious to know by what means the other party ensnared my grandfather with the soul locking technique. It is imperative to resolve this issue at its source. Song Qian smiled faintly, indicating that the matter lies within your grandfather's room. In my grandfather's room? Lu Muyun was taken aback. Song Qian succinctly recounted the sequence of events to Lu Muyun. Upon finishing, Lu Muyun sprang to his feet. If that is the case, let us hasten to my grandfather's room. Song Qian stood up as well. Let us go, hoping that the item remains there. Lu Taichu's room is located on the 4th floor of the villa, while the dining room is on the 2nd floor. At this moment, Lu Muyun and Song Qian find themselves on the 3rd floor. In fact, Song Qian had been vigilant, observing whether Lu He would stealthily make his way to the old master's room. However, Lu He remained utterly still. Chapter 81. Louis's unexpected trouble. Taking advantage of the opportunity to fetch items, the two ascended to the 4th floor and entered the elder's room. Song Qian utilized his lotus eye to survey the surroundings, confirming that the item remained there. Miss Lu, I sensed its presence in the room. Although I am aware that Lu He placed it there, he would never admit to it even under duress. Perhaps we could approach it differently. Song Qian whispered a few suggestions into Lu Muyun's ear. Upon hearing, Lu Muyun instantly gave a thumbs up and took action. She exited the room to retrieve a spare mobile phone. Subsequently, she activated the phone's camera, aiming it as per Song Qian's instructions, and concealed it. Having completed these preparations, they departed. While descending the stairs, taking advantage of Lu Muyun's distraction, Song Qian deftly slipped the petal pendant into the lotus space. Upon reaching the living room on the 1st floor, they found everyone still gathered. The atmosphere was lively as laughter filled the air. In an effort to align with the mood, Lu He and Lu Ji forced smiles. However, at that moment, Lu He suddenly appeared taken aback. He distinctly remembered that Lu Muyun had always worn a pendant around her neck, a family heirloom known to all. Yet now, it was inexplicably absent. This pendant symbolized identity and status, suitable for both genders, and only the heir of the Lu family would possess it. Why had it vanished? Seizing this opportunity, Lu He inquired, Lu Muyun, if I recall correctly, grandfather gifted you a cherished heirloom that you always wore. Where is it? At Lui's prompting, all eyes turned toward Lu Muyun's neck, leaving her in an awkward position. Just as Lu Muyun was about to respond, Lu Taichu interjected. I instructed Muyun to remove it. This matter requires no further inquiry from you. Immediately, Li Chunmei expressed her astonishment. Father, if memory serves, that pendant is a family treasure, and once worn, it should not be easily removed. Why was it taken off? Lu Ji, seated nearby, wore an expression of curiosity. Ever since he had learned that the pendant was given to Lu Muyun, he had never seen her part with it. Today, as grandfather had just recovered, it was indeed a moment of celebration. Why, then, was the pendant removed? My decisions are not subject to your scrutiny. As the head of the Lu family, Lu Taichu preferred not to delve into excessive explanations. With the pendant now entrusted to Song Qian, any further elaboration would only heighten their suspicions. Noticing grandfather's displeasure, Lu He felt increasingly perplexed. The pendant had been given to Lu Muyun and could not simply be reclaimed unless passed to another. It should undoubtedly remain with her. Rubbing his temples, Lu He pondered deeply. In an instant, a realization struck him. I recall now, Lu He cautiously stated, during our meal earlier. I noticed the pendant still adorning Lu Muyun's neck. Now that it is absent, could it be that it was given to the esteemed Dr. Song? In truth, Lu He was merely probing. Lu Ji, spurred by Lu He's reminder, appeared to have a similar epiphany. Indeed, Lu Muyun ascended the stairs with the esteemed physician Song, claiming the need for consultation. Upon their return, the pendant had mysteriously vanished. Lu He remarked, it is not entirely implausible. Lu Ji, casting a gaze at Song Qian, expressed his thoughts. Li Chunmei, fanning the flames of discord, interjected, Lu Muyun, the pendant is a treasured heirloom of the Lu family. You wouldn't have truly bestowed it upon physician Song, would you? The atmosphere became somewhat awkward as the group pressed for answers. Lu Taichu furrowed his brow. his lips twitching slightly. Although Lu Muyun had acted independently, she had consulted him prior to giving the pendant, to which he had acquiesced. Given the doubts raised, it seemed prudent to clarify the matter. Stroking his beard, Lu Taichu rose from his seat, his authoritative gaze sweeping across the instigators. Since you are so eager to know, allow me to disclose the truth. Yes, with my consent, the pendant has indeed been given to Physician Song. With the matter laid bare by their grandfather, Lu Muyun seized the opportunity to elucidate the circumstances surrounding the pendant. The truth was simple. The physician had agreed to treat their grandfather under the condition of receiving the pendant, although the pendant was valued at several million. In comparison to their grandfather's health, it paled in significance. Even 10 such pendants would be worthwhile. My decision stands beyond your reproach. Song Qianhenti anticipated Lu He's tenacity. In a fleeting moment, he realized the pendant had vanished, and now that the truth was out, there was no need for concealment. After all, the pendant was already in his possession, and none could reclaim it. Indeed, the pendant was given to me. However, this was contingent upon the treatment of the elder. Now that he has recovered, is there any issue with my retaining the pendant? Originally, Song Qian's success in healing their grandfather had thwarted his own plans, and now he had taken possession of the pendant. Lu He was unwilling to accept this. Physician Song, you treated my grandfather, yet you insist on claiming this pendant. I cannot help but suspect that your actions may have contributed to my grandfather's illness. Silence. Lu Taichu bellowed, indignant at the baseless accusations against Physician Song. Who dares to slander him? Do you wish for your own demise? Song Qian was a savior to the Lu family, having rescued both Lu Taichu and Lu Muyun, yet Lu had dared to defame their benefactor. Faced with Lu Taichu's wrath, Lu He hesitated but resolved to pursue the matter further. Grandfather, whether you strike or berate me, I must speak my mind. The pendant is a treasured heirloom of our family, passed down through generations. How could it be so easily given to an outsider? This pendant is a cherished token from our ancestors. Without it, we are bereft of their protection. Lu Fusheng, seated nearby, appeared torn. He recognized that the elder's actions were somewhat misguided. The pendant was indeed a family treasure and should not have been given to an outsider. Yet, he lacked the courage to voice his dissent. The elder had erred, and he too had not acted appropriately today. That is enough. Lu Taichu bellowed. Dr. Song has agreed to treat me, and the pendant is a prerequisite. There is nothing more to discuss. Song Qian responded with a cold smile, directing his gaze towards Lu He. This young man had been contradicting him all day, thus, it was only fitting to teach him a lesson and allow him to experience some hardship. Young Master Lu He, you previously claimed that my grandfather's illness was due to my machinations behind the scenes. What led you to make such an assertion? Lu He remained blissfully unaware of Song Qian's intentions. Upon hearing Song Qian's words, he could not help but chuckle. This young man was eager to engage in a verbal spar, which suited Lu He perfectly. Dr. Song, may I inquire? The pendant belonging to Lu Muyun has always rested upon her neck, with only the necklace visible. Knowing full well that treating my grandfather would yield substantial financial reward, why does it specifically hinge upon the pendant? Chapter 82. Dealing with Lu He. This matter is indeed quite intricate. It subtly reflects that before attempting to cure the illness, Song Qian had already coveted this pendant and was aware of its value. With an icy demeanor and a glint of menace in his gaze, Song Qian approached the situation with resolve. I shall refrain from elaborating too much on the sequence of events. If young Master Lu harbors any suspicions, let us be forthright and address them directly. Just as Lu Taichu was about to speak, Song Qian gestured for him to allow Lu He to finish his thoughts. Lu He, arms crossed and eyes blazing with intensity, stepped forward. Since you, Divine Physician Song, have indicated as such, I shall not hold back. I suspect that prior to my grandfather falling ill, you had set your sights on this pendant, employing some underhanded means to induce his sickness, only to subsequently present your demands before offering your assistance in his recovery. Your aim is quite clear. You desire this pendant. Lu He's statement was remarkably astute, successfully redirecting the focus of the conflict onto Song Qian. Should the day come when the elder discovers that his ailment was a result of someone employing the soul-locking technique, Lu He could assert that the perpetrator was none other than the scheming Song Qian. Moreover, he could cast aspersions upon Lu Muyun, alleging collusion between him and Song Qian. A veritable two birds with one stone, indeed, revealing a sinister intent. You slanderous wretch. Lu Muyun discerned the implication of Lu He's words, which subtly pointed towards him, urging him to continue. Song Qian chuckled coldly. Lu He, sensing the growing boldness of their apparent guilt, pressed on. Divine Physician Song, Is it not true that my grandfather's illness was part of your long-laid scheme? Will you confess or deny this? With a disdainful laugh, Song Qian surveyed the room. Lu He, your ancestors are watching over you from above. Are you not concerned that they might punish you for such baseless accusations? This remark served to lay the groundwork for the impending confrontation with Lu He, yet he remained blissfully unaware. I have committed no wrongdoing, and my ancestors are not blind. How could they possibly punish me? Lu He proclaimed with misplaced confidence. Lu He, since you assert your innocence, do you dare to swear an oath to the heavens? To your ancestors? Oaths are mere child's play, a trivial game. If oaths held any merit, even dogs could change their nature and cease to consume filth. Lu He scoffed, dismissing the notion as absurd. Why should I fear such a thing? Lu He retorted defiantly, as Lu He fell into the trap set by Song Qian. The latter felt a surge of satisfaction. Those who exude arrogance must inevitably face the consequences of their hubris. Initially, within the confines of Lu Laozhang's chamber, Lu Muyun had prepared a mobile device to gather evidence against Lu He regarding the elder's affliction. However, Song Qian was now poised to employ a different strategy. Young Master Lu, since you are so bold as to swear, I implore you to swear to the heavens, to your ancestors, that my grandfather's illness bears no relation to you, and that everything is attributable solely to me, Song Qian. Let the ancestors of the Lu family deal with me. Lu He, amused by the prospect of merely swearing an oath, thought to himself that this was hardly a matter of great significance. He was resolute in his disbelief. He swore that his ancestors could not possibly punish him. If the ancestors were to possess any divine awareness, they ought to reprimand Lu Muyun, a mere woman unworthy of wielding authority over the Lu group. Lu He cleared his throat and gazed up at the ceiling, his eyes gently closing as he prepared to solemnly swear. Sitting nearby, Lu Taichu felt a flicker of curiosity. Given the remarkable skills of Dr. Song, why engage Lu He in such a farcical game? What was the underlying purpose? Lu Muyun stood with her hands clasped behind her back, lost in a haze of confusion. She could not fathom the intent behind Song Qian's actions. Was swearing truly effective? If oaths held any weight, how many men would have been struck down by lightning for professing their love to their girlfriends? If swearing were effective, deceit would be a rarity in this world. Lu Muyun was engulfed in perplexity, her face a portrait of bewilderment. What was Dr. Song's true intention? Dr. Wang, Dean Sun, and several others watched with wide eyes, feeling utterly bemused, and found the situation somewhat amusing. Oaths were merely empty words designed to deceive. Who would believe them? Those who did were fools. Just then, Lu He's voice rang out. I swear to the heavens and to my ancestors, my grandfather's illness has nothing to do with me. I have done no wrong against him. If I speak falsely, may heaven punish me, may my ancestors punish me. At that moment, as soon as Lu He uttered these words, he suddenly clutched his throat, as if possessed by an evil spirit, and fell to his knees with a loud thud, crying out in agony. The scene left everyone present in utter shock. What was happening? Had he truly been punished by his ancestors? How could this be? Li Chuanmei's brows knitted in concern. Could it be that her son had fallen ill? Just moments ago, he seemed fine. How could he suddenly behave so strangely? She prepared to rush over to help him up. Do not touch him, Song Qian urgently interjected. I suspect that Lu He may have committed an offense against the old man and has been punished by your family's ancestors. It is crucial that you do not interfere, or it may endanger him. Let him finish speaking. Lu He continued to grip his throat, kneeling on the ground, howling in distress, his eyes bulging, temples throbbing, his face contorted in agony. At the sound of his cries, everyone instinctively recoiled. Even the seasoned Lu Taichu was taken aback by the bizarre spectacle. He had never witnessed such an extraordinary event in his lifetime. Lu Muyun stood to the side, her complexion paling. She could not comprehend why Lu He was acting so abnormally. Could it be that, as Song Qian had suggested, Lu He was indeed being punished by their ancestors? If the ancestors could manifest their will, why had they not done so sooner? Lu Muyun's mind was a muddled mess, filled with confusion. However, unbeknownst to her, the reason for Lu He's peculiar behavior was entirely orchestrated by Song Qian, who had employed hypnosis upon him. Those under hypnosis were, by nature, not in control of themselves. Observing Lu He on the ground, Song Qian smirked coldly, silently declaring that Lu He was far too inexperienced to contend with him. Individuals like Lu He are easily dealt with by Song Qian, who possesses countless methods to eliminate him. Any one of these approaches could lead to his demise. Song Qian employed hypnosis on Lu He. At that moment, Lu He clutched his throat, his facial muscles twitching in agony as he spoke with a pained voice. Grandfather, I'm sorry, it was I who harmed you. The reason you fell victim to the soul-locking technique was due to the substantial sum I paid to a master to orchestrate this. Lu He's visage twisted with torment. Yet he found himself powerless. He gripped his throat tightly, reluctant to divulge the truth, yet his mouth betrayed him, revealing the secrets buried deep within. Upon hearing this, Li Chunmei was instantly taken aback. Everything Lu He had done was orchestrated with her guidance, in Lu's grandfather's room. There lay an object that she had instructed someone to place there. Chapter 83. Lu He let it slip if Lu He were to divulge all his thoughts. It would spell utter disaster. Li Chunmei rushed forward, one hand pressing down on Lu He's head while the other covered his mouth. What nonsense are you spouting? Move aside. Let him speak. Lu Taichu rose, pointing an accusatory finger at Li Chunmei, his voice a thunderous roar. Terrified, Li Chunmei dared not release her grip on Lu He's mouth, still holding him firm, fearful that he might utter another word. Did you hear that? Step aside at once. Lu Taichu bellowed again, but Li Chunmei remained unmoved. Father. Lu He may be unwell, he is rambling. You must not heed his words. Hurry and call for an ambulance. Li Chunmei exclaimed, suddenly recalling the presence of two doctors on site, Sun Changde, the director of Jiangcheng Hospital, and Song Qian. In a moment of clarity, she turned her gaze to Sun Changde. Director Sun, Lu He may be experiencing an epileptic episode. You must assist him before he harms himself further. Sun Changde cast a pleading look towards Song Qian. However, Song Qian waved his hand dismissively, addressing Li Chunmei. Lu He is undoubtedly enduring the repercussions of ancestral punishment. Once this ordeal concludes, he should recover on his own. I sense that no one can aid him now. At that moment, Lu Taichu directed his attention towards Lu Fuxing and Lu Ji. You two, swiftly pull Li Chunmei away. Should Lu He lose control, it could lead to a catastrophic confrontation with his mother. Before long, Li Chunmei was forcibly removed. At this juncture, Lu He began to mutter to himself once more. In grandfather's room, there lies a bonsai, concealing a puppet gifted to me by the master, inscribed with grandfather's name. Upon hearing this, Li Chunmei collapsed to the ground, despair enveloping her. It's over now. Everything is ruined. I should have seized the opportunity to destroy that puppet and obliterate the evidence. Scoundrel! I never anticipated such malevolence from you. Lu Taichu's fury surged, veins bulging on his forehead. Come, let us ascend to the upper floor. I shall ascertain whether this wretched child speaks the truth. Is there indeed something to uncover? Li Chunmei scrambled to her feet, rushing in front of the elder. Father, Lu He is speaking gibberish. You must not believe him. Quickly call for an ambulance and take Lu He to the hospital. If we delay too long, he may perish. Saving him is paramount. Should her father lead the others upstairs, it would be the end. Preventing Lu Taichu now offered a fleeting glimmer of hope. Get out of the way. Lu Taichu roared, turning to stride forward, followed closely by the others as they ascended to the fourth floor. Curiosity piqued, they soon arrived at Lu Taichu's room, where several bonsai were displayed. In a fit of rage, he overturned a pot, soil scattering everywhere. At that very moment, a scene unfolded that left everyone utterly astonished. As the second bonsai was tipped over, a palm-sized puppet fell from its surface. The puppet, entirely black, bore the name Lu Taichu inscribed in crimson on its back, accompanied by a prominent cross above it. 10 steel needles were embedded within its form. This eerie spectacle left everyone feeling profoundly unsettled. Both Dr. Wang and Dean Sun furrowed their brows, unable to comprehend the absurdity of the situation. Such imagery seemed more suited for the screen than for reality. It was utterly bewildering, sending chills down their spines. The dark puppet increasingly resembled the sinister figure of a grim reaper, exuding an ominous and chilling aura that instilled dread. Witnessing this scene, Lu Muyan felt her hair stand on end, although Song Qian had previously warned her about the presence of something in the room. Seeing it firsthand made her break into a cold sweat. This very puppet had cost the family tens of millions in medical expenses, resulted in the loss of a pendant, and nearly claimed her grandfather's life. The indirect economic losses to the group had soared into the hundreds of millions. Lu He, that wretched scoundrel, was utterly inhumane. For the sake of the group's interests, he had disregarded her grandfather's life, behaving like a beast. The more Lu Muyun contemplated, the angrier she became, consumed by a desire to eliminate Lu He. At that moment, a realization dawned upon her. Earlier, while downstairs, Song Qian had compelled Lu He to swear an oath, after which Lu He had spoken the truth. Could it be that Lu He's candor was orchestrated by Song Qian? How had he managed it? Based on the sequence of events, Lu Muyun was utterly convinced that Lu He's so-called punishment by their ancestors was a ploy executed by Song Qian. Turning her gaze towards Song Qian, her admiration deepened. He seemed more alluring with each passing glance. His capabilities were remarkable. Lu Muyan found herself increasingly intrigued by the mysteries surrounding him. She resolved to uncover all of Song Qian's secrets by any means necessary. Lu Taichu was furious, nearly spitting blood. It appeared that Lu He's assertions were indeed true. He was behind all of this, genuinely attempting to bring about his demise. That little rascal. I shall not let him escape my wrath today. Lu Taichu seethed, clutching the puppet as he descended the stairs. Upon reaching the lower level, he found Lu He kneeling in the living room, still whimpering. Just then, Song Qian retracted his hypnosis, causing Lu He to soften, collapsing onto the ground. Disoriented, he wondered how he had ended up sitting there. Lu Taichu approached and delivered a swift kick to Lu He. Ouch! Lu He exclaimed, yet before he could rise, he found himself back on the floor. You truly wish to end my life, don't you? Lu Taichu berated, throwing the concealed black puppet before Lu He. Upon seeing it, Lu He was instantly struck with terror. Wasn't this puppet hidden in grandfather's bedroom? How could it possibly be in his hands? Lu He was utterly perplexed. The puppet, how did it come to be here? Before Lu He could finish his thought, he suddenly realized he had let something slip. In his panic, he swiftly turned his head away, refusing to gaze at the puppet. No, I do not recognize this puppet. The more he denied it, the more he explained, the more everyone believed that this puppet was undoubtedly connected to him. Moreover, he had just been hypnotized by Song Qian, revealing everything that should and should not have been said. It was futile to explain further. Confess honestly, from whence did this puppet originate, and who bestowed it upon you? Dare to utter a single falsehood, and I shall obliterate you. Lu Taichu glared fiercely at Lu He, his anger palpable. If Lu He did not speak a single truth, he genuinely contemplated annihilating this wretch. In a bid to protect her son, Li Chumei hastily stepped forward. With a thud, she knelt before Lu Taichu. Father, this matter has nothing to do with Lu He. It was I who acted, and I was the one who had the puppet placed here. I had no inkling of the gravity of the situation. All of this was my doing. If punishment is to be meted out, let it fall upon me. For Lu He is blameless. Chapter 84. The two requests of Lu Ji. Li Chumei wished to take responsibility for the situation, yet her efforts were in vain. For Lu He had already confessed that the puppet was his doing. She sought to distance herself from Lu He, but Lu Taichu was not easily deceived. He could not readily believe her words. As Lu Taichu listened, his anger intensified. How dare you, Li Chumei? I never imagined you were involved in this matter. Speak the truth. Where did the puppet originate, and what compelled you to act in this manner? Li Chumei fell to her knees, overcome with grief. The repercussions of this incident on Lu He were monumental, if mishandled. He risked not only losing the power within the Lu family, but also the possibility of the old patriarch reclaiming his shares. Father, we acknowledge our mistakes. We were blinded by folly and misled by others. We beseech your forgiveness, Lu He pleaded, clinging to Lu Taichu's leg. Grandfather, my mother and I recognize our wrongs. Please grant us another chance. We shall never transgress again. We humbly implore you. At this juncture, Lu He had no option but to beg for mercy. If he could merely alleviate the immediate crisis, he believed that, with time, he might once again find an opportunity to rise. In this urgent moment, he hoped the old man's heart might soften, allowing them to escape unscathed, even if it meant enduring some minor punishment. While pleading, Lu He felt a sense of bewilderment. He recalled swearing an oath to the heavens, yet after uttering those words, a dizzy spell overcame him, and his body became unresponsive. What transpired afterward remained a mystery. When he regained his senses, he found himself kicked by his grandfather, and the ominous puppet loomed before him. What on earth was happening? Lu He racked his brain, unable to comprehend the situation. It had to be Song Qian's doing. Once he resolved the current crisis, he would seek retribution against Song Qian. He was determined to eradicate this nuisance. Cursed be Song Qian, who had repeatedly sabotaged his endeavors and now brought this turmoil to his grandfather's attention. Lu Ji stood nearby, his heart a tumult of emotions. He could scarcely fathom that his grandfather's ailment was orchestrated by Lu He. The cruelty displayed by Lu He and his mother was astonishing. To jeopardize their grandfather's life for the sake of power within the group was truly depraved. Such a ruthless individual must be watched closely. If he could harm their grandfather today, who was to say he wouldn't turn against Lu Ji himself tomorrow? This sort of person was terrifying, willing to resort to any means to achieve their goals. Fortunately, the situation had not escalated further. Grandfather had ultimately recovered. This incident would undeniably impact Lu He's standing. And Lu Ji realized he must seize this opportunity to present himself before his grandfather, for only then could he hope to gain control of the group. Among the three siblings, he had previously held the least power. However, following today's events, Lu Hia would certainly remain sidelined for the foreseeable future, perhaps even for a lifetime. Lu Muyun continued to be the most formidable competitor for the group's future authority, and with Lu He out of the picture, Lu Ji felt a significant reduction in pressure. Faced with the pleas of the two, Lu Taichu remained silent. What a tragedy, by a mere misstep. He nearly lost his life at the hands of his daughter-in-law and grandson. Such wretches had truly gone too far, nearly costing him his own existence. From this moment forth, all shares held by Lu Hia shall be reclaimed by the group, and he shall no longer hold any position within the company. Guards, take these mother and son back to their quarters and confine them there. They are not to leave the room without my consent. Despite their desperate entreaties, they were forcibly removed. For a fleeting moment, Lu Taichu felt the stirrings of murderous intent. He had labored diligently to build the group into a formidable enterprise, providing his family with security, yet he had never anticipated that he would come perilously close to death at Lu He's hands. At that moment, Lu Ji spoke up. Grandfather, both my stepmother and Lu He have indeed crossed the line. Attempting to take your life is something I cannot fathom. Fortunately, Sister Mu Yun, with her keen insight and under immense pressure, invited Dr. Song to her home, who ultimately cured your ailment. At this juncture, Lu Ji shifted his tone. However, grandfather, although Dr. Song is our savior, and we have compensated him handsomely, the petal pendant is an ancestral heirloom that should not be bestowed upon him. Please do not take offense at my words, but giving away something passed down from our ancestors leaves me feeling unsettled. Lu Taichu's expression darkened upon hearing this. He, too, had weighed the matter of the pendant carefully. The words of Lu Ji were thoughts he had previously entertained, yet he could not go back on his word. Furthermore, the pendant had already been given to Song Qian. I have made my decision. Without this pendant, Dr. Song would assuredly not have intervened to save me. Since it has already been given to him, it rightfully belongs to him, and this matter need not be raised again. Lu Taichu spoke with unwavering conviction, leaving no room for debate. As the head of the Lu group, one cannot simply retract their word, especially when the pendant was given as a prerequisite for his treatment. The treasures left by our ancestors should serve a purpose rather than merely act as adornments to be passed down through generations. Grandfather, Lu Ji interjected, I am genuinely dissatisfied. If this pendant is to be given to Dr. Song, I must also be in agreement. Unless Dr. Song agrees to assist the group with two tasks, only then can I truly accept it. Lu Ji's words were a challenge to Song Qian, and more so, a source of trouble for Lu Muyun. Lu Muyun's expression darkened as she shot Lu Ji a glare. Lu Ji, do not overstep. Dr. Song is not a member of our group. Why should he be obligated to assist us? He has made no promises to you. So why must he heed your demands? This pendant is also an extraordinary treasure. Song Qian, having taken it from Lu Muyun, felt a twinge of guilt after receiving the elder's 10 million. Since Lu Ji had made a request, it would be prudent to listen before proceeding. Young Master Lu, please articulate your demands. Upon hearing this, Lu Ji felt a surge of secret delight. If Song Qian could be persuaded to acquiesce, he would have the opportunity to manipulate events from the shadows. This would also serve as an opportunity to create difficulties for Lu Muyun. Dr. Song, I understand that I may be placing you in a difficult position, yet that pendant is indeed a treasured heirloom of the Lu family. I have but two modest requests. Firstly, the Zhao Group in Jiangxing owes our Lu Group a sum of 100 million. I must trouble you to assist us in recovering this debt. At this juncture, Lu Ji added, rest assured, your efforts will not go unrewarded. Should you succeed in retrieving the 100 million, a commission of 20% will be yours. Upon hearing this, Lu Muyun was instantly infuriated. Lu Ji, have you lost your senses? The Zhao Group's debt of 100 million has long been deemed a debt account. Even grandfather cannot reclaim it, and yet you wish to burden Dr. Song with this task. If you possess the capability, you should pursue it yourself. Chapter 85. Dealing with the black puppet Lu Taichu's side, his expression rather grim. Muyun was correct. The 100 million in debt accounts was no longer something we intended to recover. Moreover, young Master Zhao of the Zhao Group was indeed a formidable opponent. The other members of the Lu family began to murmur among themselves. Indeed, given that it had become a dead debt, the Zhao family would never consider reimbursing it, which was undoubtedly an unreasonable expectation. Dr. Song was a benefactor of the Lu family and should not be subjected to such difficulties, even if Dr. Song himself or the venerable president were to intervene. Recovering that money would still be impossible. Perhaps we should alter our demands. This way, Dr. Song might find it easier, and young Master S conscience might be at ease. Considering Lu Muyun's perspective, Song Qian pondered for a moment. Since the other party had made a request, he would take some time to resolve this minor inconvenience. What was a debt after all? How hard could it be? If the other party was amenable, he would grant them the courtesy they deserved. If they were unyielding, then he would resort to more forceful measures. The extraordinary legacy that Song Qian had acquired endowed him with unparalleled skills. He was already invincible in the realm. It was time to flex his muscles. As for the Zhao group, he intended to make contact. On another note, recovering the funds would also yield a 20% commission, amounting to 20 million, a significant sum indeed. Currently, Song Qian was in search of the lotus fragments, and the only way to do so was to engage with more people. Without connecting with others, how could he possibly seek them out? Presently, he had no leads and was unaware of the locations of the other fragments. Thus, approaching the Zhao family for funds would also provide an opportunity to interact with them. Young Master Lu, is there a time constraint? Lu Ji inquired. Within half a month, came the reply. Half a month was a reasonable time frame. Song Qian, contemplating this, pressed further. Can the other party truly produce 100 million? The crux of the matter lay in whether they had the funds. If they lacked the money, even if the Zhao group were to be dismantled, it would be futile. They could not produce the cash. Of course, Lu Ji responded with unwavering confidence. The Zhao group is exceptionally robust. It's not just 100 million. They could easily muster 1 billion if necessary. Upon hearing this, Song Qian's spirits lifted. As long as the other party possessed the funds, recovering the money was assured. Very well, I accept your terms, Song Qian replied decisively, turning his gaze towards Lu Ji. Now, please articulate your second request. Lu Ji was taken aback by Song Qian's audacity to accept. Although Song Qian possessed remarkable medical skills, his intellect appeared somewhat lacking. Just moments ago, everyone had stated that even if the grandfather intervened, recovering the funds from the Zhao family was uncertain, yet Song Qian still dared to agree. A sly smile crept across Lu Ji's lips, revealing a hint of scheming triumph. My second condition is that the group must find a top-tier female celebrity as a spokesperson, with a budget of only 1 million. I hope Dr. Song can accommodate this. Upon hearing this, Lu Muyun furrowed his brow once more. The Lu group indeed required a celebrity spokesperson, yet due to various issues, they had been unable to secure one for the past 6 months. In Jiacheng, the Lu group is relatively prosperous, boasting assets worth several billion. However, when viewed in the broader context of Longhua, it is merely a small enterprise. How could top-tier celebrities possibly endorse such a modest company? It is not merely a matter of finances. They fear the associated risks. Moreover, offering a mere 1 million as a budget is hardly enticing for these esteemed stars. Who would regard 1 million with any seriousness? Lu Ji, have you lost your senses? To think you could attract a leading celebrity with just 1 million, frankly, even 10 million might not suffice. Lu Muyun glared at Lu Ji with palpable anger. What a nuisance you are, Lu Ji, causing chaos at such a critical moment. Yet, as these words reached Song Qian's ears, it seemed to unveil a doorway to a new realm. Could it be that engaging with a first-rate female celebrity might lead to something splendid? The Lotus Immortal once spoke of fragments of divine awareness, which fell into the hands of 9 enchanting ladies. Thus, could an encounter with a starlet present an opportunity? With this thought in mind, he decided to tentatively agree. Song Qian inquired further, is there a time constraint for hiring a celebrity? Within a month, Lu Ji replied nonchalantly. Song Qian nodded in agreement. Very well, it is settled then. On the surface, these inquiries seemed to complicate matters for Lu Ji, yet for Song Qian, they indirectly aided him in his quest for the divine fragments. Ultimately, whether he succeeded or not was of little consequence. If he succeeded, it would be a joyous outcome for all. Should he fail, he would still retain the pendant, unable to return it. Thus he resolved to agree for the time being and address the issue later. Since Song Qian had consented, Lu Taichu felt it unnecessary to voice any objections, aiming instead to assist him with the 2 challenges within this time frame. Even if Song Qian could not resolve them, it was of little significance. At this juncture, it was audacious of Lu Ji to stir trouble. When the time came, if he continued to press, they would deal with this troublesome individual accordingly. To trouble the savior of the family was truly reckless. Lu Taichu stepped forward, retrieving the black puppet and presenting it to Song Qian. How shall we handle this? Song Qian accepted the puppet, recognizing its need for resolution. Otherwise, leaving it unattended would be detrimental to one's health. Thank you, Divine Physician Song, Lu Taichu expressed politely. No need for thanks. I shall attend to it at once, Song Qian replied, cradling the black puppet in his left hand while inscribing runes upon it with his right. Exuding an aura of a learned master, Lu Muyun and the others were uncertain of Song Qian's intentions, yet they refrained from questioning him. Under Lu Muyun's direction, the family retreated a respectful distance. After approximately half a minute, a miraculous scene unfolded. Dark smoke began to materialize around the puppet, slowly enveloping it. As the smoke entwined, the black puppet gradually detached from Song Qian's left hand, floating above it. What kind of sorcery is this? Physician Wang stood by, utterly astonished. Just who was this master he had recently pledged himself to? This was truly extraordinary. Watching Song Qian's remarkable display, Physician Wang's eyes widened in disbelief. Just moments ago, Lu Ji posed a challenging dilemma to Song Qian, prompting Wang, the esteemed physician, to contemplate stepping forward. However, after some reflection, he chose to remain silent. It was not due to a lack of willingness to intervene. Rather, he believed that given his master's exceptional medical skills, such trivial matters should pose no challenge to him. As for the matter of collecting debts, Wang possessed neither the expertise nor the inclination for such endeavors. Nevertheless, when it came to inviting a female celebrity, he felt he had some connections. He was confident that with a few phone calls and a modest expenditure in the shadows, securing the presence of a female star would be feasible. Wang raised his gaze, observing Song Qian's actions, with each unfolding moment filling him with increasing trepidation. As if he had never encountered such circumstances before. Dean's son, eyes wide with disbelief, shared a similar sentiment. Meanwhile, not far off, Song, the divine physician, found himself increasingly uncertain. Chapter 86. Seeking the great immortal's mercy. Could it be that this doctor Song is not only a reincarnation of a divine healer, but also a legendary martial practitioner? The thought was astonishing, filling Director Sun with an overwhelming sense of anticipation. He envisioned a day when Song Qian would join the staff at Jiangcheng Hospital. If that day were to come to pass, the hospital's reputation would soar, elevating it to the pinnacle among the neighboring cities. As Director Sun contemplated this, he resolved to seek a private conversation with Song Qian at the earliest opportunity, with hopes of enhancing his salary offered to secure Song's services. Meanwhile, Lu Taichu, Lu Muyun, and the members of the Lu family gazed in wide-eyed astonishment, as if witnessing an extraordinary spectacle. In the midst of the crowd, Song Qian stood, murmuring incantations, while a black wooden puppet floated above his palm. At the Jiangcheng Emperor Hotel, within the opulent VIP suite, a man of approximately 60 years clad in a blue Taoist robe, wearing a matching cap and holding a whisk, sat cross-legged on the bed. Beside him stood two young acolytes, their chests puffed out, their bodies straight, still bearing the youthful innocence of perhaps 11 or 12 years of age. Suddenly, a look of horror gripped the old Taoist's face. "This is bad. Someone has broken my soul lock technique." "What?" exclaimed one of the acolytes. "Isn't the soul lock technique unbreakable? Who possesses such power?" The other acolyte, eyes wide with dread, quickly followed with, "It cannot be. Who has the ability to do this? Great immortal, have mercy." The old Taoist cried out in alarm, enduring his bodily pain as he changed his position from sitting to kneeling, trembling upon the bed. "Master, what is wrong? Please, don't scare us." The two young acolytes, panicked and drenched in cold sweat, rushed to support their master, one on each side. Suddenly, the first acolyte's words were cut short as the old Taoist coughed violently, spewing a mouthful of blood, his temples throbbing, his face etched with terror. "Great immortal, have mercy." At the Lu residence in Jiangcheng, the black puppet hovering above Song Qian's left hand spun slowly, surrounded by an increasingly dense cloud of black smoke. "Go," Song Qian uttered softly, and the puppet, seemingly animated by a spirit of its own, darted out of the house amidst the swirling black mist, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, Song Qian continued his incantations, his mind tracking the puppet like a drone in pursuit of its target, guiding it to the Jiangcheng Emperor Hotel. The puppet entered a room where the old Taoist lay trembling on the bed, blood staining the bedding before him. The two acolytes stood aghast, utterly at a loss. As the puppet entered the room, it instantaneously transformed into a swirling black mist, seeping into the old Taoist's body. His eyes rolled back, and he collapsed onto the bed. Witnessing this scene, Song Qian let out a cold smile. Well then, the matter with the puppet has been settled. Upon hearing that the matter had concluded, Lu Taichu exhaled in relief. He hurriedly approached Song Qian, grasping his hand tightly. "Dr. Song, I am immensely grateful to you." After a brief handshake, Song Qian released Lu Taichu's hand. "There is no need for such formality, Lord Lu. It is my duty to assist those in need, and once again, I extend my congratulations on your complete recovery." "Dr. Song, thank you." Lu Muyun extended her delicate hand to shake Song Qian's, then turned to Lu Taichu. Grandfather, you have finally recovered. I no longer have to live in fear. As she spoke, her eyes brimmed with tears. Throughout her grandfather's illness, she had been deeply concerned, balancing the need to summon physicians for his treatment while managing family affairs. Her efforts bore fruit today, fulfilling her heartfelt wish. Master, what was that spell you performed earlier? It was astonishing. Wang Shini gazed at Song Qian with admiration. Witnessing the astonished expressions of those around him, Song Qian merely smiled gently. While it may have appeared to be an extraordinary skill to others, for him, it was merely a trifling task. The legacy of the Lotus Flower Immortal Emperor was indeed formidable. Even a humble display of skill could leave the world in awe. The sensation of such prowess was truly exhilarating. Such a minor feat should not provoke such astonishment, Song Qian remarked lightly, though the Lu family harbored a different sentiment. To them, he seemed almost divine, and the majority present held him in profound reverence. At that moment, Lu Taichu spoke up. Dr. Song is an extraordinary figure, possessing not only remarkable medical skills but also astonishing abilities that can move heaven and earth. I must advise my Lu family members, anyone who dares to show disrespect to the doctor will face my wrath first. Lu Taichu's gaze burned with fury as he directed it at Lu Ji, particularly emphasizing, you best keep your behavior in check. Should you dare to cause any trouble, do not blame this old man for being ruthless. Lu Ji lowered his head, remaining silent. Just moments ago, he had made 2 requests of Song Qian, never anticipating that not only was Song Qian skilled in medicine, but he also wielded powerful spells. This development had complicated matters for him. Old man, there's no need to intimidate him, Song Qian replied calmly, fixing his gaze on Lu Ji. My good fellow, in light of Miss Muyun's regard, I shall temporarily refrain from addressing your previous demands. However, here, Song Qian paused for effect. If you dare to employ any underhanded tactics, while others may remain oblivious, I possess the ability to discern all with a mere calculation. It would be wise for you to refrain from any trickery, lest you find yourself in dire straits. Lu Ji, a clever individual, understood the gravity of the situation and dared not act recklessly. He lifted his head, feigning sincerity as he addressed Song Qian. Dr. Song, rest assured, I will fulfill my commitments regarding those 2 requests. As long as you accomplish those tasks, I have no intention of resorting to any deceit. Yet, despite his words, Lu Ji's thoughts were far from sincere. How could Song Qian possibly reclaim the Zhao family's wealth? When he approached the Zhao family, he would undoubtedly meet his demise. At that moment, Lu Ji would seize the opportunity to turn the tables on Lu Muyun. Achieving a dual victory, the members of the Lu family gradually went about their own affairs. Physician Wang and Director Sun also had their respective matters to attend to and departed in succession. Song, you may find yourself in a bit of a predicament regarding the situation within Xu Wenmon and Su Jiwenhao. Do you require my assistance in handling it? Lu Muyun expressed his concern. Song Qian waved his hand dismissively, stating, I will manage that matter myself. What is it? Let Muyun assist you in resolving it. Lu Taichu interjected eagerly from the side, then turned his gaze towards Lu Muyun. Muyun, Physician Song is a benefactor to our family. In the future, should he encounter any troubles, you must exhaust all means to aid him. Lu Muyun nodded earnestly, assuring, rest easy, Grandpa. I know what to do. Even without his grandfather's prompting, Lu Muyun would have acted in such a manner. Chapter 87. A new car is a gift at this juncture. Lu Muyun shifted the subject. Grandfather, Lu Ji's 2 demands are excessively burdensome for Dr. Song. I believe it would be prudent to forego them and merely teach Lu Ji a lesson. Lu Taichu stroked his beard, pondering momentarily. He was also curious to discover what abilities Song Qian possessed beyond his medical expertise. These 2 matters could serve as a test for Song Qian. Should he pass, Lu Muyun would be betrothed to him. Although Song Qian's medical skills already surpassed the highest expectations for a son-in-law of the Lu family, Lu Taichu aspired to further comprehend the depth of Song Qian's talents. Just how many secrets did this Song Qian harbor? Lu Ji's request could also be seen as an evaluation of him. Regardless of whether Song Qian succeeded or failed, Lu Taichu would not hold it against him. Success would bring joy to all, while failure would be dismissed with a smile. Let us proceed this way. Dr. Song has already made his promise before everyone. So let him have a try first, and then we shall see, Lu Taichu declared, casting his gaze towards Lu Muyun. By the way, regarding the matters of debt collection and inviting celebrities, you must fully cooperate with Dr. Song. Whatever he requires, you must support him. Understood. Lu Muyun replied with a smile and a nod. Lu Taichu rose from his seat and stretched slightly. Since I've fallen ill, I haven't visited the company. I shall go check on it. You stay here and keep Dr. Song company. After speaking, he turned and walked towards the door. It had indeed been a long time since he had visited the company, and he was eager to see it again. Additionally, as an elderly man, sitting beside the two young individuals made their conversation somewhat awkward. His departure would afford them ample space. Xiao Qian, where has that black puppet gone? Lu Muyun suddenly inquired after her grandfather exited. I'm increasingly curious. Song Qian smiled and replied, it has gone where it is meant to be. As for exactly where that is, I think it best you remain uninformed. Seeing that Song Qian would not divulge any more information, Lu Muyun refrained from pressing further. She rose from her seat, her slender waist swaying gracefully, and took a seat next to Song Qian, drawing close to him. Xiao Qian, I heard you mention that Xiuemon is your ex-girlfriend, so you must be single now? Song Qian nodded, slightly embarrassed. Indeed. You visited my home twice and witnessed our living conditions. Our dilapidated earthen walls seem ready to collapse, and we are impoverished to the core. Who would ever consider a country bumpkin like me? Before he could finish, Lu Muyun swiftly placed her delicate hand over his mouth. Do not belittle yourself. After a brief pause, she continued to inquire, you still haven't directly answered the earlier question. Are you single? What of it? Song Qian countered, are you interested in pursuing? The unexpected remark caused Lu Muyun's cheeks to flush crimson. She had not anticipated Song Qian's sudden directness. After a few moments of contemplation, she turned her head to look at him. Now, tell me, in comparison to your ex-girlfriend Xiuemian, who do you think is more beautiful, her or me? Song Qian turned sideways, gazing earnestly at Lu Muyun. You two are not comparable in any regard. In every aspect, she is unworthy of even carrying your shoes, let alone being compared to you. Lu Muyun possessed an extraordinary beauty. Both her figure and face were of such exquisite caliber that they could cause fish to sink and geese to fall. And Xiuemian was simply not in the same league. Lu Muyun, with her sharp chin and delicate oval face, attracted lustful gazes from men wherever she went. How could someone as mediocre as Xiuemian ever be compared to her? Is that so? Lu Muyun chuckled. Although you are not entirely correct, I do appreciate being called beautiful. At this juncture, Lu Muyun added, since that is the case, your ex-girlfriend is to hold her wedding the day after tomorrow. They have insisted that you attend. If you like, I could accompany you to prevent them from labeling you as poor and unable to find a girlfriend. Song Qian laughed lightly and waved his hand. Thank you, Sister Muyun, but it is best for me to handle my personal matters with my ex-girlfriend myself. I appreciate your kind offer. If that is your wish, I shall not press the matter, Lu Muyun replied, then swiftly changed the subject. By the way, I have yet to properly thank you for curing my cervical cancer. I intend to gift you a new car, and I hope you will not refuse. Let us go buy it now. As she spoke, Lu Muyun took hold of Song Qian's arm and pulled him up. The motive behind gifting Song Qian a car was twofold, as a token of gratitude and, on another note, Song Qian had promised Lu Ji that he would collect debts in a few days. Having his own vehicle would facilitate that endeavor. What? A new car? Although Song Qian stood up, he found it hard to comprehend. He had considered buying a car for himself, but not at this moment. At home, he had decided to build a villa, yet he had not found the time to hire a construction team. Bringing a car home now would be impractical, as there was no place to park it. Even if he were to buy a car, it would be prudent to construct the house first. At this point, Song Qian had ample funds. Managing both the house and the car would not pose a problem. However, he felt it necessary to inform his parents about both decisions. Indeed, I am taking you to buy a car, Lu Muyun asserted, confidently linking her arm with Song Qian's. Sister Muyun, perhaps we should postpone the car purchase. Our house is in disrepair. Let me return home to build the house first. Then we can consider a car. Lu Muyun smiled radiantly. Building a house and purchasing a car are not mutually exclusive. Besides, the car is a gift from me to you. You cannot refuse. She was quite insistent, pulling Song Qian toward the exit. After a few polite refusals, Song Qian ultimately acquiesced. Buying a car was inevitable, so it might as well be now. In the car, Zhao Kiki was driving while Song Qian and Lu Muyun occupied the back seat. Kiki, to Jiancheng Auto World. Understood. Mississippi, rest assured. Zhao Kiki started the engine, and the vehicle sped away. In that moment, Lu Muyun added, by the way, regarding your family's house construction, I have a construction team I can introduce to you. Upon hearing this, Song Qian's face immediately lit up with joy. Miss Lu truly possesses an understanding nature. Thank you, Sister Muyun. I would appreciate your assistance in making arrangements. Lu Muyun retrieved her phone and began to make a call. After 2 or 3 minutes, she hung up and announced, The arrangements have been made. They will come to your home tomorrow with the design team to create a layout based on the site. Under normal circumstances, construction can commence tomorrow. So soon? Song Qian exclaimed, her smile radiant. The two engaged in cheerful conversation and soon arrived at the car world. After parking the vehicle, the three of them exited the car. Xiao Qian, please wait a moment. I need to use the restroom, Lu Muyun remarked before turning and heading toward the facilities. Chapter 88, Deliberate Provocation. I'll go too. Miss, please wait for me. Zhao Kiki trailed closely behind Lu Muyun like a shadow. All right then. I shall take a look in the main hall first, Lu Muyun replied, turning back. You stay there in the hall, and Kiki and I will return shortly. Upon entering the exhibition hall, Song Qian was taken aback to find two familiar figures, in Xu Wenmin and Su Jianhao. What a twist of fate to encounter these rivals here. Not wishing to engage with them, Song Qian contemplated leaving for another dealership. However, Xu Wenmin spotted him first. Well, if it isn't the fool from Peach Blossom Village. Song Qian, Xu Wenmin exclaimed, linking arms with Su Jianhao as they approached him. What brings you here, you imbecile? Surely, you're not here to steal something? You won't be able to make off with any of these cars. With a mouthful of contempt directed at Song Qian, Xu Wenmin was seething. Just yesterday, under Lu Muyun's insistence, they had to kneel before Song Qian, and now she was eager to reclaim some dignity. As soon as she finished her taunt, Su Jianhao chimed in, Song Qian, you dimwit. Did you follow us here knowing we were car shopping, hoping to extort some money from us? In the face of their ridicule, Song Qian smiled coldly. This is the automotive world. You are free to purchase a vehicle, so why shouldn't I be here? And Xu Wenmin scoffed at his words. What a joke. Do you even know where you are? This is the Jiangqing Automotive World, a luxury car sales center. The cheapest here costs at least 200,000 to 300,000. You, a recently recovered fool, do you really have the funds to buy a car? Exactly, Su Jianhao added. You're such a fool. Don't even think about buying a new car. It would be a struggle for you to afford a bicycle. Song Qian was taken aback by their audacity. Su Jianhao and Xu Wenmin, we have yet to settle our scores, yet you two act so brazenly. I wonder how long you can maintain this arrogance. While he felt a strong urge to retaliate, Song Qian ultimately refrained. After all, they were on the brink of marriage. The best way to strike would be during their wedding. If I recall correctly, your wedding is the day after tomorrow. As soon-to-be newlyweds, perhaps you should exercise some restraint lest you invite misfortune upon yourselves. Ha. Su Jianhao roared with laughter. Invite misfortune? Have you been reading too many online novels? What misfortune could possibly befall you? And Xu Wenmin crossed her arms, regarding Song Qian with disdain. Indeed, if there were to be misfortune, it would first befall you. You fool. Bad luck seeks out the deserving, and that describes you perfectly. And in Xu Wenmin's eyes, Song Qian was nothing. Compared to Su Jianhao, he was utterly insignificant. At that moment, Su Jianhao glanced towards a nearby security guard and waved him over. Come here, there is someone causing a disturbance. Responding to Su Jianhao's summons. 4 or 5 security guards quickly approached. Who dares to cause trouble here? The head of security demanded, brandishing a rubber baton as he glared at Song Qian. As his words fell, he turned his gaze towards Su Jianhao. Isn't this Director Su from Jiangqing Hospital? Su Jianhao was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated that this security guard would recognize him. I used to work at Jiangqing Hospital, but I resigned just yesterday. The security guard, with a face full of admiration, tried to ingratiate himself, saying, Director Su, being so young, has a broader path ahead. Resigning to seek opportunities in a larger establishment is indeed a commendable decision. Congratulations in advance, Director Su. Little did the guard know that Su Jianhao had been dismissed. The guard's words caused Su Jianhao's expression to darken. And Xu Wenmin's countenance also shifted. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, she pointed at Song Qian in a hurry to divert the guard's attention. Hey, security brother, this person is a fool. How could he be allowed in here? He is simply an eyesore. Hurry and throw him out. Su Jianhao understood the cue and quickly added, not only is he a fool, but he is also a country bumpkin. You should beat him up. The security captain glanced at Song Qian, who indeed appeared rather ordinary. In front of him stood Su Jianhao, whom he felt compelled to placate. Half a year ago, he had brought his mother to Jiangqing Hospital, where Su Jianhao had assisted them. Although he had given Su Jianhao a generous red envelope of 5,000, he had to admit that Su Jianhao's medical skills were quite impressive, having cured his mother in one visit. Later, the guard learned that not only was Su Jianhao adept in medicine, but his mother was also remarkable, serving as the vice president of Jiangqing Hospital. Cultivating a favorable relationship with Su Jianhao would certainly facilitate future medical visits. Stupid fool, who let you in? The guard brandished his rubber baton, preparing to strike Song Qian. Song Qian took 2 steps back, feigning fear. He subtly employed hypnosis, instantly putting the guards under his spell. The security captain, gripping his baton, swung it at Su Juanhao with intent. Ouch! Su Juanhao cried out, stumbling back a few steps, initially believing that the guard had made a mistake and preparing to hurl insults. To his surprise, the other guards, also wielding rubber batons, struck him down to the ground. How could you hit someone? Seeing Su Juanhao being assaulted, and Xu Emyan, perplexed about the situation, hurriedly pulled at several guards. The guards retaliated, swinging their batons towards her. Ouch! That hurts. And Xu Emyan shielded her head with her hands, fearing for her appearance. They were about to marry soon, if she bore any injuries on her face. How could she wear a beautiful wedding dress 2 days hence? Song Qian, arms crossed, stood by watching the commotion, a cold smile gracing his lips. He had initially intended to refrain from dealing with them, yet these 2 fools insisted on provoking him. Such demands deserved to be met. Though he resolved to save his revenge for the wedding day. The commotion soon attracted a large crowd, with the car dealership manager and employees rushing over to mediate. In less than a minute, the guards were pulled apart, granting Song Qian the opportunity to retract his hypnosis. The head of security snapped back to reality, utterly bewildered. What had just transpired? He had intended to strike the individual behind him, yet had inadvertently assaulted Director Su instead. To make matters worse, he had also harmed Su's female companion. Director Su, I am unaware of what occurred. Zhang Chang, the manager of the car dealership, hurriedly assisted Su Juanhao and his companion, offering a flurry of concerned inquiries and profuse apologies. Su Juanhao winced in pain, gritting his teeth. You beasts, why did you strike me? The security guards lowered their heads, too intimidated to provide an explanation. At that moment, Song Qian interjected sarcastically. I mentioned earlier that one should not be overly arrogant, lest they provoke divine retribution. Is it possible that these individuals have simply harbored disdain for you both? Chapter 89. Purchasing luxury cars. As Song Qian spoke, he swiftly shifted the topic. Su Juanhao, your wedding is the day after tomorrow. I wish you both happiness in advance, and I shall prepare a grand gift for you. He chuckled darkly before turning to leave. Behind him, Su Juanhao's voice echoed. Song fool, I fear you won't dare to show up. Otherwise, I will make you regret it. Upon exiting, Song Qian fortuitously encountered Lu Muyun and her companion. Sister Muyun, I was just about to find you. You didn't fall into the restroom, did you? Why have you been gone so long? Song Qian jested upon seeing them. Lu Muyun's expression darkened as she approached and pinched him. You're the one who fell into the restroom. At this point, Lu Muyun changed the subject. By the way, how did you come out from there? Weren't you supposed to go over there? She gestured toward the nearby BMW dealership. It seemed she recalled that while heading to the restroom, Song Qian had intended to visit the BMW store. Upon returning, they had gone directly to the BMW dealership but hadn't seen Song Qian. Song Qian shook his head. I meant the Audi dealership. It was only then that he realized he had gone to the Audi dealership while they had gone to the BMW one, which explained the prolonged wait. Do you prefer Audis? Lu Muyun inquired. I was merely browsing, Song Qian replied with a slight wave of his hand. Since you just visited the BMW store, let us go take a look at BMWs. As the 3 chatted, they made their way into the BMW dealership. The sales personnel greeted them with smiles. Welcome. I am Xiao Lu, your sales representative. Which model do you fancy? Allow me to introduce it to you. Song Qian pointed at the BMW X6. This one looks good. Sir, you have an excellent eye. This model boasts powerful performance, spacious interiors, a high chassis, and exceptional off-road capabilities. Xiao Lu enthusiastically began his presentation. Meanwhile, Su Juanhao and Xu Emyan took a moment to recover, still reeling from their earlier encounter, wincing at the pain coursing through their bodies. Brother Juanhao, what just happened? Those security guards were supposed to confront Song Qian, yet they ended up attacking us instead? And Xu Emyan furrowed her brow, rubbing her sore spots. This is utterly bizarre. Su Juanhao exclaimed. I find it perplexing. I instructed them to confront Song Qian, yet they turned on us instead. He rolled up his pant leg to inspect his calf, where the marks from the blows were evident. Those damn security guards. He couldn't fathom how the head of security had been smiling when he called him over, only to turn aggressive moments later. Brother, how could it be that what Song Qian mentioned about divine retribution might actually? And Xu Emyan hesitated, feeling the ache throughout her body. Fortunately, she clutched her head tightly. Although she had endured several strikes, her face remained unscathed. Otherwise, how would I face people at the wedding the day after tomorrow? Nonsense about divine retribution, Su Juanhao exclaimed. You actually believe the foolish words of Song Qian? If there were divine retribution, he would have perished long ago. How could a fool possibly survive to this day? The two exchanged harsh words and rested for a while. Fortunately, the Audi dealership responded swiftly, compensating them with 50,000 yuan, thus bringing the matter to a close. Brother Juanhao, and Xu Wenman said, disregarding her pain as she gently linked her arm with his, playfully pouting, "You promised to buy me an Audi A4. But those wretched security guards assaulted me. Why not get me a BMW 5 Series instead? The Audi A4 costs no more than 300,000 yuan, while the BMW 5 Series approaches 500,000 yuan, a significant increase of 200,000. Moreover, driving a 5 Series is decidedly more prestigious. This was a wedding gift, and Xu Wenman was determined to advocate for herself. Besides, after being assaulted by the Audi security staff, purchasing an A4 would only remind her of that painful incident whenever she drove it. That would be unbearable. After some contemplation, Ji Wenhao nodded in agreement. Very well. Let us buy the BMW 5 Series. Wow. And Xu Wenman squealed in delight. Brother Juanhao, you are the best. I could just fall in love with you. Ignoring her pain, she burst into laughter. Compared to the earlier ordeal, the gloom in her heart dissipated. Had it not been for the earlier incident, she would not have been able to afford a more expensive car. Juanhao had previously promised her that the car would not exceed 300,000 yuan, and now the price was nearing 500,000. They stood up from their seats, and under the escort of the Audi store manager, they were finally ushered out of the dealership like a pair of departing specters. Brother Hao treats me so well, unlike that fool Song Qian, who gifted me a mere mobile phone, such a miser. Soon, she would be driving a BMW 5 Series, in stark contrast to Song Qian, who could hardly manage even a tractor. Being with Song Qian would mean a lifetime of hardship. Only by being with Su Juanhao could she hope to drive luxury vehicles. A few minutes later, they arrived at the BMW dealership. The staff greeted them with warm smiles. Welcome, esteemed guests. What kind of vehicle would you like to see? Please show us the BMW 5 Series, Juanhao requested. Right this way, please, the staff gestured, leading them forward, passing by a BMW X7. Upon seeing the imposing X7, Xu Wenman felt a twinge of envy. Excuse me, how much is this vehicle? The staff replied with a smile, this is the imported BMW X7. And after all the paperwork, it cost just over 2 million yuan. Xu Wenman's heart raced at the thought. How wonderful it would be to drive such a luxury vehicle. Sitting in one would be pure bliss. Just then, the staff continued. A Mr. Song just purchased one in full cash. He has gone to the garage to pick it up and should return shortly. This model offers excellent value for money. Mr. Song? And Xu Wenman paused, momentarily taken aback. Which affluent heir is this? His wealth is truly astounding. It would be splendid to be acquainted with such a wealthy individual. He can purchase a vehicle worth over 2 million outright, and his net worth must be in the tens of millions. And Xu Wenman revealed a glint of greed in her eyes, filled with yearning. In the BMW showroom, Song Qian was test driving a vehicle. Sister Mu Yun, I initially considered the BMW X6, but ended up purchasing the X7, nearly doubling the price. Am I spending too extravagantly? Song Qian turned to glance at Lu Mu Yun in the passenger seat. Lu Mu Yun waved her hand dismissively, saying, What is the difference between 1 million and 2 million? If you're buying a new car, you might as well opt for a superior model. At this juncture, Lu Mu Yun shifted the conversation. Chapter 90. And Xu Wenman's envy. Moreover, were it not for your successful treatment of my sister, what use would my immense fortune serve? Given my physical condition, would I merely leave it to my stepmother and 2 younger brothers? Wouldn't you agree? Song Qian pondered for a moment and found some sense in it. What significance does Lu Mu Yun's wealth of over 100 million hold? Without encountering him, her health would remain unhealed. Even if Lu Mu Yun and Zhao Kiki traveled abroad, they would need to spend at least tens of millions, and yet the ailment could persist. However, Song Qian only charged 2 million. Adding the value of this vehicle, it amounted to a mere 4 million, and most gratifyingly, Lu Mu Yun experienced no pain throughout the treatment process. Song Qian stroked his chin and nodded, sensing the validity of this reasoning. At this juncture, he shifted the conversation. Recalling that during his visit to their residence, he overheard the family discussing how the Zhao family owed the Lu family 1 billion, categorizing it almost as a dead debt. Is this true? Lu Mu Yun furrowed her brow and sighed. Indeed, it has been 5 years since the Zhao family accrued this debt, and despite their wealth, they refused to repay it. We have treated it as a bad debt, believing it unlikely we would recover it. Song Qian chuckled. You gifted me a vehicle. And I assure you, I will strive to reclaim that billion. Wait, wait, wait. Lu Muyun quickly waved her hands. The two conditions proposed by Lu Ji were meant as a jest. Please do not take them seriously. Zhao Kiki added, Brother Song, do not overestimate your capabilities. The Zhao family possesses several martial artists. We cannot afford to provoke them. Song Qian laughed again. Rest assured, I am earnestly pursuing the debt. Why would I seek conflict with them? At that moment, a staff member from the back of the vehicle interjected, Mr. Song, shall we return to the dealership? There are some formalities to complete. All right then, you can drive, Song Qian replied, stepping out of the driver's seat to take a position in the back. A few minutes later, they arrived back at the BMW dealership. After parking the car, they prepared to enter the establishment to handle the necessary paperwork. Just as they reached the entrance, they unexpectedly encountered In Shuimian and her companion. At that moment, In Shuimian was seated in her newly purchased BMW 5 Series. Her face radiating joy, with Su Jiwenhao in the passenger seat. Oh dear, I just overheard a staff member mention that a Mr. Song purchased an X7 outright for over 2 million. Could that be you? And Shuimian exclaimed, stepping out of her vehicle and regarding Song Qian with a mocking expression. A Mr. Song buying an X7 outright? This rustic fellow could hardly afford even a car wheel, let alone a full vehicle. You think too highly of him. Su Jiwenhao exited the passenger side, also casting a derisive glance at Song Qian, his face filled with smugness. Just as Song Qian intended to respond, and Shuimian interjected. Song Qian, do you see this? My BMW 5 Series, just secured with a total expenditure of 490,000, was a gift from Brother Jiwenhao. Her expression was one of triumph as she spoke. At that moment, Su Jiwenhao's gaze drifted, and he unexpectedly spotted Lu Muyun and Zhao Kiki standing right behind Song Qian, causing him to momentarily freeze in surprise. Miss Lu, what brings you here? Lu Muyun stepped forward, standing shoulder to shoulder with Song Qian. I am accompanying Dr. Song to purchase a car. Surely you do not wish to interfere? No, no, no. Su Jiwenhao hurriedly waved his hands. Miss Lu is here to buy a car. We wouldn't dare meddle. My apologies, Miss Lu. Lu Muyun arched an eyebrow. I highly doubt you would dare to interfere. Zhao Kiki interjected, after the lesson we imparted yesterday. It seems you remain unrepentant, daring to speak disrespectfully in front of Dr. Song. Clearly, without further admonishment, you remain blissfully unaware of your own limitations. Su Jiwenhao and his companion quickly offered their apologies, retreating into the car like turtles withdrawing into their shells. The staff accompanying Song Qian turned to leave, as there were still formalities to complete, all of which must be finalized by the end of the day. Once the group had departed, and Shuiman and her companion disembarked from the vehicle, she felt a surge of disbelief. How could Song Qian possibly afford the X7, and to pay in full? This vehicle cost over 2 million. Clinging to Su Jiwenhao's arm, she stealthily followed behind Song Qian's group, eager to ascertain whether he had indeed purchased the car. At that moment, they encountered the same sales representative from earlier. Missin, you have returned? The staff member greeted them with a smile, hurrying forward. May I inquire if a gentleman named Song, who purchased the X7 for over 2 million, is indeed named Song Qian? The staff member hesitated. Torn by the breach of customer confidentiality, a cardinal sin in sales, punishable by the manager. However, recognizing the necessity of responding, they said, indeed. That customer is named Song Qian. As the sales representative displayed the congratulatory message shared in the sales group on their phone, and Shuiman's expression darkened. She had not anticipated that Song Qian had truly acquired a $2 million luxury vehicle. How could Song Qian possess such wealth? And Shuiman felt an overwhelming sense of despair. Despite her relentless efforts alongside Su Jiwenhao, who only promised her an Audi upon their engagement, she had only managed to settle for a BMW 5 Series after enduring a beating. Yet here was Song Qian, having purchased a luxury car outright. How could anyone endure such a bitter irony? Could it be that she was unwittingly being supported by Lu Muyun? That seemed implausible. Even if Lu Muyun were to support him, it would not warrant purchasing such an extravagant gift. Minutes later, the two returned to the car. This fool actually bought a $2 million luxury vehicle, and Shuiman lamented from the driver's seat, feeling utterly despondent. She had once harbored dreams of affording an X7 herself, only to find that the ex-boyfriend she had looked down upon had acquired one, and paid in full. What a cruel twist of fate. Don't be foolish. Su Jiwenhao consoled her. That car wasn't purchased with free money. It must be that Lu Muyun, in a fit of vengeance against Song Qian, deliberately bought a luxury car for him, intending to ensnare him in crippling debt. With Su Jiwenhao's reminder, and Shuaman snapped back to reality. It seems there is some truth to this. If that is the case, then the BMW X7 purchased by Song Qian must have been acquired through usurious loans. Otherwise, how else could it be explained? Su Jianhao retorted. Despite harboring such thoughts, and Safe remained somewhat unconvinced. She drove her newly acquired vehicle at a leisurely pace. Upon reaching the street corner, she parked by the roadside, eager to observe whether Song Qian would emerge driving his new car shortly. After completing his paperwork, Song Qian prepared to head home. Alone, he navigated his vehicle outward, followed closely by Zhao Kiki and Lu Muyun in their own cars. Upon arriving at the intersection, Song Qian spotted a BMW 5 Series. Inside it were Shuimian and Su Jianhao. And Shuimian, allow me to extend my heartfelt congratulations on your recent marriage. Song Qian feigned sincerity, pressing down on the accelerator as his car surged forward. Chapter 91. Celebrating the purchase of a new car in the evening. Song Qian returned to the town. Just then, his phone rang. "Brother, are you back?" came the slightly anxious voice of Song Yao as he answered. "I've returned to the town, and I'll be home shortly. By the way, please start preparing dinner." "I'm going to buy some vegetables and will be back soon," Song Qian replied with a smile. The distance from the town to Taohua village was considerable, if walking. It would take at least 40 to 50 minutes. Song Yao, still worried, inquired, "Are you sure it's convenient? Should I borrow a motorcycle to pick you up?" "No need," Song Qian declined. "I just bought a new car, and I'll drive it back shortly. Tonight, we shall celebrate at home." Upon hearing this, Song Yao's expression darkened. "What? You spend over 2 million on a new car? We still need to build a house. How can you spend money so recklessly?" "It's not that money," Song Qian said, abruptly ending the call. At the vegetable market in Jijiat town, Song Qian purchased a large quantity of vegetables. Coincidentally, he ran into Wang Ergu, who, accompanied by his subordinates, eagerly helped Song Qian carry the bags, his demeanor excessively obsequious. Upon reaching the car, Wang Ergu suddenly froze. "Brother Song, is this BMW X7 yours?" Song Qian nodded slightly. "I just bought it today." "My heavens!" Wang Ergu exclaimed. "Brother Song, you're incredibly wealthy. This car is worth over 2 million. His companions were equally in awe. "Don't make such a fuss. It's just a car," Song Qian replied nonchalantly. Yet he felt a surge of joy within. Ever since he had received the inheritance, his life had undergone a tremendous transformation. His master had once foretold that after passing on the legacy to him, he would possess boundless wealth and countless beautiful women. It seemed that prediction was indeed coming true. "Brother Song, what business are you currently engaged in? Can I join you? I, Wang Ergu, would like to follow you," he asked. "The business I'm involved in isn't suitable for you. Even if you followed me, it wouldn't work out. However, if opportunities arise in the future, I will consider it," Song Qian replied as he walked, several subordinates trailing behind him. "Thank you, Brother Song. I will remember your words," Wang Ergu said, walking quietly behind Song Qian, careful not to make a sound. At that moment, a group of over 10 spirited young men and several stunning ladies had gathered around Song Qian's car, pointing and whispering, "This car is incredibly impressive. I heard it's worth 1.5 million. You're clueless. That's the official price. You can't possibly buy it directly from the factory. To acquire this vehicle, it starts at 2 million. It might even exceed 2 million. The first year's insurance and taxes alone make it impossible to fall below that. It's just too extravagant. My Jetta could probably only buy one of its tires. The disparity between the rich and the poor is simply staggering." Just then, Song Qian approached his car with Wang Ergu and his companions. He sat in the vehicle while they placed the vegetables in the back. "Take care, Brother Song." Song Qian drove towards Peach Blossom Village, leaving Wang Ergu and his companions astonished by the roadside. Truly, one should not judge a book by its cover. Just a few days prior, Brother Song appeared rather foolish, yet now he was behind the wheel of an extravagant vehicle. Indeed, Brother Song was impressive. But just the other day, we had considered confronting him, only to be thoroughly bested. In the future, we must seize the opportunity to align ourselves with him. Inside the car, Song Qian dialed a number on his phone, having acquired a new car. It was only fitting to celebrate this milestone and inform the villagers of Peach Blossom that he was no longer the fool he once was. Before long, he reached out to Zhang Yibei. "Yibei, I purchased a new car today. Come to my home for dinner tonight. We shall celebrate together." "You bought a new car? Is it a Wuling or a Chaman?" Although Zhang Yibei was aware that Song Qian had some financial means, these two brands were the most esteemed within the village, favored for their affordability and practicality. Song Qian found her assumptions amusing. The boisterous Yibei certainly underestimated him. I won't spoil the surprise. You'll find out shortly. He ended the call and proceeded to contact Su Taohua. Sister Taohua, I bought a new car. Please wait for me at the village entrance. My sister is already preparing dinner. Wonderful. I shall be there shortly. Su Taohua exclaimed with palpable excitement as she had been about to call him herself. Little Qian, remember what I mentioned yesterday. You must come to my house tonight to celebrate your new car. Before he could respond, Su Taohua added, Oh. And today I went to town and bought some alluring stockings that all men adore. I shall wear them for you later. I guarantee you will like them. He chuckled, slightly embarrassed. This charming widow, Su Taohua, was indeed becoming quite attached. He realized he ought to manage her attentions wisely. I will speak to you later. I'll meet you at the village entrance. Before he could finish, Su Taohua interrupted him. At home, his mother and sister were busy preparing a meal. What? Your brother bought a new car? Lu Shufan, Song Qian's mother, glanced at Song Yao while stirring a dish, her expression less than joyful. Song Qian had previously informed them of earning 200,000 yuan. However, given their financial situation, such an amount was not particularly significant. He had just spent 60,000 and was still clamoring to build a house. In the blink of an eye, he had purchased a new car. Even if it were a modest model, it would still cost at least 80 to 90,000. Thus, the 200,000 was nearly depleted. This child, after all the hardships he endured over the past 2 years, shows no appreciation for money. 200,000, just like that, seems to be gone. Songyu nodded. He did mention it. He just called me to say that Sister Taohua and Zhang Yibei would also be joining us for dinner. Songyu was unaware of her mother's concerns. However, one thing was clear to her. Song Qian had earned 2 million by assisting that female CEO with her medical treatment. Even if he spent over 100,000 on a car, he would still have about 170 to 80,000 left, sufficient funds indeed. Once Song Qian returned, she intended to have him build a new house. At that moment, their father, Song Zhongfu, entered the room. Xiaoyao, did you say your brother bought a car? Song Yao nodded once more, stating that her brother had mentioned it in a recent phone call and was likely celebrating. Upon hearing this, Song Zhongfu's expression darkened. This child really. After working so hard to earn some money, he frivolously spends it. Even if our family were to strike gold, we cannot afford such extravagance. Chapter 92. Only fools buy luxury cars. Song Yongfu lamented, feeling a profound ache in his heart. From the tone of his parents, Song Yao detected a hint of disquiet and hastily reassured them. It's merely a car. My brother likely spent around 80,000 at most. If finances are tight, he can always work at the Jiangxing Hospital. Perhaps Director Sun from Jiangxing Hospital has already advanced him a month's salary, and my brother, in his delight, decided to buy a car. Let us not reproach him. Today is a joyous occasion. With Song Yao's words, the couple felt somewhat alleviated. At the entrance of Taohua village, Su Taohua, dressed in vibrant attire, stood by the roadside, eagerly awaiting. Just then, Zhang Yibei approached. Sister Taohua, who are you waiting for? Su Taohua turned and smiled at Zhang Yibei. Isn't this the village beauty, Zhang Yibei? You've grown so much. As she spoke, Su Taohua glanced at Zhang Yibei, who was stunningly attractive, her figure suggesting a generous F-cup. Zhang Yibei, momentarily taken aback, simply smiled. When she caught sight of Su Taohua's teasing gaze, realization dawned upon her. Sister Taohua, you are no less impressive yourself. If you keep teasing me, I might just have to launch a surprise attack on you. With playful gestures, the two engaged in a light-hearted tussle, their laughter creating a delightful scene. Enough of the antics. You are here to wait for Song Qian, aren't you? Su Taohua inquired, lifting her gaze to the distance before asking Zhang Yibei. Indeed, Zhang Yibei replied with a grin. Song Qian called me to say he bought a new car, so I decided to wait here and be the first to sit in the passenger seat. I want to experience it too. Su Taohua jested. What is a young lady like you need to sit in the passenger seat for? That spot is reserved for his future wife. Zhang Yibei took Su Taohua's playful comment in stride. Why be so particular? I simply enjoy sitting in the passenger seat. If he bought a luxury car, marrying him wouldn't be an issue for me. Zhang Yibei spoke nonchalantly, then shifted her tone. However, that is unlikely. I would wager that his car is worth at most 100,000 yuan. I refuse to believe he could afford a luxury vehicle. In the vicinity of Taohua village, several other villages had also seen some of their residents purchase cars, including Zhang Yibei's family, who had acquired a 90,000 yuan Jetta. The most expensive cars in neighboring villages were around 200,000 yuan. Zhang Yibei was convinced that Song Qian's car would be approximately 100,000 yuan. Listening to Zhang Yibei's words, Su Taohua's expression darkened. Could it be that this village beauty, Zhang Yibei, had developed feelings for Song Qian? This was not a favorable sign. In comparison, if both women were vying for Song Qian's affection, Su Taohua's chances of success paled in comparison to those of Zhang Yibei. Zhang Yibei was not only beautiful but also the village flower, and her father, Zhang Yukai, was the village head, placing her family's circumstances in a notably advantageous position. The pressure was mounting for Su Taohua. She needed to step up her game. To win Song Qian's heart, she had to act swiftly. Yibei, as a girl. You speak so candidly. What if Song Qian truly purchases a luxury car? You wouldn't consider marrying him, would you? I was merely jesting. Zhang Yibei chuckled, remarking that even if he were to acquire a lavish vehicle, marriage was out of the question. Just think about it. If he were to relapse, I certainly wouldn't want to care for a foolish husband. Zhang Yibei's words were just a light-hearted jest. Now that Song Qian has recovered, she genuinely wishes him well. Especially since he took her fishing and helped her earn 2,000 yuan. Go on, go. Su Taohua playfully pushed Zhang Yibei with her delicate hand. You should really refrain from riding in his car. If Song Qian discovers you bad-mouthing him behind his back, he might just take issue with you. Zhang Yibei stepped back, linking her arm with Su Taohua's. Sister Taohua, I was just joking. Seeing you so worked up, you wouldn't actually have feelings for brother Song Qian, would you? He confessed to me yesterday, declaring his intention to marry me, so you better not try to steal him away. Zhang Yibei said with a mischievous grin directed at Su Taohua. Su Taohua momentarily froze, a hint of panic flashing across her face. Zhang Yibei's words might hold some truth. In recent days, Su Taohua had subtly expressed her interest to Song Qian, and although he had acknowledged her feelings, progress had been slow. Just as she was about to speak, Zhang Yibei's laughter rang out. I was just teasing you. He hasn't confessed to me. My father wouldn't allow me to marry anyone anyway. If you like him, you should act quickly. With her playful banter, Zhang Yibei inadvertently ignited Su Taohua's determination. She bit her lip, resolute in her decision to capture Song Qian's heart as swiftly as possible. Even if Song Qian did not marry her, they needed to establish a more substantial relationship. At that moment, a silver BMW X7 sped into view, halting abruptly before the two girls. Zhang Yibei's eyes widened in disbelief as she exclaimed, Is that a BMW X7? A luxury car worth millions? What did you say? Su Taohua echoed, glancing from Zhang Yibei to the magnificent vehicle. Worth at least 1 million. Zhang Yibei nodded emphatically. She had some knowledge about luxury cars, albeit limited. But she could certainly recognize that emblem. Song Qian, peering out from the driver's window, called out, What are you two dawdling for? Hop in. We're heading to my place for dinner. The girls, still in shock, found themselves speechless. Just moments ago, Zhang Yibei had contemplated sitting in the passenger seat. But now both instinctively took their places in the back. Regaining her composure, Su Taohua excitedly asked, Xiao Qian, Yibei just mentioned that your car is worth over 1 million. Song Qian chuckled, Sister Taohua, you've been duped by this one. This is a domestically produced replica, resembling the original, and it only costs 120,000. Upon hearing this, Su Taohua burst into laughter. I knew it. It's just a car. How could it possibly be worth 1 million? Only a fool would spend that much on a vehicle. Hearing this, Song Qian's expression fell. Zhang Yibei gazed into the rearview mirror, observing the subtle shift in Song Qian's expression as laughter erupted from her, nearly bringing her to tears. Just a few days prior, Song Qian had been unwell, but now he had just recovered. However, Sister Taohua, without hesitation, declared Song Qian a fool. Little Qian, did you hear that? Sister Taohua said only a fool would purchase a luxury car worth millions. She chuckled. Song Qian remained silent, focusing on the road as they traversed the village. In a matter of moments, they arrived at the heart of the village, where Zhao Taizhu resided. Upon reaching his doorstep, Song Qian spotted Zhao Taizhu and his wife standing outside. He felt compelled to greet them. Brother Taizhu, Sister Chunhua, he called out. The couple looked up and, upon recognizing Song Qian at the wheel, exclaimed, Little Qian, have you bought a car? Chapter 93. The sensation of purchasing a luxury car. Zhao Taizhu stammered, utterly incredulous. My goodness, it's a BMW. Is the BMW expensive? Asked Zhou Chunhua. Zhao Taizhu nodded emphatically. Let me put it this way. Even if we worked tirelessly for 10 years without eating or drinking, we couldn't afford a car like brother Xiao Qian's. So expensive? Zhou Chunhua gasped in astonishment. When did Song Qian earn enough money? How much did he actually make to afford such an exquisite vehicle? Just then, Aunt Wan Air, known for her loquacity in Taohua village, arrived. With her loud voice and an inability to keep secrets, she exclaimed, Oh my! The foolish lad has bought a car. Goodness, it's enormous. Aunt Wang circled the new car, then approached the driver's seat, giving Song Qian a thumbs up. You silly boy, I heard your illness has improved, and now you've even bought a new car. How much did it cost? Zhao Taizhu interjected. You can't buy it for just a few thousand. It must have cost at least 200,000 to 300,000. This is a top-tier BMW. 200,000 to 300,000? Aunt Wang shouted in disbelief. Everyone, come quickly. Song Qian has purchased a luxury car, and it costs 200,000 to 300,000. This is undoubtedly the most opulent vehicle in Taohua Village. Her loud proclamation attracted a throng of villagers. With no choice, Song Qian stepped out of the car. Su Taohua and Zhang Yibei, slightly embarrassed, also exited from the back seat and began chatting animatedly with the villagers. Speculations arose regarding the car's price, with estimates ranging from 120,000 to 300,000. Just then, Zhang Dabia spoke up. You're all mistaken. When I worked at the construction site, my boss had an identical car, which supposedly cost over 2 million. This is a BMW X7. It cannot be worth less than 2 million. Zhang Dabiao spoke with eyes full of envy. When did this foolish lad, Song Qian, strike such fortune? A luxury car worth 2 million, and he brought it home. Taohua Village is bound to be lively these days. Not just our village, but all the neighboring ones will be buzzing. No one has ever bought such an impressive car. Yet, here is Song Qian, our village's fool, who has done so. What a marvel, indeed. The villagers gathered around Song Qian, showering him with compliments. Xiao Qian, is this car truly worth so much? What business are you in to earn such wealth? This car is extraordinarily expensive, over 2 million. At that moment, Zhang Yibei squealed. Oh my goodness, it really is worth 2 million. Look, just check this model. She handed her phone to the crowd, revealing a silver BMW X7. The official price was listed at 1,598 million, but local prices varied, and online sources indicated that the final cost would exceed 2 million. As the villagers compared the images on the phone to Song Qian's car, their composure shattered. They gawked in awe, eyes wide with envy. When had anyone in Taohua Village been able to drive such a luxury vehicle? This was a dream they had never dared to entertain. However, the foolish lad before us has truly acquired a car. Is this what they call a fool's fortune? Just a few days ago, this simpleton was merrily foraging for mushrooms and wild vegetables. How did he transform into a wealthy individual in the blink of an eye? This change is rather sudden, indeed. The villagers gathered around Song Qian, incessantly bombarding him with questions. Several among them even took to their phones to search for the vehicle's price. With nothing to conceal, Song Qian could only admit, I am merely fortunate to have purchased this car. There is no need for such astonishment. In due time, you too may find yourselves driving luxury vehicles. However, the villagers harbored a different sentiment. For over a century, Taohua Village has languished in poverty, struggling to attain prosperity. The wealthiest among them is none other than the village chief, Zhang Yukai, whose modest assets barely amount to a small villa and a Jetta, hardly a figure of true affluence. Compared to Song Qian's vehicle, Zhang Youcai's entire estate wouldn't suffice to purchase it. He is by no means wealthy. If other families possessed the means to prosper, they would have done so long ago. In this land of Taohua Village, with its beautiful mountains and waters, what good does it do if the soil yields no golden treasures? Young people have sought work elsewhere, and the dream of prosperity for Taohua Village seems utterly unattainable. Little Qian, what business are you engaged in lately? Perhaps you could lend us a hand. We don't aspire to luxury cars, a van would suffice. Indeed, my family wishes to replace our motorcycle, but we are bereft of funds. It's truly disheartening. Whatever business you are pursuing, please take us along. We are willing to work for you, as long as we are compensated fairly. Absolutely. Within 5 or 6 minutes, a crowd of 30 or 40 people had gathered in the center of the village, encircling the new car in layers. The news of Song Qian's luxury vehicle spread like wildfire throughout Taohua Village. These kind-hearted villagers were eager for assistance, and although Song Qian wished to help, he found himself at a loss for how to proceed. After conversing with the villagers for a while, he climbed back into his car. Soon, he arrived at his doorstep. The earlier scene in the village played out once more at Song Qian's home, where his parents and sister were equally astonished. It took them a while to regain their composure. Upon learning of the car's value exceeding 2 million, the elderly couple could no longer contain their excitement, erupting in exclamations of disbelief. Observing this, Song Qian smiled gently. Amidst the flurry of activity, they gathered to dine together. The meal was filled with joy, and Zhang Yibei and Su Taohua felt entirely at home, reveling in the moment. During the meal, Su Taohua wore a radiant smile, her heart racing as she stole glances at Song Qian, growing fonder with each look. After the feast, as Song Qian prepared to drive Zhang Yibei and Su Taohua back, his parents and sister expressed their desire to experience the luxury car as well, so they all climbed aboard, driving with enthusiasm. Song Qian took them for a spin to Jijia town, circling around before returning to Taohua village. Laughter and cheerful chatter filled the car, creating an atmosphere of pure delight. At the entrance of the village, Zhang Yibei lingered after arriving home, reluctant to alight from the vehicle until Su Taohua gently reminded her. "Brother Qian, your car is incredibly comfortable. I wish to go fishing again tomorrow. Would you accompany me?" Zhang Yibei implored. Song Qian waved his hand dismissively, explaining that he was quite occupied for the next few days. "Perhaps in a few days, once I've attended to my obligations, I shall take you." "I want to go too." Su Taohua eagerly raised her hand. "Me too. Count me in," Song Yao exclaimed with uncontainable excitement. Soon, they arrived at Su Taohua's doorstep, where she, mirroring Zhang Yibei's reluctance, hesitated to disembark. With a wistful glance at Song Qian, she rolled her eyes at him playfully before casting a flirtatious look his way. Chapter 94. Su Taohua's sweet messages. Yet, remaining in the car was not an option. She had no choice but to alight. Upon returning home, a fleeting moment of joy washed over Song Yongfu, but his expression soon darkened. "Son, you are far too extravagant with your spending. Had I known you possessed over 2 million, I would have advised you to renovate the house first and save the remainder for your future bride." With a deep sigh, Song Yongfu lamented, "And now, you have chosen to purchase a car." "Indeed," replied his mother, Lu Shufan. "Do not blame your father for his complaints. Your expenditure is truly excessive. While the car is indeed comfortable, 2 million is an astronomical figure." Observing the discontent etched on his parents' faces, Song Qian resolved to lay bare the truth. "Mom, Dad, I initially intended to discuss the car purchase with you, but I knew you would likely disapprove. So I refrained from bringing it up." He suggested, "Let us go inside and converse." Once seated on the worn sofa, his parents wore expressions that were perplexingly mixed, an undercurrent of joy intertwined with disappointment regarding Song Qian's lavish acquisition. After all, such funds had not been allocated judiciously. Once settled, Song Qian began to speak slowly. "Parents, acquiring a vehicle should be a source of familial happiness, so please do not wear such somber faces. There is a matter I must disclose to you, and once you hear it, I trust you will no longer harbor grievances against me." Determined to alleviate their unease, he continued, "Yesterday, while treating Miss Lu, she did not bestow upon me 20,000, but rather 2 million. Song Yao was present as well. Instantly, his parents' eyes sparkled with astonishment. 2 million? Song Yongfu exclaimed, his mouth agape. "Miss Lu truly gave you 2 million? Song Qian nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, it was 2 million. My goodness, my son has earned 2 million. Song Yongfu exclaimed, slapping the table and rising in excitement. However, the fervor quickly dissipated, and his countenance fell once more. Alas, what good is 2 million if it merely translates to this hunk of metal? Son, earning money is one thing, preserving it is another. Had the vehicle not been purchased, the Song family would have undoubtedly been the wealthiest in Taohua village, able to revel in their newfound status and exchange their cheap liquor for fine erguotu. Yet, just like that, 2 million seemed to vanish into thin air. "Father," Song Qian interjected, noticing his father's fluctuating emotions. "Please do not be disheartened just yet. I have more to say. This car was not purchased by me. Miss Lu gifted it to me as a token of gratitude for my services. I spent no money." "And no expenditure?" Song Yongfu stammered, his excitement causing his lips to quiver as the earlier gloom lifted entirely, replaced by sheer elation. "Does that mean your 2 million remains intact?" Song Qian nodded emphatically. "Not only is my 2 million safe, but I also earned a substantial sum today. Lu Muyun's grandfather, Lu Taichu, suffering from a complex ailment, has also been cured by me, and he rewarded me with 10 million. In total, I now possess nearly 12 million on my card." His parents and sister gazed at him, wide-eyed, gasping in unison, 12 million. "Do you truly possess 12 million? Song Qian retrieved his mobile phone and displayed the account information to them. This bank card had been procured during a trip to purchase a car, accompanied by Lu Muyun and the others, and it had taken merely a few minutes to complete the process. The card held a balance of 10 million, every cent intact. Song Yongfu held the phone with palpable excitement. At last, the Song family had come into wealth. Song Qian, the fortunate fool, was destined to rise from obscurity, like a phoenix soaring to great heights. Lu Shufan and Song Yao leaned closer, fixated on the string of numbers in the text message, their eyes wide with disbelief. Once their parents had regained their composure, Song Qian continued, Now that you are aware I have nearly 12 million. Let us proceed with the house construction according to my plan. Let us demolish this one and build a villa instead. Song Yongfu and Lu Shufan hesitated slightly, but eventually nodded in agreement. Constructing a villa would only require several 100,000 to 1,000,000, since he possessed such wealth. They would defer to his leadership. If you wish to build a villa, then build it. We support your decision, Song Yongfu remarked, no longer opposing the idea. Lu Shufan nodded and then shifted the conversation, asking, but if we tear this house down, where will our family of 4 reside? Song Qian had anticipated this question. Building a small villa, provided the funds were available, would only take a month or 2. They could manage with a temporary shelter for a short while. Given that it was summer, they could endure a night outside. If necessary, they could stay at a hotel in town. Furthermore, Song Qian had another thought. Su Taohua's house was quite spacious and currently vacant. They could squeeze in there if needed, and he believed she would agree. If that option fell through, they could rent the old house belonging to Zhang Yibei, who had built a new home and left a few dilapidated structures intact, which could serve as a temporary solution. Song Qian shared his thoughts with his parents. After listening, they suggested renting from the village chief instead, as Su Taohua was a widow, and it would not be appropriate to impose on her. They were concerned about inviting gossip. Song Qian was pleasantly surprised by how smoothly everything was progressing. After reaching a consensus, the family of 4 retired to bed, each in high spirits. Song Qian entered his bedroom, lay down on the wooden bed, and pulled out his phone to play for a while. As he opened the device, he noticed a message from Su Taohua. Little Qian, are you asleep? This message had been sent 10 minutes prior. Observing that Song Qian had not responded, she followed up with another message 5 minutes later. Don't ignore me, little brother. If you don't reply, I might just come to your house. However, Song Qian had been engrossed in discussions with his parents about the house, and thus had not checked his phone. Subsequently, he received several more messages. Little Qian, do you dislike me and refuse to acknowledge me? Rest assured, I merely wish to be your confidant. I won't burden you. I find myself restless, my heart feeling empty, and I long for your company. Please come and keep me company for a while, all right? I cannot sleep, as thoughts of you occupy my mind. If you still don't reply, I will come to your house. Song Qian, holding her phone, hurriedly replied to the message. She had not checked her phone earlier and now felt quite embarrassed upon seeing the message. Please do not overthink it. I certainly do not harbor any disdain for you. Do not belittle yourself. I was merely discussing some matters with my parents and Mr. Message. As soon as she sent her reply, Su Taohua responded immediately. In that case, come over to my house now, and I shall forgive you. Hurry up, do you hear me? Su Taohua's voice, soft and melodious, resonated like the sweetness of honey, incredibly pleasant to the ears. Chapter 95. You have finally arrived. Please wait a moment. My parents and sister are still awake. Once they have settled down for the night, I will seek you out. Song Qian released the button, sending the voice message swiftly. He mused to himself that Su Taohua was indeed becoming increasingly intriguing. She did not wish to wait long, urging him to come quickly. Su Taohua's voice, sweet and melodious, was akin to a celestial choir. Her dulcet tones suggested that should she sing, it would undoubtedly be enchanting, capable of making hearts soar with delight. Shortly thereafter, she sent several photographs, each one a breathtaking portrait of beauty. One depicted Su Taohua in dainty slippers, her petite feet captivatingly charming. Another was a close-up of her face, adorned with luscious red lips that glistened more brilliantly than roses. Am I beautiful, sister? Her soft, tender voice chimed in the message, reminiscent of the sweet song of a golden oriole. Gazing at Su Taohua's images, Song Qian offered a faint smile. This sister of the peach blossom was indeed stunning, radiant, like an ethereal being. If that is the case, why not hasten your arrival to accompany your enchanting sister? Su Taohua urged once more, sending additional photographs, each one a vision of unparalleled beauty, evoking the grace of fallen fish and the allure of a city's most exquisite maiden. A few of these images were so captivating that Song Qian could not resist saving them. Su Taohua, the charming widow, was undeniably stunning. It was no wonder that Wang Matzi was so flustered in her presence. What man could remain unenchanted by her figure? I will come over shortly, he replied. For his parents and sister had yet to retire. He dared not act recklessly. He might be indifferent, but Su Taohua could not afford the same. He wished to keep their affairs from his parents' knowledge for the time being. Having just recovered, he feared that revealing certain matters would only cause them concern, perhaps even compel them to insist on his immediate marriage to Su Taohua. In recent days, so much had transpired in Song Qian's life, catching fish, earning millions, and purchasing luxury cars. Each event was astonishing. As he contemplated Su Taohua's photographs, he longed to dash over and be with his enchanting sister, yet he restrained himself. It was prudent to maintain a lower profile for the time being. Meanwhile, at the village chief's residence, Zhang Yibei lay restlessly in bed, tossing and turning. Earlier that evening, while waiting for Song Qian at the village entrance, she had joked with Su Taohua, declaring that if Song Qian bought a luxury car, she would marry him. At that moment, it had been mere jest, yet now those words lingered in her mind, refusing to fade. Zhang Yibei found herself perplexed, questioning her own feelings. Could it be that she had truly developed affections for Song Qian? The image of him driving that $200,000 luxury car replayed in her thoughts. He had simply claimed it and driven it away. Furthermore, just yesterday, he had earned a staggering $2 million. Although Zhang Yibei was unaware of the full extent of his wealth, she was certain that his assets exceeded $2 million, for otherwise he would not have spent such an amount on a luxury vehicle. Dear brother Qian, I am genuinely in awe of you. Since your recovery, you have undergone a remarkable transformation, creating an abundance of legends. Zhang Yibei mused to herself. She turned over, finding it increasingly difficult to sleep. What girl does not harbor youthful dreams? Could it be? Zhang Yibei tossed and turned, unable to find rest, her mind consumed by the image of Song Qian, particularly his striking presence while driving luxury cars. Brother Song Qian, I long to go fishing again. Ever since their fishing trip, a series of extraordinary events had unfolded around Song Qian, each one leaving Zhang Yibei astounded. Each occurrence, if recounted in Taohua village, would be deemed miraculous. For instance, Wang Ergu was tamed by Song Qian. Additionally, Song Qian had claimed he could heal, and indeed he cured that female CEO, earning a staggering $2 million, a sheer delight. Today, Song Qian had purchased yet another luxury vehicle. The cascade of events lingered in Zhang Yibei's mind, blurring the line between dreams and reality. Meanwhile, at Song Qian's home, an hour had slipped by. He rose from his bed, donned his clothes, stepped outside to relieve himself, and then, with a leap, soared into the air. In the next instant, he landed in the courtyard of Su Taohua's residence. The straight-line distance from Song Qian's home to Su Taohua's was merely 500 or 600 meters. Yet he traversed this distance in just 2 or 3 seconds. The unparalleled legacy of the Lotus Flower Immortal Emperor was astonishing. Since obtaining this legacy, Song Qian had invoked the art of dimensional compression for the second time, an ability that allowed him to traverse the heavens and the earth. Were it not for the night, he would not have dared to showcase his powers. Should the villagers witness him, they might mistake him for a monster. In the living room of Su Taohua's home, the lights remained aglow. Adjacent was a bedroom, Su Taohua's master suite, still illuminated. Song Qian glanced towards the living room and then turned to the courtyard gate of Su Taohua's home, noticing that the gate was ajar. The open gate was clearly left for him. He approached the entrance, gently closing and locking it. The faint sound drew Su Taohua's attention. Just as Song Qian secured the door, a melodious voice floated from within. Little Qian, please close the main door behind you. I've been waiting for you. Come inside quickly. Sister Taohua, who else could it be? Song Qian swiftly made his way to the living room. At that moment, Su Taohua was dressed in a mini skirt, with nude stockings adorning her legs, and a cream-colored camisole that was exceptionally cool. She wore pink slippers, swaying her slender waist gracefully. As she approached Song Qian with a radiant smile, you finally arrived. Sister Taohua, weren't you about to sleep? Why are you dressed so beautifully? You look like a fairy, truly enchanting. Observing Su Taohua's charming demeanor, Song Qian could not help but express his admiration sincerely. I thought I had grown old and unattractive, that no one would look my way. Thankfully, you possess a kind heart and decided to come. Su Taohua gently linked her arm with Song Qian's. Sister, I thought you were afraid of me and wouldn't come. Yet you have shown a glimmer of conscience and not disappointed me. Su Taohua emanates a subtle fragrance of rosemary. Her hair flows like clouds, cascading over her shoulders, while the strands by her ears are still slightly damp, suggesting she has just bathed. Song Qian tilts her head, inhaling the enchanting scent that Su Taohua exudes. This perfume is remarkably intoxicating. Su Taohua bites her lower lip gently, revealing a captivating smile. Is it truly fragrant? Song Qian nods emphatically, enchanted by the aroma. Su Taohua leans her head on Song Qian's shoulder, her crimson lips parting slightly, her gaze dreamy and alluring. Chapter 96. Engaging in serious matters, is this what has you entranced? Su Taohua remarked, lifting her long, elegant legs and resting them lightly on the coffee table. Captivated by their beauty, she then squinted playfully at Song Qian. You, my dear, were asked to arrive earlier, yet you dawdled, making me wait for over an hour. Could it be that you feel guilty, perhaps a tad fearful? Song Qian embraced Su Taohua's fragrant shoulder, gently squeezing it. Guilty? I assure you, I've stolen nothing. Su Taohua took Song Qian's hand and placed it on her figure, teasingly declaring, You've pilfered my heart, yet you claim to be innocent. However, considering you've come to keep me company, I shall forgive you. With that, Su Taohua rose gracefully from her seat. She glided towards a nearby cabinet. Her movements fluid and enchanting, and opened a drawer to retrieve a small box. Returning to Song Qian's side with the box in hand, she said, I visited Chicken Street Town today and stumbled upon a jewelry store's promotional event. My neck felt bare, so I bought myself a necklace. Would you be so kind as to help me put it on? Upon opening the box, Song Qian beheld a delicate necklace priced at 1880. It appeared to weigh less than 3 grams. Su Taohua certainly was shy about spending money. Su Taohua, what inspired this sudden desire for a necklace? As Song Qian admired the slender chain, he noticed a charming heart-shaped pendant dangling from its end. Do not be deceived by the price tag. It's merely a ruse. Su Taohua explained. This is not gold, but rather sand gold. I found it visually appealing and purchased it for 99. Merely an accessory, nothing more. She squinted playfully at Song Qian. If you were generous, perhaps you could buy me a real one someday. Aside from the one my husband gifted me during our wedding. No other man has presented me with a necklace. Su Taohua's intent was not to take advantage of Song Qian. Rather, she sought to use the act of gifting as a means to deepen their bond. If Song Qian could bestow upon her a necklace, she, in turn, could offer him gifts of her own, thereby strengthening their relationship. Oh, I see. Song Qian realized that the necklace was indeed made of sand gold, which made it affordable and suitable for casual wear. I shall buy you a platinum one another day, he promised. Moving behind Su Taohua to lift her hair from her neck. Clumsily, he assisted her in fastening the necklace. Inadvertently, as Song Qian gazed at Su Taohua, he noticed a rosy hue blooming on her neck, earlobes, and charming cheeks. After securing the necklace, Su Taohua turned to him, her eyes brimming with affection, gazing at him with a tenderness that felt almost palpable. Shifting her gaze back to the heart-shaped pendant, she said, Please be more attentive. The pendant is askew. Adjust it for me, so it sits perfectly in the center. As she leaned closer to him, the two found themselves mere inches apart, able to hear the rhythm of each other's hearts. The fragrant allure of Su Taohua enveloped the air, captivating Song Qian's senses as he inhaled deeply. Feeling as though he were immersed in a sea of blossoms, he extended his hand to assist Su Taohua in adjusting her pendant. Her figure was nothing short of exquisite. She possessed the perfect proportions, curvaceous in all the right places, embodying a graceful S-curve that rendered her a breathtaking portrait from every angle. Her delicate pink slippers complemented her charming little feet. As she stood before Song Qian, their gazes locked in an intimate exchange. After a brief 10 seconds, she turned her eyes toward the door. Did you close the main door when you entered? I would prefer not to be disturbed by outsiders at this late hour. Song Qian nodded, assuring her that it had been closed long ago. Satisfied, Su Taohua switched off the lights in the living room. Let's find a different place to attend to more serious matters. With a blush gracing her cheeks, she took hold of Song Qian's large hand. In the pitch-black living room, the sound of chattering filled the air. 2 little mice scurried about in search of food, playfully chasing one another and occasionally emitting high-pitched squeaks, seemingly in harmony with the enchanting music that resonated within the room. Eventually, Su Taohua succumbed to a deep slumber. The following day, before dawn, Song Qian returned home. At this hour, his parents and sister had yet to rise. Feeling somewhat guilty, he slipped into his small room, indulging in a brief nap until his sister Song Yao came to awaken him. In their dilapidated courtyard stood a newly purchased BMW X7, starkly contrasting with the surrounding worn-down premises, creating a sense of dissonance. Stretching lazily, Song Qian exhaled a breath of relief. The next order of business was to address the construction of a house. Just as he finished washing his face, Zhang Yibei, accompanied by her father Zhang Yukai, pushed open the creaky wooden gate of his home and entered the small courtyard. Village Chief Zhang Yibei, what brings you here? Upon entering the house, Zhang Youcai's eyes widened in disbelief as they fell upon Song Qian's new silver BMW X7. He was utterly taken aback. News had spread through the village the previous night, claiming that Song Qian had acquired a luxury car, and Zhang Yucai could hardly believe it. Only when Zhang Yibei confirmed the purchase did he begin to entertain the notion. But when she mentioned the vehicle's worth of 2 million, he could scarcely maintain his composure, insisting that she must have misunderstood. Thus, early in the morning, he felt compelled to see for himself. Little Qian, eBay said you bought a 2 million luxury car. I thought it was a joke, but here it is. A BMW X7. Incredible! Zhang Yukai circled the car 3 times, admiring it from top to bottom, left to right. The more he examined it, the more astonished he became. A 2 million luxury car was nothing short of miraculous. Zhang Yibei approached Song Qian, addressing her father. Now do you believe it? I told you last night. And you refused to accept it. Song Qian moved to the side of the vehicle and opened the driver's door. Uncle Zhang, feel free to have a look. Zhang Yukai, grinning widely, climbed into the driver's seat, eagerly touching various features, his face alight with excitement. Luxury cars are indeed different. They feel so much more comfortable compared to my family's modest few thousand yuan car. Haha. Zhang Yukai laughed heartily, brimming with exhilaration. Observing her father's delight, Zhang Yibei, however, chose to douse the enthusiasm with a dose of reality. That car of ours is worth merely 100,000 yuan. Selling it would hardly suffice to purchase even a single wheel of that new vehicle. Zhang Yukai turned his head, gazing out of the car window at Zhang Yibei. You insolent girl, is it appropriate for you to speak in such a manner? Zhang Yibei pouted and replied, I merely stated a fact. Our car cannot possibly be compared to Song Qian's new one. Zhang Youcai's face flushed with embarrassment, revealing his discomfort. Chapter 97. Please help us make money, though my daughter speaks rather bluntly. Her words bear truth. The luxurious car belonging to Song Qian, with each wheel valued at 70 to 80,000, is indeed plausible. While admiring the vehicle, Zhang Yukai suddenly shifted the conversation. By the way, Xiao Qian, now that you can afford such an extravagant car, it's high time to renovate your family's house. It's terribly dilapidated. Song Qian was just about to broach the subject when Zhang Yukai preempted him. Thank you for your concern, Uncle Zhang. I share the same sentiment. After a brief hesitation, Song Qian mustered the courage to continue. Uncle Zhang, our house is in such disrepair that it no longer warrants renovation. Last night, I discussed with my parents the possibility of demolishing it to rebuild. Upon hearing this, Zhang Youcai's face lit up with delight. This is splendid news. As the village head of Taohua village, he had been quite troubled by the poverty of the Song family, particularly the risk of their crumbling home collapsing, which would reflect poorly on him. Indeed, this is wonderful, he exclaimed, clapping his hands in approval. As he spoke, Zhang Yukai opened the driver's side door and stepped outside. With his hands clasped behind his back, he surveyed the surroundings before turning his gaze back to Song Qian, giving his shoulder a reassuring pat. What size are you considering for the new house? We're still contemplating that, Song Qian explained, but there's one issue. Once we demolish the house, we'll have nowhere to live temporarily. Uncle Zhang, I know your family has an old house that's been vacant and filled with clutter. Would it be possible for us to borrow it for a couple of months? At this juncture, Song Qian added, rest assured, I won't let you suffer any loss. During our stay, I'll pay you a monthly rent of 1,000. Zhang Yukai chuckled at the mention of rent. Allowing Song Qian's family to use the empty house posed no loss to him, and it would help address their accommodation dilemma for the next 2 months. This is a fine matter. Why charge rent? He remarked. Furthermore, with Song Qian's recent purchase of a $2 million luxury car and plans for a new house that would undoubtedly cost over $1 million. This was sensational news in Taohua village, enhancing Zhang Youcai's reputation as village head. Waving his hand dismissively, he continued, Xiao Qian, do you consider me a stranger? Let us not discuss rent. I'll have eBay clean up the place, and you can move in any time. It's settled. Zhang Yukai spoke earnestly, giving Song Qian's shoulder a couple of hearty pats. At that moment, Zhang Yibei interjected, you needn't worry about rent. But you must take me fishing a few times. The last fishing experience was exhilarating, and I want to see you catch big fish again. Hee hee. As she spoke, excitement radiated from her face. The memory of Song Qian catching large fish lingered vividly in her mind, filling her with delight and anticipation. It was indeed remarkable. Song Qian seemed to effortlessly catch fish with just a net, and he could even grasp large fish with his bare hands. Truly extraordinary. With a smile, Song Qian nodded in agreement. Deal. At this moment, Song Qian's parents and younger sister had also arrived in the courtyard, attentively listening to the dialogue between Song Qian and village chief Zhang. Upon hearing Zhang Youcai's affirmative response, they hurriedly expressed their gratitude. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Zhang Yukai turned his gaze towards Song Qian. Xiao Qian, he began, with your ability to purchase a luxury car worth 2 million. It is evident that you have amassed considerable wealth. Our Peach Blossom village is quite impoverished. May I inquire what business you are engaged in? Is there a way for you to include our family, eBay, or perhaps the villagers of Peach Blossom in your endeavors? With a sigh, Zhang Yukai continued. He retrieved a pack of Yunyan cigarettes from his pocket, offered one to Song Yongfu, and then produced a lighter for them both to ignite their smokes. After taking a couple of deep puffs, he resumed speaking. As the village chief of Peach Blossom, I am deeply concerned about resolving our village's poverty issues. Yet, despite my years of effort, there has been little progress. It seems my tenure as village chief has been in vain. His words were laden with sincerity and a hint of self-reproach. Though he had managed to acquire some wealth, build a villa, and purchase a car, the villagers of Peach Blossom remained mired in poverty. If only someone could lead the entire village to earn a modest income, build new homes, and perhaps even buy cars. It would be a tremendous blessing. Uncle Zhang, Song Qian interjected, the villagers mentioned this very matter last night. Allow me to ponder it for a moment. The wealth Song Qian had accumulated, exceeding 10 million, was not only due to a fortuitous inheritance, but also largely attributable to luck. Had he not encountered Lu Muyun, his financial success may have eluded him. Patting Song Qian on the shoulder, Zhang Yukai earnestly expressed, I hope you will not disappoint me. Thank you in advance. Just as Song Qian was about to respond, a cacophony of footsteps resonated from outside. Soon, 7 or 8 villagers entered Song Qian's home. They initially marveled at the luxury car before approaching him. Xiao Qian, you've struck it rich. Could you lend us a hand? If you have any promising projects, perhaps we could earn a little something too. Indeed, you've made a fortune. We only wish to make a modest income. We are weary of our poverty and hope you can assist us all. Over the next several minutes, more villagers trickled into the dilapidated courtyard, until it was teeming with 20 to 30 individuals, including Su Taohua, Zhao Taizhu, and Zhou Chunhua. They first admired the luxury vehicle, then beseeched Song Qian for assistance. Seeing the villagers' eagerness, Song Qian felt compelled to nod in agreement, despite the pressure. He knew he needed to devise a plan for generating income. He even contemplated that if he could not find a way to help the villagers profit, he might simply distribute some of his wealth. Perhaps 10 or 8,000 to each family. After all, he believed he could always earn more in the future. Additionally, the Lu family group is burdened with an external debt of 100 million. If Song Qian manages to recover this debt, he will earn a commission of 20 million. With such funds, the villagers could indulge in a celebratory revelry. Upon witnessing Song Qian's agreement, the villagers beamed with joy, gathering around him, expressing their gratitude and appreciation. They fervently hoped for good news from Song Qian. Since his unfortunate decline into foolishness, their courtyard had never been this lively. However, this morning was indeed a bustling affair. The saying, in poverty, one is overlooked in the bustling streets. In wealth, distant relatives abound in the secluded mountains, rings true. Nevertheless, the villagers of Taohua village are of simple and kind-hearted nature. During the past 2 years of Song Qian's misfortune, a number of villagers have extended their helping hands to his family. Chapter 98. Clearly bitten by a dog, the gathering in the quaint courtyard was filled with laughter and lively conversation. Suddenly, the sound of an automobile echoed from outside. And shortly thereafter, several individuals entered. Song Qian hastened to greet them. Is this the residence of the esteemed Dr. Song? Inquired the leader of the group. His voice raised an inquiry. You must be Mr. Zhang, Song Qian responded, shaking his hand. I am Song Qian, the one you spoke with yesterday. Greetings, Mr. Zhang replied with a smile. We discussed your plans for a villa over the phone yesterday, and I made it a point to come here early. What kind of structure does Dr. Song envision? As he spoke, Mr. Zhang produced a collection of blueprints. These designs, popular in rural areas, predominantly featured charming 3 to 4-story villas, each exquisitely crafted. Song Qian perused the blueprints while his parents and sister gathered around, all eager to examine the plans. The presence of numerous villagers in the courtyard sparked their interest as well. Almost 100 architectural designs rapidly circulated among the community. With various opinions shared, some praised certain designs while others admired different ones. Concurrently, the villagers lauded Song Yongfu, expressing admiration for his fortune in raising such a son. They remarked on how he had purchased a luxury car just yesterday and was now poised to construct an opulent villa. A few villagers even approached Song Qian's mother, Lu Shufan, discreetly inquiring about whether Song Qian had a girlfriend, as they were keen to introduce potential brides. After deliberating for approximately 20 minutes, Song Qian and his family finally settled on the design for the villa. The newly planned residence would be a 4-story structure with a built area exceeding 1,000 square feet, and the entire cost, including construction and decoration, totaled over 1.3 million yuan. Such extravagant expenditure astounded the villagers, who once again gathered around. Filled with envy, admiration, and awe, Xiao Qian, you have truly succeeded. Yesterday, you spent over 2 million yuan on a luxury car, and today you are investing over 1.3 million yuan in a house. Remarkable. Indeed, it used to be that in our Taohua village, the Zhang family was the wealthiest with their villa and car, but now, with Song Qian's accomplishments, the Song family stands unrivaled. In merely 2 days, with a lavish expenditure exceeding 3 million yuan, not only did Song Qian claim the title of the wealthiest in Taohua village, but he was also a formidable figure throughout the entire Jiji town. No one dared to contest his prominence. This villa, once completed, would undoubtedly serve as a landmark for our village. The nearby settlements that once derided Taohua as poverty would think twice once they witnessed the grandeur of the villa. Exactly. Although it is the Song family constructing the villa, it brings honor to all of Taohua village. Truly splendid. The villagers of Taohua surrounded the Song family, showering them with sincere praise, yet it still felt insufficient. Mere days prior, they perceived him as a simpleton. Now, he had transformed into a figure of wealth. A metamorphosis that left everyone astounded. As they continued to extol his virtues, the villagers gravitated towards Song Qian, expressing their hopes that he might guide them in their own pursuits of prosperity. Fearing that Song Qian might not take the matter to heart, Zhang Yikai seized the opportunity and repeatedly reminded Song Qian to be mindful of it. By noon, with the help of the villagers, Song Qian and his family of 4 successfully moved into the old house of Zhang Yikai. Today, the village of Huatsuan was abuzz with excitement. The villagers, animated and fervent, awaited good news from Song Qian, hoping for a day when they might strike it rich. Song Qian's father, Song Yongfu, radiated joy, proud that his son had succeeded, purchased a luxury car, and was planning to build a villa. At last, the family had something to look forward to, and he could hold his head high among the villagers. From time to time, Song Yongfu exchanged a few words with the crowd. Meanwhile, Song Qian's mother, Lu Shufan, beamed with happiness, integrating seamlessly with the villagers, all of them wearing smiles. After noon, the construction team arrived on site. Song Qian's dilapidated house was swiftly demolished. Following that, large excavation equipment arrived in succession, and within just a few hours, the villa's construction commenced. The construction team, introduced by Lu Muyan, was highly regarded, ensuring that the building process proceeded with utmost urgency. In the afternoon, Song Qian searched on his phone and found a specialty store selling ritual items, ordering several inexpensive urns along with a large floral wreath. Tomorrow marked the wedding banquet of Xiumian and Su Juanhao. Having once scrimped and saved to buy Xiumian a mobile phone, which she deemed too frugal, he decided to be more generous this time and present her with a lavish gift. An urn paired with a floral wreath seemed sufficiently grand. Song Qian even pondered the couple's reaction upon receiving the gift, whether they would be furious or driven to despair. In a vague sense, he looked forward to the arrival of tomorrow. As evening approached, Su Taohua called Song Qian, requesting his presence at her home. Unable to refuse, Song Qian ambled over to her house. Upon entering the yard, Su Taohua rushed towards him, fuming. "Look at this, all you're doing," she exclaimed, pointing at her neck and confronting Song Qian. Instantly, he felt a wave of embarrassment. Sister Taohua, I didn't mean to," he stammered. On her neck were several bruises, marks left from the strawberries Song Qian had playfully planted on her the previous night. "Why didn't you tell me I had such remarkable medical skills?" he quipped, pulling out a silver needle. Before Su Taohua could react, he deftly pierced it into her neck. "What are you doing?" she shrieked, attempting to retreat, but Song Qian seized her, assuring her, "This is for your treatment. It will be over in 2 minutes." At that moment, Su Taohua glanced down and indeed noticed a glistening silver needle still quivering on her neck. "You rascal," she complained. "Zhang Yibei asked me why I had marks on my neck, and I said it was from mosquito bites." After scratching a few times, the marks appeared. Can you guess what Zhang Yibei said? At this point, Su Taohua, with a mischievous grin, cast a glance at Song Qian before revealing the latter part of her statement. Zhang Yibei remarked that there could not possibly be mosquitoes of such enormous size, noting that the marks resembled bite impressions, clearly indicating that it was a dog that had bitten him. Upon hearing this, Song Qian's expression soured. He then looked up at Su Taohua, a smile gracing his face. "So it is true, we are all akin to dogs, ha 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 ha." Su Taohua stood with her hands clasped behind her back, positioned diagonally opposite Song Qian. Unperturbed by his comment, she chuckled along. After their laughter subsided, she shifted the conversation. "By the way, I heard from Song Yao that your ex-girlfriend, and Shuamon, along with the person who once left you dazed, is getting married tomorrow, and she has insisted on inviting you to the ceremony." Chapter 99. persuading Song Qian not to attend the wedding. Are you truly considering going? Why should I not? Song Qian retorted with a smile. This is such a significant event for them. As in Shuamon's ex-boyfriend, I ought to present a grand gift, ensuring their wedding is unforgettable. Wouldn't you agree? After enduring all the grievances of these past 2 years, it is time to seek my revenge. Why not go? I must attend. Furthermore, I shall make a grand entrance. Are you really going? Su Taohua asked, her confusion evident. Song Qian nodded once more. Do you think I jest? I have already prepared the gift, and it will undoubtedly arrive punctually at the wedding venue tomorrow. Observing the seriousness in Song Qian's expression, Su Taohua was convinced he spoke the truth and that he had indeed prepared something special. Little Qian, heed your sister's advice. And Shuamon's invitation to the wedding is far from sincere. You should reconsider attending. Additionally, the individual who once harmed you is said to possess considerable family influence. What if you face adverse consequences should you go? At this point, Su Taohua stepped closer, locking eyes with Song Qian, her gaze intense as she gently tapped him. Your sister has been widowed for over 2 years. It has been a struggle to find a man. Please do not let me down. I cannot afford to lose you. Listen to me. Do not go tomorrow. I implore you. This is no jest. Her anxious eyes were fixed on Song Qian, genuinely wishing he would refrain from attending. The previous incident was indeed unjust, and the severity of their actions was undeniable. However, one must recognize that one's arms cannot surpass one's legs. If Song Qian were to attend, he would undoubtedly fall into their trap. What would happen then if something went awry? Rest assured, I am fully aware of my situation. Song Qian replied, glancing at the mark on Su Taohua's neck, which had vanished. He removed the silver needle and continued, I am merely going to present a gift. One does not strike a smiling face. Do you not agree? Moreover, they are getting married tomorrow. What could they possibly do to me? You truly are a stubborn mule. Su Taohua exclaimed, giving Song Qian a playful slap. If you go, I shall accompany you. Absolutely not. Song Qian quickly waved his hands. I will simply deliver the gift and return. There is no need for you to accompany me. Su Taohua, unwilling to remain behind, envisioned herself as a wild horse unbridled, ready to unleash chaos tomorrow, presenting a wreath and an urn, undoubtedly leaving the couple with an unforgettable wedding. Should Su Taohua attend, she would only hinder his plans. No, I must accompany you. Su Taohua had a nagging suspicion that the gift Song Qian intended to present was anything but ordinary. Very well, Song Qian reassured her. I shall be fine. Please do not follow me. I will merely take a stroll and return. The conversation continued, with Su Taohua pleading repeatedly. Yet no matter how she argued, Song Qian remained resolute in refusing to take her along. Ultimately, with no other option, Su Taohua relented. At Song Qian's home, his father, Song Yongfu, wore a look of concern. Son, your former girlfriend in Shuemon has insisted that you attend the wedding tomorrow. Surely, you do not plan on going? Song Qian nodded, stating, she has made it abundantly clear that my presence is required. I must attend to resolve our past entanglements. Song Yongfu shook his head, letting out a deep sigh. Why not heed my advice and refrain from attending? His mother, Lu Shufan, interjected, indeed, it was in Shuemon who led to your downfall, causing you to lose your job and nearly bringing ruin upon your father and me. As she spoke, Lu Shufan could not suppress her lamentations. The past 2 years had been a living hell for their family of 4, enduring immense suffering, particularly for the elder couple. Song Yongfu had suffered a broken leg and frequently fell ill, while Lu Shufan herself was not in much better condition. Now that Song Qian had recovered, recently purchased a luxury car, and was in the process of building a villa, their family life had just begun to return to normalcy, and they could not withstand further upheaval. Do not worry, Mom and Dad. My relationship with Shuemon was always a curse. If I do not resolve this matter, I am certain she will come back to haunt me. I must go tomorrow. Seeing that they could not dissuade Song Qian, the family resigned themselves to the situation. After several minutes, Song Yongfu spoke slowly. In that case, when you arrive at the wedding, try to avoid any conflict. Say what you need to say, then return. Song Qian nodded in agreement. In Jiacheng, at the office of the Lu Group, Lu Muyun leaned back in her leather executive chair and inquired of Zhao Kiki, who sat across from her. Kiki, have you completed the investigation? Zhao Kiki nodded solemnly. Yes. I have confirmed that Song Ji's ex-girlfriend in Shuemon is indeed marrying her new fiancé, Su Juanhao, tomorrow at the Dihao Grand Hotel, and she paused to take a sip of water. Moreover, that scoundrel Su Juanhao has hired several martial artists specifically targeting Song Shini. If Song Shini goes alone, he could find himself in a precarious situation. Should we offer our assistance? We must assist him. Lu Muyun emphatically agreed. Not only should we help, but we must do so with all our might. As she spoke, she took out her phone to call her grandfather, Lu Taichu. Grandfather, I need to borrow 2 people. Lu Muyun explained the situation to Lu Taichu, who readily consented. Once Lu Muyun hung up the phone, Zhao Kiki asked, Miss, should we also attend tomorrow? Will Song Shini object? Of course we shall go. Lu Muyun deliberated for a moment before continuing, regardless of Song Shini's approval. We must be there. If necessary. We can split into 2 groups to ensure his safety. Understood. Zhao Kiki nodded with a smile. Back at Song Qian's home, after dinner, he returned to his bedroom. Tonight, he was staying in a house borrowed from Zhang Yibei. Although it was still a mud brick house, it was significantly better than his own. The bedroom was spacious, and the rooms were much brighter and more open. Song Qian closed the door, sat on the edge of the bed, and, struck by inspiration, entered the lotus space once more. In the lotus space, it appears that day and night are indistinguishable, with lush greenery and a myriad of avian and ethereal creatures creating an atmosphere of vibrant liveliness. Although it is referred to as the lotus space, it is indeed a miniature world unto itself. At the heart of this realm lies a vast lake, its surface shimmering with the glint of sunlight, exuding a faint yet enchanting fragrance. As Song Qian approached the lake's edge, he cupped his hands to wash his face. After refreshing himself, he took a small sip of the crystalline water. Suddenly, he exclaimed in astonishment, "How exquisitely sweet this water is! Could it be the fabled spiritual spring? If it truly is a divine spring, then these waters are indeed treasures beyond measure." Song Qian scooped another handful, savoring the refreshing sweetness that invigorated his very soul. Chapter 100. The wedding procession of the Yin family. A stirring sensation coursed through him, pulling Song Qian back to reality. He rose from his bed, licking his lips, the taste of the lake still lingering. It was so sweet, so evocative. He found a bottle of mineral water, and with a flicker of inspiration, he entered the lotus space once more, filling the bottle with the lake water. Upon returning to the tangible world, he beheld the lake water, crystalline and pure, resembling nectar. As he slightly opened the mineral water bottle, an intoxicating aroma wafted forth, rivaling that of fine perfume. Unscrewing the cap, he took a small sip, and that refreshing sweetness instantly enveloped his palate, cascading down his throat and warming his entire stomach. Marvelous! This was indeed a treasure. At that moment, a brilliant idea struck Song Qian. In the lotus space, the flora thrived abundantly. He pondered the potential effects of using the lake water from that realm to irrigate crops in the real world. Would they flourish just as profusely? Without hesitation, he found a small spray bottle, filled it with tap water, and added a few sips of the precious liquid from the mineral water bottle, shaking it to mix thoroughly. He cast aside the empty bottle and, clutching the spray bottle, headed towards his vegetable garden. Song Qian evenly distributed the mixture over the soil, then observed for a while, but found no sign of change. Feeling somewhat disheartened, he trudged back home. The following day, Song Qian drove his BMW X7 directly to the Dihao Grand Hotel. After parking, he rented an electric scooter and rode towards the community wherein Shuemian resided. Outside, the atmosphere was lively. A procession of vehicles adorned with red double happiness characters lined the street. Onlookers nearby chattered excitedly, praising Shuemian for her beauty and promising marriage. And they spoke highly of her fiancé, Su Jiwenhao, who hailed from a distinguished family. Indeed, Su Jiwenhao's mother served as the deputy director of Jiangcheng Hospital, and he himself was the head of the hospital, while his father held a high-ranking position in the government. It was said that Shuemian also worked at the hospital, making for a match of equal social standing, truly enviable. Their union, arranged by Su Jiwenhao himself, was the subject of hushed admiration among the crowd. Gathered together, they exchanged whispers, their words dripping with envy for the young couple. And Shuemian's beauty paired with Su Jiwenhao's handsomeness created a perfect match, and both held commendable positions in their careers. Such a marriage was indeed the stuff of envy. Song Qian parked the scooter by the roadside, remaining seated as he listened to the murmurs of the crowd. A barely perceptible smirk crept across his face. A match made in heaven? Was such a marriage truly blissful? Perhaps not. Just then, the gossip resumed. I have heard that Shuemian, during her university years, had a boyfriend whom she ultimately discarded. As the saying goes, people strive for higher ground while water flows downward. It is said that this young man hails from Peach Blossom Village and is exceedingly impoverished, and Shuemian's decision appears to have been prudent. Were I in her position, I would have made the same choice. Am I not correct in this sentiment? However, one individual expressed his confusion, stating that not only did she cast aside that young man, but she also instructed her current partner to give him a severe beating, rendering him quite foolish. Look over there, that young man. One keen observer pointed to Song Qian. Yes, indeed. That young man on the electric scooter is Xu Wenmin's former boyfriend. 2 years ago, he visited our community, and I have seen him on several occasions. This fool is genuinely loyal. Upon learning his ex-girlfriend is marrying, he foolishly stands outside the community. Surely he does not wish to witness his former love one another. Just the thought of it is disheartening. A few meddlesome women approached Song Qian. Young man, your ex-girlfriend has married another. You ought to forget her. Today is her wedding day, and I advise you to leave. Indeed, 2 years ago, Su Juanhao assaulted you. Who knows if he might strike again today? One must learn to let go, do you understand? Seated on his electric scooter, Song Qian looked up at them. Thank you for your concern. I am no longer foolish. Since my ex-girlfriend is getting married, I felt compelled to take a look. One disdainful woman, who favored wealth over character, immediately took offense. Young man, why do you refuse to heed our advice? She exclaimed, pointing at the extravagant procession nearby. Do you see that? Such a luxurious convoy, its rental cost alone exceeds tens of thousands a day. Can you offer Xu Wenmin happiness? Do you possess wealth? Another woman interjected. I just heard someone say that the least expensive vehicle in that convoy is an Audi A4. The cars at the front are worth millions. Song Qian let out a cold smile. What is there to boast about? I am merely concerned about traffic. My new car is not here. Had my new car been present among these vehicles, only the lead car would have been somewhat acceptable. In ordinary circumstances, this convoy is indeed impressive. Yet, Song Qian observed it differently. What is so remarkable? Most of the cars are valued at 60 or 70,000, hardly impressive. Moreover, there is even an Audi A4 at the back. Upon hearing this, the women were instantly displeased. Sour grapes, they muttered, as you ride that shabby electric scooter. Even if it is rented, how dare you speak so boldly? Indeed, it is evident that envy and resentment cloud their judgment, unable to let go of Xu Wenmin. They come to bask in the joy of her wedding. Listening to the disdainful remarks from the women, Song Qian dismissed them with indifference. He rode his rented electric scooter, distancing himself from their presence. He saw no reason to explain himself, nor did he feel inclined to. Engaging with a group of unrefined women would yield no benefit. Instead, he patiently awaited the moment when Xu Wenmin would emerge. He had just halted his electric vehicle when a red sports car approached, perfectly aligning itself beside Song Qian. Shortly thereafter, the window rolled down, revealing a face of formidable beauty. Her fair complexion and sharply defined chin, combined with an enchanting smile, left the nearby ladies momentarily speechless. The newcomer was Lu Muyin, who gracefully exited the car. Little Qian, I didn't expect to find you here, she remarked. Sister Muyun, what brings you here? Lu Muyun smiled charmingly, standing side by side with Song Qian. I came to see you and to join in the festivities. Is that not permissible? Song Qian nodded with a grin. Since you're here, feel free to join the fun. After all, I came to enjoy myself too. Haha. The ladies, who had been watching, widened their eyes in astonishment.